Chapter 1 Accuse Mef collaborating with demons, I ever said situation and seek severance. Ling Shu sacked. Traitor, you've collaborated with demons, full of night Thebe soft darkness, and committed unpardonable sins, what punishment do you deserve? Eldest brother, you're beyond redemption, after imprisoning you for 3 years, you still haven't repented, younger brother just begged Master to release ya, yet you immediately accuse him of colluding with demons, have a honesty our conscience, egwejo how caught collaborating with demons by younger brother. Thepier sing accusation swear like he water pouring into Lin Chu answers. In a trance, Lin Chu suddenly came to his senses. In his previous life, he was falsely accused by younger brother Yejunov to ging up felling Sissek's ancestral grave, murdering fake guardian elders, and stealing Thisek's sacred artifact, Dragon's Blood Jade. Despite a lack of evidence, his masters believed Thai's accusation without a doubt. Lin Chuan's desperate attempts to prove his innocence or seen as mere excuses. His refusal to confess anger at his master was stripped him of his position as saintly discipline through a mental theater, cheerless abyssal prison, where he remained for 3 years. In the abyssal prison, Lin Chuan suffered torment, feeling like his life was worse than death. This time Yi Jun had pleaded with their master to release Lin Chuan, no tuto of kindness but from him again, pushing him into one abyss of eternal darkness. Shortly after Lin Chuan emerged from the abyssal prison, Adamon approached him. Before Lin Chuan could react, Yi Jun and their master arrived and caught him red-handed, leaving Lin Chuan unable to defend himself. Hence, this confrontation and accusation arose. In his previous life, Lin Chuan argued strongly and done of everything, but was near like a lead be his master on the spot. It was in Lithra Yi Jun's pretended pleading that Lin Chuan was spared. However, in his danger, the master degraded Lin Chuan, the unsecret saintly disciple of Ling Shu sect, to a menial disciple. Lin Chuan, the once brilliant saintly disciple of Ling Shu sect, fell into the abyss, becoming the target of criticism and disdain, a laughingstock. His glory and pride turned to dust. And the culprit behind all thighs was physically younger brother Yi Jun. On the surface, he seemed harmless, fragile, and innocent, but in reality, he was a treacherous and venomous white lotus, a master of manipulating minds. In his previous life, Lin Chuan was repeatedly framed and manipulated by Thai's white lotus, played like a pawn, and pushed step by step into Thebes like Edaman. He eventually died with resentment. Fortunately, heaven Hades and granted Lin Chuan her birth. In this life, Hevo stotify fate. Disciple has full and todi probitan collaborated with demons, committing unpardonable sins. I am unworthy of being ja disciple of Ling Shu sect. A master disseverer master disciple relationship and dexam from Ling's sect. Lin Chuan looked calmly at Mo Joshio, the head of Ling Shu sect and his supposed beloved master. In his previous life, his denial and resistance to trag ascending. In this life, he would not explain. Lin Chuan's confession surprised Mo Joshio. He looked at Lin Chuan with astonishment. But soon, Emoji Axia's face darkened area threatening? Threatening? Lin Chuan sneered inwardly. Despair lies in a broken heart. Lin Chuan was an orphan, taken in by his master and made a disciple of Ling Shu sect. Talented and deeply loved by his master, he was highly respected by his junior sisters. At 16, Lin Chuan was appointed as saintly disciple, leading the 3,000 disciples of Ling Shu sect. He was like a star in the firmament, shining brightly. Bound by deep master disciple affection, Lin Chuan regarded his master as a father. Because of this, in his previous life, Lin Chuan always believed that his master had been deceived by Yi Jun's sweet talk. Even after being degraded to a menial disciple, Lin Chuan desperately sought to prove his innocence to his master. But under Yi Jun's careful plotting, it totally backfired. Eventually, his master hated Lin Chuan so much that personally cut off Lin Chuan's limbs. But until the moment of his death, Lin Chuan realized that his master had always known the truth. It was to please Yi Jun that his master had repeatedly and ruthlessly harmed him. Simply because Yi Jun possessed an uncommon saintly constitution, era retellin sin unchin 1,000 years. Such a heartless, unfair, and biased master was not worth having. Thunk. Lin Chuan knelt down, resolute in his words disciplinos tat my sensor gravy and de havono facet remain in Ling Shu sect, please, master, grant my wish. Slap. But as soon as Lin Chuan finished speaking, Mo Juxio flew into origin slapped him. Staring angrily at Lin Chuan, he worry person of Ling's sect in life and August of Ling's sect in death, you want to leave, I disagree. Disagree? Alright then, Ilivi and meown. Lin Chuan didn't want to stay in this sect for Ramam and Langer. In his previous life, he was too naive, always remembering his master's kindness uncompromising everywhere. But in return, Hefasi descalating aggression and pressure. Loveth at shumbles worthless. In this life, Lin Chuan would not give you an inch. From no one, war not allowed to take you a single step out of here, or I will break your legs. After leaving a harsh warning, Moji Uxio turned and left. His master's action was no out of air that Lin Chuan would leave but and Chereth could participate in Ling Shu sect disciple assembly 3 days later. Because in 3 days, his master intended to let Jun public life at Lin Chuan at the assembly and take over the position of saintly disciple with great honor. To elevate Jun, his master had Jonah to great lengths, using Lin Chuan as a stepping stone. Lin Chuan sneered inwardly. How could he let them succeed in this life? Since if that's the case, he might as well stay for 3 more days, collect some interest, and leave a later. Yi Jun. In your previous scheming, it was stabbed throat he heart by emo junior sister, had milim skewed off be master, had he heart and lung store not but second junior sister, my eyes and nose a crush ed but third junior sister, and mayor skewed off and whipped but fourth junior sister, dying miserably. Since heaven has granted meskin life, he will reclaim everything that belongs to him. Blood it's must bear a paid with blood, in this life he will make you pay back 100-fold. Crack. Lynchu anklin chedas fistfists, almost crushing the bones. The overwhelming hatred, anger, and pain in Hishi are turned into strong determination. Habad to avenge his previous life's bloodshed. Soon, Lynchuan cometh on Andrigan discomposure. Since he joined their masters disciples 5 years ago, the master had juvenile the cultivation resources that should have belonged to Lynchuan to Yijun, the 3 junior sisters and disfiance, imo junior sister, also spurred shared Tyrone resources with Yijun. Coupled with Yijun's canny saintly constitution, his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. Plus, Lynchuan had been imprisoned in the Disal prison for 3 years by his master, causing his strength to stagnate. Son his previous life, Lynchuan was defeated by Yijun's disciple assembly and handed over the position of saintly disciple to him. In this life, it wouldn't be so easy for Lynchuan to seek revenge. However, before his death in his previous life, Lynchuan discovered a huge secret hidden within him. With the thought, Lynchuan reved in a vast, endless void of darkness. In his previous life, his weak consciousness had just arrived here and before he could investigate. In this life, everything was clearly presented before him. 3 crimson blood coffins stood in the deadly void of darkness. Burial for humans, immortals, and gods. Blood-red characters were inscribed on the 3 blood coffins, as if written by heaven's own hand. Just on a glance made Lynchuan's soul tremble violently. Above the 3 blood coffins, there was 100 foot tall stone of steel. Inscribed on the stone of steel were 3 bloody, larger characters heaven's tablet. Hanging from heaven's tablet weighs a pin still dripping with blood. 3 blood coffins? Heaven's tablet? A bleeding pin? Was this the cred of his rebirth? As Lynchuan pondered, suddenly. Chapter 2 The Celestial Pen, the Celestial Steel, the Celestial Coffin. The Celestial Pen inscribes the essence of all living beings, the Celestial Steel elucidates the fundamental principles of all things, the Celestial Coffin entombs the myriad gods and demons of the heavens. A profound and ancient voice reverberated, as though traversing the ages, resonating deep within Lynchuan's mind. Simultaneously, the Celestial Steel suddenly radiated with resplendent golden light, engulfing the 9 heavens. A towering ethereal silhouette materialized amidst the blinding brilliance, wielding the Celestial Pen, inscribing 4 grand characters upon the Celestial Steel, Emperor of the North Wilderness. As the 4 characters settled, lines of text rapidly emerged upon the Celestial Steel. Real name Yichen, place of birth North Wilderness, achievements Emperor, life story born into humble beginnings, attained the title of Emperor at 100 years of age, crowned as the Emperor of the North Wilderness. At the age of 10,000, in the most secluded of places, he established the North Wilderness Hall. A century later, the Emperor of the North Wilderness perished and was interred within the North Wilderness Hall. The Emperor of the North Wilderness, Lynchuan's heart quaked with astonishment. As a native of the North Wilderness, how could he be unaware of the Emperor of the North Wilderness? The Emperor, a singular figure in the annals of North Wilderness history, achieved his status 2 millennia ago and fell a millennium ago, living a life of unparalleled glory. Even to this day, the Emperor of the North Wilderness remains a transcendent deity in the hearts of all within the North Wilderness domain. However, the tales of the Emperor are but a whisper among the masses, yet, the Celestial Steel devoted millions of characters to meticulously chronicling the Emperor's life, from birth to demise, detailing every significant event without omission. What astounded Lynchuan the most was that the millions of characters inscribed upon the Celestial Steel were vividly etched into his mind, as if he had witnessed the Emperor's life firsthand. Before Lynchuan could recover from his shock, the text upon the Celestial Steel abruptly vanished. The majestic ethereal figure lifted the Celestial Pen once more and inscribed Great Wilderness Sword Art. Instantly, more lines of text appeared upon the Celestial Steel. Lynchuan's heart surged. The Great Wilderness Sword Art was the culmination of the Emperor's lifelong studies, crafted with immense dedication and effort. Following the Emperor's demise a millennium ago, the Great Wilderness Sword Art was lost to time, leaving a significant regret for the descendants of the North Wilderness. At this moment, the Celestial Steel had transcribed the complete method of the Great Wilderness Sword Art. This method, inscribed in its entirety, was also engraved within Lynchuan's mind, granting him a fleeting grasp of the Great Wilderness Sword Art. Though it was but a fragment of knowledge, Lynchuan was ecstatic, feeling an immense reward. This knowledge was already superior to the strongest technique of Lingshu sect, the 9 swords of Taishu. Just then, the overwhelming golden light dissipated, and the grand ethereal figure faded into nothingness. After a moment's hesitation, Lynchuan approached, his gaze fell upon the Celestial Pen, and he tentatively reached for it. The Celestial Pen offered no resistance and was effortlessly grasped in his hand. The earlier ethereal figure had used the Celestial Pen to inscribe the 4 characters of the Emperor of the North Wilderness, leading to the detailed account of his life, and inscribing the Great Wilderness Sword Art, which materialized on the Celestial Steel. Did this imply that he could also use the Celestial Pen to inscribe a name upon the Celestial Steel to learn about that person's life, inscribe the name of a technique, and he could acquire it? With this thought in mind, Lynchuan wrote 2 characters on the Celestial Steel, Jun. Indeed, the Celestial Steel immediately revealed lines of text: real name, Tang Jun, place of birth, North Wilderness, achievements, transformation into a dragon realm. Life story: born into wealth, cultivated from a young age, possessing extraordinary talent. At the age of 7, his family faced calamity, leading to ruin and becoming a pawn in the Dark Soul Hall's plans, ultimately entering the service of the supreme master of Lingshu sect, Emojo Xiao. The plan succeeded, and he assassinated Emojo Xiao. To be continued. Upon reading this, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow in silence. He finally understood why Yi Jun had repeatedly schemed against him, falsely accusing him of colluding with the demonic faction and casting him into darkness. It turned out that Yi Jun was a member of the Dark Soul Hall. The Dark Soul Hall, infamous as the most nefarious dark force in the North Wilderness, was a scourge to all. A century ago, the top 100 sects of the North Wilderness united to obliterate the Dark Soul Hall. Since then, peace had reigned for 100 years. Little did they know, the Dark Soul Hall had not truly perished. After a century of silence, it had resurfaced, concocting a sinister plan. The so-called Dark Plan involved nurturing talents like Yi Jun, infiltrating the major sects of the North Wilderness to dismantle them from within, ultimately leading to their annihilation. A truly terrifying scheme. Not if the Dark Soul Hall succeeded, the entire North Wilderness would descend into a hellish nightmare. However, Lin Xuan was not concerned with this matter, his sole focus was on vengeance. With a contemplative expression, Lin Xuan realized that the life story of Yi Jun inscribed on the celestial steel concluded at the moment of his own demise in his previous life. This meant that events yet to unfold would not be inscribed upon the celestial steel. It appeared that the celestial steel did not predict the future, yet this was sufficient. The celestial pen inscribes the essence of all living beings. The celestial steel elucidates the fundamental principles of all things truly miraculous. The benefits this bestowed upon Lin Xuan would be immeasurable. Take the Emperor of the North Wilderness, for instance. Now that Lin Xuan understood the Emperor's life, he could glean numerous cultivation experiences from him, akin to acquiring a formidable mentor. Lin Xuan could also seek out the fortuitous locations encountered by the Emperor during his growth, hoping to seize his own opportunities. Furthermore, the Emperor's burial site, the place of his legacy, had also been revealed to Lin Xuan, who could one day claim the inheritance left by the Emperor of the North Wilderness. What a monumental opportunity this was. If one were to expand this scope to encompass all individuals, it would mean that Lin Xuan could acquire the lifelong cultivation experiences and countless opportunities from numerous formidable figures. The mere thought of this set Lin Xuan's heart ablaze with excitement. Indeed, the heavens had not forsaken him, bestowing upon him such an extraordinary opportunity. How could he not seek retribution for the blood-soaked enmity he bore? Aside from the Emperor of the North Wilderness, Lin Xuan also recalled another emperor beyond the North Wilderness, the Ice and Snow Emperor. He raised the celestial pen and prepared to inscribe the 4 characters of the Ice and Snow Emperor upon the celestial steel. However, this time, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The 4 characters of the Ice and Snow Emperor did not manifest upon the celestial steel at all. Out of ink, Lin Xuan glanced at the celestial pen and discovered that the once crimson ink had significantly dulled, though it remained blood red. It should not be incapable of inscribing characters. What could be the cause of this? Lin Xuan pondered, wondering if his current weakness rendered him incapable of uncovering the life story of an existence like the Ice and Snow Emperor. This possibility seemed quite plausible. To validate this hypothesis, Lin Xuan proceeded to inscribe the names of several powerful figures upon the celestial steel. Without exception, none of their names appeared. This led Lin Xuan to ascertain that there were indeed limitations to inscribing names upon the celestial steel, likely contingent on his own realm and strength. Currently, he was merely at the Blood Soul realm. From the refining Qi realm to the Spirit Movement realm, Blood Soul realm, transformation into a Dragon realm, Breaking the Ruins realm, Dharma Image realm, Divine Ability realm, Domain realm, Sovereign realm, and Emperor realm. Perhaps names of those who surpassed the transformation into a Dragon realm could not be inscribed? Lin Xuan then tried writing his master's name, and indeed, his master's name manifested. His master was at the transformation into a Dragon realm. However, after inscribing his master's name, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow at the celestial pen. The color of the pen's tip had dulled even further, likely reduced to a mere third of its original vibrancy. If this trend continued, would it mean that he could only write one more time before the celestial pen became unusable? A total of only 3 opportunities? That seemed implausible. If there were only 3 opportunities, then such a great fortune would be rendered virtually meaningless. Perhaps there was a time limit, allowing for a maximum of 3 uses per day? Or perhaps there were ways to increase the number of uses. Setting aside such musings for now, Lin Xuan decided to exhaust the current opportunities. He resolved to test a technique. Raising the celestial pen, he inscribed upon the celestial steel, Qingyang 9 swords. This was the strongest sword technique of the Qingjian sect, one of the top 10 sects of the North Wilderness, ranking among the top 3 sword techniques in the region. Instantly, the celestial steel revealed the method of the Qingyang 9 swords. Simultaneously, the technique was engraved in Lin Xuan's mind, allowing him to grasp the Qingyang 9 swords almost entirely in a heartbeat. The celestial steel could function in such a manner, as long as he inscribed a technique upon it, he could instantly comprehend it. Did this mean that he would no longer need to cultivate techniques in the future? Regrettably, the ink of the celestial pen had run dry, preventing any further inscriptions. Otherwise, if he could write down a few more techniques, just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Chapter 3. The bonds have been severed, your indifference shall lead to my detachment. As Lin Xuan gazed at Imo Shimi standing at the door, an indescribable pain surged within him. It is often said that those we love the most are capable of inflicting the deepest wounds, and indeed, this holds true. If one were to consider who has caused Lin Xuan the most profound suffering, it would not be the scheming junior disciple Yi Jun, who has consistently plotted against him to usurp everything he held dear. Nor would it be his master, who has callously thrust him into the abyss, nor even the 3 ungrateful junior sisters. No, it is Imo Shimi who has truly pierced his heart. Lin Xuan and Imo Shimi were once childhood friends, inseparable companions. On the day Lin Xuan was proclaimed the holy son of Lingshu sect, her father, Emojo Xiao, the very master of Lin Xuan, announced their betrothal, binding their fates in a joyous union. Lin Xuan cherished Imo Shimi as his very life, and she declared him to be her one true love. However, everything changed with the arrival of Yi Jun 5 years ago. Upon entering the sect, Yi Jun, driven by an obsessive desire, swiftly ensnared the hearts of their master and the others with his various manipulative tactics. The affection that once flourished for Lin Xuan was entirely redirected to Yi Jun, who became the center of their universe, receiving unparalleled adoration while Lin Xuan was cast aside. Under Yi Jun's insidious influence, they gradually distanced themselves from Lin Xuan, ultimately harboring animosity towards him. Lin Xuan had felt jealousy and had contested their affections, yet he was met only with scorn. As the elder brother, you must set an example and care for the junior disciple. Perhaps you should allocate your cultivation resources to Yi Jun, they insisted. He is our junior brother, what harm is there in caring for him, they questioned, is it not rather narrow-minded of you to oppose this? Lin Xuan, why do you persist in misunderstanding my relationship with Yi Jun? Imo Shimi would plead, his background is tragic, his character fragile, yet he is so kind and understanding. Should I not look after him for your sake, must you be so petty? In the face of such relentless pressure, Lin Xuan ceased to resist. Time and again, it was evident to all that Yi Jun was at fault, yet the blame was invariably cast upon Lin Xuan. Every word from Yi Jun was taken at face value, and the unwavering favoritism of their master only emboldened Yi Jun's malicious schemes against Lin Xuan, which grew increasingly ruthless, haunting him like a nightmare. Brother, are you still angry with me? Please, do not be upset, Imo Shimi cooed, employing her customary tactics to appease him. In a previous life, Lin Xuan had easily succumbed to her charms, her every pout would dissolve even the deepest of his grievances. But this time, Lin Xuan remained impassive, his gaze towards Imo Shimi cold and unyielding. Her unexpected reaction left Imo Shimi bewildered. For years, her elder brother had never treated her in such a manner. Brother, I have come to seek your forgiveness. What more do you desire? Should I not apologize once more? Please, do not remain angry, or I shall truly ignore you, she implored, unleashing her ultimate weapon, confident that it would compel him to relent. Yet this time, Imo Shimi miscalculated. Lin Xuan, unfazed, replied simply, then do not bother. What? Her confusion was palpable, as though struck by a thunderbolt. After a prolonged moment of shock, she pouted, brother, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Please, do not be angry, I shall reward you. The reward she spoke of amounted to nothing more than holding hands, a brief embrace, or perhaps a gentle kiss on the cheek, her ultimate tactic to manipulate Lin Xuan. As she reached out to grasp his hand, he deftly evaded her touch, leaving her rooted in place. Stunned ever since Yi Jun's arrival, Imo Shimi had gradually drifted away from Lin Xuan. 3 years prior, when Lin Xuan apprehended Yi Jun for the heinous act of grave robbery, it was Yi Jun who deftly turned the tables and implicated Lin Xuan, leading to his unjust imprisonment. Despite Lin Xuan's desperate pleas for vindication, even Imo Shimi remained steadfast in her belief in Yi Jun's innocence. Brother, how could you commit such a heinous act? You have made a grave mistake. Kneel and confess. I shall plead with our father for leniency, she admonished. Why are you so obstinate? The evidence is irrefutable, how can you dare to deny it? Yi Jun would never lie to wrong you. This was the same Imo Shimi who had once vowed never to marry anyone but him. After Lin Xuan was cast into the dark dungeon, Imo Shimi visited him only once, not out of concern, but merely to pressure him into confessing his supposed misdeeds. In a past life, Lin Xuan's steadfast pride had led to his refusal to yield, resulting in Imo Shimi's cold declaration, brother, you are beyond redemption. Both Yi Jun and I have pleaded with our father to release you if only you would admit your fault. You have squandered his goodwill, and now I shall no longer concern myself with you. True to her word, she never returned, abandoning him for 3 long years. Not even a loyal dog would display such callousness, let alone a childhood companion. After a moment of contemplation, Imo Shimi finally regained her composure, biting her lip in determination as she presented a small jade box to Lin Xuan. Brother, I realize my absence these past 3 years has hurt you. I am sorry, inside is a premium blood chi pill I begged from my father to aid in your recovery. With that, she thrust the jade box into his hands and turned to leave. Lin Xuan regarded the precious pill in his palm, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. Imo Shimi's intentions were far from altruistic. The pill was laced with poison. In a previous life, Lin Xuan had been utterly naive, believing her concern to be genuine, and thus had consumed the tainted pill. At the disciples' gathering 3 days later, he had barely mustered the strength to confront Yi Jun before the poison took effect, leaving him utterly defenseless and resulting in a crushing defeat. That battle catapulted Yi Jun to fame, allowing him to ascend to the position of Holy Son of Lingshu sect, all at Lin Xuan's expense. What shattered Lin Xuan the most was Imo Shimi's public announcement of their severed engagement, followed by her declaration of a lifelong commitment to Yi Jun, revealing that she was with child. In that moment, Lin Xuan felt as though the ground beneath him had crumbled. It was then he grasped the full extent of Imo Shimi's betrayal. For all those years, he had never even kissed her, yet Yi Jun had reaped the rewards of his loyalty. Not only had Imo Shimi betrayed him, but their master had also openly sanctioned this union, while the 3 junior sisters hastened to extend their congratulations, casting Lin Xuan as the jester in this tragic farce. How ludicrous and sorrowful it was. Ultimately, the most tragic irony was that their master and the others met a grim fate at Yi Jun's hands, including the unborn child within Imo Shimi. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xuan crushed the blood chi pill in his hand, his eyes ablaze with a chilling, vengeful light. Imo Shimi, in my past life, I cherished you above all, only to be met with your treachery, culminating in a heart-wrenching betrayal. In this lifetime, the bonds are severed, your indifference shall lead to my detachment. Only through enduring profound anguish can one attain true enlightenment. In his previous life, Lin Xuan's unwavering loyalty and kindness had led to his utter downfall. This time, he vowed to be more ruthless and unyielding than ever before. To walk the path of his enemies was to leave them with no avenue for escape. With 3 days remaining, he resolved to dedicate himself to his training. Lin Chuan entered his conscious space, immersing himself in the study of the Heavenly Dao brush and Heavenly Dao monument, attempting to unlock the mysteries of the 3 Heavenly Dao coffins. However, he found himself unable to approach them, forcing him to set that pursuit aside. The priority now lay in enhancing his strength. Presently, Lin Chuan's cultivation was at the 2nd level of Blood-Soul realm. Had it not been for the resources that should have been his, which were instead siphoned off to Yi Jun by their master over the past 5 years, he undoubtedly would have reached at least the 5th level of Blood-Soul realm by now. As the holy son of Lingshu sect and the eldest disciple, Lin Chuan was a prodigious talent, his cultivation speed unmatched within the sect. He had achieved a breakthrough to the Blood-Soul realm 5 years ago, becoming the youngest in a century to do so. Even among the vast expanse of the northern wilderness, he stood as an exceptional figure. Yet, ever since Yi Jun entered the sect 5 years ago, he had been deprived of any cultivation resources and imprisoned for 3 years. During this time, he had only managed to advance a single level, rendering his progress nearly stagnant, all thanks to Yi Jun. Ironically, others perceived Lin Chuan's fall from grace as the decline of a once great genius. Everyone now extolled Yi Jun, who, it must be acknowledged, possessed cultivation talent that rivaled Lin Chuan's. A year prior, Yi Jun had broken through to the Blood-Soul realm, shattering Lin Chuan's records and emerging as the most illustrious prodigy of Lingshu sect. Lin Chuan's former title as the strongest genius was now claimed by Yi Jun. With his thoughts gathered, Lin Chuan commenced his cultivation. As the great wilderness sword technique flowed through him, he was instantly taken aback by the surge of power within. The technique was now deeply etched in his mind, having become an intrinsic part of him. The moment he activated the technique, a torrent of overwhelming sword chi erupted, filling his being and igniting his blood with fervor. Within the Blood-Soul realm, one refines their very essence and spirit. Under the influence of the great wilderness sword technique, Lin Chuan's entire essence was fully awakened, igniting a blazing inferno within him. In such a state, his strength was rapidly honed at an astonishing rate, thousands, even tens of thousands of times more effective than his regular training. Elated, Lin Chuan recognized the formidable nature of the great wilderness sword technique, a supreme technique of ancient emperors. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao monument had inscribed the technique directly into his mind, allowing him to reap the fruits of his labor with unprecedented efficiency. In less than an hour, Lin Chuan achieved a breakthrough. He had ascended to the 3rd level of Blood-Soul realm. A long-awaited breakthrough. Excellent, onward. Chapter 4. Come, ascend the arena, let us engage in a contest. Yi Jun's residence. Mo Shimi nestled closely in Yi Jun's embrace, resembling a delicate bird. Sister Mo, there is truly no need for you to poison the senior brother. I possess the confidence to triumph over him, Yi Jun remarked lightly, his hands idly caressing Mo Shimi's impressive form. However, Mo Shimi replied, even if senior brother is not your match, I cannot permit him to so much as lay a finger on you. He must consume the poison for absolute certainty. Yi Jun grinned mischievously at Mo Shimi, saying, Sister Mo, you are quite wicked, and I find it delightful. If senior brother were to discover that his fiancée E is currently cradled in my arms, do you think he would go mad? Unfazed, Mo Shimi retorted, let him go mad. In 3 days, I shall dissolve my engagement with senior brother and openly be with you, Yi Jun. Has the master consented? Yi Jun inquired. You are now a dragon of the 9 heavens, while senior brother is but a worm of the earth. The disparity between you is immense. My father has no reason to refuse. A sly, malevolent smile curved Yi Jun's lips. Meanwhile, after half a day's cultivation, Lin Chuan made another breakthrough, the 4th level of the Blood-Soul realm. In a mere half-day, he had ascended 2 minor realms, an astonishingly rapid pace that was truly terrifying. Ordinarily, one might expect to advance a single minor realm over the course of a year, which would be considered exceptional. Lin Chuan himself had taken 5 years to achieve just 1 minor advancement, yet, within this brief half-day, he had surged through 2 levels. However, upon reaching the 4th level of the Blood-Soul realm, Lin Chuan distinctly felt his cultivation speed slow considerably. Future breakthroughs would undoubtedly be far more challenging, though still quicker than his usual pace. He continued to cultivate, losing himself in a state of utter absorption, oblivious to the passage of time. On the 3rd day, Lin Chuan achieved yet another breakthrough with the 5th level of the Blood-Soul realm. He recalled that Yi Jun was at the 4th level now, in terms of both realm and technique, he could easily overwhelm Yi Jun. It should be foolproof, time was of the essence, so Lin Chuan ceased his cultivation. However, if he could master another formidable technique, it would be even better. 3 days had passed, he wondered how the Heavenly Dao pen was faring. Lin Chuan's consciousness once again entered the realm of dark void. To his disappointment, the tip of the Heavenly Dao pen bore only a faint red hue, insufficient to inscribe characters upon the Heavenly Dao steel. In 3 days, it had manifested but a subtle red. At this rate, it would likely take at least a month to produce the ink necessary for a single inscription. This implied that the Heavenly Dao pen might only offer an opportunity once a month. If that were the case, it was not entirely unfavorable. A month is not an excessively long duration. Since the Heavenly Dao pen was temporarily unable to write, Lin Chuan could only resign himself to this fact. Just as Lin Chuan's consciousness withdrew, someone arrived at his door, his second junior sister, Lu Yunqi. From a young age, Lu Yunqi had idolized Lin Chuan, trailing behind him like a devoted shadow, calling him senior brother incessantly. Anyone who dared to speak ill of him would find her wrathful. She had even claimed more than once that she would gladly die at his command. However, everything changed with Yi Jun's arrival. The admiration in Lu Yunqi's gaze had vanished, replaced by disdain and contempt. Hurry, senior brother, the disciples' assembly is about to commence, Lu Yunqi urged impatiently. Lin Chuan showed no hesitation and immediately stepped outside. His confident demeanor prompted Lu Yunqi to cast him a curious glance. After a moment's thought, she couldn't help but warn him, "Senior brother, you must understand the master's intentions in having you participate in the assembly. The position of Saint Sun is undoubtedly reserved for Yi Jun. You have no right to contend for it. I hope you will be wise enough to concede gracefully." Lin Chuan shot a cold glance at Lu Yunqi, his expression calm as he replied, "The word surrender does not exist in my vocabulary." Lu Yunqi's anger flared as she retorted, "Senior brother, do not be foolish. Your collusion with the demonic faction is a grave sin deserving of death. The master has shown you leniency, and you should be grateful. Although the junior disciple's strength may surpass yours, if you resist excessively and harm him in any way, do not blame me for being unkind." In a previous life, Lin Chuan had refused to concede as Lu Yunqi wished, and in a fit of rage, she had stabbed him with her sword. The searing pain of that memory remained vivid. For the sake of junior disciple Yi Jun, Lu Yunqi was indeed capable of anything. Tragically, she ultimately met her demise at Yi Jun's hands. It was only as Yi Jun's sword pierced her heart that she looked at him in disbelief, hysterically questioning why Lin Chuan was disinclined to engage in further discourse. Soon, he arrived at the cultivation square. The annual disciples' assembly was the most bustling day for the Lingshu sect, with 3,000 disciples gathered and elders making their appearances. In the past, Lin Chuan's entrance would have been met with respectful acclaim. Now, however, he was met with avoidance, derision, and whispered critiques. Having lived a second life, Lin Chuan was unfazed by their scorn. After all, these individuals would ultimately fall to Yi Jun's hand. Imo Shimi approached, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Senior brother, is your injury fully healed?" Lin Chuan feigned nonchalance, remarking, "Having consumed the blood chi pill you provided, I am now nearly restored." Upon hearing this, Imo Shimi's heart soared with joy. "That's wonderful, truly wonderful," she repeated. At that moment, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Yi Jun had arrived. As he made his entrance, he was hoisted high by the throng, his popularity eclipsing Lin Chuan's past glory, a bitter irony indeed. Yi Jun approached Lin Chuan amidst the adulation. "Senior brother, I know you still harbor resentment over the events of 3 years ago. However, you should not have allied with the demonic faction, committing taboos that tarnish the reputation of our Lingshu sect. If you truly despise me, then today, in front of the 3,000 disciples, defeat me openly, unleashing your anger upon me, rather than sinking into depravity and inviting scorn from all." Yi Jun adopted a didactic tone. Slap. But before Yi Jun could finish, Lin Chuan delivered a resounding slap across his face. A booming voice erupted from Lin Chuan. "When did it become the junior disciple's place to lecture the senior brother? Are you so forgetful of your own status?" The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Had the senior brother gone mad, fallen into darkness? Indeed, he must have succumbed to madness to dare such an affront. Imo Shimi's heart ached for her junior disciple, while Lu Yunqi seethed with anger, poised to confront Lin Chuan. Before Lu Yunqi could act, Lin Chuan boldly challenged Yi Jun. "Yi Jun, do you not wish to defeat me before the 3,000 disciples of Lingshu sect? Do you not desire to step upon my back to ascend? Come, ascend the arena, let us engage in a contest." In his previous life, Lin Chuan had always existed in Yi Jun's shadow. In this life, he would tear Yi Jun apart, repaying old grievances 100-fold. At that moment, Imo Joshio strode forth, accompanied by several elders. Chapter 5 of the Arena Battle, a redemption of past humiliation. Imo Joshio cast a solemn and cold glance at Lin Chuan. The elders of the Lingshu sect regarded Lin Chuan with disdain, their faces twisted in loathing. Little did they realize that not long ago, these very elders had affectionately called him Xiao Chuan, cherishing him as the future of the Lingshu sect. Yet now, their demeanor had shifted entirely, revealing the cruel nature of societal change. However, in this life, Lin Chuan remained unfazed by their sentiments. Mo Joshio's authoritative voice resonated. "You have repeatedly transgressed the sect's rules, a grave offense indeed, deserving of severe punishment. Yet, out of respect for our master-disciple bond, I shall grant you one chance today. 3 years ago, your heinous crime led to the forfeiture of your position as Holy Son, leaving the title vacant for 3 long years. Today, during our disciple conference, we shall select a new Holy Son. According to sect regulations, the newly appointed Holy Son must challenge the former one in combat to determine superiority. Only by defeating the previous Holy Son can the new one officially claim the title. You must perform well today, do not disappoint your master." Lin Chuan inwardly scoffed. The so-called perform well merely implied he should lose gracefully to his junior brother, Yi Jun. In his previous life, he had lost, but not in a sufficiently impressive manner, inciting his master's wrath. Had it not been for Yi Jun's feigned intercession, Lin Chuan would have been struck down on the spot. In this life, he was determined to put on a show. With an impassive expression, Lin Chuan replied to Imo Joshio, "Thank you, master, for granting me this opportunity. I shall certainly perform to the best of my abilities." He emphasized the words "perform well" with chilling intensity. Imo Joshio shot Lin Chuan a warning glance, its meaning unmistakable. Under the enthusiastic adoration of the other disciples, Yi Jun ascended the arena first. In that moment, he was the embodiment of public favor, the expected successor to the Holy Son of the Lingshu sect. Who else could rival Yi Jun in this contest? Bathed in radiant light, he resembled a youthful monarch commanding the heavens. Yi Jun was a dragon of the 9 skies, while Lin Chuan was but a worm in the earth. An undeniable chasm separated them. Lin Chuan approached the arena with a stoic demeanor. His junior sister, Lu Yunqi, unreservedly issued a warning. "Elder brother, do not forget what I previously advised you." Lin Chuan merely raised an icy eyebrow, not bothering to meet her gaze. "Elder brother, please be careful," Imo Shimi said, her face marred with concern. Had she stopped there, Lin Chuan might have felt a flicker of gratitude. However, she continued, "Do not harm junior brother Yi Jun." At her insipid words, Lin Chuan nearly laughed in disbelief. With a cold smirk, he replied, "Rest assured, Mo Shimmy, I will not injure a single hair on your precious junior brother Yi Jun." Not a hair, indeed, he intended to do far worse. Standing upon the arena, Lin Chuan faced the confident and proud figure of Yi Jun. In his previous life, he had suffered a devastating defeat at Yi Jun's hands. At this time, he was resolute in trampling Yi Jun beneath his feet, eager to see if he still possessed the audacity to claim the title of Holy Son. Elder brother Yi Jun began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Chuan's forceful retort, "Spare me the pleasantries. Let us commence without delay." He had no desire to endure the nauseating charade of false politeness again. Yi Jun regarded Lin Chuan with an odd expression, but before he could ponder further, Lin Chuan launched himself forward, closing the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yi Jun. The suddenness of the attack caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yi Jun furrowed his brow, astonished by Lin Chuan's speed. Wasn't he nearly at the second level of Blood Soul Realm? How could he move so swiftly? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. In a hurried reaction, Yi Jun attempted to block Lin Chuan's strike, but it was futile. Bang! Lin Chuan's fist connected solidly with Yi Jun, sending him stumbling backward for several meters before he regained his footing. This spectacle rendered the crowd utterly speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. How could Lin Chuan, a mere second-level Blood Soul Realm practitioner, possibly drive back Yi Jun, who was at the fourth level? "How dare you harm junior brother?" Lu Yunqi seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. Mo Shimmy's eyes blazed with fury. Yi Jun regarded Lin Chuan with a strange look. He had anticipated effortlessly overpowering his elder brother, intent on stepping up with grandeur, yet, the unexpected turn of events left him rattled. Mo Joshiao's voice rang out, "Yi Jun, today is your proving ground for the position of Holy Son of the Lingshu sect. Cast aside all hesitation and engage in a fair battle with your elder brother Lin Chuan." Simultaneously, he admonished Lin Chuan sternly. "Lin Chuan, if you wish to fight, do so honorably against your junior brother Yi Jun. Do not resort to such despicable tactics." At this rebuke, the disciples of the Lingshu sect erupted in outrage, many pointing accusing fingers at Lin Chuan and hurling insults. As the former Holy Son, to employ such underhanded methods against his junior brother was deemed utterly shameless and disgraceful. Unfazed by the vitriol directed at him, Lin Chuan maintained his composure. This time, he graciously gestured for Yi Jun to proceed. Having learned his lesson from the earlier encounter, Yi Jun was resolute, prepared to give his all. "Elder brother, forgive the offense," Yi Jun said, playing the role of the virtuous disciple convincingly. With that, a formidable ancient sword emanating potent sword energy appeared in his grasp. With the sword in hand, Yi Jun's aura transformed, exuding overwhelming power. At just 19, as a fourth-level practitioner of the Blood Soul Realm, he was a rarity even in the vast expanse of the North Wasteland. Lin Chuan's gaze fell upon the sword Yi Jun wielded, the Taisu sword, one of the three revered treasures of the Lingshu sect, a symbol of authority. The Taisu sword was reserved for the Holy Son and the sect master alone, and it was rightfully Lin Chuan's, yet now it was held by the yet-to-be officially appointed Yi Jun, revealing the extent of Mo Joshiao's favoritism. In his previous life, Yi Jun had used the Taisu sword to inflict numerous wounds upon Lin Chuan. In this life, he would repay every scar in kind. Suddenly, Yi Jun unleashed the sword, a dazzling array of sword energy erupting from the Taisu sword, forming a formidable sword formation that surged toward Lin Chuan with devastating intent. The very air trembled as the sword struck, a manifestation of the Lingshu sect's most potent sword technique, the Taisu 9 swords, bolstered by the Taisu sword. The power of this strike reached astonishing heights. The disciples of the Lingshu sect gazed at Yi Jun in awe, marveling at his youthful prowess in mastering the Taisu 9 swords to such an extraordinary degree. Truly, he was a prodigy of unparalleled talent. With this sword unleashed, Lin Chuan was certain to face defeat, yet, an unexpected twist unfolded. Lin Chuan, too, executed the Taisu 9 swords, his power eclipsing Yi Jun's. In the fleeting moment of their clash, Yi Jun's Taisu sword was wrested from his grasp. With the Taisu sword now in Lin Chuan's possession, his mastery of the Taisu 9 sword surged to new heights. A relentless barrage of sword energy struck Yi Jun, leaving him battered and bloodied, his white robe stained crimson, transformed into a ghastly sight. This shocking scene rendered the onlookers utterly speechless, their eyes glued to the arena in disbelief. Chapter 6. I killed him, but merely like slaughtering a dog. Yi Jun has been defeated, utterly humiliated? How can this be possible? The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone found this outcome hard to believe. Yi Jun was the most dazzling genius of the Lingshu sect, having already reached the fourth level of Blood Soul Realm. Yet, Lin Chuan was supposedly only at the second level of Blood Soul Realm, was he not? No, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly rang out. He is not at the second level of Blood Soul Realm, but at the fifth level. What? The fifth level of Blood Soul Realm? How can this be? Lin Chuan had been imprisoned in the dark cell for 3 years, enduring torment without any resources for cultivation. His realm should have stagnated. If, under such conditions, Lin Chuan could still cultivate to the fifth level of Blood Soul Realm, that would be extraordinarily monstrous. Mo Joshiao glared at Lin Chuan with a cold, sinister expression, his heart filled with confusion. Just 3 days prior, he had thoroughly checked Lin Chuan's condition and confirmed that he was only at the second level of Blood Soul Realm, and was also heavily injured, posing no threat to Yi Jun whatsoever. Yet, how could it be that just 3 short days later, Lin Chuan's realm had reached the fifth level of Blood Soul Realm, his power so formidable that he utterly crushed Yi Jun? What was initially an assured victory was now torn to shreds by Lin Chuan. Senior brother, you truly court death, how dare you? Second junior sister Lu Yunqi said, gritting her teeth in anger. She had clearly warned her senior brother, yet he dared to ignore her. Mo junior sister muttered to herself, senior brother clearly consumed that blood chi pill, how could it not have backfired? Second junior sister Lu Yunqi angrily retorted, need I say more? Senior brother deceived you, he must have sensed your intent to poison him. Ah, Mo junior sister looked at Lu Yunqi in shock, her composure faltering. Senior brother suspects me? Lu Yunqi glanced at Mo junior sister and coldly scoffed. What is there to fear? Let him suspect. What is the big deal? Regardless, Mo junior sister, you must confront senior brother today. Rest assured, even if senior brother can defeat junior brother, master will never spare him. Mo junior sister pondered for a moment, her expression resolute as she nodded. The 3,000 disciples of Lingshu sect began to murmur amongst themselves. Wasn't he had said that senior brother had fallen from grace, his cultivation stagnated, yet here he was, still the invincible senior brother. Indeed, hadn't he had been said that Jijun was the holy body of the great path, a dragon of the 9 heavens, an unparalleled figure, how could he be so thoroughly beaten by senior brother? Senior brother has colluded with the demonic clan. It must be due to his demonic powers that his strength has surged. Yes, it must be so, otherwise, how could he possibly match Yijun? I actually lost? Yijun clearly could not accept this outcome. His plan to ascend to power by stepping on senior brother should have been foolproof, yet unexpectedly Lin Chuan glanced at the Taishu sword in his hand, a mocking expression on his face as he addressed Yijun. Junior brother, you cannot even hold the Taishu sword steady, how can you claim to be the holy son of Lingshu sect, seeking to ascend by stepping on me? You are rather hasty. With that, Lin Chuan casually tossed the Taishu sword at Yijun's feet, regarding it as something unworthy of his possession. Why Yijun's expression darkened to an extreme, he simply could not comprehend why senior brother's strength was so formidable. Ever since he became Master's disciple, he had plotted against senior brother, suppressing him at every turn, seizing all his cultivation resources, and framing him to be imprisoned for 3 years. After such a series of maneuvers, even the most monstrous genius should have been rendered useless, yet senior brother remained unfathomably powerful. Disobedient disciple. Mo Joshiao's furious voice rang out as he swiftly ascended the stage. He quickly retrieved a pill and had Yijun consume it, his face filled with concern as he watched Yijun after taking the pill. Yijun's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Yijun, the White Lotus, immediately began his performance, wearing a face of guilt and self-reproach as he addressed Mo Joshiao. I am sorry, master. I am incompetent, inferior to senior brother. I am unworthy of succeeding the position of holy son of Lingshu sect. I implore master to retract the command and allow senior brother to continue as our holy son. With this display of humility, he aimed to garner sympathy. Mo Joshiao immediately dismissed him. Nonsense, the position of holy son of Lingshu sect is no trivial matter, that Lin Chuan, the disobedient disciple, is unworthy of the position. It is a mercy that I have not killed him. Our holy son must possess both virtue and talent, and who else but you, Yijun? Upon hearing Mo Joshiao's words, the elders and disciples echoed their agreement, asserting that the position of holy son rightfully belonged to Yijun. As for Lin Chuan, how could he be considered? Yet Yijun hesitated, saying, but master, according to the sect's rules, a disciple must defeat senior brother to rightfully assume the position of holy son. Before Yijun could finish, Mo Joshio interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The rules are but dead letters. People are alive. This is merely a minor incident that cannot alter the outcome. With that, Mo Joshio glared at Lin Chuan with fury, reprimanding him fiercely. A disobedient disciple, how dare you employ demonic powers to injure Yijun? Do you believe this will hinder Yijun's ascension to the position of holy son? 3 years in the dark cell have not quelled your demonic nature. I have already shown you enough mercy. Since you remain unrepentant, I shall have no choice but to strip you of all your cultivation. Lin Chuan scoffed coldly in response. What a display of mercy, what a righteous act of severing familial ties. Without waiting for Mo Joshio to act, Lin Chuan retorted, master, do you not know in your heart whether I have killed Elder Sholing, seized the sect's treasures, colluded with the demonic clan, or employed demonic powers? Is it not shameful for you to feign such righteous indignation? To fabricate accusations without basis is but a reflection of your selfishness and abuse of power as the sect leader. If the Lingshu sect is to be run by someone as biased and heartless as you, I fear our sect is not far from destruction. Bold, outrageous. Lin Chuan's words sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. Glares of fury pierced through Lin Chuan like sharp blades. How dared he speak so recklessly? Mo Joshio's face turned a deep shade of green with rage, and he raised his hand, poised to strike Lin Chuan, yet ultimately hesitated. Mo Joshio's eyes were dark and cold as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chuan. He knew all too well that Lin Chuan was not responsible for those deeds. However, having chosen this path, there was no turning back. Once the bow was drawn, there was no returning arrow. Thus, Mo Joshio steeled his heart to strike Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan had anticipated his master's intention, and before Mo Joshio could make a move, he continued, master, I understand your desire for junior brother to ascend by stepping on me. However, I must apologize, this world is one that values strength. Though junior brother is the holy body of the great path, a peerless genius, he is still far from my equal. Killing him would be no more than slaughtering a dog. I am no longer the heir of Lingshu sect. You may choose whomever you wish for the position of holy son, and I shall raise no objections. But if you wish to ascend by stepping on me, then please, demonstrate your strength. With that, Lin Chuan shot a provocative glance at Yijun and added, if junior brother feels aggrieved, feel free to continue the fight. If you can sever even a single hair from my head, I shall consider it a loss. How does that sound? Yijun to the crowd. Chapter 7. Breaking the engagement. No, I seek a divorce. Arrogance, truly, it is the height of arrogance. The usually humble and obedient Lin Chuan has transformed into such a brazen figure. Mo Joshio, filled with fury, glared at Lin Chuan, his face darkening with rage. You ungrateful disciple, how dare you? Lin Chuan argued back with reasoning, master, did you not instruct your disciple to perform well? I have acted in accordance with your wishes. I fail to see where I have erred. Mo Jiaoshao was instantly rendered speechless. Was that truly his intention? Eldest senior brother, if you dare harm the junior brother, how could I possibly let you off? The second junior sister, Lu Yunxi, furiously lunged at Lin Xuan with her sword. In the previous life, Lin Xuan had inadvertently grazed Yi Jun's arm during a battle, inciting Lu Yunxi's wrath to the extent that she plunged her sword into Lin Xuan's chest, leaving him bedridden for 3 months. The excruciating pain was still vividly etched in his memory. In this life, would Lin Xuan be foolish enough to allow the second junior sister to injure him again? Swiftly, Lin Xuan seized Lu Yunxi's sword, preventing the attack. Before she could react, he effortlessly flung her back several steps. Once Lu Yunxi regained her balance, she stared at Lin Xuan in disbelief. The eldest senior brother, who had doted on her since childhood and had never raised his voice, was actually striking at her today? A wave of inexplicable grievance surged within her, a mix of resentment and anger directed at Lin Xuan. How dare he treat her this way? Lin Xuan coldly admonished Lu Yunxi's second junior sister. I have always indulged and cherished you, yet that does not grant you the right to repeatedly insult and harm me, nor to aid Yi Jun in plotting against me. Even a dog raised for 3 days knows gratitude, yet a person raised for 3 years is worse than a dog. However, Lu Yunxi remained unrepentant. But Yi Jun is our junior brother. I shall not allow anyone to harm him, not even you, eldest senior brother. Such a person was beyond redemption, utterly foolish. Lu Yunxi, who protected Yi Jun the most fiercely, ended up being the one most grievously hurt by him. In the previous life, even until her dying moment, she fought to defend Yi Jun. Eldest senior brother, your actions today are truly excessive. An indignant voice of reproach emerged from Mo junior sister. With a furious glare aimed at Lin Xuan, she exclaimed, Yi Jun is our junior brother, how could you inflict such harm upon him? You are no longer the saint's son. Why do you obstruct junior brother Yi Jun from taking up the position of saint's son? Eldest senior brother, it appears you have truly lost your way. Your thoughts have turned so sinister and malicious. You should kneel and apologize to junior brother Yi Jun. Perhaps there remains a sliver of hope for redemption. You want me to kneel and apologize to Yi Jun? Lin Xuan was immediately amused by Mo junior sister's audacity. A woman who has changed her heart is truly incomprehensible. In the previous life, after being stabbed by the second junior sister, Mo junior sister had insisted he kneel and apologize to Yi Jun. In this life, Lin Xuan would not allow such a scenario to unfold again. Mo junior sister persisted. Yes, I demand you kneel and apologize to junior brother Yi Jun. And if I refuse? Then I shall never acknowledge you again, and when the time comes, even if you kneel and beg, it will be of no consequence. You have harmed junior brother Yi Jun, thus, you must kneel and apologize. The position of saint son of Lingshu sect belongs to junior brother Yi Jun. What right do you have to obstruct him? Eldest senior brother, I hope you cease your delusions. Mo junior sister spoke with unyielding conviction. The second junior sister, Lu Yunxi, quickly chimed in, yes, eldest senior brother, you must kneel and apologize to junior brother Yi Jun, otherwise, I too shall ignore you and no longer refer to you as my brother, severing all ties. Although Master Mo Jiaoshao did not speak, his cold, furious gaze served as a final warning to Lin Xuan. The White Lotus, Yi Jun, looked at Lin Xuan with a triumphant expression, yet spoke, eldest senior brother must still be angry with me, hence the injury he inflicted upon me. I do not hold it against him, how could I demand that he kneel and apologize? Mo junior sister, filled with compassion, addressed Yi Jun. Junior brother Yi Jun, you are too soft-hearted, allowing eldest senior brother to take advantage. How can you still defend him after he has hurt you so? Today, he must kneel and apologize. The thousands of disciples and elders of Lingshu sect rallied together, demanding Lin Xuan kneel and apologize. The crowd was incensed, a wave of disdain sweeping through them. In such a situation, had this been the previous life, Lin Xuan's psyche would have undoubtedly shattered, yet in this life, would he care in the slightest? Lin Xuan smiled, unfazed. The interest owed by Yi Jun had been collected, now it was time for Mo junior sister to pay. Mo junior sister, he declared, have you forgotten that I, Lin Xuan, am your betrothed? Is there truly a woman in this world who would have her fiancé kneel to another man in apology? Startled by Lin Xuan's sudden cold reprimand, Mo junior sister stammered in panic, but you have done wrong, in the arena, swords and blades are blind. Is it not inevitable that someone gets hurt? Our Lingshu sect has not decreed that the incumbent saint's son must lose to the newly appointed one, has it? Junior brother Yi Jun's skills are beneath mine. What concern is that of mine? Mo junior sister was left speechless, struggling for a retort. After a long pause, she managed to blurt out, but you cannot harm junior brother Yi Jun. Before she could finish, Lin Xuan interjected, because you have already shifted your affections and betrayed me, is that why you go to such lengths to protect junior brother Yi Jun? What? The moment those words escaped his lips, Mo junior sister felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Although the original plan had been to make this matter public today, being exposed by eldest senior brother ahead of time caught her completely off guard, leaving her momentarily at a loss. In her fluster, Mo junior sister hastily protested, eldest senior brother, you were speaking nonsense, how could I betray you, I yumph. Lin Xuan sneered, producing the blood essence pill he had crushed previously and presenting it to Mo junior sister, explain why you offered me a poisoned blood essence pill, or else. Upon seeing the crushed pill in Lin Xuan's hand, Mo junior sister's expression grew alarmed, this is a misunderstanding, eldest senior brother. A misunderstanding? Lin Xuan pointed to Mo junior sister's abdomen, is it also a misunderstanding that you carry Yi Jun's child? What? The moment those words were uttered, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Mo Zhao's expression darkened to an extreme, his gaze filled with fury as he glared at Lin Xuan. Mo Jr.'s sister, on the other hand, turned pale, rendered speechless. Yi Jun, who had remained composed until now, could no longer sit still. Originally, he intended to announce these matters once he had thoroughly trampled Lin Xuan underfoot and formally assumed the position of saint son of Lingshu sect. That would have seemed entirely appropriate. However, with Lin Xuan exposing everything prematurely, the nature of the situation had drastically changed. This was a blatant betrayal. It was shamelessness incarnate. It was a moral decline. It was a situation destined to be condemned by all. The world, after all, always stands with the victors. How could everything they meticulously planned be so easily dismantled by Lin Xuan? Yi Jun's gaze turned icy and ruthless as he fixed his eyes on Lin Xuan. However, Mo Jr.'s sister soon regained her composure. With a cold laugh, she declared, "Eldest senior brother, since you are already aware, there is nothing left to hide, let us lay everything bare. In my youth, I mistakenly equated my admiration for you with love. In a moment of impulse, my father arranged this engagement for us, yet now that I have matured, I understand what love truly is. Thus, this is not a case of shifting affections. If you wish to label it as betrayal, so be it. In any case, our engagement was a mistake. I share a genuine affection with junior brother Yi Jun, openly and without shame. Why must you be so harsh and acerbic?" With that, Mo Jr.'s sister boldly linked her arm with Yi Jun's, publicly asserting her claim and demonstrating her defiance to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan turned to his master. Mo Zhao, with a grim expression, said to Lin Xuan, "The engagement was indeed hastily arranged, lacking Mo's consent, and it was a misalignment of fate. I propose we nullify this engagement." The second junior sister, Lu Yanxi, immediately chimed in. "Eldest senior brother, your character has become corrupt, your nature sinister, you are unworthy of Mo Jr.'s sister. Do not harbor foolish fantasies, a toad cannot aspire to eat swan meat. It would be wise to willingly dissolve this engagement lest you further embarrass yourself." The disciples of Lingshu sect nodded in agreement. Observing the grotesque expressions of these individuals, Lin Xuan smiled. "Dissolving the engagement, very well." Lin Xuan's lips curled upward as he casually tossed the marriage contract at Mo Jr.'s sister's feet, proclaiming loudly, "Today, I, Lin Xuan, formally declare to the heavens, my fiancée Mo Ku is unfaithful, unworthy of her vow, and shameless. Therefore, I seek a divorce, with heaven and earth as witnesses." The marriage contract that fell at Mo Jr.'s sister's feet bore a prominently written character for divorce. Chapter 8 Severing the bond between master and disciple. The blood-red character for divorce struck Mo Shimi like a thunderbolt, causing her to stagger back several steps. Her expression was one of utter shock, disbelief etched across her face as she fixated on the marriage certificate lying on the ground. How could senior brother do this? How dare he? To annul a marriage is a far cry from simply divorcing a wife. Mo Zhao's countenance darkened to an ominous degree. Lin Xuan's actions were, without a doubt, a public slap to his face, tarnishing the dignity of both father and daughter. "Senior brother, you actually dare to annul our union? On what grounds do you do so?" Mo Shimi's composure shattered as she confronted Lin Xuan with vehement indignation. Second sister Lu Yunqi chimed in, "Senior brother, your actions are utter, yet you exhibit such a heart of a wolf and a disposition of a dog, acting in blatant disregard for propriety by publicly annulling your marriage and humiliating both master and Mo Shimi. Boundless grace?" Lin Xuan scoffed, casting a glance at his master. In his previous life, he had endured constant subservience due to those very words, remaining humble to the point of death. In this life, however, he scoffed at the notion of such grace. Profound feelings? Lin Xuan's mirthless gaze fell upon Mo Shimi as he continued, "So, Mo Shimi, your profound feelings for me translate to visiting me only once during my 3 years of imprisonment, urging me to admit my faults? Just 3 days ago, you kindly gifted me a poisonous blood chi pill to heal my wounds. You must have thought I desired children, which is why you conceived Yi Jun's child. Your original plan was to publicly sever our engagement once Yi Jun ascended to power, am I right? Truly, your feelings for me are as deep as you claim. Enough, stop speaking, things are not as you presume, senior brother." Mo Shimi's defenses crumbled under Lin Xuan's relentless advance. "Then do enlighten me, what is the truth?" Lin Xuan pressed on, forcing her to retreat in terror, her expression one of profound fear. The facts were laid bare before her, how could she possibly refute them? Yet, she could not fathom how senior brother knew all these details. It was simply unfathomable. Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh and continued, "Mo Shimi, if you deny these truths, then so be it. How about this? I shall not annul our union, and you shall not withdraw from our engagement. Since you are already with child, let us bear it. You may call me father, and I shall raise the child. After all, I would gain a son without any loss." His words were akin to a dagger, striking at the heart of both Mo Shimi and Yi Jun, who simultaneously rejected his proposition. "No. Senior brother," Yi Jun began, only to be met with Lin Xuan's merciless mockery, "a defeated opponent has no right to speak." Mo Shimi bit her lip until it bled, her expression one of grim resolution as she glared at Lin Xuan and declared, "Senior brother, this marriage must be annulled today. My feelings for you have run their course." Before she could finish, Lin Xuan shrugged dismissively, "I have already annulled the marriage, there is no longer any bond between us." Mo Shimi was incensed to the point of nearly grinding her teeth to dust. For all these years, senior brother had never allowed her to endure even the slightest grievance, yet today, she found herself ruthlessly trampled and humiliated beneath his heel. Was this not meant to be a scene between her and Yi Jun? Mo Zhao finally erupted with a furious roar, "As your master, I have considered our bond, and today I intended to spare you, but you Lin Xuan interrupted coldly, "Master, spare me the feigned compassion. You intended to kill me once Yi Jun officially assumes the position of Saint Child, did you not? Our bond as master and disciple, in your eyes, it is likely worth less than a mere scrap of paper. Exposed, Mo Jiao's fury ignited, rebellious. If so, I shall grant you your wish. In his last life, Lin Chuan had come perilously close to being slain by his master during the disciple conference. In this life, he would not allow such a fate to befall him again. Before Mo Jiao could strike, Lin Chuan spoke up. Master, if you were to kill me now, would you not fear the world's scorn? Mo Jiao glared at Lin Chuan with malice. Had it not been for the potential backlash, he would have acted long ago. The Lingshu sect was a prestigious institution. If word of such an event spread, it would surely provoke widespread censure. But how could he swallow this indignation? Do you truly believe I am afraid to kill you? Lin Chuan, undaunted, replied, Master, you have long since cast aside any regard for me as a disciple. Killing me would not even cause you to blink. If it were not for your desire to elevate junior brother Yi Jun, you would have acted long ago. Mo Jiao's expression turned even more frigid. The Lin Chuan who had never dared to defy him was now so audaciously sharp-tongued. Master, your only desire is to elevate Yi Jun, while mine is merely to leave the Lingshu sect. Why not meet each other's needs? If you sever our master-disciple relationship and expel me from the Lingshu sect, Yi Jun can assume the position of Saint Child without contest. Now, Master, you have two choices. Either kill me and risk the world's ridicule, or allow me to depart the Lingshu sect. If your hatred runs that deep, you can always kill me after I leave. Lin Chuan understood that even if he left the Lingshu sect, his master would not let him go easily. Thus, he saw no need to conceal his intentions. It was better to lay everything bare. Perhaps this would instill some caution in his master. At this moment, Lin Chuan was playing his cards openly against his master, seeking a path to survival. This was the best strategy he could devise. Mo Jiao regarded Lin Chuan with a chilling gaze. He had not anticipated that the usually straightforward Lin Chuan possessed such cunning. He was forced to confront this dilemma. Very well, rebellious disciple, you truly are a master of strategy. Then I shall grant your request. With that proclamation, Mo Jiao addressed the members of the Lingshu sect with a booming voice. Rebellious disciple Lin Chuan has betrayed his master and ancestors, repeatedly violating the sect's rules. His crimes are unforgivable. As the 327th generation leader of the Lingshu sect, Mo Jiao, I shall mete out punishment on behalf of heaven. I hereby expel Lin Chuan from the Lingshu sect. Our master-disciple bond is severed, effective immediately. In his previous life, Lin Chuan had never been able to sever ties with his master before his death. This had become his greatest regret. In this life, he finally had the chance to rectify that. Now, he was free of any connection to the Lingshu sect and his master, severing all ties and consequences. From now on, he could act without a shred of hesitation. Thud, Lin Chuan knelt before Mo Jiao. Thud, he bowed deeply. This first bow severs your nurturing grace. Thud. This second bow severs your teachings. Thud. This third bow severs all feelings. Henceforth, we shall not rest until one of us perishes. Very well. Mo Jiao laughed with rage, repeating the phrase thrice, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. Now that the debt had been collected and feelings severed, Lin Chuan wished to leave the Lingshu sect without delay. However, just as he was about to depart, Mo Jiao's icy voice called out to him, Lin Chuan, have you forgotten something? Lin Chuan's cold gaze met Mo Jiao's, and he immediately sensed the impending danger. It seemed this old dog intended to eliminate him completely, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Did he not wish to grant even the slightest chance? Lin Chuan wanted to leave quickly. Not only did he wish to avoid lingering in the Lingshu sect, but he also understood that staying here was unwise. He needed to find a place to hide. Mo Jiao's voice turned cold. Lin Chuan, all your skills were taught by me. You may leave, but you must return all that you have learned. Mo Jiao's words darkened Lin Chuan's expression to an extreme. Was his master truly intending to cripple him? Such ruthlessness was unprecedented. Did he truly wish to make things so absolute? Yet, Lin Chuan quickly found solace in the reality. What act of cruelty had Mo Jiao not committed? Currently, Lin Chuan was merely at the 5th level of Blood Soul Realm. Even with the Qingyang 9 swords, he could at most contend with a 6th level practitioner. In the face of Mo Jiao, who was at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm, he stood no chance whatsoever. What to do? Was it truly the case that even in this rebirth, he could not alter his fate? If his abilities were to be stripped away, Lin Chuan feared he would not see the dawn of tomorrow. Father, act quickly and cripple him. Mo Shimi urged impatiently. How cruel a woman's heart can be. Lin Chuan thought, realizing the truth. Mo Jiao's eyes grew cold, and he prepared to strike. Lin Chuan's nerves tensed to their limits. He gritted his teeth, ready to fight, but just as the stakes reached their peak, a resounding voice suddenly echoed throughout the Lingshu sect. Chapter 9 of the Challenge from the Blood Moon Sect. Saint Child. The Saint Child of the Blood Moon Sect, Louis, has come to challenge Lin Chuan, the Saint Child of the Lingshu sect. As the words echoed, two figures soared through the air, one elderly and one youthful, both exuding an ethereal grace. The elder radiated a formidable aura that rivaled that of Mo Jiao, while the young man, barely in his 20s, possessed an air of unparalleled elegance, a true prodigy among his peers. The Blood Moon Sect, Lingshu Sect, and Yujian Sect are neighboring powers, dominating the far north of the wilderness. These three sects have long engaged in both overt and covert rivalries, each claiming to be the sovereign of the northern territories. Lin Chuan had once emerged as a celestial figure, suppressing all talent from the Blood Moon Sect and Yujian Sect with his extraordinary prowess. Subsequently, Yi Jun, the holy body of the Great Tao, also made a remarkable debut, further elevating the Lingshu Sect's prestige. For years, they had overshadowed both the Blood Moon sect and the Yujian sect. Thus, when Louis, the saint child of the Blood Moon sect, arrived to issue a challenge, the members of the Lingshu sect naturally dismissed him with derision. Louis's gaze fell upon Lin Xuan as he declared, "Saint Child Lin, 3 years ago I suffered a narrow defeat at your hands. During these 3 years, I have devoted myself to rigorous training, solely to avenge that humiliation. Hearing of your return, I have come to challenge you." Return? Lin Xuan thought with a cold smirk. 3 years prior, his master had ruthlessly cast him into the depths of the abyss, publicly claiming it was a retreat for cultivation. Lin Xuan glanced at Louis and replied nonchalantly, "I am no longer the saint child of the Lingshu sect, he is." Whom? Louis looked at Yi Jun, perplexed. Has the Lingshu sect's saint child changed? How intriguing. Louis regarded Yi Jun with a hint of arrogance and disdain, tauntingly asking, "Are you the great Tao holy body whom the Lingshu sect boasts as a once-in-a-century prodigy? If the Lingshu sect has chosen you as their saint child, you must surely surpass Lin Xuan. Ye saint child, do you dare to engage in battle?" Having just endured a humiliating defeat at Lin Xuan's hands, Yi Jun was seething with repressed anger. With the saint child of the Blood Moon sect challenging him directly, as the newly appointed saint child of the Lingshu sect, how could he refuse? If Lu saint child desires a duel, then let it be so, Yi Jun replied simply. Emojio Xiao nodded encouragingly at Yi Jun. Louis wasted no time with words, stepping onto the arena with a confident demeanor and gesturing for Yi Jun to commence. Apologies, Yi Jun responded without hesitation, launching an all-out assault with the Taishu 9 swords, a majestic force directed at Louis. Yet, in the face of Yi Jun's fierce onslaught, Louis appeared remarkably composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Louis's movements were graceful and swift, he effortlessly parried 3 of Yi Jun's powerful strikes. Louis chuckled lightly, "Saint Child Yi, I noticed you bear wounds, so I allowed you 3 moves to avoid a loss that would leave you unsatisfied, and now, I shall make my move." What? Had Louis been holding back, this revelation left the members of the Lingshu sect utterly astonished. Yi Jun's heart quivered. Before he could contemplate further, Louis unleashed his power. A torrent of overwhelming sword energy erupted from Louis's blade. This river surged forth like a celestial dragon, roaring and howling as it barreled toward Yi Jun. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Yi Jun could scarcely withstand it, his face paling as he retreated repeatedly. In an instant, without any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Jun was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing violently to the ground. Bleg! A mouthful of crimson blood spilled from Yi Jun's lips, defeated again. The humiliation of 2 consecutive defeats shattered his composure, his expression twisting into one of malevolent fury. If one looked closely, they might notice a flicker of dark demonic energy swirling within his eyes. Yet, he managed to suppress it, concealing his malevolence from view. The sight of Yi Jun's dismal defeat rendered the members of the Lingshu sect grim-faced. This slap in the face was not only a blow to Yi Jun but also to the Lingshu sect's dignity. Emojio Zhao's expression turned icy once more. How had the Blood Moon sect's saint child Louis, previously overshadowed by Lin Xuan, grown so formidable in just 3 years? Not only had he reached the 5th level of the Blood Soul realm, but he had also mastered the Blood Moon sect's most powerful technique, the River Sword Dao, to such an extraordinary degree. Truly a prodigious genius. After effortlessly vanquishing Yi Jun, Louis smirked, "The saint child of the Lingshu sect, is this truly all you have? It seems your sect has seen better days. Henceforth, the Blood Moon sect shall take its place as the foremost power. Should there be any dissenters in the Lingshu sect, feel free to challenge me. I, Lu, shall strike but once, and if I cannot defeat you, I shall concede." Arrogant, outrageous, to declare a single strike? Such an audacious provocation was nothing short of an insult. The members of the Lingshu sect were incensed, yet, if even Yi Jun could not contend with Louis's solitary strike, who among them possessed the strength to do so? In the clashes between sects, strength reigns supreme, all must be resolved through power. Louis of the Blood Moon sect possessed such strength, thus he indeed had the audacity to boast. Dissenters, those with the capability should retaliate with strength, otherwise, they could only endure. Louis continued to mock, "I had thought the Lingshu sect had elevated a genius to the position of saint child, yet it appears you are merely a fade. The great Tao holy body, your title sounds illustrious, yet you seem to be nothing more than this. If the Taishu sect has no one left, we shall take our leave." His words were deeply injurious and laden with insult. In recent years, the Lingshu sect had been dominant, consistently outshining the Blood Moon sect and Yujian sect, yet, today, they found themselves humiliated by the saint child of the Blood Moon sect. How could the members of the Lingshu sect accept this? But now, who could step forward? If only the eldest senior brother could intervene, there might still be a chance, one disciple suddenly remarked. At this, the eyes of the Lingshu sect's members turned in unison toward Lin Xuan. "Eldest senior brother, please take action to extinguish Lu saint child's arrogance. Eldest senior brother, you are our only hope to restore the dignity of the Lingshu sect." Emojio Zhao's gaze flickered with complexity before he solemnly addressed Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, you must engage in battle with Lu saint child of the Blood Moon sect." Yi Jun glared at Lin Xuan, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction. He had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Louis, and now the entire Lingshu sect was looking to Lin Xuan to restore their honor. Did this not slap Yi Jun, the new saint child, in the face? What is a saint child? The strongest prodigy of a sect, the foremost disciple, an unparalleled genius. If he had to rely on another to restore the Lingshu sect's reputation, how could Yi Jun still claim to be the saint child? Lin Xuan scoffed derisively, coldly retorting to Emojio Xiao, "Have you forgotten that you severed our master-disciple relationship and expelled me from the sect? I am neither your disciple nor a member of the Lingshu sect. What business do I have with the affairs of the Lingshu sect?" Mo Zhao's face darkened at the rebuke. The disciples of the Lingshu sect were left speechless. Lu Yunqi and Mo Shimi shot Lin Chuan resentful glares, their animosity toward him intensifying. "Oh? Have I arrived to witness such a grand spectacle? How amusing," Louis remarked, turning his gaze toward Lin Chuan. "Lin Chuan, what transgression have you committed to find yourself in such a predicament?" Lin Chuan regarded Louis coldly. Louis waved his hand dismissively. "Since the members of the Lingshu sect have urged you to duel with me, it seems your strength must surpass that of Yi Saint Child. If that is the case, let us battle. I have come to challenge you today to avenge the humiliation of 3 years ago. After 3 years of absence, let me see how far your strength has grown." Lin Chuan shook his head. "I will not fight on behalf of the Lingshu sect. The Lingshu sect has no one left. This is a personal battle between you and me," Louis insisted. Lin Chuan scrutinized Louis for a moment, hesitating slightly before stating seriously, "I will engage in a duel with you, but I require a favor in return." "One favor?" 10 would be no trouble at all, Louis replied readily. "Without further ado," Lin Chuan declared, "if you lose, you must take me away." Louis paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended Lin Chuan's intent. He glanced at the elder beside him, who emanated a powerful aura and bore an indifferent expression. The elder nodded slightly to Louis. With that, Louis readily agreed. "Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall take you away." Mo Zhao's countenance grew increasingly grim. Chapter 10 The Great Wilderness Sword Technique, a single move to defeat the Holy Son of the Blood Moon sect. On the arena, Louis and Lin Chuan stood 10 meters apart. 3 years ago, Louis narrowly lost to Lin Chuan. Today, he sought to redeem his honor. Whoosh! Louis launched the first strike, unleashing the majestic river-like sword intent. The sword energy surged forth like a mighty river, akin to a celestial dragon charging towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, recognizing the formidable opponent before him, dared not underestimate the situation and resorted to the Great Wilderness Sword Technique. Although he had only grasped the superficial aspects of this imperial technique, even a mere fragment of it surpassed all of Lin Chuan's other skills and power. As the Great Wilderness Sword Technique was invoked, an eerie, luminous sword energy sliced through the void, effortlessly tearing apart Louis's river of sword energy. With unstoppable momentum, it swiftly approached Louis. Lin Chuan's sword grazed past Louis's neck, a mere hair's breadth away. This scene shocked an elder from the Blood Moon sect, nearly prompting him to intervene. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that although Lin Chuan's sword had passed close to Louis's neck, it had not inflicted any real harm. It had merely skimmed past with pinpoint accuracy, yet, it was evident that Louis had lost. The battle had concluded. Coming to his senses, Louis laughed heartily at Lin Chuan, expressing gratitude. "Brother Lin Chuan, I thank you for your mercy. Otherwise, I would have had to report to the King of Hell that I have strived tirelessly for 3 years, yet still cannot catch up to you. However, I shall not lose heart nor give up. If 3 years are insufficient, then I shall try for 6, 9, or even 10 years. One day, I shall surely defeat you." Louis's spirit of camaraderie and resilience was something Lin Chuan found admirable. "Then I shall await that day," Lin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Louis was indeed a formidable opponent. Without the Great Wilderness Sword Technique, Lin Chuan would have found it exceedingly difficult to triumph over Louis. Lin Chuan emerged victorious, yet the disciples of the Lingshu sect could not find joy in this outcome. They exchanged glances, unsure whether to cheer or applaud, but the reality was that Lin Chuan was no longer their senior brother. He had just been expelled from the Lingshu sect. The elders wore grim expressions, filled with confusion. How had Lin Chuan, imprisoned for 3 years, not only retained his strength but seemingly grown even stronger? Mo Zhao gazed at Lin Chuan with a complicated, chilling look, unable to fathom how Lin Chuan had achieved this. In the past 5 years, Mo Zhao had provided Lin Chuan with no resources for cultivation. He had even imprisoned him for 3 years, yet, Lin Chuan's rate of growth now eclipsed that of Yi Jun, the Dao Saint body, who had been nurtured with every resource imaginable. How could this be possible? It was utterly unfathomable. Furthermore, the technique Lin Chuan had just employed was not one belonging to the Lingshu sect. Did he harbor secrets yet to be unveiled? Mo Zhao was genuinely perplexed, his heart unsettled. He had personally severed Lin Chuan's cultivation resources, confined him to the dark prison, expelled him from the sect, and ended their brotherly bond. Yet now, Lin Chuan appeared before him as a peerless prodigy, striking him with a resounding slap to the face. Had he truly erred? In that moment, a flicker of doubt arose within Mo Zhao, but he swiftly dismissed it. He had done nothing wrong, all his actions were for the sake of the Lingshu sect. If anyone felt the deepest regret, it was undoubtedly Yi Jun. He had schemed against Lin Chuan for 5 years, only to discover that Lin Chuan was far more powerful than he had anticipated. What cannot be killed will only make one stronger. Yi Jun now regretted not having eliminated Lin Chuan sooner. Lu Yunqi and Mo Shimi exchanged strange glances at Lin Chuan. Had the senior brother they once admired truly returned? The atmosphere within the Lingshu sect was thick with silence and oppression. Louis surveyed the Lingshu sect's members, laughing mockingly. "Your Lingshu sect is quite amusing. Such a celestial prodigy as your holy son has been expelled from your ranks. Ha! If this were to get out, it would surely make the world laugh uproariously. A sect that discards its talent is destined for decline. The Lingshu sect's downfall begins today." Louis's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of the Lingshu sect members. Mo Zhao and the elders' faces turned ashen with rage, but what could they do at this point? Admit their mistake? Absolutely not. What wrong had they committed? If there was any fault, it lay solely with Lin Chuan. The second junior sister, Lu Yunqi, retorted defiantly. "Lin Chuan colluded with the demonic forces. His character is vile, and he is unworthy of his position. What of his monstrous talent? Our Lingshu sect has the Dao Saint body, Yi Jun, who will surely lead us to greater glory. In the future, not only in this remote northern region but even across the entire North Wilderness, our Lingshu sect shall reign supreme. Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Louis burst into laughter. After chuckling, he derided, blind to the truth, unable to recognize a true dragon. As long as you are content, so be it. He then turned to Lin Xuan with a serious expression. Brother Lin Xuan, since the Lingshu sect no longer wants you, the Blood Moon sect will gladly accept you. If you agree to join us, I shall bestow upon you the position of Holy Son. What say you? What? Louis actually offered Lin Xuan the position of Holy Son. This statement struck a nerve among the Lingshu sect members. The one they regarded as worthless was now being treated as a treasure by the Blood Moon sect. This stark contrast was undeniably a slap in the face to the Lingshu sect. Yet, in response to this offer, Lin Xuan directly declined. Brother Louis, I appreciate your kindness, but I currently only wish to be a wandering cultivator. Brother Lin Xuan, I speak sincerely, without jest. If you don't believe me, allow me to summon Elder Qi of the Blood Moon sect. Louis thought Lin Xuan was skeptical. He immediately called Elder Qi over. Elder Qi, with a serious demeanor, stated, this matter, I can represent the Blood Moon sect in agreeing to. As the Grand Elder, his authority was second only to that of the sect leader. His words carried great weight and were beyond dispute. Mo Jiaxiao's face turned a chilling shade of pale. This was yet another blow to his pride. The Blood Moon sect had extended an olive branch, yet Lin Xuan still shook his head and declined, offering an apology. Louis did not press further, patting Lin Xuan on the shoulder. Then let us take our leave. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Once Lin Xuan and the others departed, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The disciples of the Lingshu sect began to murmur amongst themselves. Hadn't they said their senior brother was a fallen genius? How could he be so strong? If their senior brother had not been deprived of cultivation resources and imprisoned for 3 years, would he not be even more astonishing? Expelling their senior brother from the sect, was it not a great loss for the Lingshu sect? Silence! Mo Jiaxiao bellowed, his voice booming with fury, silencing the disciples who dared not speak further. His cold, piercing gaze swept over them like a venomous serpent. From this day forth, anyone who dares to utter even a word against Lin Xuan shall face the sect's punishment. What does it matter if Lin Xuan is gone? Yi Jun's Dao Saint body surpasses his by tenfold. Just give Yi Jun a little more time to grow, and he will surely dominate the entire North Wilderness, becoming the supreme youth of the North Wilderness. The ceremony for Yi Jun to officially assume the title of Holy Son of the Lingshu sect commenced. On another front, the Lingshu sect, short-sighted and ignorant of the true dragon soaring through the heavens, would surely come to regret their actions deeply. If Lin Xuan does not mind, he may stay with me at the Blood Moon sect for a few days, Louis said earnestly, also feeling indignant on Lin Xuan's behalf. Lin Xuan shook his head. Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. A farewell for now, perhaps we shall meet again. With that, he turned and swiftly vanished into the forest. Louis sighed, returning his gaze to Elder Qi. Elder, what are your thoughts on this matter? Elder Qi replied with indifference, when the heavens wish to bring about someone's demise, they first let them grow arrogant. The Lingshu sect is in peril. I see in Lin Xuan the potential of a hidden dragon, a reflection of the future supreme youth of the North Wilderness. The North Wilderness, home to countless sects and clans, boasts numerous young prodigies. Yet, there is only one supreme youth of the North Wilderness. This position is a coveted dream for all young talents in the North Wilderness. Louis too was filled with fantasies, yet he understood that this was merely an illusion. How could he possibly become the supreme youth of the North Wilderness? Throughout the historical expanse of the 3 sects in the extreme northern region, no supreme youth of the North Wilderness had ever emerged. Louis smirked. I rather look forward to Brother Lin Xuan truly becoming the supreme youth of the North Wilderness. Chapter 11, The Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness. After bidding farewell to Louis, Lin Xuan did not depart immediately. Instead, he stealthily infiltrated the beast-infested forest located 100 miles from the Lingshu sect. In a few days, a fortuitous event was destined to unfold here. In his previous life, Yi Jun had dramatically ascended due to this very opportunity, overwhelming his rivals in the Northern Wilderness heroic contest 6 months later and earning the title of the Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness. His fame resonated throughout the realm, and he basked in unparalleled glory. The Lingshu sect spared no resources in nurturing Yi Jun, enabling him to reach a level of power comparable to Mo Jiaxiao in a mere 3 years. However, Yi Jun's wolfish ambitions were ultimately laid bare. It was only at the moment of his demise that Mo Jiaxiao came to a tragic realization, shedding tears of regret over Lin Xuan's lifeless form. In this life, Lin Xuan was determined to seize that opportunity. He also coveted the title of Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness, which he believed rightfully belonged to him, as it had been taken by Yi Jun in his previous existence. This time, Lin Xuan vowed to reclaim all that had been unjustly appropriated. Furthermore, Lin Xuan chose the beast-infested forest for another crucial reason. The Lingshu sect would undoubtedly pursue him, and the most perilous locations often proved to be the safest havens. He intended to secure this opportunity before making his exit. To exact his revenge, he needed to grow stronger. Swiftly Lin Xuan found a secluded spot, preparing to cultivate. Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared before. The dark robe cloaked his entire being, and a black mask obscured his face, revealing only his chilling, enigmatic eyes. Upon recognizing this figure, Lin Xuan's gaze turned frigid. He recognized the individual as a member of the demon clan from the Hall of Souls, the very one who had betrayed him 3 days prior. The sight of his adversary ignited a fierce rage within Lin Xuan. His hatred for the demon clan ran deep, and with their paths now crossed, confrontation was inevitable. However, Lin Xuan instantly feigned a countenance of terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he retreated, akin to one who had glimpsed the Grim Reaper. The black-clad individual remained oblivious to Lin Xuan's transformation since their last encounter, thus failing to perceive the ruse. Sensing Lin Xuan's apparent fear, the figure advanced with a sinister. The black-clad man had no intention of killing Lin Xuan, he merely sought to toy with him. Unbeknownst to him, he was unwittingly stepping into Lin Xuan's carefully laid trap. As the black-clad figure drew closer, Lin Xuan suddenly unleashed his strike, channeling his full power into the Great Wilderness Sword technique. The sword surged forth with the might of the heavens, aimed directly at the black-clad adversary. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the black-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, unable to muster a defense against Lin Xuan's fierce attack in the fleeting moments of surprise. With a resounding thud, Lin Xuan's strike sent the black-clad figure hurtling backward. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Xuan's heart as he pressed his advantage without hesitation, unleashing the Great Wilderness Sword technique once more, the blade sweeping towards the black-clad figure like a shooting star. The black-clad man, taken aback by Lin Xuan's audacity, was astonished to discover the immense growth in Lin Xuan's strength within just 3 days. The sheer power of the previous blow had nearly inflicted serious injury upon him. Nevertheless, the black-clad figure quickly regained his composure, stabilizing himself and only allowing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. After steadying himself, he let out a fierce shout and launched a thunderous counterattack, his sword slicing towards Lin Xuan with a ferocity reminiscent of the wrath of death itself. In this clash, the tides of battle shifted dramatically, sending Lin Xuan crashing to the ground. His expression changed abruptly, fear gripping his heart as he scrambled to his feet, unable to suppress a mouthful of boiling blood that spilled forth. Lin Xuan, in pain, rose to his feet, gripping his sword tightly as he fixed a cold, determined gaze upon the black-clad figure. He had underestimated his opponent. Lin Xuan had not anticipated the black-clad man's formidable strength. Given Lin Xuan's current capabilities, he should have been able to hold his own against a 6th-level Blood Soul Realm practitioner. Even with a surprise attack, he believed he could severely injure a 7th-level opponent. Yet, to his dismay, the black-clad figure had only sustained minor injuries, indicating that his true level was at least the 8th level of the Blood Soul Realm, possibly even the 9th. Lin Xuan, still at the 5th level, found himself facing an adversary of such caliber, leaving him with no semblance of hope. The bitter realization weighed heavily on Lin Xuan's heart. Having just departed from the Lingshu sect, would he truly fall here? The black-clad figure regarded Lin Xuan with cold amusement, his mechanical voice cutting through the air. 5th level of the Blood Soul Realm? I shall deprive you of 5 years' worth of cultivation resources and confine you for 3 years, and yet you have managed to reach the 5th level. It seems you are indeed a rare prodigy. Thus, I cannot allow you to live, perish. As the words left his lips, the black-clad figure lunged at Lin Xuan like a reaper of souls. The Great Wilderness Sword technique could not withstand the onslaught of the black-clad man's attack, prompting Lin Xuan to fully unleash the Azure Yang 9 swords. While the Azure Yang 9 swords could not compare to the Great Wilderness Sword technique in terms of technique, Lin Xuan had mastered it completely. Thus, when he employed it with all his might, its power surpassed that of the Great Wilderness Sword technique. Observing Lin Xuan's execution of the Azure Yang 9 swords, the black-clad man was taken aback. The Azure Yang 9 swords of the Azure Sword sect, you have cultivated it to such an extraordinary level? Even the scion of the Azure Sword sect might not have achieved this degree of mastery. The Azure Yang 9 swords is a closely guarded secret. How do you possess it? What is your connection to the Azure Sword sect? Such an inexplicable occurrence left the black-clad man bewildered. Oh? You wish to know? Then perhaps you should inquire with the King of Hell, Lin Xuan retorted coldly. Enraged, the black-clad figure scoffed, you arrogant fool, with your mere 5th level of the Blood Soul Realm, I, at the 9th level, could slay you as easily as a butcher dispatches a dog. With that, the black-clad man unleashed his full fury, delivering a ruthless strike. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xuan was once again sent flying, a fresh stream of blood escaping his lips. The encounter had taken a heavy toll on him. The black-clad figure was simply too strong, and the vast disparity in their realms made it exceedingly difficult for Lin Xuan to turn the tide with just a few powerful techniques. The Azure Yang 9 swords was indeed formidable, yet its strength was limited. Despite the Great Wilderness Sword technique being an unparalleled imperial art, Lin Xuan had only scratched the surface of its potential, unable to unleash its full might. Ultimately, it came down to Lin Xuan's insufficient strength. The black-clad figure showed no signs of hesitation as he continued his relentless pursuit. Lin Xuan's gaze turned icy to the utmost degree. What now? Was he to perish? Was his path of vengeance to be cut short before it even began? No, since he had been granted a second chance at life, he would not allow the tragedies of his past to repeat themselves. In this life, he must survive, he must reclaim all that was rightfully his. He would ensure that those who had wronged him in his previous life would pay 100-fold, perishing in their own regret. As Lin Xuan's consciousness plunged into that dark, void-like space, his gaze fell upon the heavenly Dao coffin. An anguished scream echoed within his heart. Having been granted a second chance, I, Lin Xuan, shall defy the heavens. Even if the Heavenly King himself were to arrive, he shall not take my life, since the heavenly Dao coffin can entomb all divine beings and demons. Today, let it entomb this demon clan member. With Lin Xuan's declaration, a torrent of with a thunderous crash that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world, the coffin lid began to open slowly. As the lid creaked open, that fearsome power roared from Lin Xuan's body, engulfing the black-clad figure who had lunged toward him. In that fleeting moment of being swallowed, the black-clad figure was consumed by sheer terror, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Chapter 12 A grand scheme. In an instant, the figure clad in black was consumed by the coffin of the deceased. Fatally, a mournful cry flickered and vanished. Success. Lin Xuan's heart surged with joy. The heavenly Dao coffin was indeed formidable. With the heavenly Dao coffin in hand, did this not mean he would no longer fear any adversary in the future? However, Lin Xuan soon noticed a peculiar detail. The 3 blood-red characters inscribed upon the coffin had dimmed somewhat. What could this signify? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Could it be that, much like the heavenly Dao brush, it required ink? Did those three blood characters represent energy, each use would presumably deplete some of the coffin's power, yet, upon further contemplation, Lin Chuan quickly found solace in this realization. If the Heavenly Dao coffin could be employed an infinite number of times, it would indeed be too extraordinary. Would it not imply that Lin Chuan could bury whomever he wished? Clearly, such a scenario was implausible, so a limitation was only to be expected. The burial of the black-clad individual, a being of the ninth layer of blood-soul realm, likely consumed about 10% of its energy. Should it be fully utilized, it could presumably entomb a formidable figure at the transformation of the dragon realm, with at least the fifth layer being well within reach of this discovery filled Lin Chuan with delight, for it was indeed a life-preserving trump card. At that moment, the Heavenly Dao monument suddenly radiated brilliance, and lines of text materialized. Lin Chuan gazed at the Heavenly Dao monument in surprise. The Heavenly Dao brush had not moved, so why did the monument display text of its own accord? However, as Lin Chuan scrutinized the content, he swiftly comprehended the situation. Shadow Envoy, a real name, Shadow, place of birth, Northern Wastes, achievement, ninth layer of Blood Soul Realm, biography, born in the Hall of Souls, began cultivation at 3, completed demonic rites at 5, entered the Devil's Camp at 8, became an envoy of the Hall of Souls at 18, and took control of the 3 sex agents in the far north at 20, overseeing and periodically assigning tasks. Successfully instructing the aged Yi Jun to dominate the Spirit Ruin sect. To be continued. The intricate life of the Shadow Envoy was etched in Lin Chuan's mind. He then realized that the Hall of Souls had dispatched numerous agents like the Shadow Envoy to oversee the infiltrators within various sections. The 3 agents from the 3 major sects in the Northern Wastes acted according to the Shadow Envoy's commands: Yi Jun of the Spirit Ruin sect, Li Nanjiao of the Blood Moon sect, and Xu Xian of the Sword Control sect. These 3 were unparalleled prodigies within their respective sects, their names resounding far and wide. Little did he expect that they were all agents placed by the Hall of Souls. Yi Jun had successfully ascended to the position of Holy Son of the Spirit Ruin sect, and it was likely that the other 2 had plans to seize the title of Holy Son as well. If Lin Chuan recalled correctly, Li Nanjiao of the Blood Moon sect was the betrothed of Lu Yi. It seemed Lui was already in peril. Reflecting on this, Lin Chuan could not help but frown slightly. Lui was quite a decent person. Lin Chuan considered him a potential close friend. If given the chance, he could assist Lui. However, there was one aspect that puzzled Lin Chuan. The Shadow Envoy had clearly been slain by the coffin of the deceased, yet why did the biographical information on the Heavenly Dao monument extend to the time of his death in the previous life? His demise in that life was 3 years hence. This implied that the subsequent 3 years of the Shadow Envoy's life were still meticulously recorded. What could this mean? Could it be that by killing the Shadow Envoy, he had altered the course of history in this life? Upon reflection, it made sense. Lin Chuan, having been reborn, would undoubtedly change the historical narrative. A bold thought surged within Lin Chuan's mind: the agents of the Hall of Souls never revealed their true identities. Now that the Shadow Envoy was dead, could he not masquerade as the Shadow Envoy to command Yi Jun and the others? If so, would he not be able to manipulate Yi Jun as he wished? Lin Chuan harbored an intense hatred for both Yi Jun and the Hall of Souls, making this scheme a multifaceted advantage. After careful analysis, Lin Chuan felt increasingly confident in the feasibility of this plan. Thus, he quickly made up his mind, conceiving a grand strategy. Just as Lin Chuan was about to depart from the void of darkness, he noticed the Heavenly Dao brush with a hint of surprise. He discovered that the blood ink at the brush's tip had already restored to 1/3 of its capacity. This indicated that he had one opportunity to write. Earlier that morning, Lin Chuan had observed only a faint hint of red. Based on that assessment, he estimated it would take approximately a month for the blood ink to recover to 1/3, granting him one opportunity to write, yet unexpectedly, it had restored in an instant. Upon further contemplation, Lin Chuan formed a hypothesis: the accelerated recovery of the blood ink was likely related to the recent slaying of the Shadow Envoy by the coffin of the deceased. The Heavenly Dao coffin, Heavenly Dao brush, and Heavenly Dao monument, all operating under the name of the Heavenly Dao, performed acts in accordance with it. The Heavenly Dao signifies righteousness, vanquishing darkness and upholding justice, aligning with the natural order. Perhaps eliminating nefarious figures such as the Shadow Envoy could indeed hasten the restoration of the blood ink in the Heavenly Dao brush. Whether this hypothesis held true would be determined in due course. Possessing one opportunity to write, Lin Chuan immediately contemplated how best to utilize it. For him, the most pressing need was to enhance his strength by any means necessary. Thus, he resolved to seek a powerful technique to inscribe. Among the offensive techniques, the Great Wasteland Sword technique, the 9 swords of Qingyang, and the 9 swords of Taishu were available, with a mix of high, mid, and low tiers, which would suffice for the time being. Techniques of this nature could be dismissed. In battle, offense was crucial, yet defense was equally important, and the ability to escape and preserve one's life was paramount. Ultimately, Lin Chuan settled on 2 techniques. One, named Limitless Gold, was a formidable defensive technique, while the other, Shadow Flicker, was a powerful speed technique. Both were techniques previously cultivated by the Emperor of the Northern Wastes, their ranks far superior to the 9 swords of Taishu and the 9 swords of Qingyang, undoubtedly among the top techniques in the world. However, Lin Chuan was uncertain whether he could inscribe such potent techniques upon the Heavenly Dao monument. He decided to try first. Failing that, he would have to select from the myriad sects of the Northern Wastes. Yet, he was not well versed in the formidable techniques of other sects, leaving his options exceedingly limited. Better to be selective than indiscriminate. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan took up the Heavenly Dao brush and inscribed the 3 characters for Shadow Flicker upon the Heavenly Dao monument. This time, no unexpected occurrences transpired. The three characters Force Shadow Flicker were clearly etched upon the monument. Instantly, the technique's incantation materialized on the Heavenly Dao monument. Soon, the incantation Force Shadow Flicker was engraved in Lin Xuan's mind, allowing him to master the technique in an instant. Success! Lin Xuan felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that there were essentially no restrictions when inscribing techniques. If this were the case, it was indeed wonderful. Had he known, he would not have inscribed the 9 swords of Qingyang last time. The Emperor of the Northern Wastes had cultivated a wealth of formidable techniques, and if he could master them all, it would be more than sufficient. Comparatively, the 9 swords of Qingyang paled in insignificance next to the Emperor's powerful techniques. Yet Lin Xuan's current strength was still relatively weak, preventing him from unleashing the full might of those formidable techniques. However, with the 9 swords of Qingyang, he could achieve mastery to perfection. Ah well, having made his choice, there was no point in regretting it. It might not be a bad thing after all. Upon emerging from the void of darkness, Lin Xuan was eager to test the power of Shadow Flicker. Chapter 13. Lin Xuan plays with Yi Jun. Just as Lin Xuan was about to employ the instant shadow technique, a streak of azure light, swift as lightning, surged towards him. The azure hue resembled an otherworldly flame, moving with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already approached Lin Xuan, halting a short distance before him. At that moment, Lin Xuan discerned that the incoming entity was a lightning blue weasel, a formidable beast of the earth level. The classification of demon beasts is as follows: yellow level, profound level, earth level, and heaven level, each corresponding to a realm of human cultivators. The yellow level aligns with the chi refinement stage, the profound level with the spirit movement stage, the earth level with the blood. An earth level demon beast is undeniably a powerful entity. Although the demon beast forest is rife with various creatures, such high-level beasts are seldom encountered at the forest's fringes. However, Lin Xuan understood the reason. This was an omen heralding a significant opportunity soon to descend upon the demon beast forest. The lightning blue weasel is renowned for its speed, ranking among the elite in that regard, hence its name. Under normal circumstances, not even a 5th layer blood soul practitioner, let alone one at the 9th layer, could hope to match the speed of the lightning blue weasel. Nevertheless, the weasel itself is not particularly strong and is quite timid, rarely daring to initiate an attack against human cultivators. Upon spotting Lin Xuan, it immediately pivoted to flee. A smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips. This was fortuitous. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the instant shadow technique with all his might. As he did so, Lin Xuan's form shot forth at an astonishing velocity. The sheer speed made him feel as though his body had ventured forth while his soul lingered behind. This sensation was utterly marvelous. Although the lightning blue weasel was incredibly swift, Lin Xuan's speed matched it without falter. In no time, Lin Xuan had caught up to the lightning blue weasel, startling it immensely. It had never before been pursued by a human cultivator of the blood soul stage. The weasel began to evade frantically, displaying remarkable agility and speed, its signature skill among demon beasts below the heaven level. The lightning blue weasel could arguably claim the second position in terms of escape techniques, with none daring to claim the first. Were it not for the instant shadow technique, Lin Xuan would have been left in the dust upon encountering the weasel. However, the circumstances had shifted. No matter how swift or agile the weasel was, it could not shake off Lin Xuan. Having honed his skills, Lin Xuan's mastery of speed and movement continued to improve. After a relentless pursuit lasting half an hour, Lin Xuan finally managed to seize the lightning blue weasel. He showed no mercy to the demon beast and promptly dispatched it. The weasel's hide was indeed valuable, and the core of an earth-level demon beast commanded a handsome price. After eliminating the weasel, Lin Xuan felt a surge of exhilaration, deeply appreciating the might of the instant shadow technique. With its assistance, his strength had significantly escalated. Should he engage in battle with the Shadow Envoy now, he might not emerge victorious, but he would certainly possess the means to safeguard his life, unlike the perilous predicament he had faced earlier. Such an occurrence was one Lin Xuan wished to avoid in the future. Thus, he resolved to elevate his cultivation level with urgency. Regrettably, the celestial ink brush was devoid of blood ink. Otherwise, mastering the defensive technique, the indestructible Great Palm, would further enhance his life-preserving abilities. However, Lin Xuan also recognized that he had likely yet to unleash the full power of the first layer of the instant shadow technique, constrained by his current realm, a circumstance beyond his control. At present, the most pressing matter for Lin Xuan was to elevate his cultivation. He immediately commenced his training. Currently, his speed of cultivation had accelerated to more than tenfold compared to before. As he circulated his energy, he felt the overwhelming essence of heaven and earth pouring into his body like rivers converging into the SEA. At this rate, he could feasibly reach the 6th layer of the blood soul stage in less than half a month. Nonetheless, the further one progresses in cultivation, the more arduous it becomes. Half a month now felt excessively prolonged to Lin Xuan. A day later, Lin Xuan abruptly ceased his training, his gaze sharp as he peered into the distance. Someone was approaching. In a swift motion, he concealed himself in the shadows. Soon, a young man clad in white arrived, a figure that ignited a surge of murderous intent within Lin Xuan. The newcomer was none other than Yi Jun, the White Lotus. Yi Jun, with a perplexed expression, scanned his surroundings, evidently searching for the Shadow Envoy. Lin Xuan, hidden in the dark, smirked. He was already well acquainted with the Shadow Envoy's past and had devised an elaborate plan. Quickly, Lin Xuan donned the Shadow Envoy's attire and emerged from the shadows with a ghostly presence. Startled by the sudden appearance of the Shadow Envoy, Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback but soon composed himself and bowed respectfully, saying, "I have come to pay my respects, esteemed Shadow Envoy. My subordinate has successfully assumed the position of the Holy Son of the Lingshu sect, but Lin Xuan managed to escape." "Escaped? What are you doing?" Lin Xuan rebuked Yi Jun, his voice laced with fury. To let a tiger return to the mountain is an incalculable folly. Do you not understand this principle? Such a golden opportunity should never be squandered. Ye Jun was left bewildered by the scolding. What had come over the Shadow Envoy today? Such rudeness was unprecedented. However, Yi Jun dared not speak further, quickly asserting, "Esteemed Shadow Envoy, this incident is entirely the fault of the Holy Son of the Blood Moon sect, Louis. He disrupted my plans and took Lin Xuan away. I suspect Lin Xuan is hidden within the Blood Moon sect, so perhaps we should have our people there investigate?" Lin Xuan shot Yi Jun a cold glare, his voice sharp as he retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to execute my duties?" Yi Jun stared blankly at the Shadow Envoy, and after a prolonged silence, he hastily replied, "I would never dare to, my lord. I merely intended to suggest." Before Yi Jun could finish, Lin Xuan interrupted him coldly, "Since you dare not, then speak less and act more. Do not shift the blame onto others. Do you not grasp this simple truth?" With a thud, Yi Jun, terrified, dropped to his knees. "I recognize my error. I beseech you to temper your wrath, my lord." Seeing Yi Jun kneeling before him, Lin Xuan could not help but chuckle inwardly. If Yi Jun were aware that the Shadow Envoy before him was actually Lin Xuan, what expression would he wear? Patience was key. This game with Yi Jun would be one worth savoring. After releasing a breath, Lin Xuan softened his tone, saying, "Rise, although you have erred, circumstances have led to it, so I shall let this pass. However, there shall be no next time." Yi Jun promptly stood, nodding vigorously. "Thank you, my lord. I assure you, there will be no next time. Please grant me some additional time. I will undoubtedly locate Lin Xuan and eradicate him to prevent future complications." Lin Xuan, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "How long will you require?" Without hesitation, Yi Jun replied, "At most 7 days." Given Yi Jun's confidence, Lin Xuan declared, "Very well, I shall grant you 7 days. Should you fail to find Lin Xuan by then, you shall come to accept the consequences." Yi Jun appeared brimming with confidence. Lin Xuan, adopting a serious expression, informed Yi Jun, "I have received orders. There is a task assigned to you. The task is." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yi Jun froze, staring at him in disbelief. "Esteemed Shadow Envoy, this task carries great risk. It may jeopardize my infiltration plan." "Is it?" Before Yi Jun could complete his sentence, Lin Xuan's voice thundered in anger. "What, Yi Jun, do you dare defy the orders from above?" "I would never dare, my lord. I merely harbor concerns. An order is an order. Your duty is to execute it unconditionally, without a hint of hesitation. Completing the task is your mission." Yi Jun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not speak further and accepted the task. After sending Yi Jun away, Lin Xuan shed his disguise, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yi Jun, in this lifetime, I shall manipulate you as I please. What you bestowed upon me in the past, I shall repay 100-fold in this life. Chapter 14. The seeds of doubt have been sown. Upon returning to the sect, Yi Jun seized the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate his master's chamber. He found himself perplexed as to why the Shadow Envoy would compel him to undertake such a perilous endeavor to pilfer the sacred artifact of the Lingshu sect, the Dragon Blood Jade. Previously, he had managed to cast the blame upon his senior brother, but should he be discovered this time, the consequences would be dire. Nonetheless, the orders he received were absolute, requiring his unwavering obedience. Due to prior events, Mo Joshio had concealed the Dragon Blood Jade within his own quarters, fortifying it with protective formations. Should these formations be breached, Mo Joshio would immediately become aware of the intrusion. Thus, Yi Jun's actions needed to be executed with utmost swiftness, otherwise, he would undoubtedly be caught red-handed. Mo Joshio, who was utterly devoted to his cherished disciple Yi Jun, naturally had no reservations, and Yi Jun was well aware of the whereabouts of the Dragon Blood Jade. Once inside his master's room, Yi Jun swiftly retrieved the Dragon Blood Jade. The moment the formation was disrupted, his master would return without delay. Therefore, Yi Jun wasted no time in making his exit. As long as he was not apprehended by his master, he could easily shift the blame onto Lin Xuan. Yi Jun was confident that, regardless of the circumstances, his master would never suspect him. However, events did not unfold as Yi Jun had anticipated. Just as he was about to depart, Mo Joshio entered, and the two found themselves locked in a startled gaze, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. Yi Jun had meticulously calculated every detail, seizing the opportunity while his master was away, yet, he had not foreseen his master's swift return, which caught him in the act. What was happening? Yi Jun furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. For 5 years, his plans had never faltered, but now he was faced with an unexpected dilemma. What should he do? As the thoughts raced through his mind, he observed Mo Joshio's expression shift. Having just perceived the disruption of the protective formation surrounding the Dragon Blood Jade, he was taken aback to find Yi Jun hastily attempting to exit his chamber in such a furtive manner. "Yi Jun, what are you doing here?" Mo Joshio inquired, though he still found it hard to believe that Yi Jun would engage in any treacherous folly. Yi Jun contemplated shifting the blame onto Lin Xuan, and had he already crossed the threshold of the door when discovered, he would have dared to do so. However, the reality was that he had not even exited the room, rendering any attempt to implicate Lin Xuan utterly implausible. Although his master was biased, he was by no means foolish. Yi Jun was acutely aware that many of his previous schemes had long been seen through by his master, who simply chose not to voice his awareness. If not for his master's favoritism, how could he have repeatedly outmaneuvered Lin Xuan over the past 5 years? Realizing he could not evade this situation, Yi Jun begrudgingly surrendered the Dragon Blood Jade and, mustering his courage, offered an explanation. "Master, I intended to use the Dragon Blood Jade to draw out my senior brother. It is intolerable that he would dare defy me in such a manner. If he is not dealt with, there may be dire consequences." Although Yi Jun spoke with righteous indignation, Mo Joshio remained unusually composed. After regarding Yi Jun with an inscrutable gaze, he took the dragon blood jade from him and remarked with a hint of significance, Lin Chuan is no longer a disciple of the Lingxiu sect. Should you wish to confront him in the future, you need only consult with me, and I shall lend you my full support. Yi Jun promptly lowered his head, acknowledging, I understand my error, and I shall consult with you in future endeavors. Mo Joshio offered no further commentary, merely gesturing for Yi Jun to depart. Your foremost task now is to focus on your cultivation. Leave the other matters to me. Upon hearing his master's words, Yi Jun's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. What did his master mean by this? Was he suggesting that he refrain from taking action against Lin Chuan? However, Yi Jun dared not dwell on such thoughts and quickly took his leave. Why Yi Jun was not foolish, he understood that his master saw through his deceitful words and would not be swayed by them. In the past, his master had at least feigned unwavering trust in him, yet this time, was it possible that his master had truly begun to harbor doubts? Yi Jun could only manage a bitter smile, perplexed by the higher power's motivations for placing him in such a predicament. After Yi Jun's departure, Mo Joshio lingered in the room for quite some time. He had originally intended to go out, but upon leaving the sect, he detected the presence of the demon clan from the Ghost Palace. Mo Joshio pursued them until one of the demons entered Yi Jun's residence. He had prepared to search the premises to uncover the intruder when he suddenly sensed the protective formation around the dragon blood jade had been compromised. Consequently, he rushed back to his chamber, only to encounter Yi Jun. This encounter inevitably sowed seeds of suspicion in Mo Joshio's mind. What connection did Yi Jun have with the demons? Otherwise, how could such a coincidence occur? Could it be that Lin Chuan was correct, and it was Yi Jun who conspired with the demons, while Lin Chuan had been wronged? Considering the events of the past 5 years, Mo Joshio found himself torn. He had indeed favored Yi Jun, indulging him, and assisting him in plotting against Lin Chuan on numerous occasions. Yet, he had always deemed this inconsequential, for Yi Jun was a prodigious talent, destined for greatness. Mo Joshio was not devoid of compassion. If forced to choose between Lin Chuan and Yi Jun, he would undoubtedly select Yi Jun, for he believed only Yi Jun could lead the Lingxiu sect into a glorious future. Everything Mo Joshio did was for the sake of the sect. It was this conviction that had allowed Mo Joshio to repeatedly favor Yi Jun, even aiding him in his schemes against Lin Chuan, paving the way for Yi Jun to ascend while suppressing Lin Chuan. Yet, the reality struck Mo Joshio like a resounding slap. Lin Chuan, despite being subjected to such manipulation, still managed to outshine Yi Jun. This revelation began to shake Mo Joshio's resolve, leading him to question whether his actions over the past 5 years had been misguided. Now, with the revelation of Yi Jun's theft of the dragon blood jade, coupled with the possibility of collusion with the demon clan, Mo Joshio could not help but ponder further. However, since Lin Chuan had severed their brotherly ties and had been expelled from the Lingxiu sect, there was no turning back. Even if he had erred, there was no choice but to proceed along this dark path. Mo Joshio's eyes were filled with a chilling determination. On the other side, a disgruntled Yi Jun returned to his quarters. He realized that although his master had not openly accused him, the seeds of doubt had been firmly planted in his heart. As a prominent sect, the Lingxiu sect could not abide any association with the demon clan. Such treachery was utterly intolerable to Mo Joshio. Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they were exceedingly difficult to eradicate. This predicament left Yi Jun troubled, for his mission remained far from complete, and he needed to continue lurking within the Lingxiu sect. Did you obtain the item? A sudden, chilling voice pierced the silence, startling Yi Jun. Chapter 15. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Yi Jun hastily expressed his apologies, saying, I implore you, esteemed Shadow Master, to forgive my transgressions. My subordinates had nearly succeeded, but just as I was about to depart, my master unexpectedly interrupted, resulting in the mission's failure. Lin Chuan's voice was cold and cutting. You need not elaborate further. While this task indeed bore its share of risks and challenges, it was incumbent upon you to surmount them. A failure is a failure. Do not seek to justify it with excuses. Do I need to reiterate this fundamental principle to you? With a thud, Yi Jun fell to his knees in fright, admitting his fault. I dare not. I acknowledge my mistakes. It is true that my planning was inadequate, leading to the task. With 2 consecutive failures in your missions, to forego punishment would contravene the regulations of my Ghost Palace. However, considering your 5 years of flawless service, I shall impose but a modest penalty, serving as a reminder of our rules. You shall pay 300,000 spirit stones and 300 spirit pills. Do you have any objections? 300,000 spirit stones and pills. Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by the sum. Yet he quickly responded, I accept the punishment without a trace of dissent. However, I find myself unable to produce such a substantial amount of spirit stones and pills at present. I beseech you, grant me some time to gather them. Lin Chuan replied, you shall have 1 day. With that, he swiftly departed. Once the shadow envoy had left, Yi Jun furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint it. After leaving the Lingxiu sect, Lin Chuan did not hasten back to the Beast Forest, but instead made his way to the Blood Moon sect. By chance, he encountered Louis outside the sect's gates. Ah, Lin Chuan, what a coincidence, have you reconsidered your decision? Louis exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Lin Chuan. He had been contemplating persuading Lin Chuan to join the Blood Moon sect, for having a prodigy of Lin Chuan's caliber would undoubtedly elevate their standing, not just in the northern reaches, but throughout the entire North Wilderness. Lin Chuan, maintaining a serious demeanor, addressed Louis, do you have a moment to converse? Louis, sensing Lin Chuan's gravity, became earnest in response, is there something amiss? Lin Chuan inquired, are you familiar with the Ghost Palace? Louis nodded. The dark demonic force that has wreaked havoc in the North Wilderness? Who could possibly be unaware, however, was it not eradicated a century ago by the joint efforts of the top sects of the North Wilderness? Lin Xuan shook his head, a century-old insect, dead yet unyielding. The Ghost Palace has long since risen from the ashes, operating in secrecy. He proceeded to relay the general circumstances surrounding the Ghost Palace to Louis. Upon hearing this, Louis's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, Louis solemnly addressed Lin Xuan. Brother Lin Xuan, what you have disclosed is indeed alarming. Are you certain of the veracity of your claims? Absolutely. I would stake my life on it, Lin Xuan affirmed earnestly. I severed ties with the Lingxiu sect due to Yi Jun's schemes. He is a clandestine operative of the Ghost Palace, intent on eliminating me and falsely accusing me of collusion with the Demon Clan. Your fiancée, Li Nanjiao, is also an agent of the Ghost Palace. What? Louis's face paled in shock. He stared incredulously at Lin Xuan, struggling to accept the gravity of the revelation. The impact was overwhelming, for Li Nanjiao was his beloved, the woman he was soon to wed. Their wedding date had already been set. Here such earth-shattering news left Louis in a state of disbelief. After a lengthy silence, Louis, with a darkened expression, coldly regarded Lin Xuan. Though I hold you in high esteem and consider you a worthy friend, this matter pertains to my fiancée, and I must tread carefully. Brother Lin Xuan, you assert so definitively that Yi Jun and my fiancée are both operatives of the Ghost Palace. Do you possess concrete evidence? If this is merely conjecture or speculation, I believe it prudent for you to exercise caution in your words. Lin Xuan understood that Louis would not easily accept his claims. Thus, he continued, to be candid, I inadvertently encountered an envoy of the Ghost Palace in the Beast Forest, and all this information was gleaned from that encounter. Louis remained skeptical, frowning as he shook his head. But this is solely your account, Brother Lin Xuan, and indeed difficult to accept. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. If you trust me, and wish to uncover the truth for your own peace of mind, why not accompany me? Witness the unfolding drama for yourself. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Since I dared to approach you with this matter, I can certainly provide proof. Louis scrutinized Lin Xuan for a moment before replying. Very well, I trust in your character, Brother Lin Xuan. I shall accompany you. Thus, Lin Xuan led Louis toward the Beast Forest. Shortly after their departure, a striking woman appeared. She surveyed her surroundings warily, ensuring she had not been detected, before making her way toward the Beast Forest. This enchanting woman was none other than Louis's betrothed, Li Nanjiao, a talented gem within the Blood Moon sect. Her gifts rivaling Louis's own, they were, indeed, a couple deserving of admiration. Upon reaching the Beast Forest, Li Nanjiao found the hiding place of the Shadow Envoy. I, Li Nanjiao, have come to report to you, esteemed Shadow Envoy, she said respectfully. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Louis concealed themselves in the shadows. Witnessing Li Nanjiao's arrival and her respectful address to the Shadow Envoy struck Louis like a bolt of lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless and frozen in place. How could this be? Lin Xuan, having disguised himself, stepped forth from the shadows. Upon seeing the Shadow Envoy, Li Nanjiao promptly detailed the recent developments within the Blood Moon sect and the progress of her plans. After her report, Lin Xuan gestured for her to depart. Once Li Nanjiao had left, Lin Xuan shed his disguise and approached Louis, who was reeling from the emotional blow. He had never anticipated that his beloved fiancée would be a spy for the Demon Clan, plotting the downfall of the Blood Moon sect. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. The undeniable truth lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. Why had this happened? How could it be? He had always perceived Li Nanjiao as gentle, kind-hearted, and virtuous, a perfect match for him. Yet, she had been a demon operative all along, infiltrating the Blood Moon sect with the intent to destroy it. Her plan included orchestrating his own father's demise to usurp the sect's leadership, only to poison him afterward and claim the position for herself. How could she conceive such malice? His father had always treated her as family, and he had cherished her dearly. How could she possess such a venomous heart, seeking to bring ruin upon them? The brutal reality was too much for Louis to bear. Lin Xuan placed a reassuring hand on Louis's shoulder, saying, Brother Louis, I fully comprehend your turmoil, but you ought to count yourself fortunate. Now that you are aware, it is not too late. You still have the opportunity to alter this fate. As for me, cast out from my sect, severing all ties, I am now but a stray dog. Taken aback by Lin Xuan's words, Louis paused, then nodded slightly. In comparison to Lin Xuan's plight, he indeed felt fortunate. Regaining his composure, Louis expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lin Xuan, I owe you my life. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Lin Xuan responded earnestly, we are both castaways in this world. We ought to unite for mutual support and to vanquish evil. I seek vengeance and to reclaim all that belongs to me. You must protect your family and safeguard the Blood Moon sect. We stand on the same side, so there is no need for thanks. We can join forces in our endeavors. Louis nodded emphatically in agreement. After a thorough discussion, he took his leave to return to the Blood Moon sect. Following these events, Lin Xuan resumed his cultivation. A day later, Yi Jun arrived. Chapter 16. Are you questioning me, or do you wish to defy the orders from above? Over 3 million spirit stones and nearly 400 pills have been delivered. This act is intended to curry favor with the Shadow Envoy. Lin Xuan expressed great satisfaction with Yi Jun's performance, deliberately infusing his words with praise for Yi Jun's capabilities. Having garnered the Shadow Envoy's approval, Yi Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that even the Shadow Envoy requires a sense of social obligation. It seems he has indeed overlooked this aspect over the past 5 years. Yi Jun hastily declared, from now on, I shall ensure to show more respect to you, esteemed Shadow Envoy. Lin Xuan nodded slightly in approval. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Naturally, Lin Xuan would not refuse such a fortuitous benefit. Over the past 5 years, Mo Jiu Xiao had appropriated all the cultivation resources that rightfully belonged to Lin Xuan, and now it was high time for Yi Jun to return every bit of it. Yi Jun quickly responded, "That is only right, I had previously been remiss, and I hope the Shadow Envoy can forgive me." With that, Yi Jun prepared to take his leave. However, he was called back by Lin Xuan. With a respectful demeanor, Yi Jun inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to command, my lord?" Lin Xuan replied, "Now that Lin Xuan has been dealt with, it is time for you to take action against your senior sisters." What? Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lin Xuan with an expression of bewilderment, momentarily stunned. "Is there a problem?" Lin Xuan asked coldly. Yi Jun hastily replied, "Shadow Envoy, according to our previously established plan, were we not to take 3 years to resolve the Lingshu sect, my 3 senior sisters still possess significant utility, and my current realm is still quite low. My strength is far from sufficient, hence I still require the assistance of my 3 senior sisters and Master Mo." Before Yi Jun could finish his sentence, Lin Xuan sharply interrupted, "The higher-ups believe the timeline is too extended and require you to resolve this matter expeditiously. Therefore, our plan must change, and our actions must be expedited. The directive from above is to subdue the Lingshu sect within a year, so you must act against your 3 senior sisters immediately." 1 year? How is that even possible? Yi Jun exclaimed. "What is impossible about it?" Lin Xuan retorted. "During the final execution of the plan, reinforcements from above will assist you, you need only follow my commands." "But are you questioning me? Or do you intend to defy the orders from above?" Yi Jun was suddenly gripped by a chill, hurriedly responding with utmost respect, "I would not dare, I accept the command." Lin Xuan waved his hand, and Yi Jun swiftly departed. After sending Yi Jun away, a cold, sinister smile spread across Lin Xuan's face. Lu Yunxi, Qin Hanyu, and Zi Linging. Previously, Lin Xuan had regarded these 3 junior sisters as his own siblings, nurturing them and offering unreserved support, shielding them from the storms of life, allowing them to flourish. Yet these 3 dear sisters turned against him for Yi Jun, ultimately resorting to cruel measures to bring about Lin Xuan's demise. In this life, Lin Xuan intended to use Yi Jun's hand to deal with them. He sought to show them the true nature of the little junior brother they were desperately protecting. Walking the path of the White Lotus would leave the White Lotus with no retreat. Gazing at the spirit stones and pills in his possession, Lin Xuan could not help but admire Yi Jun's capabilities. In such a brief time, he had managed to procure such a substantial amount of resources. This vastly exceeded the rewards Lin Xuan had received upon assuming the role of Saint Son of the Lingshu sect. For Lin Xuan, the most pressing need was indeed cultivation resources. This time, he had effortlessly acquired an abundance of spirit stones and pills. This strategy proved to be exceptionally effective. Lin Xuan began contemplating whether to replicate this approach with Li Nanjiao of the Blood Moon sect and Chu Xin of the Swordmaster sect. Surely, they would not dare to defy the Shadow Envoy's commands, would they? If that were the case, Lin Xuan would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. He could treat spirit stones and pills as if they were mere sweets. This was certainly a matter worth considering. However, for the time being, it was prudent to utilize these spirit stones and pills for his cultivation. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan commenced his training. To his delight, Lin Xuan swiftly discovered that the Great Wilderness Sword technique absorbed the spiritual energy within the spirit stones at an astonishing rate, allowing him to cultivate at a speed over 100 times faster than before. If this continued, with sufficient cultivation resources and a little time, he could likely reach the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation realm in less than a year and a half. In his previous life, Yi Jun, after obtaining that great opportunity and claiming victory in the Northern Wilderness Heavenly Talent Battle, received an exhaustive allocation of resources from the Lingshu sect, taking 3 years to reach the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation realm. With the Emperor's technique assisting him, Lin Xuan's speed would undoubtedly surpass that of Yi Jun by several folds, perhaps in 6 months, or even 3, but that was a discussion for another time. Lin Xuan soon immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Lingshu sect, Yi Jun wore a troubled expression. He increasingly felt that the Shadow Envoy had been acting unusually of late. Everything had been meticulously planned, yet now it was all being overturned. He could not fathom the reason behind it. Initiating plans now carried a significant risk of failure, yet he had no choice but to obey the higher-ups' orders. What was once a situation where everything was under control was now spiraling into chaos. Yi Jun felt powerless and utterly helpless. Perhaps the higher-ups had devised a better plan. Putting aside his concerns, since he was instructed to take action, he would do so. With his 3rd sister and 4th sister still out on their training expedition, he would first target his 2nd sister. Let him ponder how best to approach this. Soon, Yi Jun devised a plan. An hour later, he arrived at his 2nd sister Lu Yunxi's residence, carrying a plump hen, requesting her assistance in preparing a nourishing chicken soup for Master Mo, who was currently pregnant and needed proper nourishment. Naturally, Lu Yunxi was more than willing to oblige her little junior brother's request, attending to every detail. Yi Jun then hurried to find Master Mo, charming her with subtly probing for information. Yi Jun quickly confirmed that Master had not mentioned anything about his theft of the dragon blood jade to anyone. This revelation brought him a sense of relief. It seemed Master did not harbor significant suspicions about him. He reminded himself to exercise greater caution in future endeavors. After a brief conversation, 2nd sister Lu Yunxi soon brought forth the prepared chicken soup. Yi Jun eagerly accepted the bowl, serving it with care, feeding Master Mo lovingly spoonful by spoonful. In that moment, Mo felt as if she were the happiest woman in the world. Lu Yunxi looked on with envy, marveling at her little junior brother's thoughtfulness and care. Compared to the eldest senior brother, he was a world apart. Wait, Lin Xuan was no longer the eldest senior brother. Suddenly, Emoku let out a pain scream, clutching her stomach tightly, collapsing to the ground in agony, soon vomiting a mouthful of black blood. The sudden turn of events left both Yi Jun and Lu Yunxi horrified. Yi Jun, embodying the role of the innocent lotus, began his performance. Master Mo, what is happening to you? Yi Jun exclaimed, rushing to embrace the pale and suffering Emoku, his voice filled with urgent concern. Emoku, unable to articulate her pain, shed hot tears from her eyes. Lu Yunxi, bewildered and terrified, stood frozen in shock. Is Master Mo poisoned? How could this happen? Second sister, quickly, go summon the master. Yi Jun urgently instructed Lu Yunxi. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yunxi dashed off to fetch the master. Upon hearing the news, Emoji Xiao hurried over. After examining Emoku, his face darkened to an extreme, and he coldly declared, Core has been poisoned. The master is unharmed, but the fetus cannot be saved. Chapter 17 The Cycle of Heaven's Justice, who can escape its grasp? What do poisoned? How could this be? Yi Jun, the embodiment of innocence, feigned devastation, appearing as if struck by lightning. Almost immediately, she exhibited disbelief, turning to Emoji Xiao and exclaiming, Master, could there have been a mistake? How could senior sister Mo be poisoned without provocation? Emoku, her spirit shattered, wore a pallid visage etched with agony and despair, tears cascading like pearls severed from their string. Her expression was vacant, murmuring, My child, who has poisoned my child, who could it be? Suddenly, in a fit of madness, Emoku seized Yi Jun with fervor. This unexpected action startled Yi Jun profoundly. For those who tread the path. Fortunately, Emoku's suspicion did not fall upon Yi Jun. Instead, she implored, Yi Jun, someone has poisoned our child. We must unearth the murderer and exact vengeance, tearing them limb from limb in retribution for our child. Yi Jun embraced senior sister Mo tightly, vowing to avenge the child. The cold, piercing gaze of Emoji Xiao shifted immediately to the chicken soup. At that moment, Lu Yunxi, still bewildered and rooted in place, felt an inexplicable dread. After inspecting the soup, Emoji Xiao's gaze turned icy and malevolent, fixating on Lu Yunxi, causing her to instinctively retreat 2 steps. She had never before witnessed such ferocity from her master. Panic-stricken, Lu Yunxi quickly understood the implication that the soup was indeed poisoned. She fervently shook her head, insisting, Master, it wasn't me. I truly did not poison the chicken soup. It was not I, a senior sister. We are like sisters. How could I harm you? She turned to Yi Jun, little junior brother, you asked me to prepare the soup. You must believe me, I would never poison it. Yi Jun glanced at Lu Yunxi and remarked, Senior sister, the hen I provided was lively and healthy, it could not possibly have been poisoned. I then came directly to senior sister Mo, and you were the only one who handled the soup before bringing it over. Yi Jun's words, though seemingly innocuous, artfully shifted all suspicion onto Lu Yunxi. Senior sister, I have always regarded you as a sister. How could you betray me so? Return my child's life. Emoku, now frenzied, lunged at Lu Yun. In her panic, Lu Yunxi had no time to evade, and was brutally assaulted by Emoku. Fortunately, Yi Jun intervened just in time, otherwise, Emoku might have truly fought Lu Yunxi to the death. Lu Yunxi, on the verge of tears, continued to plead, Senior sister, you are gravely mistaken. It truly was not me, I swear to the heavens, I did not poison the soup, someone must have framed me. Think, I had no motive or reason to do such a thing. I would not be so foolish as to take such a colossal risk. Emoku's emotions slightly stabilized, her bloodshot eyes fixated on Lu Yunxi. Indeed, she found it hard to believe that Lu Yunxi would commit such an act. Little junior brother, you know that senior sister has always cared for you deeply. She would not harm you or senior sister Mo's child. Lu Yunxi added, directing her words toward Yi Jun. Emoji Xiao stood silently, his demeanor dark and forbidding, sensing something was amiss. Yet, Yi Jun spoke up, Senior sister, it is not that I do not trust you, but you are the only one who had the opportunity to poison the soup. Why would I do such a thing? Lu Yunxi replied hastily, why would I be resentful of senior sister Mo for betraying the eldest senior brother? Am I not the one who has helped you? Yi Jun's words pierced her heart, striking true. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxi felt as though the ground beneath her had crumbled. She gazed at Yi Jun in disbelief, her heart heavy with betrayal. Despite having stood against the eldest senior brother for Yi Jun, she never anticipated such a declaration from him. Emoku, having initially doubted Lu Yunxi's motives, was now incited by Yi Jun's words. It must be true, senior sister, return my child's life, you are a murderer, and I will not rest until I confront you. Lu Yunxi desperately shook her head, but her explanations fell flat. For the first time, she tasted the bitterness of wrongful accusation, a torment more unbearable than death. Yi Jun, kill her, avenge our child. Emoku urged vehemently. Without hesitation, Yi Jun drew his sword and lunged at Lu Yunxi. In that moment, Lu Yunxi was paralyzed by shock. Yi Jun's sword pierced her chest, though thankfully, it did not strike her heart. A searing pain radiated throughout her being. Lu Yunxi fixed her gaze on Yi Jun, the very junior brother she had defended with her life, who now stood as her accuser. This scene was all too familiar. She had once treated the eldest senior brother in the same manner, and now, Lu Yunxi faced the consequences of her actions, realizing the cycle of justice was indeed merciless. Tears streamed down her face, a torrent of sorrow. Master, I cannot bring myself to slay senior sister. Let us confine her to the dungeon until the truth is revealed. Yi Jun feigned benevolence as he addressed Emoji Xiao. The silent Emoji Xiao nodded coldly. He personally secured Lu Yunxi in the dungeon, just as he had done with Lin Chuan 3 years prior. With a thud, Lu Yunxi knelt before Emoji Xiao, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Master, please believe me. I am innocent, I did not poison the soup, I would never harm senior sister Mo or little junior brother. After a moment of grim silence, Emojiosha queried, are you certain there were no issues during the process? Lu Yunqi replied resolutely, I never left the soup unattended. I was vigilant the entire time, ensuring nothing could go awry. Emojiosha continued, if what you say is true, then if you did not poison the soup, it must be Emoku or Yijun. Would they harm their own child? The poison in the soup was specifically targeted at Emoko's unborn child and did not affect Emoko herself. Lu Yunqi was left speechless. Emo's sister? That is utterly impossible, little junior brother Yijun, surely not. The realization struck her, it could only be her, yet, she knew she had done no such thing. In that moment, Lu Yunqi found herself at a loss for words. Emojiosha, disheartened, shook his head and departed. In the cold, dark dungeon, only Lu Yunqi remained. Unbeknownst to her, a figure cloaked in black lurked in the shadows. It was none other than Lin Xuan, who observed Lu Yunqi with a chilling smirk. 3 years ago, she had played a significant role in his confinement. Now, it was her turn to experience the depths of the dungeon, but this was merely the beginning, the real drama was yet to unfold. Chapter 18 Lin Xuan's seizure of Yijun's great destiny. Having resolved this matter, Lin Xuan returned to the beast forest to continue his cultivation. With ample resources for training, his progress was astonishingly swift, akin to the ease of drinking water. In merely 3 days, he broke through once more, reaching the 6th level of Blood Soul Realm. Armed with the power of the Great Wilderness Sword Technique and the Shadow Step Technique, he was confident he could easily defeat anyone at the 7th level of Blood Soul Realm. Even against those at the 8th level, victory seemed plausible. However, to exact his revenge, this was still far from sufficient. He needed the strength to effortlessly vanquish those at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Lin Xuan's thoughts shifted as he cast his gaze deep into the heart of the beast forest. A tremendous opportunity was descending upon this realm today. In his previous life, when a great chance arose, he had been commanded by his master not to leave the Lingshu sect, resulting in that opportunity falling into Yijun's hands, thereby propelling him to greatness. In this life, Lin Xuan was determined to seize the fruits of destiny from Yijun. Boom, a thunderous sound reverberated through the beast forest, shaking the very ground for miles around. A radiant beam of light pierced the heavens, blindingly bright. It had arrived. Lin Xuan's eyes glimmered with a deep intensity, yet he refrained from rushing forward, for he had devised a more cunning plan. Before long, Lin Xuan spotted Yijun's figure appear. Today marked the day Yijun was to report to the Shadow Envoy, thus he was the first to appear in the beast forest. Yijun made his way directly toward the source of the opportunity. After donning the guise of the Shadow Envoy, Lin Xuan stealthily followed behind. The Shadow Step technique was swift as a fleeting shadow, allowing him to move like a wraith. This technique not only granted remarkable speed but also rendered his movements exceedingly elusive, effectively concealing his presence. It was precisely due to this skill that Lin Xuan could traverse the Lingshu sect unnoticed. Unaware of the figure shadowing him, Yijun soon approached the opportunity. Before him floated a luminous sphere, radiating brilliant light and imbued with the essence of the great Tao. Within this sphere, extraordinary phenomena manifested, showcasing majestic dragons soaring through the skies, phoenixes bathing in celestial flames, and divine unicorns treading upon the firmament. Yijun was momentarily awestruck by the spectacle, only to be swept away by exhilaration, bursting into joyous laughter. This is the great destiny. I, Yijun, am indeed the son of fortune, a sacred body of the great Tao, an unparalleled genius. To think that such a rare divine object, the great destiny, would be bestowed upon me. With its aid, I shall ascend to the 9th heaven, overshadowing the North Wilderness and suppressing all other prodigies. In this contest of North Wilderness prodigies, I shall undoubtedly claim the first position. Ha! Truly, the heavens are aiding me, Yijun. Once his laughter subsided, Yijun prepared to claim the great destiny. However, just as he reached out, a shadow moved faster than he could react, snatching the great destiny into its grasp. The sudden turn of events caused Yijun's expression to shift drastically. Instinctively, he attempted to retaliate, but upon recognizing the figure, he was struck with fear and hastily withdrew his hand, speaking in astonishment, Lord Shadow Envoy, how is it that you are here? Lin Xuan glanced at the great destiny in his possession, his heart swelling with elation. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to what great opportunity Yijun had discovered in the beast forest. All he knew was that after seizing it, Yijun's strength surged dramatically, elevating his realm to the 1st level of dragon transformation in a mere 3 months. Subsequently, he dominated all other prodigies in the North Wilderness contest, effortlessly claiming the top spot on the prodigy list. So, it was the great destiny. No wonder he had achieved such feats. The great destiny, a manifestation of the essence of creation, contained the powers of heaven and earth and the might of the great Tao. Even a fool could transform into an unparalleled genius upon obtaining it. For a prodigy, the implications were even more profound. Lin Xuan coldly regarded Yijun, his voice dripping with authority. Do I need your permission to be where I am? Yijun, trembling with fear, quickly replied, I dare not, but this great destiny was discovered by me, so humph. Lin Xuan interjected with a scoff, just because you found it, does that mean it belongs to you? What, do you intend to snatch it from my hands? Yijun shook his head vehemently. Of course, I would not dare. Before Yijun could continue, Lin Xuan sharply admonished, I doubt you possess the audacity for such a thing. Even if this great destiny were not in my possession, do you think I could not demand it from you? Would you dare refuse? Yijun felt utterly defeated, rendered speechless. How could he, Yijun, dare deny the Lord Shadow Envoy? He could not even muster the courage to utter a single word of dissent. He was but a mere pawn of the Phantom Hall, while the Shadow Envoy held significant authority within it. Lin Xuan paid Yi Jun no further mind, triumphantly departing with the great destiny in hand. Only after Lin Xuan was far away did Yi Jun dare to vent his frustration upon the surrounding trees. The great destiny, which had been so close to his grasp, had been forcibly taken by the shadow envoy, leaving him in a state of bitter resentment. Had he possessed the great destiny, he would have been confident in claiming the top position in this contest of North Wilderness prodigies. Now, not only was the first place beyond reach, but even the top 10 seemed an insurmountable challenge. His hopes of soaring to great heights had been utterly extinguished, yet, all Yi Jun could do was accept his fate with resignation. Upon returning to his hiding place, Lin Xuan wasted no time and immediately began to assimilate the great destiny. Gazing upon the object that could alter one's fate, he swallowed it whole. By forcibly snatching it from Yi Jun, Lin Xuan aimed to make Yi Jun experience the bitterness of having something precious taken away. In his previous life, Yi Jun had seized far too much from Lin Xuan. In this life, Lin Xuan was determined to reclaim it all. As the great destiny entered his being, a torrent of divine energy surged within Lin Xuan, erupting like a volcano and flooding his entire body. He was instantly transported into a wondrous realm, enveloped by an exquisite sensation. The primal forces of the great Tao rapidly purified Lin Xuan, causing his body to undergo a visible transformation. His realm ascended at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, Yi Jun, filled with resentment, arrived at the Lingshu sect. Upon seeing Yi Jun, Lu Yunqi clutched at him like a drowning woman grasping for a lifeline. Little junior brother, I swear I did not poison Mo Shimi. You must believe second sister, this must be the doing of senior brother. No, it was Lin Xuan. He seeks to frame me and sow discord between us. He wishes to take revenge. Little junior brother, do not fall for Lin Xuan's tricks. In just 3 short days, Lu Yunqi had been driven to the brink of madness. Yi Jun regarded her coldly, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Second sister, I know you are innocent. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi was filled with excitement, grasping Yi Jun's arm fervently. Little junior brother, I knew you would believe second sister. It was master who sent you to rescue me, wasn't it? Second sister cherishes you dearly, how could she ever harm you? This is clearly Lin Xuan's scheme. Humph, well done, Lin Xuan. Even after being cast out of the Lingshu sect, you still dare to plot against us. You truly deserve to die. However, before Lu Yunqi could finish her sentence, Yi Jun's next words struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly stunned. Chapter 19 Reaping the Consequences, Bringing Misfortune Upon Oneself. Second senior sister, do you not think it is possible that I am the one framing you? Yi Jun gazed at Lu Yunqi with a chilling, playful mockery. In that moment, he entirely shed his facade, revealing his true self to Lu Yunqi for the first time. Yet, Lu Yunqi remained unconvinced. Junior brother, surely you jest with second senior sister? Do you truly doubt her words? Observing the foolish yet endearing second senior sister, Yi Jun sneered, it was I who poisoned her. What? Lu Yunqi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She stared, wide-eyed, at Yi Jun. The seemingly gentle and obedient junior brother, who usually exhibited a frail disposition, had transformed into a completely different person today. This was not the junior brother she knew. What had come over him? Surely, it must be the immense shock from the death of Mo Shimi's child that had driven him to this madness. Lu Yunqi shook her head vehemently, asserting, junior brother, you could never do such a thing. You love Mo Shimi dearly, the child she carried was your own flesh and blood. How could you possibly poison her? It is unthinkable. I can guarantee with absolute certainty that it was Lin Xuan's doing. If you release second senior sister, I will ensure that Lin Xuan is brought to justice, subjected to 1,000 tortures. Yi Jun continued to mock her with a chilling smile. Second senior sister, it is no wonder Lin Xuan calls you foolish. You truly are rather naive. I have admitted to poisoning you, framing you, yet you still refuse to believe me. Even if Lin Xuan possessed unparalleled abilities, how could he have poisoned you under your very nose? Have you not grasped how the poison was administered? I placed it on the ladle, only I had the opportunity to do so. How could this be? Lu Yunqi was rendered speechless, her spirit crushed. Her face turned a ghastly white, and in her emotional turmoil, the wound she bore reopened, causing blood to gush forth. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood, yet, Lu Yunqi, still unwilling to surrender, questioned Yi Jun, why? Junior brother, why have you done this? Second senior sister has schemed against senior brother for you, harmed him multiple times, and was the first to sever ties with him. Why must you treat her this way? Yi Jun chuckled softly, it is quite simple. I am a member of the Ghost Palace. My purpose in infiltrating Lingshu sect is to bring it to ruin. Senior brother is the holy son, naturally, he must be dealt with first. As for the rest of you, one and all, none shall escape. Since you care for me so deeply, willing to do anything for me, then surely being framed by me should be met with your willing acceptance, no? Lu Yunqi felt as though the world was collapsing around her. How could this be? This cannot be true. Surely, junior brother is deceiving me, while second senior sister would willingly die for you. She cannot believe that you are a member of the Ghost Palace, nor can she accept that you would. It must be Lin Xuan coercing you to say such things. Yes, it must be Lin Xuan. Seeing Lu Yunqi descend into madness, Yi Jun nearly laughed coldly before turning away. After venting his frustrations, he felt significantly lighter. As for whether second senior sister believed his words, he cared not. Once Yi Jun departed, Lu Yunqi, in the depths of her emotional collapse, gradually fell silent. Her body slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by the agony of her predicament. In truth, she had already begun to believe Yi Jun's words. She simply lacked the courage to confront this reality. The ones we love most can inflict the deepest wounds upon us. For 5 years, Lu Yunqi had devoted herself entirely to her junior brother, committing numerous acts against senior brother, only to find herself in this dire situation. This must be her retribution. Who else could she blame? All of this was of her own making, she had brought this upon herself. How laughable, how tragic, how loathsome, was I truly in the wrong? Half a month later, Lin Xuan had digested a significant portion of the Great Tao's transformation, elevating his realm to the 9th layer of Blood Soul realm. As he continued to digest, however, the pace began to slow. Completing the remainder of the Great Tao's transformation would likely allow him to break through to the Dragon transformation realm. In his previous life, Yi Jun had relied on this very transformation to ascend to the Dragon transformation realm within 3 months. Undoubtedly, the benefits of the Great Tao's transformation extended beyond rapid elevation in realm and strength. It also greatly enhanced one's cultivation talent and even fortune, yielding boundless advantages. At the 9th layer of Blood Soul realm, my strength should suffice to easily vanquish the Shadow Envoy, should it not? Lin Xuan mused inwardly. The sensation of power was indeed exquisite. In another month, he should be able to break through to the Dragon transformation realm, yet, to contend with Mo Zhouxiao, that would not be nearly enough. Yi Jun sought him out. Lin Xuan quickly donned a disguise and stepped outside. Yi Jun fell to his knees, resembling a child who had erred, for he had previously boasted before the Shadow Envoy that he would. Yet, over half a month had passed, and Yi Jun had not even caught a glimpse of Lin Xuan's whereabouts. Defeated, Yi Jun had no choice but to come before the Shadow Envoy to confess his failure. Lin Xuan surveyed the kneeling Yi Jun from a position of dominance, a powerful aura pressing down upon Yi Jun, filling him with dread. He hastily spoke, "I am incompetent, I beg for your punishment, Lord Shadow." "You are indeed quite incompetent," Lin Xuan reproached without reservation. Rather than retorting, Yi Jun could only nod submissively in agreement. Lin Xuan's voice turned cold. "Then tell me, how should I punish you?" This time, Yi Jun was quick to comply, presenting a spatial ring with both hands. "Lord Shadow, within this ring are 300,000 spirit stones and 300 spirit pills. I humbly ask that you accept this offering." Since Yi Jun was so forthcoming, Lin Xuan graciously accepted. After all, Yi Jun had previously swindled him out of a substantial amount of spirit stones and pills, and now, nearly half a month later, he had produced such a considerable sum once more. However, it all ultimately benefited Lin Xuan. After accepting the spatial ring, Lin Xuan feigned indifference. "Very well, it seems I underestimated Lin Xuan's cunning. He has hidden himself quite well, so it is understandable that you could not locate him at once. Leave this matter to me, he should be hiding within the beast forest." "Oh, are you certain?" Yi Jun immediately inquired. However, at Lin Xuan's icy glare, he hastily amended, "If Lord Shadow believes he is in the beast forest, then he must indeed be there. I shall return and dispatch people to conduct a thorough search." Before Yi Jun could finish, Lin Xuan interrupted, "Are you a fool? Do you think I am unaware that your Lingshu sect knows he is in the beast forest?" Yi Jun finally grasped the situation. Yes, you are absolutely correct, Lord Shadow. Such actions would surely raise alarms. If he were to escape, it would be even more difficult to capture him. Furthermore, a thorough search might expose your hiding place. I apologize for my lack of foresight, Lord Shadow. I do have a plan. We could use a bait to lure him out, Yi Jun proposed. Lin Xuan regarded Yi Jun and said, "Speak your mind." Yi Jun promptly detailed his strategy. After listening, Lin Xuan nodded slightly. This plan has merit, but it is best not to let too many people in on it. The task of eliminating Lin Xuan shall be entrusted to me. Yi Jun, hearing this, was filled with joy and quickly took his leave to prepare. After sending Yi Jun off, a sinister smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips. Chapter 20. A senior brother. If you do not come forth to rescue me, I shall perish. Upon returning to the Lingshu sect, Yi Jun made his way directly to the dark prison. Having been imprisoned for several days, Lu Yunqi's mental state had completely shattered, yet, she steadfastly refused to believe that her junior brother Yi Jun was affiliated with the Phantom Hall. She remained convinced that Lin Xuan was the mastermind behind all of this. Without a doubt, it was Lin Xuan. Yi Jun, with the guise of a pure-hearted lotus flower and theatrical flair, approached Lu Yunqi, his face etched with guilt and remorse. "Second senior sister, I beg your forgiveness. My emotions were too heightened last time, and I intentionally uttered those words to provoke you. You do not hold it against me, do you?" At these words, a radiant smile blossomed on Lu Yunqi's face. She shook her head repeatedly, saying, "It is of no consequence, dear junior brother. How could I ever blame you? Given the gravity of the situation, I understand your feelings completely. This is all Lin Xuan's doing. He truly deserves to die. I shall not let Lin Xuan escape unscathed for this incident. I am determined to avenge both our esteemed junior master and you, second senior sister. He will pay for his transgressions 100-fold. Yi Jun responded, his expression filled with deep-seated hatred. "I once went to great lengths to defend Lin Xuan, yet he repaid my kindness with malice, ruthlessly targeting Sister Mo and our child. He is no better than a beast. I cannot coexist with him. It is a matter of life and death. Until Lin Xuan is slain, I, Yi Jun, vow to remain unyielding." Lu Yunqi nodded emphatically. "Junior brother, my third and fourth senior sisters, along with our master, will wholeheartedly support you. We will always stand resolutely by your side." Lin Xuan harbors resentment towards Sister Mo and your child, which surely drove him to commit such heinous acts. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Yi Jun adopted a serious tone, addressing Lu Yunqi, second senior sister. "Lin Xuan is cunningly concealed. We have searched tirelessly, yet we have been unable to locate him. I have a plan that may lure him out, ensnaring him in his own trap. However, it requires you to endure some hardship and cooperate. Would you be willing?" Without a second thought, Lu Yunqi readily agreed. "I am willing, as long as it allows you to exact vengeance. I shall do anything you ask. Please tell me what I must do." Seeing her unhesitating acceptance, Yi Jun smirked inwardly, deeming her an utterly foolish woman. Among the three senior sisters, second senior sister was the most naive, yet, love, in its humble form, often resembles mere weeds. She was the one Yi Jun held in the least regard. Nevertheless, he still needed to utilize her, so he feigned uncertainty and hesitation. The more he acted this way, the more anxious Lu Yunqi became. Junior brother, please speak quickly, I would willingly endure anything for you. What suffering could I not bear? After observing Lu Yunqi, Yi Jun finally spoke. Here is the matter, I have discovered that Lin Chuan is currently hiding within the beast forest. To avoid alarming him, I propose a strategy to draw him out, using you as bait. Since you have been imprisoned by our master, if your injuries worsen and you venture into the beast forest to seek Lin Chuan, he has always regarded you as a younger sister. Surely, he would not stand idly by while you are in peril. I will discreetly follow behind you, and once Lin Chuan is lured out, you must inform us. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqi nodded vigorously in agreement. An excellent plan. If I appear gravely injured and on the brink of death, feigning an escape from the dark prison, I can undoubtedly draw Lin Chuan out. He would never abandon me in my hour of need. Come, junior brother, swiftly injure me, leave me just enough strength to walk. Bear with it, second senior sister, Yi Jun replied, and without hesitation, he struck Lu Yunqi, inflicting severe wounds. Deep gashes marred her skin, and crimson blood stained her garments. The agony she endured was evident in her expression. Without delay, Yi Jun and Lu Yunqi departed. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they left, an elderly man emerged from the shadows, his brow furrowed in perplexity. After contemplating for a moment, he stealthily followed their trail. Meanwhile, upon entering the beast forest, Yi Jun and Lu Yunqi separated. Lu Yunqi, bearing her grievous injuries, pressed onward through the forest, blood continually seeping from her wounds, painting a grim picture. Yet, she paid no heed to her suffering. Her sole focus was on avenging her junior brother. She was determined to draw Lin Chuan out and exact a brutal retribution upon him. What Lu Yunqi did not realize was that Yi Jun, after entering the forest, had reported this development to the Shadow Envoy. Once his report was complete, he quietly trailed Lu Yunqi. He was confident that this scheme would successfully lure Lin Chuan out, for among the three senior sisters, he knew Lin Chuan cared the most for Lu Yunqi. Given Lin Chuan's soft-hearted nature, he could not possibly stand by and watch her perish. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Chuan was covertly observing their every move, fully in control of the situation. Lu Yunqi wandered through the beast forest for an entire day and night, yet she still could not entice Lin Chuan to reveal himself. Her injuries were severe, and the loss of blood had taken its toll. She was now struggling to walk, her body on the verge of collapse. Given her condition, it was clear that Lu Yunqi could not endure for much longer. If she continued on this path, her life would soon slip away. Anger and urgency swirled within her. Suddenly, summoning all her strength, she cried out in a desperate plea, "Senior brother, where are you? I beg of you, please come forth to save your junior sister. I realize my mistakes, I truly comprehend my errors. I implore you, senior brother, I now know you have been wronged, and I have been ensnared by junior brother, cast into the dark prison by our master, and grievously wounded by the esteemed junior master. I fought desperately to escape. Senior brother, if you do not come to my aid, I shall surely perish." In the shadows, Lin Chuan observed Lu Yunqi's feigned performance, a cold smile playing upon his lips. In his previous life, Lu Yunqi had been the one he cared for most among his three junior sisters, believing her to be the most obedient and understanding. Yet, in the past, she had always been the first to assist Yi Jun in plotting against him. Even when she knew he was innocent, she steadfastly sided with Yi Jun, repeatedly inflicting harm upon him, culminating in her cruel betrayal. For Yi Jun, Lu Yunqi was willing to sacrifice anything. In this life, let her be the first to repent. With a slight smirk, Lin Chuan stepped out from the shadows. Upon seeing him emerge, Lu Yunqi was instantly overcome with joy, rushing forward to grasp his arm tightly. "Senior brother, I knew you were in the beast forest. I knew you could not bear to watch me perish. You have finally come forth, ah." Afterward, she shouted, "Junior brother, I have captured Lin Chuan, come forth and kill him." Chapter 21. Junior brother, quickly take action and eliminate Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan gazed coldly at Lu Yunqi, the very second junior sister he had cherished since childhood, whom he regarded as a beloved sibling. The sorrow of a heart that has died is unparalleled. Having lived a second life, would Lin Chuan still harbor any semblance of compassion? To lure me out, you have gone to such lengths? Lin Chuan's laughter was icy as he regarded Lu Yunqi. Yet, Lu Yunqi responded with a chilling smile. "If I did not act thus, how would you easily reveal yourself? A creature devoid of conscience and humanity such as you deserves the cruelest of methods. For the sake of my junior brother, I am willing to do anything. What does this matter? This is the same Lu Yunqi who once vowed to lay down her life for her elder brother. Yet now, she is so recklessly intent on bringing about Lin Chuan's demise. However, the retribution she so richly deserves is destined to befall her. Yi Jun emerged. Upon seeing him, Lu Yunqi urgently called out, "Junior brother, swiftly slay Lin Chuan." As she spoke, Lu Yunqi clung desperately to Lin Chuan's leg, prepared to hold on even unto death. She was determined to restrain Lin Chuan at all costs. The foolish woman was utterly deranged, yet Lin Chuan remained unfazed. Yi Jun did not rush to act either. He too awaited the appearance of the Shadow Master. However, the Shadow Master was conspicuously absent, causing Yi Jun to furrow his brow in concern. Noticing Yi Jun's hesitation, Lu Yunqi shouted again, "Junior brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly, kill him." Lin Chuan maintained an air of calm indifference as he coldly regarded Yi Jun, devoid of any hint of panic. It was as if an immense confidence emanated from him. This demeanor, however, elicited an unsettling feeling in Yi Jun. Something seemed amiss. "Shadow Master, where are you?" Yi Jun called out directly into the shadows, abandoning all pretense. Lin Chuan chuckled coldly, addressing Yi Jun. It seems today you intend to silence Lu Yunqi, exposing your identity as a member of the demonic clan before her. Ha, Lu Yunqi has laid bare her heart for you, willing to sacrifice everything. Yet, such humble affection is but a fleeting trifle in your eyes, and to you, she is merely a pawn to be discarded at will, is she not? To draw me out, you would not hesitate to see her perish. Your heart is indeed as cruel as they come. Lu Yunqi, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Lin Chuan. A silence. Lin Chuan, do not slander my junior brother here. Do you think your attempts to sow discord can create a rift between us? Humph, you are but a dreamer. Even in the face of death, you still gnash your teeth like a rabid dog. How disgusting. Lin Chuan, however, dismissed Lu Yunqi's foolishness. He coldly regarded Yi Jun and asked, where is your shadow master? Why has he yet to appear? Could it be that he has abandoned you? Yi Jun's brow knitted in confusion. He had distinctly felt the Shadow Master's departure moments ago. Why was he not showing himself? What could possibly be amiss? Surely, the Shadow Master had merely been delayed by some unforeseen circumstance. Given the gravity of the situation, Yi Jun resolved to act without hesitation. Second sister, hold him tight, I shall slay him, Yi Jun instructed Lu Yunqi. With all her might, Lu Yunqi clung to Lin Chuan's leg, effectively restraining him. Under such circumstances, Lin Chuan's strength was significantly hampered. Lu Yunqi had also reached the 4th level of Blood Soul Realm, and with her all-out assault, she still possessed considerable lethality. Yi Jun launched himself forward, a cold sword aimed at Lin Chuan. Faced with this predicament, Lin Chuan remained utterly unruffled, his gaze icy as he regarded Yi Jun. When Yi Jun's chilling sword was nearly upon him, Lin Chuan finally made his move. Now, Lin Chuan stood at the 9th level of Blood Soul Realm, his power magnified beyond measure. Previously, he could dispatch Yi Jun with a single sword strike. Now, a mere flick of his finger would be enough to utterly annihilate him. In Lin Chuan's eyes, Yi Jun was as weak as a stray dog. Thus, with a casual swing of his sword, Lin Chuan sent Yi Jun hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Yi Jun's expression was one of horror, disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Lin Chuan. How could he be so powerful, after just a few days apart? Why did it feel as though Lin Chuan's strength had surged so dramatically? Even while immobilized, he could still unleash a strike that harmed Yi Jun. Clearly, his power far surpassed Yi Jun's. How could this be? Junior brother, Lu Yunqi rushed over, her face etched with concern for Yi Jun. Lin Chuan, how dare you harm my junior brother? You seek death. Lu Yunqi, consumed with fury, charged at Lin Chuan, but how much strength remained in her? In Lin Chuan's presence, she was utterly insignificant. In his past life, Lin Chuan had always yielded to her. In this life, he would not be so lenient. As Lu Yunqi madly lunged at him, Lin Chuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending her flying several meters away. Blood streamed from her mouth, a testament to the sheer force behind his blow. Lu Yunqi stood dazed, as though struck by lightning. From childhood, her elder brother had never scolded her, let alone laid a hand on her. But today, how dare he strike me? Lu Yunqi's face was a mask of disbelief as she furiously confronted Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan replied coldly, in the past, I was foolish and indulgent, allowing you to believe that my affection was your due, that I, Lin Chuan, must coddle and accommodate you at every turn. But I am no longer your elder brother. Will I still indulge you, strike you? Humph, I could just as easily kill you. Do you believe it? Lu Yunqi was rendered speechless, realizing that she was no longer Lin Chuan's second sister. After chastising Lu Yunqi, Lin Chuan approached Yi Jun with a demeanor as cold as death. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from Lin Chuan, Yi Jun was filled with trepidation, acutely aware of the impending danger. Yi Jun once more called into the shadows, Shadow Master, if you do not reveal yourself soon, I may very well perish. Yi Jun had no doubt of Lin Chuan's willingness to kill him, so he had no choice but to implore the Shadow Master for assistance once more. Junior brother, who is the Shadow Master? It seems our Lingxiu sect has no such person, does it? Lu Yunqi asked Yi Jun, her confusion palpable, yet Yi Jun chose to ignore her foolishness. Lin Chuan glanced at Lu Yunqi, shaking his head. Lu Yunqi, you truly are beyond redemption. Even now, you refuse to believe that your dear junior brother Yi Jun is a member of the demonic clan. Lu Yunqi immediately retorted angrily, you speak nonsense, you are the traitor colluding with the demonic clan, trying to cast this slander upon my junior brother. Do you think I will believe you? Dream on, I have long since declared you my enemy. We shall not rest until one of us is dead, and now that you have revealed yourself, you shall not escape. You must die. That moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Jun's heart soared with joy, and he hurried forward, bowing respectfully. I, Yi Jun, pay my respects to the Shadow Master. Chapter 22. Yi Jun, you truly are heartless and ruthless, O Shadow Envoy. The demon of the Soul Palace. Lu Yunqi gazed at the Shadow Envoy in astonishment, her mind a chaotic whirlwind, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Could it be that her junior brother was indeed a demon? No, she, Lu Yunqi, refused to believe it. How could her junior brother possibly be a demon? With a fierce glare, Lu Yunqi questioned the Shadow Envoy, who are you truly? Why do you hide behind this facade, afraid to reveal your true self? The Shadow Envoy cast a cold glance at Lu Yunqi. Before the Shadow Envoy could express anger, Yi Jun struck it. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Lu Yunqi's face, leaving her stunned and bewildered, her expression one of utter disbelief. Clearly, she never anticipated that her junior brother would dare to strike her for an outsider. Yi Jun reprimanded Lu Yunqi in a harsh, icy tone, second sister, do not show such disrespect to Lord Shadow. At that moment, Yi Jun appeared utterly unfamiliar to Lu Yunqi, transformed beyond recognition. He was no longer the elegant, gentle, kind-hearted, and delicate junior brother she once knew. Instead, he bore a chilling resemblance to the ruthless demons. A sense of inexplicable fear began to creep into Lu Yunqi's heart. At this moment, her heart wavered. Could it be that her junior brother was truly a demon? Had he been masquerading for the past 5 years? Was her senior brother truly wronged and framed? No, she could not believe it. Even if it meant her demise, she would not accept it. Junior brother, please tell second sister the truth. Who is this Lord Shadow? He cannot possibly belong to our Lingshu sect. Who is he truly? Lu Yunqi, unwilling to give up, implored Yi Jun. The Shadow Envoy chuckled coldly, speaking with an eerie calm. Didn't Yi Jun inform you of my identity? Your identity? Lu Yunqi glanced at Yi Jun, then back at the Shadow Envoy, shaking her head. What exactly is your identity? The Shadow Envoy replied. I am from the Soul Palace. The Shadow Envoy. What? The Soul Palace? Truly a demon? At that moment, Lu Yunqi felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt, her expression one of utter shock. How could this be? Yet, almost immediately, she seemed to go mad, seizing Yi Jun's arm. Junior brother, you must tell second sister. It is not as it seems. He is not a demon from the Soul Palace, is he? You must be joking, right? You cannot possibly be a demon. I refuse to believe it, even if it costs me my life. Slap! Yi Jun raised his hand again, striking Lu Yunqi's face with another blow, sending her sprawling to the ground. Blood streamed from her lips, yet at that moment, Lu Yunqi felt nothing. She had crumbled, her spirit shattered. Yi Jun looked at Lu Yunqi with a cruel smile. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. What more is there for you to doubt? Lin Xuan was right. You are indeed hopelessly foolish, second sister. Allow me to clarify. I, Yi Jun, am indeed a member of the Soul Palace, a demon lurking within Lingshu sect. For these years, I have been manipulating you, using you to expel Lin Xuan from Lingshu sect. You played no small part in this scheme. Yi Jun's words struck Lu Yunqi's heart like a series of thunderclaps, inflicting repeated emotional wounds, deeply shocking her. Lu Yunqi's mental state completely unraveled as she frantically shook her head, repeatedly muttering, It's not true, it's not true. Yi Jun continued to attack. Do not feign innocence, second sister. It was you who assisted me in my first scheme against Lin Xuan. Over the past 5 years, in every plot against him, you have been complicit. Did you not always know that Lin Xuan was innocent, that he was being manipulated? Isn't it laughable that you now doubt he is a demon? I am the one from the Soul Palace. Otherwise, why would I have plotted against Lin Xuan? And let me tell you, I was the one who poisoned your broth. I was the one manipulating you. I previously told you I was from the Soul Palace, yet you refused to believe me. Today, you willingly allowed yourself to be used. How should I thank you, second sister? No, please stop, I beg you. It's not true. It really isn't. I refuse to believe it. Lu Yunqi collapsed to the ground, her state one of madness. Was she truly as foolish as she appeared? Not at all. Lu Yunqi was far from simple-minded. She was, in fact, a clever woman, yet the truth was too cruel, the blow too severe for her to bear. Thus, she sought to evade acceptance. Did she not realize that for the past 5 years, she had been aiding Yi Jun in plotting against Lin Xuan? Was she unaware that Lin Xuan was wronged, yet she could not admit any of it? But now, the consequences had fallen upon her. The junior brother she had painstakingly protected turned against her with the same methods. How painful it was to be harmed by someone so dear. In that moment, she finally understood her senior brother's feelings from before. At this moment, she also felt profound regret, yet having reached this point, there was no turning back. Lu Yunqi pleaded desperately with Yi Jun. Junior brother, if you turn back now, I will keep your secret. Together, we can kill Lin Xuan and the Shadow Envoy. No one will ever know. You are the holy son of Lingshu sect, the future inheritor of our sect, a body of great potential. It is not too late for you to turn back. Lin Xuan, however, merely scoffed, shaking his head. Such a woman was utterly beyond redemption. It was no wonder she had protected Yi Jun until her dying breath in her past life. Now that Lu Yunqi understood the whole truth, she still chose to shield Yi Jun, but Yi Jun seized Lu Yunqi by the throat, lifting her into the air. Gazing at her junior brother, now resembling a devil, Lu Yunqi still refused to accept the reality. With great pain, she struggled to speak. Junior brother, trust your second sister. It is not too late to turn back. Together, we can kill them and preserve the truth. Yi Jun's chilling laughter echoed. Am I a demon? Why do you speak to me of this? My mission infiltrating Lingshu sect is to eradicate all of you, to eliminate you all, and seize control of Lingshu sect. How can you still not comprehend this? No, Lu Yunqi remained unwilling to give up hope, but Yi Jun had lost his patience. Lu Yunqi was merely a pawn, having been used up, she held no further value, and her fate was now sealed. Crack! Yi Jun applied pressure, swiftly and resolutely snapping Lu Yunqi's neck until her last breath. She never regretted her actions against Lin Xuan. She had given her life for Yi Jun but received not even a shred of conscience in return. How tragically absurd. Watching Lu Yunqi perish at Yi Jun's hands, Lin Xuan felt neither joy nor sorrow, only indifference. This was merely poetic justice for Lu Yun. 11. Yi Jun, you truly are heartless and ruthless, Lin Xuan remarked coldly as he regarded Yi Jun. Were it not for his desire not to grant Yi Jun any satisfaction, Lin Xuan would have relished the opportunity to kill him then and there. Yi Jun, unfazed, sneered, we demons act with ruthless resolve. To achieve our goals, we spare no means, and anyone can be sacrificed. Well then, Lin Xuan, it is your turn to depart this world. Blame yourself for being too soft-hearted. With just a little manipulation, you willingly walked into my trap. You will never outmaneuver me. Chapter 23. Lin Xuan, the dark son of the Phantom Palace, is that so? A sly, cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Xuan's mouth. Do you not think so? Yi Jun retorted. Lin Xuan replied, whether it is or not, you shall find out for yourself. Yi Jun's brow furrowed slightly. Even with death looming, Lin Xuan remained so confidently defiant. What other tricks could he possibly have up his sleeve? No, it couldn't be. It was merely an act of bluster. With a disdainful snort, Yi Jun wasted no time and launched another attack on Lin Xuan, yet this time, Lin Xuan showed no leniency. The moment Yi Jun made his move, Lin Xuan had already acted. With a swift stride, he appeared before Yi Jun like a wraith. Before Yi Jun could even react, Lin Xuan delivered a resounding slap that sent him flying several meters away. The entire sequence unfolded with such astonishing speed that Yi Jun didn't even have a chance to strike back. The outcome was utterly one-sided. Humiliated and seething with rage, Yi Jun glared furiously at Lin Xuan. His desperate gaze turned towards the Shadow Messenger. Master Shadow, Lin Xuan's power is overwhelming. I am no match for him. I implore you to intervene and subdue him. Slap. To Yi Jun's utter disbelief, the Shadow Messenger not only refrained from assisting him against Lin Xuan but instead delivered a sharp slap to his own face. This left Yi Jun completely stunned, staring blankly at the Shadow Messenger. He asked in confusion, Master Shadow, why have you struck me? Have I done something wrong? Slap. In response, another resounding slap echoed. The Shadow Messenger's authoritative voice rang out, you have done nothing wrong, but does that mean I cannot strike you? Yi Jun, the Shadow Messenger pointed at Lin Xuan and inquired, who is he? Confused, Yi Jun pondered the significance of such a simple question. Why did it feel like something was amiss? Nevertheless, he replied, Lin Xuan, the one you instructed me to kill, Master Shadow. The Shadow Messenger shook his head and allow me to formally introduce him. Lin Xuan, the Dark Son of the Phantom Palace. What, the Dark Son of the Phantom Palace? How could this be? How could he not know this? For the past 5 years, he had been scheming against Lin Xuan, and the Shadow Messenger had been well aware of this, having tacitly approved of it. Now, how could the Shadow Messenger claim that Lin Xuan was also a Dark Son of the Phantom Palace? Yi Jun was clearly unwilling to accept this. Master Shadow, did you not instruct me to devise a plan to lure Lin Xuan out and eliminate him? The Shadow Messenger explained, Lin Xuan has only just joined our Phantom Palace, so he has yet to inform you. What? Just joined? What a coincidence, Master Shadow. Yi Jun wanted to question further, but before he could finish, the Shadow Messenger interrupted sternly. What, Yi Jun, do you wish to question my authority, or the decisions from above? I have reported this matter to the higher-ups, and they have approved Lin Xuan's induction. A talent as exceptional as Lin Xuan is most welcome in our Phantom Palace. Do you have any objections, Yi Jun? Terrified, Yi Jun quickly bowed his head, saying, I dare not, I certainly have no objections. Our Phantom Palace naturally welcomes the joining of any extraordinary talent. The Shadow Messenger commanded us. Since there are no objections, refrain from further comments. I do not. Any hostile actions are strictly forbidden, understood? Yi Jun gritted his teeth in silent fury, nodding obediently to indicate his understanding. He dared not utter a single word of dissent. At that moment, Yi Jun's expression was more ghastly than one mourning the death of family. This scheme was originally intended to eliminate Lin Xuan and prevent future troubles, yet it was he, Yi Jun, who ended up humiliated. How absurd. Today, Yi Jun was reduced to a mere clown, a laughingstock. But what could he do other than silently endure? Authority trumps all. Before the Shadow Messenger, he could only bow his head in submission. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his heart filled with cold amusement. All this was merely the interest accrued. Lin Xuan remarked to Yi Jun with a teasing tone. Yi Jun, did you not accuse me of colluding with the demon race? Now that I have obliged your wishes, should you not be pleased? Hearing this, Yi Jun's lips twitched violently. He felt deeply insulted. I merely accused you of colluding with the demon race. I never intended for you to actually do so. Just thinking about it made Lin Xuan's head ache. He understood perfectly well that Lin Xuan was doing this deliberately. The ultimate goal was, of course, to seek revenge. Henceforth, there would be no shortage of schemes and troubles from Lin Xuan. What troubled Yi Jun the most was that now, as comrades, he had to maintain the faade of support for Lin Xuan, at least in front of the Lingshu sect. How excruciating was that? More repulsive than swallowing filth. The Shadow Messenger instructed Yi Jun, you may return for now. Despite his discontent, Yi Jun could only take his leave. Just as he was about to exit, an elderly man in gray suddenly emerged, blocking Yi Jun's path. The old man's face was stern, his expression cold and filled with fury. His gaze towards Yi Jun brimmed with wrath. Upon seeing him, Yi Jun's complexion shifted dramatically, startled into exclaiming, Elder Mo, what are you doing here? After asking, Yi Jun's heart sank. This was serious. What a predicament. He had never anticipated Elder Mo's sudden appearance. Had he been followed, it could only be that he had been tracked during his attempt to rescue the second sister from the ghost prison. If that were the case, this could very well be the doing of the Master. Had the Master sent Elder Mo to secretly monitor the ghost prison, or perhaps to keep an eye on him? If that were true, it seemed the Master had begun to harbor suspicions about him. With this thought, Yi Jun's face turned an icy shade. For the past 5 years, the Master had never doubted him, yet now Elder Mo's countenance was grim, his eyes cold and filled with rage as he glared at Yi Jun, then turned his gaze towards the Shadow Messenger and Lin Xuan, his anger reaching a boiling point. Yi Jun, Elder Mo's voice thundered with fury. How foolish of me to trust you so completely, to invest so much effort in nurturing you, only to discover that you are a spy for the Phantom Palace. This has all been your cunning scheme. At Yi Jun, you are truly deserving of death. Not only have you driven Lin Xuan away, but you have also slain Lu Yunqi with your own hands, and now you dare to bring our Lingshu sect to ruin. Surrender at once and return with me to the Lingshu sect to await your punishment. Chapter 24. Yi Jun's deception and the ambush on Elder Mo. Faced with the overwhelming wrath of Elder Mo, Yi Jun's heart raced with trepidation. Should this matter come to light, his meticulously devised plan to infiltrate the Lingshu sect would be irrevocably thwarted. Should his scheme fail, he feared he would meet a grim fate. Thus, Elder Mo had to be silenced. In an instant, Yi Jun donned the guise of a tragic actor, collapsing to his knees before Elder Mo, his voice choked with tears as he implored, Elder Mo, please allow me to explain. It was Lin Xuan who coerced me into this. I was left with no choice. I realize my mistake now and beseech you for another chance. As he spoke, he crawled closer to Elder Mo in supplication. Witnessing Yi Jun's anguished display of repentance, Elder Mo's heart softened momentarily. If you truly have something difficult to express, go speak to the sect master, he retorted coldly. Ye Jun seized Elder Mo's legs, weeping as he pleaded, Elder Mo, please do not inform the master of this matter. I cannot bear to disappoint him. I was merely momentarily misguided, swept away by the tide. Elder Mo, to demonstrate my resolve, I propose we join forces to eliminate the Shadow Envoy and Lin Xuan, thereby severing all ties with the ghostly hall. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo felt a flicker of hope. The betrayal of Yi Jun, whom he had steadfastly supported, pained him deeply. Yi Jun was now the holy son of the Lingshu sect, its beacon of hope, and the future leader they had nurtured with utmost care. Naturally, Elder Mo wished for Yi Jun's safety. Should his identity as a spy for the demon clan be confirmed, it would spell his doom. The loss of such an extraordinary talent would indeed be a tragedy, a catastrophic blow to the Lingshu sect. With Lin Xuan, the unparalleled genius, already expelled from the Lingshu sect, losing Yi Jun as well would plunge the sect into despair. In light of this, Elder Mo felt a surge of compassion. He gazed at Yi Jun with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, can you truly sever all ties with the demon clan? Yi Jun immediately pledged fervently, Elder Mo, I swear to the heavens that I shall stand against the demon clan. Let us strike now and vanquish them. In truth, I have long sought to escape the demon clan's grasp, but lack the opportunity. With you here, I shall resolutely cut ties with them. It must be said, Yi Jun's performance as the innocent White Lotus was truly masterful. Even the seasoned Elder Mo began to believe in him. Elder Mo nodded solemnly, if you can indeed join me in slaying these two demons and turn over a new leaf, it is not too late. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun was filled with exhilaration, promptly rising to draw his sword, his countenance a mask of righteous fury as he glared at the Shadow Envoy and Lin Xuan, proclaiming, Demon of the Ghostly Hall, today I, Yi Jun, sever all ties with you. Prepare to meet your end. Elder Mo's gaze turned icy as he regarded the Shadow Envoy and Lin Xuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The demons of the Ghostly Hall were despised by all in the northern wilderness, deserving of annihilation. Just as Elder Mo prepared to strike, a cold blade suddenly pierced his body. His eyes widened in shock, filled with rage as he glared at Yi Jun. The feeling of betrayal cut deeper than the blade itself. Blood erupted from Elder Mo's mouth like a geyser. In a fit of fury, he spat, Yi Jun, you wretched beast, you truly deserve to die. Yi Jun dropped the pretense, a chilling smile playing on his lips as he regarded Elder Mo with amusement. Blame your own foolishness for trusting a demon like me. Is this not your just punishment? Indeed, it is well deserved. Who told the Lingshu sect to place their faith in Yi Jun? In their blind support for me, they marginalized Lin Xuan, driving him to the brink and ultimately expelling him from the sect. Now, Elder Mo, you comprehend the truth. It was all part of my scheme. The persona Yi Jun had crafted over the years was nothing but a facade. At such a tender age, he had mastered the art of manipulation to a terror. Yet, it was too late for Elder Mo to realize this. The die had been cast, and there was no turning back. Yi Jun, you shall pay with your life. Elder Mo suddenly roared like a maddened beast. He unleashed a powerful strike, a force akin to a great dragon surging towards Yi Jun. The unexpected turn of events caught Yi Jun off guard. Before he could react, the blow sent him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Elder Mo too coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly at the end of his strength. After spitting out blood, Yi Jun sprang to his feet, laughing maniacally, old fool, your time has come. Elder Mo fixed a cold stare on Yi Jun and retorted, is that so? As he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from Elder Mo, making him appear reborn. The bleeding from his wound ceased instantaneously. Witnessing this, Yi Jun was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. This is a life-extending technique. Elder Mo, have you lost your mind? You are burning your own life force to elevate your power to its zenith. Such an act guarantees your demise. Elder Mo bellowed, today, I face death regardless, why not take you with me? Yi Jun was struck with fear at Elder Mo's madness. He hastily called out, Shadow Lord, Lin Xuan. You must intervene, we must unite to subdue Elder Mo. If he survives, we are all doomed. As the situation reached a critical point, Lin Xuan swiftly positioned himself before Elder Mo. Yi Jun, although merely at the first level, to kill him would be akin to slaughtering a dog, Yi Jun thought to himself. Elder Mo regarded Lin Xuan with piercing intensity, stating earnestly, Lin Xuan, the past is our fault. We misjudged you and forced you into a corner, leading you astray. It is not too late for you to turn back. We can capture Yi Jun and the Shadow Envoy and bring them back to the Lingshu sect. I will vouch for you and restore your name, welcoming you back into the fold. Humph. Lin Xuan scoffed at Elder Mo's words, finding them insincere. You speak as if you are a saint, Elder Mo. For the past 5 years, Yi Jun has schemed against me, and you cannot claim innocence in this. You knew well that I was not at fault but chose to align with Mo Jiushao, currying favor with Yi Jun. Had it not been for your encouragement, perhaps Mo Jiushao would not have gone to such extremes. Now, why do you feign righteousness before me? Elder Mo, being Mo Jiushao's younger brother and his most trusted elder, had always acted as his confidant, handling matters that Mo Jiushao could not. In the previous life, Elder Mo had repeatedly struck harshly at Lin Xuan. In this life, Lin Xuan would never show him mercy. Seeing Lin Xuan's defiance, Elder Mo's expression darkened, his voice dripping with menace, stubborn and self-destructive, then you shall not be spared. You shall all die together. With those words, Elder Mo unleashed his full strength, charging toward Lin Xuan. As a first-level dragon transformation realm expert, his might was formidable, yet Lin Xuan remained unfazed, brimming with fighting spirit and fervor. Though currently only at the 9th level of the blood spirit realm, Lin Xuan was confident he could slay an ordinary dragon transformation realm expert. This was a golden opportunity to test his skills, thus, instead of retreating, he advanced to meet Elder Mo's fierce onslaught, employing the Shadow Step technique and the Great Wilderness Sword technique to counterattack. Despite being a step behind, Lin Xuan surged forward, his sword slicing through the air with a chilling ferocity aimed directly at Elder Mo. Chapter 25 A realization of error. No, you merely regret it. The swiftness was astonishing, akin to lightning, a spectre in motion, arriving before Elder Mo in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying speed startled Elder Mo, igniting a flicker of fear within him. Fortunately, he acted first, otherwise, he might have been caught off guard. Instantly, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Elder Mo unleashed the full might of the Tai Su 9 swords, formidable and powerful, bolstered by Elder Mo's dragon transformation realm and the fervent essence of his life force. The sword's might indeed possessed immense lethality. Yet, even amidst this, Elder Mo sensed a perilous aura. Thus, he gritted his teeth, recklessly igniting his life force to enhance his power as much as possible. However, the adversary was formidable, wielding the Emperor's technique, Lin Xuan. With Horizon Realm, Lin Xuan's mastery of the Great Wilderness Sword technique deepened considerably. Consequently, the power he manifested was vastly amplified. In this clash, there was no suspense. Elder Mo was unequivocally defeated, lacking the ability to resist, as Lin Xuan sent him sprawling, bleeding profusely from a single blow. In one stroke, Elder Mo's combat prowess was nearly obliterated. In that moment, he lay on the ground, his strength dissipated, his face ashen, agony etched across his features. He lacked even the strength to rise. Staring blankly at Lin Xuan, Elder Mo was engulfed in tumultuous emotions, a cacophony of feelings, utterly astounded. How could Lin Xuan possess such strength? Even he, a first-level dragon transformation expert, had been utterly humiliated. This power likely surpassed the third level of the dragon transformation realm. How could this be possible? How old could Lin Xuan be? Even with extraordinary talent, it was inconceivable he could reach such heights. Moreover, he had received no resources for cultivation from the Lingsu sect in the past 5 years. No, Lin Xuan's realm should still be that of Blood Soul, as he bore no trace of dragon transformation power. Not only was Elder Mo bewildered, but the Shadow Envoy and Yi Jun were equally astonished, particularly Yi Jun, whose expression had darkened to an extreme half a month prior. He too had suffered a crushing defeat at Lin Xuan's hands, but at that time, Lin Xuan's strength was only comparable to that of a 5th or 6th level Blood Soul expert, most likely 5th level. Yet in just half a month, how had Lin Xuan's power escalated to such an unfathomable degree, outclassing him by a significant margin? His cultivation talent was something Yi Jun had always prided himself on, the very foundation upon which he had schemed against Lin Xuan. Were it not for his status as a great Dao holy body, he could scarcely have contended with the sect master, Emojiao now. Compared to Lin Xuan, his proudest asset seemed utterly inconsequential. The impact on Yi Jun was indescribable. Lin Xuan, how could your strength be so formidable? What realm are you in now? The 9th level of Blood Soul. After a considerable time, Elder Mo gradually regained his composure, staring blankly at Lin Xuan. If the Lingsu sect had not suppressed you over the past 5 years, tirelessly nurturing you, I can scarcely imagine the terrifying heights you would have achieved by now. How laughable and tragic it is that our Lingsu sect has missed such a monumental opportunity, foolishly believing a demon spy from the Ghost Palace and driving out an extraordinary talent, thereby squandering our greatest chance since the sect's inception. At such a young age, to attain such strength, given time to grow, you would not only possess the potential of an emperor but would be well on your way to becoming the strongest in the northern wilderness. Alas, all of this is now irrelevant to our Lingsu sect. It is our fault for failing to recognize a true dragon, mistakenly valuing Yi Jun. In this moment, Elder Mo was filled with profound regret and bitterness, harboring an intense hatred for Yi Jun. But who could be blamed? Yi Jun was undoubtedly the principal culprit, yet they were all complicit, each a conspirator in their own right. Elder Mo looked at Lin Xuan with a face full of remorse. I apologize, Lin Xuan. We were wrong. My life force has been expended, and my end is near. My death is of little consequence, but I implore you, for the sake of our past, grant the Lingsu sect a chance. Regardless, you grew up within the Lingsu sect, it is your home, though we all erred, you could provide us with an opportunity for redemption. Humph. Upon hearing such sanctimonious realization of error, no, you merely regret it. Emojiao and his ilk would never acknowledge their mistakes, even in death. Lin Xuan was acutely aware of this. In his previous life, he had witnessed the myriad facets of humanity and understood its treachery. In this life, he would be even more ruthless than they. There would be no forgiveness for these people, not even an ounce. Lin Xuan coldly declared, whoever commits an error must bear the consequences. As for whether I choose to forgive you, that is a matter for the King of Hell to decide. Seeing Lin Xuan's unyielding demeanor, Elder Mo panicked, hastily interjecting, No, Lin Xuan, you must listen. Yet before he could finish, Lin Xuan struck, silencing him forever. Elder Mo was dead. Yi Jun remained ensnared in shock, only snapping back to reality when Lin Xuan approached him, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. A newfound sense of dread enveloped Yi Jun at the sight of Lin Xuan, as though confronted by a demon. Was this truly the same senior brother he had known? He seemed entirely transformed, so foreign and terrifying. Yi Jun feared Lin Xuan might turn his wrath upon him. His current strength paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's. Should Lin Xuan harbor any murderous intent, his demise would be inevitable. This engendered a profound sense of crisis within Yi Jun, one he had never experienced before, yet now it surged fiercely, painfully. Lin Xuan cast a cold glance at Yi Jun, issuing a command in an authoritative tone, clean this place up. With that, he and the Shadow Envoy swiftly departed. It took Yi Jun a considerable time to regain his composure. His expression twisted in rage, fists clenched so tightly that his bones creaked audibly, a sound utterly jarring. Lin Xuan, I have schemed against you for 5 years, only to find myself ensnared by you now. I know your actions must have ulterior motives. You seek to retaliate against me in this manner. You wish to repay me in kind. Humph. Do you truly believe me to be a soft target? If I could outwit you for 5 years, I can certainly do so again. You wish to play games with me. Very well. I, Yi Jun, will play along and see who ultimately prevails. Lin Chuan and the Shadow Envoy returned to their hiding place. The Shadow Envoy shed his disguise, revealing his true identity as Lu Yi, the holy son of the Blood Moon sect. This was part of Lin Chuan's scheme, meticulously crafted to instill unwavering belief in Yi Jun. Thus, Lin Chuan had invited Lu Yi to collaborate, orchestrating this grand performance. Thank you, Brother Lu Yi, Lin Chuan expressed gratefully. Lu Yi gazed at Lin Chuan with a deep, contemplative look before sighing. Brother Lin Chuan, I always believed that with a few more years of effort, I would surpass you, perhaps even defeat you. Yet now I see how laughable that thought was. With your current strength, even if I were to toil for a decade or more, I could not catch up, only fall further behind. TSK, we are of similar age, yet in terms of realm and power, you have left me in the dust. It is no exaggeration to say that across the entire northern wilderness, none could rival you. You are the Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness. The title of Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness was one of utmost glory, an unparalleled accolade. Even the victor of the Northern Wilderness talent ranking, held every decade, might not attain such a status. Generally, a Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness would emerge only once in a century, requiring an overwhelming dominance over all youthful talents, a stark superiority that set them apart. Currently, no Young Supreme existed in the Northern Wilderness. Lin Chuan, however, paid little heed to such titles. In this lifetime, he sought only vengeance, everything else could wait. After bidding farewell to Lu Yi, Lin Chuan resumed his cultivation, preparing for the impending Northern Wilderness talent ranking contest. Chapter 26 Lin Chuan breaks through to the Dragon Transformation realm. Upon returning to the Lingshu sect, Yi Jun urgently sought out his master and concocted a fabricated tale. According to Yi Jun, he had intended to visit his second senior sister and request his master to release her. However, upon arriving at the dark prison, he discovered that Lin Chuan had abducted her. He then witnessed Elder Mo chase after them, prompting Yi Jun, in a moment of desperation, to follow suit. Yet, once they entered the beast forest, he quickly lost track of them. After scouring the forest without any success, Yi Jun hastily returned to report the incident to his master. Upon hearing the news, Mo Jiuxiao took Yi Jun to the beast forest with urgency. However, after an extensive search, they found nothing, not even a trace. This perplexing situation caused Mo Jiuxiao to furrow his brow in deep thought. Although Elder Mo's strength was not particularly formidable, he was indeed a powerful figure in the Dragon Transformation realm, and it was unlikely that an ordinary person could pose any threat to him. Lin Chuan, being merely at the 5th level of the Blood Soul realm, should not have been able to threaten Elder Mo in the slightest. Yi Jun, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, Master, this is exceedingly strange. How can 3 living beings simply vanish without a trace in the beast forest? Not even the slightest indication remains. What could have happened? Could my second senior sister be in danger? It is all my fault. I should not have injured her in a fit of rage, nor should I have suspected her of poisoning senior sister Mo. I should have prevented you from imprisoning her. If anything were to happen to her, I would willingly trade my life for hers. Nonsense. Mo Jiuxiao reprimanded Yi Jun sternly. I can understand your feelings. The pain of losing a child is something no one can control, and this matter is not your fault. However, upon reflection, I too find this situation to be quite suspicious. Yi Jun eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master. After the incident, I discussed it thoroughly with senior sister Mo, and we both firmly believe that our second senior sister could never harm us. This situation must not be her doing. Given that Lin Chuan took her from the dark prison, it is highly probable that he is involved. The one who harbors the deepest hatred towards us, particularly towards senior sister Mo's unborn child, is undoubtedly Lin Chuan. He likely used our second senior sister to poison us and frame her for it, only to abduct her afterward. 2 birds with 1 stone. This way, he not only solidifies her guilt but also seeks revenge against her. However, what Lin Chuan failed to account for was that Elder Mo and I happened to witness his actions in the dark prison. Undeniably, Yi Jun's analysis was astute and well-founded, leaving no room for rebuttal. Mo Jiuxiao nodded solemnly, his expression growing increasingly grave. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke coldly. Given Elder Mo's prowess, Lin Chuan could not possibly be his match. If anything were to happen to Elder Mo, it would confirm that Lin Chuan has colluded with the demonic forces, indicating that the Ghost Palace is undoubtedly behind this matter. Yi Jun quickly concurred. Precisely, Master. I share your thoughts. Elder Mo is a formidable figure in the Dragon Transformation realm. Lin Chuan alone could not possibly harm even a hair on his head. The only possibility is that a powerful dragon Moreover, while I was pursuing them, I did not hear any signs of a fierce battle. This strongly suggests that a formidable presence acted, leaving no opportunity for Elder Mo to react. Thus, it is likely that a powerful demonic entity from the Ghost Palace was involved. It seems that Lin Chuan's collusion with the demonic forces is an irrefutable fact. I was initially reluctant to believe it, but at this point, Yi Jun displayed a sorrowful countenance. This tactic of feigned innocence proved effective. Previously, Mo Jiuxiao had harbored doubts about Yi Jun's intentions, yet now, he held no suspicion whatsoever. After a lengthy contemplation, Mo Jiuxiao finally stated to Yi Jun, let us return for now. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. With only 2 months remaining until the biannual North Wilderness Talent Rankings, your primary focus must be on your cultivation, preparing for the competition. This is of monumental significance for both you and our Lingshu sect. Your ascent to the top could hinge upon this very moment. I have high hopes for you, and I hope you will rise to the occasion and make history for our sect. Yi Jun nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, Master. I will exert every effort to excel in the North Wilderness talent rankings. This has been my goal for many years. I shall not disappoint your expectations. In the ensuing time, Yi Jun devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. With Lu Yunqi facing her just deserts and suffering the consequences, Yi Jun also reaped the rewards of his patience. However, the quest for vengeance could wait. Lin Xuan had already devised a flawless plan in his mind. Thus, for Lin Xuan, the paramount objective was to seize victory in the upcoming North Wilderness talent rankings, a prize that rightfully belonged to Yi Jun. Lin Xuan had taken Yi Jun's grand opportunity in his cultivation resources, ensuring that Yi Jun would struggle to shine in this lifetime's competition. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. The commencement of the decennial North Wilderness talent rankings was merely days away, entering the countdown phase. Lin Xuan's cultivation had reached a critical juncture. At this moment, his body radiated a golden light, as if flames were about to erupt from within. It appeared as though his very being was ablaze. In the blood-soul realm, one refines the essence of one's blood and spirit. At this juncture, Lin Xuan was igniting his lifeblood and soul, pushing his blood-soul power to its zenith. Under the eruption of this unparalleled force, he finally shattered the shackles and transcended his limitations, leaping through the dragon's gate and transforming into a true dragon. With a resounding roar akin to the cry of a dragon echoing from within Lin Xuan, the golden light coalesced into a golden dragon that plunged into his body. This spectacle was nothing short of miraculous, as if celestial blessings rained down from the heavens. Following the dragon's entrance, Lin Xuan's form underwent a swift and profound metamorphosis. Soon, the radiance dissipated, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Lin Xuan stood, savoring the sensations of his transformed body. His skin now exuded a lustrous sheen, possessing remarkable resilience and hardness, impervious to blades and flames. With a mere thought, Lin Xuan felt a celestial dragon coursing through his veins, brimming with immense power. He sensed that a single punch could cleave mountains asunder. Is this the strength of the dragon transformation realm? Indeed, it surpassed the blood-soul realm by at least tenfold. Lin Xuan felt elated. Having stepped into the dragon transformation realm, the impending North Wilderness talent rankings posed no pressure for him. It would be as effortless as grasping something from his pocket. However, for Lin Xuan, this was merely the beginning. With a thought, he entered the realm of dark voids. Chapter 27 of the Ninefold Calamity. This time, Lin Xuan was indeed met with some pleasant surprises. The blood ink of the heavenly Dao pen had reached complete saturation. Based on previous observations, a fully saturated state allowed for 3 writings. Initially, Lin Xuan had calculated that he would have the opportunity to write once within a month, yet over 2 months had elapsed, and logically, the blood ink should not have achieved saturation by now. What other factors might be at play here? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan grasped the situation. When he had slain the Shadow Envoy, the blood ink of the heavenly Dao pen had increased by 1/3. This time, it was likely due to his scheming death of Lu Yunqi that the blood ink had similarly surged by 1/3. Aside from this possibility, there seemed to be no other explanation. Lin Xuan had previously speculated that the increase in blood ink from killing the Shadow Envoy was due to the fact that he had vanquished a malevolent individual, thus receiving a reward of blood ink from the heavenly Dao pen. However, Lu Yunqi could hardly be deemed an exceedingly wicked person. It was plausible that, besides extremely malevolent individuals, eliminating enemies could also yield rewards of blood ink. Alternatively, the definition of extremely malevolent might solely pertain to Lin Xuan's circumstances, which is also a conceivable notion. For Lin Xuan, this situation was evidently advantageous. Beyond the passage of time, there were other means to acquire blood ink. Each opportunity to inscribe with the heavenly Dao pen represented a fortuitous chance for Lin Xuan, allowing him to grow stronger at a swifter pace. Only by attaining sufficient strength could he execute the grand designs of revenge that lingered in his heart. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Xuan's gaze turned towards the coffin of the buried. During his previous perilous moment when he utilized the coffin to entomb the Shadow Envoy, the characters buried on the coffin had dimmed by 1/10, and to this day, they had yet to recover. In fact, Lin Xuan felt that not even a fraction had returned. This situation caused Lin Xuan's brow to furrow slightly. The blood-red hue of the characters on the coffin of the buried not restoring with time indicated 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that the energy of the coffin would not replenish, each use diminished its total. Based on the instance of entombing the Shadow Envoy, it seemed that it could only be employed 10 times. This suggested that after 10 uses, it might become completely unusable. The second possibility was that the energy of the coffin could not be restored through time alone but might require other means. Of course, Lin Xuan was unaware of what those means might be, and nevertheless, even if the first possibility were true, Lin Xuan found some solace in the thought having 10 opportunities to use it was not insignificant. After all, the occasions to utilize the coffin were likely few and far between. Lin Xuan would not resort to using the coffin unless utterly necessary. 10 opportunities equated to 10 lives saved. Reflecting on this, Lin Xuan did not dwell on the matter any longer. His attention returned to the heavenly Dao steel. The 3 opportunities to write must be seized immediately. For Lin Xuan, the paramount concern was strength. While the heavenly Dao steel could not elevate his realm, it could enhance his techniques. He swiftly made a decision, grasped the heavenly Dao pen, and inscribed a technique for the indestructible Vajra. This was a powerful defensive technique Lin Xuan had selected previously. With the indestructible Vajra, Lin Xuan would have no weaknesses in offense, defense, or escape. He possessed the great wilderness sword technique for offense, the indestructible Vajra for defense, and the momentary shadow technique for evasion. The indestructible Vajra technique soon manifested on the heavenly Dao steel, embedding itself in Lin Xuan's mind. Instantly, Lin Xuan grasped a portion of the indestructible Vajra. Following this, Lin Xuan inscribed another technique on the heavenly Dao steel. The Ninefold Calamity was another formidable technique of the North Wilderness Emperor. In terms of power, it ranked just below the Great Wilderness Sword technique. However, the Ninefold Calamity and the Great Wilderness Sword technique were not of the same stylistic ilk. The Great Wilderness Sword technique was grand and majestic, embodying true imperial art, while the Ninefold Calamity, though powerful, did not quite reach the level of imperial techniques, merely approaching that realm. When cultivated to its utmost, it could nearly exude imperial might. Lin Xuan chose the Ninefold Calamity not only for its inherent strength but also because it was more suited for desperate battles. The explosive power of the Ninefold Calamity could, to some extent, surpass that of the Great Wilderness Sword technique. The Ninefold Calamity comprised 3 strikes, each defying the heavens. Unleashing them meant engaging in a life or death struggle, where it was either your demise or mine. The first strike of the Ninefold Calamity, you draw the sword to slay countless foes. No one dares to approach. The second strike, a single sword shocks the heavens, opening the celestial gates. The third strike, a sword that can slay celestial beings. Only an emperor can wield it to vanquish the heavens. These 3 sword strikes were awe-inspiring, exuding boundless power, dominating the skies. The technique of the Ninefold Calamity soon appeared on the heavenly Dao steel, and Lin Xuan instantly grasped the first strike. This initial strike was powerful enough for Lin Xuan. At this moment, he felt an insatiable itch, yearning to immediately test the strength of the first strike of the Ninefold Calamity, the draw sword to slay countless foes, which none dared to approach. However, he ultimately restrained himself. After inscribing these 2 techniques, Lin Xuan refrained from writing further. He decided to reserve the last opportunity, not rushing to utilize it.as for techniques. Lin Xuan felt he had already mastered enough. He possessed the Imperial-level Great Wilderness Sword technique, the quasi-Imperial level techniques of the Ninefold Calamity, the Indestructible Vajra, and the Momentary Shadow technique, along with the Qingyang 9 swords of the Qingzhen sect and several techniques from the Lingshu sect. With such powerful techniques at his disposal, one might question who in the entire North Wilderness could rival Lin Xuan even a fraction. In terms of both realm and technique, Lin Xuan was more than adequately prepared to effortlessly seize the first place in the upcoming North Wilderness Talents ranking contest. Lin Xuan emerged from the dark void. He now possessed sufficient strength, yet what he currently lacked was a suitable weapon. During the life of the North Wilderness Emperor, Lin Xuan was aware of 2 locations of opportunity within the North Wilderness, both containing weapons of quality surpassing. The classification of weapons in this world includes Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Immortal, and Emperor grades. Although the Taishu sword was the Lingshu sect's paramount treasure, it was merely of the Heaven grade. As for Saint grade weapons, there were but a few throughout the North Wilderness. Immortal and Emperor grade weapons had only appeared in the annals of North Wilderness history, certainly not existing in reality. Lin Xuan, at present, found himself quite impoverished, possessing only a yellow-grade sword. Such a weapon was typically wielded by beginners. Even ordinary disciples of the Lingshu sect could wield Xian-grade swords. Core disciples used only Liu swords. Gazing at the pitiful sword in his hand, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seems I must find a way to acquire a more suitable sword. However, this was not an insurmountable task. Heaven-grade weapons were challenging to procure, but Earth-grade ones were relatively easier, with just 7 days remaining until the North Wilderness Town. After contemplating briefly, Lin Xuan swiftly departed. Chapter 28. You shall never have the audacity to boast before me, for you are but a mere wretch from the sacred city situated in the heart of the northern wasteland. The sacred city has been revered as a sanctified ground since time immemorial. Historical records indicate that the emperor of the northern wasteland was born within the confines of this very city. Each successive ruler of the sacred city has claimed descent from the northern wasteland emperor, standing proudly atop the pinnacle of the northern wasteland, presiding over the 100 esteemed sects, and commanding the reverence of the populace. The lord of the sacred city is universally acknowledged as the most formidable figure in the northern wasteland. Serving as its supreme sovereign, however, the lord remains ensconced within the sacred city, refraining from interference in the matters of the various sections. Thus, the lord's dominion is largely nominal. Despite its sanctity and might, the sacred city is not the largest or most prosperous settlement in the northern wasteland. Its stringent entry requirements mean that not just anyone can gain access to its hallowed grounds. Only during the decadal contest for the northern wasteland's prodigious talents does the city open its gates, leading to a vibrant atmosphere. The sacred city stands as the ultimate sanctuary in the hearts of all northern wasteland denizens, the birthplace of the northern wasteland emperor. A towering statue of the emperor, reaching 100 feet in height, stands majestically in the central square, attracting fervent worshippers among the youthful geniuses of the 100 sects, who does not aspire to ascend the northern wasteland's prodigy rankings. In his previous life, Lin Xuan harbored a deep yearning for the northern wasteland prodigy list, yet he was unable to participate in the contest, a regret that has lingered throughout his existence. In this life, Lin Xuan is determined to rectify that regret. As he arrived at the central square, Lin Xuan beheld the majestic and divine statue of the northern wasteland emperor. The illustrious life of the emperor played vividly in his mind, filling him with reverence and admiration. He too aspired to become a figure of such grandeur. In his past existence, this may have seemed an unattainable dream, but with the fortuitous aid of the celestial pen and the celestial tablet in this life, perhaps it is not beyond his reach. However, the most pressing matter at present remains revenge. Oh, who is it that so offends the eye? It is none other than the former holy son of our Lingshu sect. A piercing voice abruptly shattered Lin Xuan's contemplation. Frowning slightly, Lin Xuan cast a cold glance in the direction of the voice. Approaching him were 3 men and 2 women, unmistakably disciples of the Sword Control sect. The speaker was none other than Lei Peng, the holy son of the Sword Control sect, followed closely by Chu Xian, a shadowy figure from the Ghost Palace. These 5 individuals were the most formidable talents of their generation within the Sword Control sect. Previously, Lin Xuan had easily bested both Lei Peng and Lui, but now that he had fallen from grace, Lei Peng would not miss the chance to mock and humiliate him. Upon reaching Lin Xuan's vicinity, Lei Peng raised his voice, addressing the gathered crowd passers-by. Gather round, allow me to introduce this individual, Lin Xuan, the former holy son of the Lingshu sect, a prodigy claimed to be a once-in-a-century talent. Do you know why he was stripped of his title and expelled from the Lingshu sect? The allure of scandal captured the attention of many. Curious eyes turned towards Lin Xuan, pointing and whispering amongst themselves, the title of sect holy son is a grave and sacred matter for any sect, one that is chosen with the utmost care and cannot be revoked lightly. The expulsion of a holy son from their sect is an exceptionally rare occurrence in the northern wasteland. What heinous acts must one commit to warrant such a fate, incurring the wrath of both heaven and man, and drawing the ire of the divine? The crowd's curiosity was instantly piqued by Lei Peng's words. Lin Xuan's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lei Peng. Zhu Xian, clearly complicit in the mockery, chimed in, I wonder, Master Brother, would you kindly enlighten us? Lei Peng continued, embellishing his tale, Lin Xuan is indeed a paragon of treachery, lower than the beasts. He has betrayed his master, slaughtered sect elders, stolen sacred artifacts, desecrated his fellow disciples, and even conspired with the demonic forces, willingly serving as a hound for the Ghost Palace. Such a traitor has no right to remain a holy son. Should we not expel him from the sect? What purpose would he serve? As soon as these words left his lips, the onlookers directed their scornful glares at Lin Xuan, stepping back out of fear and disdain. Whispers of contempt filled the air, with some individuals audaciously hurling insults at him. Lin Xuan advanced towards Lei Peng with an aura of cold fury. You claim I conspired with the demonic forces and served the Ghost Palace? Are you certain of this? Lei Peng, lacking any sense of the severity of his words, wore a smug expression, relishing in the moment. Of course I am certain, this is a matter publicly declared by the Lingshu sect, how could it possibly be false? You, a cast-out pariah, still dare to defy, what will you do if you refuse to accept it? Will you attempt to strike me? I find no merit in sullying my hands with a wretch such as yourself. Of course, the primary reason I refrain is that fighting is prohibited in the sacred city, otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to teach you a lesson for being the disgrace of the northern wasteland. In truth, Lei Peng was uncertain of Lin Xuan's true strength. After all, he had never been Lin Xuan's equal before, and a twinge of apprehension lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, the prohibition against fighting in the sacred city offered him a sense of security. Lin Xuan cast a cold glance at Lei Peng before turning to leave, ignoring the taunts. Seeing Lin Xuan's retreat, Lei Peng erupted in laughter, reveling in his triumph. He had suffered humiliation at Lin Xuan's hands before and had long sought revenge. Today, he finally had the opportunity to exact his retribution. So, you cower now. This is not the Lin Xuan I know. Does this mean you admit to colluding with the demonic forces and serving as a dog for the Ghost Palace? Truly, you are the very embodiment of filth, a disgrace among disgrace. You dare to set foot in the sacred city. Are you not afraid that we, the righteous, will rise against you in the name of justice, to slay the demons? Clearly, Lei Peng aimed to incite the crowd's anger, hoping to turn them against Lin Xuan. His desire to eliminate Lin Xuan had simmered for quite some time, and perhaps today he could finally ACT.AS. Lei Peng's words hung in the air, the righteous indignation of the onlookers surged forth. If he admits to colluding with the demonic forces, he deserves death. How dare the dog of the Ghost Palace dare tread upon the sacred city? To spare him would be to insult the dignity of the Northern Wasteland Emperor. Let us unite and strike him down, avenging justice. Just as the crowd prepared to descend upon Lin Xuan in a fit of righteous fury, he suddenly leaped onto a platform, addressing Lei Peng with a commanding voice. Lei Peng, did you not claim that I conspired with the demonic forces and served as a dog for the Ghost Palace? Come forth, I grant you the opportunity to enact justice, to slay the demons. Step onto the platform, and let us determine our fates. You spoke with such righteous fervor, surely you wouldn't shy away from a duel, would you? A grand opportunity for glory lies before you. If you lack the courage, do not blame me for not granting you this chance. You are but a defeated foe of mine, and you shall never possess the right to boast before me, for you are weak and cowardly, unworthy of my attention. With such audacious and domineering words, a profound silence enveloped the arena, leaving the audience in a state of astonished disbelief as they gazed upon Lin Xuan, who stood upon the platform like a war deity descended from the heavens. Chapter 29:1 Sword to vanquish the Thunder Falcon. The city in an uproar. Thunder Falcon's expression abruptly shifted, his eyes widening in disbelief, akin to copper bells, as he glared furiously at Lin Xuan, who stood defiantly on the platform, taunting him. A profound sense of provocation and humiliation washed over him. Indeed, he had suffered defeat at Lin Xuan's hands on several occasions, a shame that lingered throughout his life. For years, he had tirelessly honed his skills, dreaming of the day he could triumph over Lin Xuan. Now, having been expelled from his sect, Lin Xuan should have been a defeated dog, a mere shadow of his former self. Yet, this lost dog dared to bark ferociously. How could Thunder Falcon endure such insolence? The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, rallied behind Thunder Falcon, urging him to take action against Lin Xuan, to uphold justice by eliminating him. As the holy son of the Sword Control sect, it was his duty to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Although fighting was prohibited in the desolate city, a duel could be arranged on the platform if both parties consented. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Xuan leaped onto the stage and declared war against Thunder Falcon. Having lived a second life, Lin Xuan had come to understand a profound truth. When faced with bullying, humiliation, or injustice, the most effective response is to retaliate with force. Such actions speak volumes more than 1,000 explanations. Oftentimes, the more one tries to clarify, the murkier the situation becomes. Therefore, Lin Xuan felt no need to explain. His actions would convey his resolve to all. In this life, he would show no mercy to anyone. Life and death held no weight for him. If challenged, he would respond, regardless of who it was. In that moment, Lin Xuan cornered Thunder Falcon, leaving him no escape. Deep down, Thunder Falcon was reluctant to engage Lin Xuan in battle. Firstly, he had little confidence in victory, and secondly, with the upcoming competition among the North's elites, he could not afford any misstep. As the holy son of the sword control sect, he represented his sect's honor. He had initially intended to use others to deal with Lin Xuan but had not anticipated that Lin Xuan would turn the tables on him, leaving him in a precarious position. To concede publicly, that would make him the subject of ridicule as the holy son of the sword control sect. After weighing his options, Thunder Falcon grit his teeth and resolved to confront Lin Xuan on the platform. Humph. Lin Xuan, do not think you can outwit me with mere words. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. We have grievances to settle. Let us account for both old and new today. With that, Thunder Falcon strode confidently onto the platform. The crowd continued to swell, and the onlookers, ignorant of the truth, rallied behind Thunder Falcon, hurling insults and derision at Lin Xuan. In his previous life, such a scenario might have unsettled Lin Xuan, but in this life, he was indifferent. With a gaze as cold as a harbinger of death, Lin Xuan regarded Thunder Falcon. In his past, after being reduced to a lowly servant, he had nearly been killed by Thunder Falcon, a plot orchestrated by Yi Jun. Today, he had the perfect opportunity for revenge. The chilling intensity in Lin Xuan's eyes unnerved Thunder Falcon, instilling a sense of dread within him. Yet, having come this far, Thunder Falcon had no room for retreat. Mustering his courage, he shouted, even at death's door, you dare to bluff. I've heard you've squandered 5 years of cultivation. You should still be at the second realm of Blood Soul. Meanwhile, I am at the 6th realm. The disparity between us is vast. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Despite knowing Lin Xuan was at the second realm of Blood Soul, Thunder Falcon felt an inexplicable fear. You hesitate, then I shall strike. Lin Xuan's voice was devoid of emotion. In an instant, he vanished, becoming a streak of light that hurtled towards Thunder Falcon. Before Thunder Falcon could react, Lin Xuan's sword, cold as ice, sliced across his throat with lethal precision. Thunder Falcon had no time to respond. Just as he was about to retaliate, it was all over. There was no opportunity, no time to act. After sealing Thunder Falcon's fate, Lin Xuan sheathed his sword and turned away, leaving with a clean efficiency. The audience remained frozen in shock, their eyes wide, unable to comprehend the scene that had just unfolded. The 4 young prodigies of the sword control sect were equally stunned. It was only after Lin Xuan departed that crimson blood gushed forth from Thunder Falcon's neck, and his body collapsed lifelessly, his wide eyes reflecting terror and regret. Perhaps he would never understand how he had met his end, nor would he have the chance to repent. A moment of impulsive provocation had cost him his life. As Thunder Falcon fell into a pool of blood, the crowd snapped back to reality. Their expression, the eldest disciple, Chu Xian, and his companions rushed onto the platform, staring in shock at Thunder Falcon's lifeless form. The onlookers exchanged glances, their faces etched with incredulity. What had just transpired? Had Lin Xuan truly eliminated the holy son of the sword control sect in an instant? Wasn't the holy son said to be at the 6th realm of Blood Soul? How could he have been dispatched so swiftly? Wasn't Lin Xuan the one expelled from Lingshu sect? How could a person who was cast out possess the power to slay a 6th realm prodigy in a single strike? It was madness. Such speed and strength might very well earn him the title of top prodigy in this year's rankings. The news reached the sword control sect's leader, who rushed to the scene. The tale of the holy son's swift demise spread like wildfire throughout the desolate city, igniting a significant uproar. There were only 100 holy sons among the myriad sects of the north, and the disgrace of having their holy son slain so effortlessly was an immense embarrassment. Thunder Falcon's father, the sect leader, was enraged beyond measure, vowing to hunt Lin Xuan down and exact brutal vengeance, declaring that he would not rest until Lin Xuan was annihilated. As the news rapidly circulated, it caused quite a stir in the desolate city. Lin Xuan's name became a topic of fervent discussion, inevitably leading to discourse about Lingshu sect. After all, Lin Xuan had once been the holy son of Lingshu sect, expelled just 3 months prior. Thus, the focus of speculation revolved around how such an extraordinarily powerful genius could have been cast out by Lingshu sect. What on earth had transpired? The situation was utterly perplexing. When Mo Zhou and Yi Jun entered the desolate city with their companions, they were met with a barrage of inquiries about the incident. Some old friends even playfully mocked Mo Zhou, leaving him bewildered and struggling to grasp the situation. Upon learning the details, he was left in utter disarray, unable to believe the strength Lin Xuan had displayed. He was well aware of Thunder Falcon's prowess. At the 6th realm of Blood Soul, he was formidable indeed. How could Lin Xuan have slain him on the platform? It seemed impossible. Just 3 months ago, Lin Xuan had been at the 5th realm of Blood Soul. How had he achieved such a meteoric rise in strength in such a short time without any cultivation resources? Initially, Mo Zhou and the others found it hard to believe, but as the tale spread through the desolate city, with so many witnesses, the truth was undeniable. This revelation left Mo Zhou feeling uneasy, even questioning whether Lingshu sect had truly lost a prodigy of the north. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan arrived at the gates of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 30 of the Tower of Desolation. The area in front of the city lord's mansion was exceptionally lively. Thousands of young talents from various regions of the northern wasteland had gathered here. The Northern Wastelands contest for the prestigious list of young prodigies, held only once every decade, serves as a grand stage for all youthful geniuses to make their names and even alter their destinies. A saying has long circulated in the Northern Wasteland: if one does not ascend the list of prodigies in their lifetime, even if they are a genius, it is all in vain. Without the recognition of the Northern Wasteland's list of prodigies, one cannot be considered among the pinnacle of geniuses in the Northern Wasteland. It is no exaggeration to state that the list of prodigies is the highest standard for measuring talent. Therefore, whether it be the youthful geniuses of the Northern Wasteland or the top 100 sects, all vie for a place on this esteemed list, competing fiercely for supremacy. The list of prodigies represents the utmost honor. However, gaining entry to the contest for the list of prodigies is no simple task. According to tradition, among the top 100 sects of the Northern Wasteland, the top 10 sects may each send 5 young geniuses to compete, while other sects are limited to 3. Every century, there is an evaluation of the top 10 sections following this contest for the list of prodigies. The selection of the top 10 sects will take place. Naturally, there are alternative avenues to participate in the contest for the list of prodigies, providing an opportunity for those who could not secure a spot to turn their fate around. The sole path to obtain qualifications for participation in the contest lies within the Tower of Desolation. Before Lin Xuan, it is said that the Tower of Desolation is the place of trials left behind by the great emperor of the Northern Wasteland, though the truth of this is uncertain. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the tower's status as the most sacred and authoritative site for testing talent in the Northern Wasteland. The results derived from the tower are acknowledged by all the top sections. The tower consists of 9 levels. Successfully passing the first level indicates a certain level of cultivation aptitude. Overcoming the second level qualifies one as a genius, making them eligible to be accepted as a disciple by major sections. Those who conquer the third level become key training subjects. Esteemed disciples within the sects. To surpass the fourth level confers eligibility to participate in the contest for the list of prodigies. Surmounting the fifth level marks one as an extraordinary genius, a figure worthy of the list. Overcoming the sixth level signifies one as a true prodigy of the Northern Wasteland, eligible for the heavenly rankings. If one can conquer the seventh level, they are almost guaranteed to claim the top position on the list of prodigies. A few have managed to overcome the eighth level, and those who succeed at the ninth level are hailed as the supreme youth of the Northern Wasteland. In the vast expanse of the Northern Wasteland, a supreme youth can only emerge once every century. The last such individual appeared 100 years ago. Thus, besides the contest for the list of prodigies, the Tower of Desolation also serves as a place for youthful geniuses to stand out, shine brightly, and defy fate. However, surpassing the fifth level holds little significance. Truly remarkable achievements lie beyond the sixth level, which can cause a sensation throughout the Northern Wasteland. At this moment, the crowd gathered before the tower consisted of various talents from major sects eager to test their mettle, as well as those aspiring to gain entry to the contest for the list of prodigies. Lin Xuan's purpose for this visit was precisely that, to secure his qualification for the contest. Of course, Lin Xuan's ambitions extend far beyond merely participating in the contest for the list of prodigies. He is driven by the desire to attain the title of the Supreme Youth of the Northern Wasteland. The accolade of the top position on the list of prodigies pales in comparison to that of the Supreme Youth, which not only signifies unparalleled talent but also represents a position of great status. Achieving the title of Supreme Youth means receiving the full support and protection of the City Lord of Desolation, enjoying a status above all others, and possessing the ability to command the major sects of the Northern Wasteland to a certain extent. Provided that no unforeseen events occur, the Supreme Youth of the Northern Wasteland is destined to grow into its strongest individual. Furthermore, should the Supreme Youth desire, they could eventually assume the position of the City Lord of Desolation, becoming the new ruler of the Northern Wasteland. Thus, no sect dares to offend the Supreme Youth. Lin Xuan's gaze fell contemplatively upon the sacred Tower of Desolation. In his previous life, Yi Jun had acquired the Tao of Transformation, bolstered by Mo Zhao's relentless investment in cultivation resources, which enabled Yi Jun to successfully refine the Tao of Transformation and achieve a breakthrough to the Dragon Transformation realm. Upon arriving in Desolation City, Yi Jun entered the trials of the tower. Through the power of the Tao of Transformation, he astonishingly conquered the ninth level, ascending to the status of Supreme Youth. From that point onward, Yi Jun truly soared to greatness, elevating his realm to the ninth level of the Dragon Transformation realm within a mere 3 years, illustrating the benefits of being the Supreme Youth of the Northern Wasteland. In this life, Lin Xuan aims to seize all that Yi Jun has obtained. He has already taken the Tao of Transformation. Now, it is time to claim the title of Supreme Youth of the Northern Wasteland. Returning his thoughts to the present, Lin Xuan approached the tower. Just as he was about to enter, a commotion erupted within the crowd. A young man clad in green, flanked by several elegantly dressed young men and women, strode confidently toward this direction, causing the crowd to part before. This young man exuded an extraordinary aura, embodying the grace of both dragon and phoenix. Between his brows, a hint of regal youthfulness emanated. He walked directly into the tower, evidently entering the trials. Only after the young man stepped inside did the crowd erupt into fervent discussions. That was the Saint's son Lu Qingyang of the Green Sword sect, wasn't it? Who else could it be? It is said that Lu Qingyang is a front-runner for the championship in this contest for the list of prodigies. Indeed, the aura of a youthful monarch he carries is truly formidable. I have long heard of the prodigious talent born within the Green Sword sect, who is expected to become the Supreme Youth of the Northern Wasteland. Seeing him in person, Lu Qingyang might genuinely have the potential to achieve that. Historically, a Supreme Youth emerges in our Northern Wasteland every century. Considering the timeline, it is indeed time for a new Supreme Youth to arise. Listening to the fervent discussions around him, Lin Xuan merely shook his head with a faint smile. Lu Qingyang is undeniably an extraordinary genius, yet he is still a distance away from achieving the title of Supreme Youth. In his previous life, the title was claimed by Yi Jun, while Lu Qingyang had only managed to conquer the 8th level of the tower, leaving him just shy of. Of course, without a Supreme Youth, Lu Qingyang would undoubtedly bask in glory. Redirecting his thoughts, Lin Xuan stepped into the tower. Meanwhile, on a high building of the City Lord's mansion, a stunning young woman, resembling a celestial being. Suddenly, she turned to her attendant and asked, Xiaoya, do you think Lu Qingyang has the potential to become the Supreme Youth of the Northern Wasteland? The attendant, Xiaoya, pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, although he has enjoyed great success in recent years, I think he can at most conquer the 8th level. Becoming the Supreme Youth of the Northern Wasteland is no easy feat. The beautiful young woman nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, surpassing the 9th level is exceedingly difficult. I have attempted several times, only to falter at the 8th level. The attendant Xiaoya then remarked, Miss, did you not mention that a prodigy has appeared in our desolation city, who was able to slay a 6th level blood soul realm sect saint with a single strike? It is said that he is a rogue cultivator expelled from his sect, which sect would be so foolish as to cast out such a remarkable talent? To slay a 6th level blood soul realm cultivator in a single blow is something you cannot do either, right? The beautiful young woman shook her head. While it is easy for me, as a 9th level blood soul realm cultivator, to kill a 6th level one, achieving it in a single strike is beyond my capability. To accomplish that, I believe one would need to at least be in the dragon transformation realm. The dragon transformation realm? Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, Miss, are you implying that this individual, if that is the case, could he not potentially become our Northern Wasteland's supreme youth? The beautiful young woman's eyes gleamed with a unique light, her gaze involuntarily drawn toward the tower. Chapter 31 Lin Xuan, perhaps possesses the potential of a great emperor. According to the historical accounts of the Northern Wilderness Emperor, the abandoned tower is indeed a trial tower left behind by him, designed to select the youthful geniuses of the Northern Wilderness. The reason the Lord of the Abandoned City can dominate the Northern Wilderness, compelling the allegiance of the myriad sects, is twofold: the existence of the abandoned tower and the powerful formations that the Northern Wilderness Emperor established within the city. Only the Lord of the Abandoned City has the ability to activate the Grand Imperial formations within. Additionally, some treasures left by the Emperor are also in the possession of the Lord of the Abandoned City. These artifacts ensure that the Lord's power remains unrivaled in the Northern Wilderness. In fact, as long as he remains within the confines of the Abandoned City, even formidable opponents whose cultivation levels surpass the Lord by 1 or 2 realms cannot harm him. However, the Lord's invincibility is confined to the Abandoned City. Should he venture beyond its borders, he would no longer enjoy such protection. Therefore, throughout the generations, each Lord of the Abandoned City has been bound to remain within its walls, forever tasked with its guardianship. This restriction has led to a somewhat tenuous allegiance from the myriad sects of the Northern Wilderness towards the Lord, often little more than a nominal submission. Nevertheless, the Lord does not interfere with the affairs of the myriad sections. Upon entering the abandoned tower, Lin Xuan commenced his trials. The initial layers posed no challenge whatsoever for him. He swiftly advanced to the 6th level. It was only from the 6th level onward that Lin Xuan encountered a modicum of difficulty. However, as a cultivator of the dragon transformation realm, possessing both imperial and quasi-imperial techniques, he had no discernible shortcomings. Thus, even the more challenging trials were inconsequential to him. Lin Xuan effortlessly passed through the 6th and 7th levels without expending much effort. The 8th level, while requiring a bit more focus, was still navigated with relative ease. Soon, Lin Xuan arrived at the 9th level of the abandoned tower. His astonishing speed in overcoming the trials caught the attention of the Lord of the Abandoned City. As the guardian of the tower, the Lord shared a spiritual connection with it, allowing him to perceive all events within as if he were witnessing them firsthand. The Lord's penetrating gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, revealing a hint of astonishment. He was well aware of the most esteemed prodigies of the Northern Wilderness and knew that this generation had indeed birthed some remarkable talents, with a few potentially poised to become the young sovereign of the Northern Wilderness. However, it was evident that Lin Xuan was not among those the Lord had anticipated. This youthful genius, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, had achieved the 9th level of the tower at such an astonishing pace, an accomplishment that was nothing short of extraordinary. After appraising Lin Xuan, the Lord's interest deepened. Truly remarkable, at such a tender age, he has reached the 1st level of the dragon transformation realm. He is indeed an unprecedented prodigy. It seems that the Northern Wilderness may have given birth to a talent of imperial potential. The potential of a great emperor is an exalted assessment of one's innate gifts. Throughout the annals of Northern Wilderness history, only a single emperor has ever emerged. While the young sovereign of the Northern Wilderness is rare, one is born every century. Yet, how many have possessed the potential of a great emperor throughout history? The Lord of the Abandoned City held Lin Xuan in exceptionally high regard. He addressed a void space, instructing, investigate this young man. No sooner had the Lord spoken than a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully before the Lord and then swiftly departing. Having given his orders, the Lord resumed his observation of Lin Xuan's progress through the 9th level of the abandoned tower. Meanwhile, upon reaching the 9th level, Lin Xuan pondered aloud, is my speed perhaps a tad excessive? Should I slow down? He was aware that a tall tree will attract the wind. Lin Xuan wished to avoid drawing too much attention. With this thought in mind, he decided to sit down and engage in some cultivation. The experiences he had gained from traversing the previous 8 levels had offered him significant insights. Thus, he took the opportunity to digest them. Ever since he had unlocked the dark, void space, Lin Xuan had felt a marked ease in his cultivation. Comprehending anything had become remarkably effortless. He grasped concepts at a mere glance, understanding them with minimal effort and gaining clarity with just a moment's contemplation. There were no obstacles hindering his progress. Lin Xuan had perfected all the techniques of the Tai Su sect to a remarkable degree. While the Tao of creation had some effect, the greater contribution lay with the Heavenly Tao tablet and the Heavenly Tao brush. After a considerable time had passed, Lin Xuan finally rose, prepared to confront the trial of the 9th level. Having digested his insights, he felt a distinct enhancement in his strength. This pace of cultivation was akin to quenching one's thirst. As he advanced, a figure clad in grey materialized from the void. Lin Xuan recognized him as the guardian of the trial. From the 6th level onward, each trial had been presided over by guardians of the same appearance. These guardians, while not living beings, possessed an uncanny semblance to life itself, an intriguing phenomenon. Lin Xuan was unaware of the true nature of these guardians, nor did he ponder it further. Instead, he assumed a serious battle stance. Upon meeting Lin Xuan's gaze, the guardian raised his hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Following the snap, his body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. One after another, identical guardians split from him, rapidly multiplying from 1 to 100. Witnessing this, Lin Xuan's brow furrowed in concern. Was this an unfair tactic? To overwhelm him with sheer numbers, each of these guardians was a formidable cultivator of the dragon transformation realm. Even facing one would require some effort. To combat 100 simultaneously would exponentially elevate the difficulty. However, Lin Xuan felt no fear. Instead, he licked his lips, a cold smile gracing his face. This challenge ignited his fighting spirit, compelling him to take the trial seriously for the first time. What of 100 guardians? What of overwhelming numbers? I, Lin Xuan, wield a sword capable of cleaving through immortals, slaying gods, and shattering the heavens and the earth. No one can obstruct my path of growth. Come, let us battle. With a resounding shout, Lin Xuan launched himself into action. His movements were ghostly, swift as lightning, and his sword radiated like a brilliant river of stars. In terms of offense, defense, and speed, Lin Xuan pushed his abilities to their utmost limits, unleashing an unparalleled might. At that moment, he resembled a war god descended upon the mortal realm. His formidable techniques rendered him nearly invincible, yet, the strength of the 100 guardians was equally formidable, with their defensive capabilities being exceptionally robust. As these were not flesh and blood beings, conventional damage was ineffective against them. The 100 guardians moved as one, their coordination impeccable and without flaw. In such a scenario, defeating them was no simple feat for Lin Xuan. Yet, this challenge did not daunt him. He quickly discerned the crux of the issue. The flawless coordination of the guardians presented him with no clear opening. Thus, he needed to disrupt their perfect synergy, which required both agility and speed. In martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. Pure swiftness alone was insufficient. It demanded the elegance of technique. Suddenly, Lin Xuan's thoughts turned to the shadow step technique, and he experienced a newfound understanding of it. He immediately channeled all his energy into mastering the shadow step, enhancing his agility to an ethereal level. Under the influence of this powerful technique, Lin Xuan perceived time as if it had slowed down, causing his surroundings to seem to move at a languid pace, while his own speed remained unaffected and even quickened. In this altered state, Lin Xuan's strength surged dramatically. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted instantaneously. With a force akin to a tempest, he sent the guardians flying one by one. Meanwhile, the lord of the abandoned city, who was observing from a distance, displayed a look of astonishment. His agility is extraordinary. No, this is the unity of technique and spirit. At such a young age, he has achieved a level that many at the 9th rank of the dragon transformation realm have yet to attain. A prodigy indeed, truly an exceptional talent. The northern wilderness has finally given rise to an extraordinary genius. Lin Xuan perhaps possesses the potential of a great emperor. Chapter 32. The 9 Resounds of the Desolate Tower, Birth of the Young Supreme. Conversation swirled around whether Lu Qingyang could conquer the 9th level of the tower and emerge as the young supreme of the northern wilderness. It had been a century since the last young supreme graced the northern wilderness, and many felt it was time for a new champion to rise. The acclaim surrounding Lu Qingyang was undeniably high. Yi Jun, along with his 3rd senior sister Qin Hanyue and 4th senior sister Zi Lingying, had also arrived. The Lingshu sect had only 3 spots for the competition, which were allocated to Yi Jun, Qin Hanyue, and Zi Lingying. Moko, however, had not secured a place and thus sought to challenge the desolate tower herself, hoping to breach the 4th level and earn a competition slot. Listening to the praises heaped upon Lu Qingyang, Yi Jun felt an unsettling churn within. Despite his relentless efforts over the past 3 months, elevating his realm to the 7th level of the Blood Soul realm, he felt a stark disparity when compared to Lu Qingyang. If that opportunity for enlightenment had not been seized by the shadowy figure, the thought of this gnawed at Yi Jun's heart, leaving him in anguish. Yet, he dared only to grumble internally. Could Lu Qingyang truly become the young supreme of the northern wilderness? Qin Hanyue remarked incredulously. In response, Yi Jun let out a derisive snort. Becoming the young supreme of the northern wilderness is no easy feat. Lu Qingyang may bask in glory, but I see him as merely a figure of empty reputation. Boom! As soon as Yi Jun's words fell, a sound reminiscent of a mighty bell reverberated from within the desolate tower. The once boisterous scene fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned toward the tower, faces frozen in astonishment. Boom, boom! The 9 resounding echoes followed in succession. After the final chime, silence enveloped the tower once more, yet the entirety of Desolate City was steeped in stillness. Time seemed to pause at that moment. Countless figures emerged from their dwellings, their gazes collectively fixed on the direction of the tower, especially among the representatives of the 100 great sects. Shockwaves of disbelief coursed through their ranks. After a spell of silence, the open space before the tower erupted into an uproar. The 9 resounds indicated that someone had succeeded in breaching the 9th level of the desolate tower, a herald of the emergence of the young supreme of the northern wilderness. Heavens, Lu Qingyang truly succeeded. He has genuinely conquered the 9th level of the desolate tower. Ha! I told you, Lu Qingyang is an unparalleled prodigy, a monstrous talent destined to be our young supreme of the northern wilderness. The crowd erupted into fervent discussions, the excitement palpable. Desolate City ignited with energy as representatives from the 100 great sects flocked to the scene, a multitude surging toward the tower. The birth of the young supreme of the northern wilderness was an event of monumental significance, incomparable even to the first-ranked talents of the northern wilderness. Every century, 10 individuals may ascend to the top of the northern wilderness talent list, yet only one could emerge as the young supreme. Yi Jun's lips twitched violently, the agony in his heart akin to a knife's twist. Had the opportunity for enlightenment not been stolen from him by the shadowy figure, he, Yi Jun, would have claimed the title of young supreme. All this glory should rightfully belong to him. Look! Someone is emerging from the desolate tower. A voice abruptly drew everyone's attention back. All gazes converged on a young man clad in simple attire. The youth was none other than Lin Xuan. A profound silence fell over the crowd upon realizing that it was Lin Xuan who stepped forth from the tower. Their expressions morphed into a mix of confusion and disbelief. Why is it Lin Xuan? The four from Yi Jun's group exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom the sight before them. The one who conquered the 9th level of the desolate tower was Lin Xuan. How could this be possible? Yi Jun's mouth twitched in fury, his face darkening to an icy chill. He glared at Lin Xuan, an ocean of hatred surging within him. The most vexing part was that he could do nothing to Lin Xuan at this moment, yet, he found it utterly unacceptable that Lin Xuan had managed to breach the 9th level. Was Lin Xuan truly on the path to becoming the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness? As the crowd exchanged glances, murmuring in disbelief, Lu Qingyang finally emerged from the desolate tower. Upon seeing Lu Qingyang, the realization dawned on the crowd. Ha, I knew the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness could only be Lu Qingyang. It was all just a misunderstanding. I wondered how a nameless individual could possibly conquer the 9th level. Clearly, he stepped out before Lu Qingyang to mislead everyone. Despicable fellow, why don't you just slink away? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, quickly grasping that everyone believed. This suited Lin Xuan just fine. He had no intention of exposing himself prematurely. Discreetly, Lin Xuan stepped aside, allowing Lu Qingyang to bask in the adoration of the crowd. The members of the Qingjian sect cheered exuberantly, lauding Lu Qingyang's supposed triumph. In this fervor, Lu Qingyang found himself swept up in the accolades without fully grasping the situation. He had not conquered the 9th level but merely surpassed the 8th, yet, he too had heard the 9 resounds from within the tower and was puzzled about who had achieved such a feat. Surely, besides himself, no one in the Northern Wilderness possessed the strength to breach the 9th level. If he, Lu Qingyang, had failed, then no one else should have succeeded. However, as the crowd hailed him as the young supreme, confusion clouded Lu Qingyang's mind. Did the 9 resounds not signify someone conquering the 9th level, or was there an error with the tower? Yet, he had no time to ponder further, for he was hoisted high amidst the adoration of the masses. Lin Xuan, now standing to the side, wore a faint, cold smile. Let him enjoy the limelight for a while. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to make his exit, Yi Jun and his companions blocked his path. Upon seeing them, Lin Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Qin Hanyue immediately confronted him, her voice laced with fury. Lin Xuan, what have you done to our second senior sister? Are you even human? How could you be so cruel as to harm her? You better tell us how she is, or if anything happens to her, we will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xuan coldly regarded his former junior sister. Among the 3 junior sisters, Qin Hanyue had always been the most hot-tempered, yet, in the past, she had been gentle and obedient in front of Lin Xuan, and now, however, she unleashed a torrent of venomous words at him. With a mocking laugh, Lin Xuan glanced at Yi Jun before replying to Qin Hanyue. You ought to be asking Yi Jun about this matter. Why come to me? The fate of Lu Yunqi is of no concern to me. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yi Jun shivered, shooting a furious glare at him. However, Qin Hanyue and the others clearly did not believe Lin Xuan, not even a fraction of his words. Before Qin Hanyue could respond, Emoku erupted in anger, confronting Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, must you be so shameless? You think you can sway our judgment with your slander? You were the one who abducted our second senior sister from the dark prison, and now she is missing. How dare you accuse Yi Jun? You better confess where our second senior sister is and what condition she is in, or, but before Emoko could finish her sentence, Lin Xuan interrupted with a cold laugh, or what? Will you lay your hands on me? I've already stated, you should be questioning your esteemed junior brother Yi Jun. Whether you believe me or not is your own affair. Emoko, Qin Hanyue, and Zi Lingying seethed with rage, each itching to confront Lin Xuan. Yet, fighting was strictly prohibited within Desolate City. At that moment, a grim-faced Mo Joshio approached, resembling a deity of death as he glared at Lin Xuan, advancing step by step, the pressure of his aura palpable. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. Just as Mo Joshio was about to confront Lin Xuan, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 33, Is the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness not Lu Qingyang? Everyone, please make way, for Miss Ling's personal maid has arrived. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. With a gentle smile, Xiaoya gracefully approached, instantly becoming the center of attention. Whispers of speculation erupted among the onlookers. A few years prior, Miss Ling had declared that whoever could become the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness would be her future husband. Though her words may have seemed grandiose, Miss Ling undeniably possessed the credentials to make such a claim. In terms of status, she was the cherished daughter of the Lord of the Wild City. In beauty, she was unanimously recognized as the most stunning maiden in the Northern Wilderness, and in talent, she had already conquered the 8th level of the Wild Tower a year ago, a testament to her extraordinary gifts. Indeed, Miss Ling was regarded as a goddess by countless young men in the Northern Wilderness. Only the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness could be deemed worthy of her. It was said that Lu Qingyang had long admired Miss Ling, and now his wishes might finally come to fruition. A hint of excitement flickered on Lu Qingyang's face as he eagerly gazed at the approaching maid, Xiaoya. He had harbored feelings for Miss Ling for a considerable time, even attempting to meet her on several occasions without success. His primary purpose for venturing into the Wild City was to challenge the Wild Tower. Driven by ambition, Lu Qingyang was determined to triumph over the 9th level of the Wild Tower and ascend as the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness. By doing so, he would not only gain fame throughout the region but also win Miss Ling's affection and embrace the beauty he longed for. Everything was about to be realized, filling Lu Qingyang with unbridled confidence. Countless young men cast envious glances in his direction, including Yi Jun, who also dreamed of becoming the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness. However, for him, it all remained a mere illusion. He blamed Lin Xuan for his predicament. Had it not been for Lin Xuan's actions leading to his disgraceful departure from the Lingshu sect, he might not have incurred the wrath of the Shadow Lord, who subsequently robbed him of his destiny. This recollection deepened Yi Jun's resentment towards Lin Xuan, fueling a desire for revenge, yet he found himself powerless to act. The bitterness consumed him, for nothing was more agonizing than this. Nevertheless, Yi Jun was resolute in his intentions. Though he could not take action himself, he could incite his master and others to do so. He had already conceived some sinister plans in his mind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Maid Xiaoya approached step by step. If nothing unexpected occurred, an unforeseen event was about to unfold. To everyone's astonishment, Xiaoya did not approach Lu Qingyang but instead walked directly in front of Lin Xuan. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, Xiaoya respectfully addressed Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, my lady invites you to join her for tea. I hope you will honor us with your presence. The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly, leaving everyone dumbfounded and exchanging bewildered glances. Lu Qingyang's smile abruptly faded, replaced by an icy chill. His eyes, like blades of ice, bore into Lin Xuan, radiating hostility. Mo Jiu Xiao, who had been ready to confront Lin Xuan, was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Silence enveloped the scene, as no one had anticipated such a development. Lin Xuan, however, remained composed and unfazed, while others were unaware that he was the one who had conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower. Miss Ling was fully aware of it, which was hardly surprising. Not wishing to linger in this contentious atmosphere, Lin Xuan nodded in acquiescence. Maid Xiaoya promptly gestured for him to follow her. As they made their way towards the Lord's residence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. What was happening? Had Miss Ling made a mistake? Wasn't Lu Qingyang the one who had conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower? Shouldn't her maid have come to invite Lu Qingyang instead? No, it seemed there was no error. The maid had clearly addressed Lin Xuan. Could it be that the true conqueror of the 9th level was not Lu Qingyang but rather Lin Xuan? This revelation sent the crowd into stunned silence once more, as curious eyes turned towards Lu Qingyang. The notion that Lu Qingyang was not the one who triumphed over the 9th level of the Wild Tower was unfathomable. Mo Jiu Xiao and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. It couldn't be true. Lin Xuan had surpassed the 9th level. They would never accept such a notion. However, if this were not the case, then why would Miss Ling's maid invite Lin Xuan? Indeed, Miss Ling had publicly declared 3 years ago that whoever became the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness would be her husband. The tolling of the 9th level of the Wild Tower signified that someone had triumphed, heralding the emergence of the young supreme. Therefore, the maid's invitation must pertain to the one who had conquered the 9th level. The logic was irrefutable, impossible. It simply couldn't be. The conqueror of the 9th level was undoubtedly Lu Qingyang, and it could never be that shabby fellow, Lin Xuan. That individual, Lin Xuan, was associated with the Lingshu sect. If so, why not ask someone from the Lingshu sect for clarification? Soon, many turned their gazes toward Mo Jiu Xiao and his companions. Emoko promptly stepped forward to clarify. Everyone, Lin Xuan was indeed once a member of our Lingshu sect and even our holy son. However, his character is reprehensible, his morals corrupt, and he has committed unspeakable acts. He has murdered elders, stolen sacred artifacts, conspired with demonic forces, betrayed his masters, harmed his fellow disciples. His crimes are egregious. Thus, 3 months ago, we expelled him from the Lin Xuan now bears no relation to us. We are well aware of his talents and capabilities, and I can assure you with my life that he could never have conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower. The only possible conqueror is Lu Qingyang, the holy son of the Qingjian sect. Mo Jiu Xiao nodded affirmatively, providing a succinct confirmation. With the official statement from the Lingshu sect, the crowd was easily convinced. At that moment, Lu Qingyang also spoke up amidst the clamoring voices, declaring, everyone, the 9th toll of the Wild Tower was indeed due to me, and has nothing to do with Lin Xuan. Lu Qingyang's admission further solidified the crowd's belief. The discussions quickly transformed into a vehement condemnation of Lin Xuan. How could such a scoundrel and degenerate garner Miss Ling's favor? Wasn't her invitation to him akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? Such filth deserved to be eradicated. How could he even dare to set foot in the wild city? How could Miss Ling extend an invitation to such a treacherous individual? Mo, filled with righteous indignation, interjected, I suspect Miss Ling has been deceived by Lin Xuan's flowery words, mistaking him for a good person. There are matters I had hoped to keep to myself, but today I must expose Lin Xuan's ugly and sinister side. I, too, was once lulled by his sweet talk, but fortunately, I came to my senses in time to avoid a grave mistake. Lin Xuan is a shameless rogue who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He is a pawn of the Ghost Palace. Imoko's remarks incited a wave of animosity, thrusting Lin Xuan into the eye of the storm and branding him as a demon to be hunted down. Many individuals, fueled by their resentment, unleashed a torrent of vitriol against Lin Xuan. Some even called for a collective petition to the Lord's residence to apprehend him, vowing to eradicate such a scoundrel and restore justice for the people. Yi Jun, the White Lotus, seized the opportunity to stir the crowd's animosity towards Lin Xuan. Lu Qingyang, equally furious with Lin Xuan, joined the fray, labeling him as a villain without hesitation. Thus, Lin Xuan became the common enemy, his supposed crimes solidified in the public's eyes. For those consumed by righteous indignation, the truth of the matter was irrelevant, they were only willing to believe what they wanted. The air was filled with the fervent cries for Lin Xuan's downfall. A trace of a sinister smile danced on Yi Jun's lips. He relished the thought of observing whether Lin Xuan could escape the wild city alive. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan followed Maid Xiaoya to a pavilion. Upon catching sight of Miss Ling for the first time, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 34. Is it uncertain whether young Master Lin will grant Linger an opportunity? Just as pure water reveals the beauty of a lotus, so too does nature present exquisite adornments. Lin Xuan has encountered many beautiful women, such as Mo Ko, Lu Yunqi, each possessing remarkable grace, akin to celestial beings. Lin Xuan had always believed that no matter how stunning a woman might be, she could only reach a certain level of beauty. It was only upon gazing at Miss Linger that he realized his previous notions were misguided and myopic. It became evident to him that a woman could indeed possess a beauty so breathtaking that it leaves one gasping, captivating the soul and inciting instant infatuation. When comparing Mo Ku and the others to Miss Linger, the disparity was akin to that of a village girl standing beside a princess. Miss Linger exuded an ethereal grace, rendering all splendid words of this world utterly insufficient to describe her beauty. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had lived a second life, and his mindset had grown exponentially stronger than in his previous existence. After a brief moment of distraction, Lin Xuan quickly averted his gaze. His reaction astonished Chen Linger, for others typically found themselves entranced upon their first encounter with her, yet, Lin Xuan regained his composure in an instant. Indeed, he was remarkably distinct. It was no wonder he had successfully traversed the 9th level of the Wild Tower. This greatly elevated Chen Linger's regard and affection for him. Young Master Lin, congratulations on conquering the 9th level of the Wild Tower. You are on the verge of becoming the supreme youth of Beihuang, Chen Linger spoke, her voice as melodious as silver bells, as delightful as celestial music, and as gentle as flowing water. To this compliment, Lin Xuan merely replied nonchalantly, Miss Linger, you flatter me. His heart remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of the joy and excitement one might expect from nearing the title of supreme youth of Beihuang. This state of mind prompted a quiet admiration from Chen Linger. He was indeed different from her expectations, piquing her interest further. Young Master Lin, please take a seat and sample the tea I brewed. Chen Linger quickly invited him to sit. Lin Xuan nodded slightly and took his seat. He had never held a particular fondness for tea, yet he could not deny that the brew crafted by Miss Linger possessed an indescribable fragrant sweetness. One sip invigorated the spirit, alleviating all weariness. There was a certain ethereal quality to this tea, clearly not an ordinary concoction. Setting down his teacup, Lin Xuan refrained from further drinking and directly stated, Miss Linger, your invitation must surely extend beyond merely sharing tea? Chen Linger smiled gently, filling his cup before inquiring, is young Master Lin unaware? Lin Xuan frowned slightly, responding, are you not seeking me out due to my achievement of conquering the 9th level of the Wild Tower? Chen Linger smiled enchantingly, replying, it is both that and not that. What does that mean? Lin Xuan found himself momentarily perplexed. Regarding the matter of the Supreme Youth of Beihuang, my father will be reaching out to you. The title of Supreme Youth is a momentous event in Beihuang, and in accordance with tradition, my father will host a grand ceremony to proclaim it to all of Beihuang, Chen Linger continued. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. He recalled the grandeur surrounding Yi Jun's conferment as the supreme youth of Beihuang in his previous life. Yi Jun's name had spread throughout Beihuang overnight, gaining widespread renown. In this life, the title of supreme youth was destined for him. Lin Xuan, however, he shook his head slightly and said, Miss Linger, please convey to the Lord of the Wild City that for the time being, I prefer to keep my identity as the conqueror of the 9th level of the Wild Tower a secret. Until the grand ceremony for the supreme youth of Beihuang, I would appreciate it if my identity remains undisclosed. Oh? Chen Linger looked at Lin Xuan with a hint of surprise upon hearing his words. If it were anyone else who had conquered the 9th level, they would likely be eager to announce it to the world. The title of Supreme Youth of Beihuang is the pinnacle of honor, the highest aspiration for all young talents in Beihuang. Who wouldn't wish to be the Supreme Youth? While many geniuses exist, there can only be one Supreme Youth, yet, Lin Xuan wished to conceal this brilliance. Nevertheless, Chen Linger quickly grasped Lin Xuan's intention and discreetly signaled to her maid, Xiaoya, who nodded and swiftly departed. Upon witnessing Miss Linger's actions, Lin Xuan began to understand certain circumstances. It appeared she had conducted an investigation into him. Lin Xuan inquired nonchalantly, you have looked into my background, I assume? Chen Linger did not deny it, instead candidly admitting, to be precise, it was my father who conducted the investigation. When you conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower, he dispatched someone to gather information about your past. Lin Xuan could comprehend this. As an obscure individual who had nonetheless conquered the 9th level, it was only natural for the Lord of the Wild City to seek information about him. Chen Linger, seemingly concerned that Lin Xuan might take offense, quickly added, young Master Lin, please do not misunderstand, this is merely customary, as my father needs to be informed about the individual who is to be the supreme youth of Beihuang. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, saying, I understand, Miss Linger, no need for explanation. However, I am still puzzled as to why you sought to learn about me first and invited me for tea? At this question, a faint blush crept onto Chen Linger's face, revealing a hint of shyness. Lin Xuan regarded her with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. The atmosphere grew momentarily awkward. Finally, gathering her courage, Chen Linger looked at Lin Xuan earnestly and said, 3 years ago, during my 16th birthday celebration, I publicly declared that my future husband must be the supreme youth of Beihuang. Whoever becomes the supreme youth will be the man I, Chen Linger, admire. As she spoke, her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a perfectly ripe apple, her voice growing softer than a whisper. Lin Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So, her invitation was due to this matter. He suddenly recalled that it was no wonder Moko had clashed with Yi Jun in his previous life. It seemed that after Yi Jun became the supreme youth of Beihuang, he had sought to win Chen Linger's affections. However, in this life, Yi Jun would have no such opportunity, as Lin Xuan would not afford him that chance. Chen Linger continued, young Master Lin, if you are already married, engaged, or have someone you hold dear, then I would not mention this matter or invite you. However, as far as I know, you have recently annulled your engagement with Mo, the daughter of the sect master of Lingshu sect. Lin Chuan understood her implication without her needing to elaborate. He decisively shook his head, stating, I have severed all ties with Mo, with no lingering feelings whatsoever. My relationship with Lingshu sect is irreparably broken, and we are now worlds apart. Upon receiving Lin Chuan's affirmative response, Chen Linger felt a surge of joy. So, may I ask if young Master Lin would grant me an opportunity? Lin Chuan regarded Chen Linger with calm eyes. Although this woman before him was extraordinarily beautiful, hailing from an illustrious lineage, and appeared gentle and kind, a man who had been hurt once would find it difficult to trust again. Thus, he shook his head and replied coolly, I apologize, Miss Linger, but at present, I am solely focused on two things, cultivation and vengeance. I am uninterested in anything else. Hearing Lin Chuan's unequivocal rejection, her starry eyes shimmered with an unusual light. She may not have anticipated being so directly turned down by him. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Beihuang, a goddess in the hearts of countless young men, pursued by many admirers. Even now, the most celebrated talent on the Beihuang Young Talents list, Lu Qingyan, had publicly expressed his admiration for Chen Linger on multiple occasions, yet, Lin Chuan had rejected her, and with such decisiveness. This was likely something no one, including Chen Linger, could have foreseen. Though she felt a pang of surprise and disappointment, she quickly came to terms with it. If Lin Chuan had readily agreed, he would be no different from other men, merely seeking her beauty. Such a man was certainly not what Chen Linger desired. The supreme youth of Beihuang must be exceptional. The more talented they were, the prouder they became. Thus, being rejected by Lin Chuan was, in fact, quite normal. After all, to broach such a topic upon first meeting was indeed challenging for anyone to accept. With this thought, Chen Linger felt entirely at ease. She smiled and said to Lin Chuan, young Master Lin, would you mind if we became friends? Lin Chuan smiled slightly and replied, to befriend Miss Linger is surely a dream for all men in Beihuang. I am not concerned with others' dreams. I only care about what you think, young Master Lin, Chen Linger said, her starry eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. Lin Chuan responded, have we not already become friends? Chen Linger paused for a moment. Chapter 35 of the Little Northern Wilderness can never confine this true dragon. The maid, Xiaoya, soon returned with a report. Miss, I have conveyed this matter to the master. He instructed that you should graciously host young Master Lin and not neglect him in the slightest. Chen Linger nodded slightly and then addressed Lin Chuan, young Master Lin, if you do not mind, would you consider residing at the city lord's mansion for a few days? Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before agreeing, then I must thank Miss Linger. Chen Linger guided Lin Chuan to a quaint little courtyard and said, young Master Lin, what do you think of this place? My guest room is right next door, making it convenient for me to attend to your needs. Lin Chuan was indifferent about the accommodation, but he nodded in satisfaction. After familiarizing Lin Chuan with the room, Chen Linger said, then please take some time to rest. Once Chen Linger departed, Lin Chuan did not remain idle and immediately began his cultivation. Outside, Xiaoya, with an expression of curiosity, asked Chen Linger, Miss, is there something between you and young Master Lin? Chen Linger let out a bitter laugh and shook her head, young Master Lin has declined. Ah? Declined, how could that be? Hearing this, Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise, startling Chen Linger, who quickly covered Xiaoya's mouth and led her away before releasing her. Xiaoya looked at Chen Linger in disbelief, Miss, but how could he refuse? Could it be that he harbors lingering feelings for his former fiancée? Chen Linger shook her head, it is not that. Then why? Xiaoya inquired, puzzled. I do not know, Chen Linger replied. Xiaoya remained bewildered for quite some time. How could there still be a man in this world capable of rejecting the miss? She even began to suspect whether Lin Chuan's inclinations were somewhat unconventional. What normal man could resist the allure of the most beautiful woman in the northern wilderness? I do not comprehend, it simply eludes my understanding. Yet Chen Linger smiled and remarked, Xiaoya, do you not find young Master Lin remarkably different from other men? It is quite natural for the northern wilderness youthful prodigy to possess such pride. They say that the more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. I suddenly find this statement exceedingly true. Things that come easily hold little significance for me. Throughout my life, whatever I needed, I merely had to utter a word. There has never been anything I could not obtain. I had never even considered that such a situation could arise. However, this time, young Master Lin has enlightened me to a truth. Not everything I desire can be effortlessly acquired. Apart from being the daughter of the Lord of the Wild City, I have only ventured through the 8th level of the Wild Tower, and compared to young Master Lin, my talent for cultivation falls considerably short. So, why should young Master Lin be compelled to pursue me like other men? Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Chen Linger, uncertain of how to respond. She felt that what the miss had said made a certain sense, yet her heart still ached for her. She could not fathom why Lin Chuan would refuse the Mississippi. Chen Linger then visited her father and discussed Lin Chuan with him. Upon learning that Lin Chuan had declined Linger, the Lord of the Wild City was somewhat astonished. However, he soon expressed great admiration for Lin Chuan, viewing him in a new light and raising his evaluation of him. Lin Chuan is an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium genius of the northern wilderness, endowed with imperial potential. His future achievements are beyond measure. The little northern wilderness can never confine this true dragon. His destiny lies among the boundless stars and seas. Linger, even if you cannot be together with him, it is essential to maintain a good relationship with him. Chen Linger nodded earnestly, as she harbored the same thought. The Lord of the Wild City added, those short-sighted fools from the Lingshu sect truly fail to recognize a true dragon and have expelled our northern wilderness youthful prodigy from their sect, severing ties. Such foolishness is astounding, however. Perhaps adversity will only render Lin Xuan stronger, yet, the hatred he bears must be a thorn embedded in his heart, one that must be removed. Let us offer him our assistance. After leaving her father's presence, Chen Linger instructed Xiaoya, you must immediately arrange to reserve the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and draft an invitation in my name, inviting the sons of the 100 major sects to a banquet this evening. Oh, and make an exception for the Lingshu sect, invite them all. Xiaoya promptly took her leave to attend to the matter. After ensuring everything was in order, Chen Linger made her way to Lin Xuan's room. Young Master Lin, I hope I am not interrupting your cultivation, Chen Linger inquired. Lin Xuan replied, not at all, I was merely engaging in some casual practice, so there is no concern about interruption. Chen Linger continued, young Master Lin, I have arranged a banquet for you at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion this evening, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. A banquet? Lin Xuan glanced at Chen Linger, intending to decline, but upon seeing her earnest expression, he reconsidered. After a moment of thought, Lin Xuan nodded, very well, I shall attend. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's agreement, Chen Linger instantly brightened, her joy reminiscent of a child when she smiled. She radiated an enchanting beauty, akin to a freshly blossomed peach flower. Lin Xuan dared not gaze too long, fearing he might offend her. By the way, young Master Lin, my father wishes to inquire whether you will participate in the Northern Wilderness Young Prodigy ranking competition. If you choose to enter, I can secure a spot for you. However, I believe it may not be necessary for you to participate in the competition. Lin Xuan looked at Chen Linger with mild confusion. Not necessary? His purpose for coming to the Wild City was precisely to claim the top position in the Northern Wilderness Young Prodigy ranking. Chen Linger nodded. Indeed, young Master Lin, you have already conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower and are about to be conferred as the Northern Wilderness Young Prodigy. This title far surpasses that of the first place in the ranking. With your prowess, securing the top spot would be effortless, rendering it somewhat meaningless. According to our traditions in the Northern Wilderness, the young prodigy does not participate in the ranking competition, allowing the opportunity for the first place to be given to others. Of course, this is not absolute. If you still wish to compete, that is entirely your choice. Should you choose to participate, you have two options. One is to skip the preliminary battles and only partake. The other is to abstain from all battles altogether and directly become the first in the Northern Wilderness Young Prodigy ranking. Ultimately, it is up to your preference. Lin Xuan fell into contemplation. His visit to the Wild City for the ranking competition had two objectives. First, to reclaim what belonged to Yi Jun in his previous life, and second, to prove himself. Since he was about to become the Northern Wilderness Young Prodigy, that was sufficient proof of his capabilities. Yi Jun, in this life, lacked the grand opportunities of great fortunes and could not possibly touch the first place in the Northern Wilderness Young Prodigy ranking. Therefore, upon reflection, he realized that he had already achieved both of his goals. It indeed seemed unnecessary to compete in the Northern Wilderness Young Prodigy ranking competition. After all, claiming the top position in the ranking held little significance. With this in mind, Lin Xuan made a decision. Very well. She had anticipated he would decide this way. Chen Linger then suggested, young Master Lin, shall I show you around the mansion? Lin Xuan inclined his head slightly in agreement. The news of Miss Linger hosting a banquet for the sons of the 100 major sects at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion spread swiftly throughout the Wild City. Meanwhile, at the Lingshu sect's residence, Yi Jun and the others stared pensively at the 4 invitation letters in their hands. Were they not only inviting the sons of major sects to the banquet? They were, of course, unaware that they had received special consideration from Miss Linger. In the City Lord's mansion, Chen Linger led Lin Xuan to a particular place, the Hall of the Wild Emperor. Chapter 36, The 3 Styles of the Wild Sword, the Hall of the Wild Emperor? Lin Xuan gazed at Chen Linger with a hint of perplexity. The name seemed to suggest a connection to the North Wild Emperor. However, Lin Xuan had not encountered any references to this in the historical accounts of the North Wild Emperor's life. Chen Linger elucidated, young Master Lin, the original site of the Hall of the Wild Emperor is where the North Wild Emperor once resided. My ancestors erected this hall atop the original site to commemorate the North Wild Emperor. Over the eons, the Hall of the Wild Emperor has transformed into the most sacred place of our City Lord's Manor. All the martial arts and treasures of our City Lord's Manor are stored here. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, understanding now. He halted his steps, choosing not to proceed further. Chen Linger, perceiving his intent, smiled charmingly and said, young Master Lin, you may not be aware, but it has always been the custom that the young Supreme of the North Wild has the privilege to enter the Hall of the Wild Emperor freely, and all martial arts within may be cultivated without any restrictions. Oh? Is that so? Lin Xuan admitted his ignorance. It was no wonder they said that becoming the young Supreme of the North Wild would garner the City Lord's utmost cultivation efforts. It appeared that this assertion held some truth. However, the allure of the martial arts within the Hall of the Wild Emperor held little appeal for Lin Xuan. After all, with the Celestial Dao Pen and the Celestial Dao Steel at his disposal, given time, he could cultivate any martial art he desired. Common martial arts were simply beneath his notice. In fact, one could say that even the most formidable techniques from the 10 great sects of the North Wild failed to pique his interest. The classification of martial arts is akin to that of weapons and treasures, divided into yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, holy, immortal, and emperor levels. The Great Wilderness Sword Technique, being the North Wild Emperor's most powerful martial art, undoubtedly belongs to the emperor level. Techniques such as the Ninefold Calamity Vajra and Shadow Flicker are categorized as immortal level. Meanwhile, the Taishu 9 swords and the Great River Sword Intent are merely heaven level techniques. Heaven-level martial arts are already considered the pinnacle of the North Wild, thus, it seems the martial arts within the Hall of the Wild Emperor should only reach a maximum of heaven level. Naturally, this holds no allure for Lin Xuan. At this point, only an immortal-level martial art would be worthy of his attention. Young Master Lin, please, Chen Linger gestured invitingly. Faced with her warm invitation, Lin Xuan felt reluctant to decline. He decided to enter and take a look. The Hall of the Wild Emperor housed a plethora of martial arts, numbering over 3,000. Of course, the majority were ordinary techniques. Chen Linger, aware that Lin Xuan would likely disregard these common techniques, offered only a brief introduction before swiftly guiding him to the areas containing earth and heaven-level martial arts. The earth-level techniques were numerous, exceeding 300, while the heaven-level techniques numbered nearly 30. Such a quantity is likely unmatched by any other force in the entire North Wild. For instance, the Lingshu sect possesses a pitiful 3 heaven-level techniques and only around 20 earth-level techniques, amounting to merely 1/10 of what the Hall of the Wild Emperor holds. Even the 10 great sects of the North Wild likely do not possess as many. Observing Lin Xuan's lack of interest in these heaven-level techniques, Chen Linger felt a twinge of surprise. The City Lord's Manor, boasting the most and strongest martial arts in the entire North Wild, offered 30 heaven-level techniques encompassing various domains. The Hall of the Wild Emperor could be deemed a coveted sanctum for all practitioners in the North Wild. Yet, only 2 types of individuals are permitted to cultivate within the hall, those affiliated with the City Lord's Manor or the young supreme of the North Wild. Even the foremost figure on the North Wild's talented individuals ranking lacks the qualification to enter the Hall of the Wild Emperor. Despite the sanctity of this place, Lin Xuan appeared rather indifferent. Young Master Lin, do you hold no interest in these heaven-level techniques? Chen Linger could not help but inquire. Caught off guard by the question, Lin Xuan replied somewhat awkwardly, I believe that martial arts should be valued for their depth rather than quantity. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. It suffices to delve deeply into a few techniques without the necessity of pursuing many. After a moment's pause, Chen Linger nodded slightly, expressing her agreement. What you say is indeed true, young master. I have also selected only a few heaven-level techniques to cultivate. However, there exists a signature technique of the hall, left behind by the North Wild Emperor, which may pique your interest. Oh? Is there indeed a technique left by the North Wild Emperor? Yet, Lin Xuan remained largely disinterested. After all, he was well-versed in all the martial arts attributed to the North Wild Emperor. Should he desire, he could master these techniques with ease. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan did not wish to dampen Chen Linger's enthusiasm and feigned interest. She soon led him to a statue. It was, of course, the statue of the North Wild Emperor, though this statue was merely of average height. Lin Xuan scrutinized the statue, noting the resemblance to the North Wild Emperor was somewhat lacking, perhaps around 80% accurate. The statue depicted the North Wild Emperor gripping a sword, which was rusted and covered entirely in black, bearing the marks of time's passage, eroded beyond recognition. Yet, there was an intangible aura of formidable might emanating from the sword, as if an ancient ferocious beast were sealed within, deterring any from approaching carelessly. Lin Xuan's gaze lingered on the sword, feeling an invisible force beckoning him closer. As he approached, he sensed an inexplicable call, stirring his focus as he examined the sword intently. A sword held by the statue of the North Wild Emperor must be extraordinary. Could it be connected to the North Wild Emperor? However, the sword was so encrusted with rust that its true form was indiscernible. Thus, Lin Xuan hesitated to make a judgment about its identity. It appeared to resemble something from millennia past. Chen Linger's voice suddenly interrupted Lin Xuan's contemplation. Young Master Lin, what do you think of this martial art? She gestured towards a stone tablet before the statue, inscribed with the incantations of the 3 styles of the Wild Sword. The 3 styles of the Wild Sword. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, puzzled as he had not heard of this technique attributed to the North Wild Emperor. It was evident that such a technique was not mentioned in the accounts of the North Wild Emperor's life. However, as Lin Xuan glanced at the incantations for the 3 styles of the Wild Sword, he began to comprehend. It turned out that the 3 styles of the Wild Sword were merely a segment extracted from the Great Wilderness Sword technique, forming 3 sword forms, hence the name. Essentially, it could indeed be considered a technique of the North Wild Emperor. One might even say it is a simplified version of the Great Wilderness Sword technique, Chen Linger promptly explained. Young Master Lin, the 3 styles of the Wild Sword is not a complete martial art. It can be regarded as a simplified or incomplete technique. After all, the North Wild Emperor did not leave behind any comprehensive teachings, so his martial arts have largely been lost to time. The 3 styles of the Wild Sword is a fragment extracted from the North Wild Emperor's most powerful Emperor-level technique, the Great Wilderness Sword technique. It is arguably the only surviving remnant of the Great Wilderness Sword technique. Although it cannot compare to the complete technique, it is still an extremely formidable martial art, bearing the essence of the North Wild Emperor. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. A holy-level technique is indeed extraordinarily powerful and sacred within the North Wild. The presence of the North Wild Emperor's influence within the 3 styles of the Wild Sword renders it even more significant. Nevertheless, while the 3 styles of the Wild Sword was derived from the Great Wilderness Sword technique, it had undergone some modifications to form 3 distinct sword forms. Viewed in isolation, these 3 sword forms were impressive, possessing formidable power. Certainly, in the entire North Wild, no other technique could match their prowess. The 3 styles of the Wild Sword warranted further cultivation. After carefully contemplating the incantations of the 3 styles of the Wild Sword, Lin Xuan began his practice. For Lin Xuan, cultivating the 3 styles of the Wild Sword was akin to a dimensional advantage. After all, he had mastered the Great Wilderness Sword technique, and the essence of the 3 styles of the Wild Sword was fundamentally the Great Wilderness Sword technique with merely a few additions. Thus, Lin Xuan found the cultivation process as effortless as drinking water. Remarkably, Lin Xuan managed to cultivate the 3 styles of the Wild Sword to a considerable extent in just half a day. Such an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed left Chenlinger, who stood nearby, utterly astounded. Chapter 37 The Northern Wilderness Sword recognizes its master? Young Master Lin, have you truly mastered all 3 styles of the Wilderness Sword? Chenlinger gazed at Lin Xuan with a look of utter astonishment, her heart overwhelmed with an indescribable shock. She found herself at a loss for words to convey her current feelings. Her admiration and reverence for Lin Xuan had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Noticing Chenlinger's extreme astonishment, Lin Xuan realized that he had indeed cultivated at an unusually rapid pace. However, this could hardly be attributed to any fault of his own. The truth was that the 3 styles of the Wilderness Sword were rather simplistic for him. With no hint of difficulty, Lin Xuan could effortlessly master them. Yet, the 3 styles of the Wilderness Sword were considered the most powerful techniques of the Northern Wilderness, crafted by the Northern Wilderness Emperor himself. They could even be regarded as the sole sacred level techniques of the Northern Wilderness. Such formidable techniques were, without a doubt, exceedingly challenging for the talented individuals of the Northern Wilderness. Of course, Lin Xuan's extraordinary speed was primarily due to his mastery of the Great Wilderness Sword technique. Without it, he would never have been able to achieve such remarkable progress in his cultivation of the Wilderness Sword. However, this was not something Lin Xuan could explain to Chenlinger. He could only feign ignorance and ask, Miss Linger, is it that I cultivated too quickly? Though I must admit, I have only grasped the basics and have not yet fully mastered them. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chenlinger replied, No, it is not that young Master Lin's speed is too swift. Rather, our pace of cultivation is too slow. Young Master Lin, you are the unparalleled youth sovereign of the Northern Wilderness, a prodigy beyond compare. The Wilderness Sword poses little challenge for you. Lin Xuan interjected, I have heard that Miss Linger managed to conquer the 8th level of the Wilderness Tower a year ago. Your talent in cultivation cannot possibly be inferior to mine. However, Chenlinger shook her head and said, Young Master Lin, you flatter me. To speak frankly, I have yet to fully master even the 2nd style of the Wilderness Sword. I have practiced for so many years, yet I cannot compare to your mere half-day of cultivation. In comparison to you, it is as if I am in a different realm altogether. Upon hearing Chenlinger's words, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. With her talent, she had only managed to reach the 2nd style. This realization suggested that the difficulty of mastering the Wilderness Sword was indeed quite significant. Naturally, Lin Xuan himself felt no sense of this difficulty. After all, he directly mastered the Great Wilderness Sword technique, requiring no additional effort to comprehend the intricacies of cultivation. Although he had cultivated the 3 styles of the Wilderness Sword, he found it to be exceedingly effortless, as if he were merely breathing. Thus, he could not fathom the true challenges associated with mastering the 3 styles. However, Chenlinger's comments began to clarify the situation for him. It seemed his previous performance was indeed rather extraordinary. Lin Xuan had not considered this aspect before and thus had not paid it any heed. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was, after all, the unparalleled youth sovereign of the Northern Wilderness. It was only reasonable for him to exhibit some extraordinary talents. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed abruptly through the air. Lin Xuan and Chenlinger exchanged glances, both puzzled by the source of this peculiar noise. The strange sound intensified, growing increasingly urgent. Their gazes quickly shifted to the sword held in the statue of the Northern Wilderness Emperor. They observed the sword vibrating violently, with radiant light bursting forth from it, as if an ancient beast were attempting to break free from its seal. Such an extraordinary occurrence was clearly a first for Chenlinger, and she was momentarily frightened. What is happening? Why is the Northern Wilderness Emperor's sword moving? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow deeply, his eyes fixated on the sword. He vaguely felt that the calling power emanating from the sword was growing stronger, as if the sword itself were beckoning him. This revelation left Lin Xuan somewhat astonished. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that this sword truly belonged to the Northern Wilderness Emperor? Had his cultivation of several powerful techniques of the Northern Wilderness Emperor effectively granted him a semblance of the Emperor's legacy? Moreover, did his recent practice of the Wilderness Sword invoke a resonance with this sword, causing it to vibrate so? Just as Lin Xuan pondered these questions, he noticed the corroded rust on the sword beginning to crumble and fall away. As the rust shed, streams of sword chi radiated forth. Soon, all the rust was entirely gone, as if the ravages of time had been severed, revealing an ancient sword before Lin Xuan and Chenlinger. While it still bore a somewhat worn appearance, it was now visible, no longer entirely obscured by rust. At present, one might simply deem it as old, with a few remnants of yellowed rust remaining. However, the sword now emanated a powerful aura of sword chi, indicating its extraordinary nature. Chenlinger stared in bewilderment at this miraculous spectacle. The Northern Wilderness Sword has resided in my lord's manor for thousands of years, always shrouded in rust, never revealing its true form. It has long been eroded by time. How could this be? No sooner had Chenlinger spoken than the sword suddenly soared into the air. This unforeseen turn of events startled her considerably. What was the Northern Wilderness Sword intending to do? To their astonishment, the Northern Wilderness Sword flew directly towards Lin Xuan. Was it about to attack him? Chenlinger hastily called out, Young Master Lin, be careful. Yet before she could finish her warning, she realized that something was amiss. The Northern Wilderness Sword did not intend to harm Lin Xuan, rather, it descended into his hands as if recognizing him as its master. Once it landed in Lin Xuan's grasp, the sword immediately calmed, its radiance fading as all its sword chi receded, transforming into an ordinary sword. The scene left Chenlinger in a state of utter astonishment as she gazed at Lin Xuan. What was happening? Had the Northern Wilderness Sword chosen to recognize Lin Xuan as its master? This situation also took Lin Xuan by surprise. Examining the sword in his hand, he realized it indeed belonged to the Northern Wilderness Emperor, used during the Emperor's formative years. It was a sword obtained by the Northern Wilderness Emperor from a place of fortuitous opportunity. Originally, this sword was of merely sacred quality, but as it accompanied the Northern Wilderness Emperor, it absorbed a considerable amount of the Emperor's might, eventually attaining the status of a celestial weapon. However, having been abandoned for over 10,000 years, the sword had succumbed to the ravages of time and lost its former luster. At this point, it possessed neither the might of a celestial weapon nor even that of a sacred weapon. It might even fall short of a heavenly grade sword. At least, it appeared to wield little power or brilliance on the surface. Nevertheless, as Lin Xuan held it, he could still sense the extraordinary sharpness hidden within the sword, akin to a slumbering dragon. Once awakened, it could unleash a roar that echoed through the heavens. A tall figure suddenly appeared upon seeing the newcomer. Chen Linger hurriedly stepped forward and called out, "Father!" Lin Xuan's gaze immediately fell upon the approaching figure, recognizing him as the Lord of the Wilderness City, the sovereign of the Northern Wilderness. The powerful aura radiating from the Lord of the Wilderness City was undeniably far superior to that of the sect master of Lingshu, Mo Jiu Xiao, undoubtedly surpassing the dragon transformation realm. The Lord of the Wilderness City was widely acknowledged as the strongest individual in the Northern Wilderness, his strength beyond question. At that moment, the Lord of the Wilderness City regarded Lin Xuan with a hint of surprise, having arrived to witness such an extraordinary scene. For a moment, he was left utterly perplexed. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xuan respectfully bowed to the Lord of the Wilderness City, saying, "I am Lin Xuan, and I humbly greet the Lord of the Wilderness City." Chapter 38. What if I must enter the drunken immortal tower today? The Lord of the Wild City nodded repeatedly at Lin Xuan with a look of admiration, exclaiming, "The younger generation is indeed formidable. You have not only conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower at an unprecedented speed, but you have also awakened the resonance of the North Wild Sword, thereby claiming it as your own, a feat unseen for millennia. Remarkable, Lin Xuan, you are truly remarkable." The Lord of the Wild City did not hold back his praise, expressing genuine admiration. It is not an exaggeration to state that Lin Xuan has made history. Chen Linger addressed the Lord of the Wild City, saying, "Father, that's not all. Just a short while ago, young Master Lin managed to master the 3 techniques of the Wild Sword within merely half a day." To this, the Lord of the Wild City showed little surprise. Having achieved such historical feats, it was not too far-fetched that he could accomplish this as well. The Lord of the Wild City marveled again. "Lin Xuan, you possess the talent of an emperor." The notion of having emperor-like talent did not seem to faze Lin Xuan, who remained composed. For him, nothing held greater significance than avenging his grievances. Observing Lin Xuan maintain such serene composure in the face of lofty accolades, exhibiting humility and poise, the Lord of the Wild City could not help but feel a profound sense of respect. To possess such a formidable mindset at such a tender age is indeed extraordinary and beyond imagination. However, given the circumstances, the Lord of the Wild City felt a sense of acceptance regarding Lin Xuan's achievements. "Linger, ensure that you attend to young Master Lin with the utmost courtesy, treating him as a distinguished guest. Do not let any detail be overlooked. You may manage all matters as you see fit," he instructed Chen Linger. She nodded in understanding, replying, "Rest assured, Father, I will take good care of young Master Lin." After bidding farewell to Lin Xuan, the Lord of the Wild City departed, casting a significant glance at Chen Linger that caused a blush to rise upon her delicate face. Lin Xuan, somewhat helpless in the situation, chose to feign ignorance, as his heart was not inclined toward romantic entanglements. Although Miss Linger appeared to be a commendable woman, could a heart that has grown cold be easily warmed? He decided to set that matter aside for the time being. Lin Xuan presented the North Wild Sword to Chen Linger. She looked momentarily taken aback, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity, as she asked, "Young Master Lin, what is this?" Lin Xuan replied, "The North Wild Sword belongs to your lordship's estate. It rightfully belongs to you." With a soft laugh at Lin Xuan's earnest demeanor, Chen Linger responded, "Since the North Wild Sword has recognized you as its master, it naturally belongs to you. There is no question of returning it." Lin Xuan appeared slightly stunned, then said, "But the North Wild Sword is an artifact of the North Wild Emperor, a treasured possession of your lord's estate. How can it simply be?" Before he could finish, Chen Linger interjected, "The North Wild Sword is indeed the property of the North Wild Emperor, but our estate merely safeguards the relics of the Emperor. Since the sword has chosen to acknowledge you, it is the will of the North Wild Emperor that we must honor. Therefore, the North Wild Sword is yours from now on. It has lain dormant for millennia, it is time for it to shine once more." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan nodded, "Then I shall graciously accept the North Wild Sword." Although the North Wild Sword appeared rusty and unremarkable, lacking the grandeur of its former glory, it was still a divine artifact. Despite its long slumber, its essence remained intact, merely awaiting the day of awakening. Even in its current state, it would not be inferior to an ordinary heavenly-grade sword. Lin Xuan stowed the North Wild Sword away, completing his arsenal. However, he had no immediate use for it, having already stated his intention to refrain from participating in the North Wild Talents rankings, so there was no need to compete with the talents of the North Wild. "Young Master Lin, the time is drawing near. We can set off for the drunken immortal tower," Chen Linger announced. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, having made a promise he would follow through. Shaya had prepared the carriage long ago, and soon it arrived at the drunken immortal tower. Today, the tower exuded an air of unparalleled exclusivity, refusing entry to any guests, regardless of their status. Even the lords of the 10 great sects of the North Wild would be turned away. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the Lord of the Wild City had dispatched a contingent of guards to secure the tower, prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from approaching. All the honored disciples of the 100 major sects invited must present an invitation letter to gain entry. Miss Linger's banquet for the esteemed disciples had become the most talked about event in the Wild City. As the recognized beauty of the North Wild and one of its most exceptional talents, coupled with her status as the sole daughter of the Lord of the Wild City, who would not wish to catch a glimpse of her, who would not desire her favor, Lin Xuan, wishing to avoid drawing attention to himself, disembarked the carriage ahead of Chen Linger. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by a guard. "Young master, please present your invitation letter. Once we verify your identity, you may enter. We appreciate your understanding," the guard requested. An invitation letter. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that Chen Linger had not provided him with one. Initially intending to enter together with her, he had disembarked early, thus she had not prepared an invitation for him. After a moment's hesitation, he explained to the guard, "I'm sorry, but I do not have an invitation letter I am here with." Before he could finish, a piercing voice interrupted, "What audacity! You dare intrude without an invitation? Do you think this place is open to just anyone? Only the esteemed disciples of the 100 major sects are worthy of an invitation. What are you?" The speaker was an arrogant young man, adorned in lavish attire, exuding an air of superiority. With a disdainful glance, he looked down upon Lin Xuan, his brow raised in contempt. Lin Xuan met his gaze coolly, not recognizing him. The arrogant youth, noticing Lin Xuan's indifference to his words, felt a surge of anger rising within him, ready to unleash his wrath upon Lin Xuan. At that moment, a voice of surprise rang out, "Lin Xuan, what are you doing here?" It was Emoko, accompanied by Yi Jun and the others. They were taken aback to see Lin Xuan. "What brings you here?" They exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Xuan glanced at Emoko with indifference and replied, "Naturally, I am here to attend the banquet." Emoko, clearly skeptical, retorted with a scoff, "Do you have an invitation letter? Just because you say you're here for the banquet doesn't mean you can just waltz in. I suspect you're hoping to sneak in for a free meal." The previously arrogant youth chimed in, mocking, "What is he? How could he possibly have an invitation letter? Only the disciples of the 100 major sects are entitled to that. If he had an invitation, he wouldn't have been stopped by the guards just now." Hearing that Lin Xuan indeed possessed no invitation, Yi Jun and the others felt a sense of relief wash over them. Emoko continued to deride him, "Lin Xuan, you truly are hopeless, aren't you ashamed? Miss Linger didn't even give you an invitation, and yet you still want to barge in? Don't think that just because you managed to charm your way into having tea with Miss Linger once, you have any chance of gaining her favor. Such base tricks will be seen through by her immediately. You think you can crash the banquet, how naive." She then directed her words at the guards, "Make sure to keep a close watch on the door, do not let this despicable wretch slip in. He surely intends to sneak in and approach Miss Linger with ulterior motives." The guard assured her, "Rest assured, miss, we are following orders and will only allow entry to those with invitation letters. No one without one shall be permitted inside." With a cold laugh, Emoko turned to Lin Xuan and said, "Did you hear that, Lin Xuan? Without an invitation, you won't get in today. Do yourself a favor and give up on that notion. All you know how to do is resort to these despicable tactics. What else can you do? Stop embarrassing yourself here, just get lost. We will settle our scores later." Emoko harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Xuan, convinced that he was the one who had poisoned her unborn child. Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying glared at Lin Xuan with equal disdain. Yi Jun, however, wore a look of amusement. Faced with these four, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, nearly smiling coolly as he remarked, "What if I must enter the drunken immortal tower today?" Chapter 39. Do you fancy yourself the supreme youth of the northern wastes? This time, Emoko did not respond with anger but rather with a mocking smile. With a derisive expression, she addressed Lin Xuan, saying, "Why not give it a try? Without an invitation, do you truly believe you can set foot in the drunken immortal pavilion? If you think your strength is sufficient, then by all means, attempt to force your way in." Qin Hanyue disdainfully interjected, "Lin Xuan, don't just talk the talk. If you possess any real ability, prove it by entering. You merely wish to flaunt your power before us, to appear formidable. I see through your ploy to gain our forgiveness, but such antics will only incite our revulsion. Once a person falls from grace, they are indeed beyond redemption. Do not attempt to curry favor in any manner. We harbor nothing but profound disdain and intense animosity towards you. Were it not for the prohibition against fighting in the Wild City, we would have eliminated you long ago." Yi Jun, feigning kindness, advised Lin Xuan, "Lin Xuan, you are not the saintly son of a top sect. Without an invitation, it would be wise to cease your futile provocations and depart. This is not a place for you to cause a ruckus." Emoko immediately retorted, "Why are you advising him, Junior brother Yi? Since he dares to boast so brazenly about entering the drunken immortal pavilion, let him try. If he stirs up trouble, it will save us the effort later." With that, Emoko taunted Lin Xuan further, "Why are you still hesitating? Did you not claim you would take action? Hurry up and show us what audacity you possess to be so brazen. If you do not make a move today, I shall look down upon you." Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying scoffed derisively, both eager for Lin Xuan to create a scene. The guards, sensing an impending conflict, became alert, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Xuan, prepared for any potential disruption. "I need not resort to violence to enter the drunken immortal pavilion. I am a distinguished guest invited by Miss Linger. I simply require her to come and escort me inside. No need for such fuss," Lin Xuan stated coolly. However, his words only incited a chorus of laughter and derision. The arrogant youth regarded Lin Xuan with a condescending gaze, laughing mockingly, "The sun hasn't even set, and you're already lost in dreams? Wake up, do you think you are the supreme youth of the northern wastes? That Miss Linger would personally come to invite you. Are you worthy? Everyone in the Wild City knows that Lu Qingyang, the saintly son of the Greensword sect, has conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower and is soon to be crowned the supreme youth of the northern wastes. Today's banquet is in honor of Lu Qingyang, and we, the saintly sons of various sects, are mere background figures to support him. Only the sons of the top 100 sects are worthy to be tonight's adornments. Who do you think you are, spewing such nonsense? Emoka scoffed at the arrogant youth. He is merely a scoundrel expelled from our Lingshu sect, now reduced to a stray dog, utterly worthless. Upon hearing Emoka's words, the arrogant youth looked at Lin Xuan with increased disdain. I thought you might be some unrestrained genius from a sect, but it seems you are just a stray dog. Who gave you the courage to make such outlandish claims here? Lin Xuan coolly regarded Emoku and her companions, as well as the arrogant youth. You are blind to the true dragon. Lin Xuan had no desire to waste further words on them. Patience was key. The main event was yet to unfold. His gaze shifted towards the direction where Miss Linger's carriage was stationed. Surely, she would soon make her entrance. At that moment, a voice laden with arrogance pierced the air. Who was making such a ruckus here? What a lack of decorum. As the voice faded, Lu Qingyang approached, flanked by several saintly sons, striding forward with an air of indifference. At that moment, Lu Qingyang was the center of attention, basking in the radiant glory of adulation. His arrogance was palpable, as he looked down upon all, embodying the essence of a youthful monarch. Even before his formal coronation as the supreme youth of the northern wastes, Lu Qingyang already carried himself as if he were one. Upon his arrival, Yi Jun and the others, along with the arrogant youth, quickly bowed in a display of subservience. Moku, ever ruthless, quickly took the opportunity to embellish her grievances against Lin Xuan to Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang recognized Lin Xuan instantly as the one who had previously stolen his spotlight at the Wild Tower, a fact that had long irked him. After having investigated Lin Xuan's identity, Lu Qingyang was filled with indignation. Such a wastrel had no right to share tea with Miss Linger. Seeing Lin Xuan now ignited a fierce animosity within Lu Qingyang, especially after Moku's provocative embellishments stoked the flames of his wrath. Lu Qingyang glared at Lin Xuan with cold, fierce eyes, as if he wished to devour him, an intimidating presence indeed. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed, meeting Lu Qingyang's gaze with calm assurance. Lu Qingyang coldly questioned, did you claim that Miss Linger would personally invite you into the drunken immortal pavilion? Indeed, Lin Xuan affirmed without hesitation. Humph, do you think you are worthy? Lu Qingyang scoffed with disdain. Lin Xuan, undeterred, retorted, am I unworthy? Oh, pray tell, are you? Such audacity, how dare you speak to Lu Qingyang in such a manner? Furious, Lu Qingyang's countenance turned crimson. Who in the wild city would dare to speak to him so insolently? You are courting death. Lu Qingyang declared coldly, a palpable murderous intent radiating from him. Yet Lin Xuan remained unfazed, dismissively countering, what, do you truly believe you would dare to act violently here? I am the supreme youth of the northern wastes, with the privilege to eliminate those who show me disrespect in the wild city. Are you unaware of this? Lu Qingyang sneered to Lin Xuan, with a mocking smile, replied, do you not know your own standing as the supreme youth of the northern wastes? Wait until you are actually crowned before you speak. For now, you are not yet one. Why not try to make a move? Faced with Lin Xuan's scorn and provocation, Lu Qingyang's complexion turned a dark shade of anger, yet, beneath his fury lay an unsettling sense of uncertainty. Lin Xuan's words echoed in his mind. Was he truly not the supreme youth? This thought ignited a flicker of doubt within Lu Qingyang. After all, he had not conquered the 9th level of the Wild Tower. Could it be that the accolades attributed to him were, in fact, meant for this so-called waste? Perhaps Miss Linger's maid, Xiaoya, had not miscalculated her invitation after all. Such questions raced through Lu Qingyang's mind, yet he quickly dismissed them. No, this was impossible. This wretched creature, expelled from the Lingshu sect, could not possibly be the supreme youth of the northern wastes. Who else in the entire northern wastes could hold such a title besides him? With this conviction, Lu Qingyang bellowed at the guards, why are you all standing there in a daze? Seize this man and throw him out. He dares to cause a disturbance and disrupt the atmosphere of the banquet, and he has the audacity to claim that Miss Linger would come to invite him. Such disrespect is unforgivable. Quickly, apprehend him. The guards exchanged hesitant glances, reluctant to act hastily, for they were protectors of the city lord's manor, not servants of the Green Sword sect. Seeing their hesitation, the arrogant youth interjected, do you possess no discernment? Lu Qingyang is soon to be crowned the supreme youth of the northern wastes, destined to become Miss Linger's husband. Do you dare disregard his words? Should Miss Linger arrive, your punishment will be severe. Upon hearing this, the guards felt a wave of panic and hastened to surround Lin Xuan, preparing to take action. Just then, a voice as melodious as a tinkling bell rang out, stop. Chapter 40 A woman who betrays her affection. How dare you, a woman who betrays her emotions, accuse Lord Lin? Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, Chen Linger approached, exuding an ethereal grace that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Her extraordinary and noble demeanor evoked a sense of awe and admiration in all who beheld her. She shone brilliantly, akin to the stars that adorn the night sky. The beauty of Chen Linger defies description. No words of this earthly realm could ever do her justice. Any grandiloquent expression used to describe her would only serve to diminish her essence. This exquisite beauty would enchant any man upon a mere glance and leave any woman feeling woefully inadequate. As soon as Chen Linger made her entrance, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with every gaze fixated upon her, all willing to be the stars that revolve around her. Upon seeing Chen Linger, Lu Qingyang promptly adjusted his appearance and, with an air of refinement, addressed her, I am Lu Qingyang, the holy son of the Qingjian sect. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Linger. Chen Linger paused before Lu Qingyang, and an indescribable fragrance wafted towards him, intoxicating him. What a delightful scent, he thought, his heart fluttering with excitement. Today, Miss Linger had hosted a banquet specifically for him, inviting all the holy sons from the top 100 sections. Was she about to publicly announce her future husband? This was the very thing Lu Qingyang had longed for. It was also the reason he had ventured into the desolate city, determined to conquer the Wild Tower, aspiring to become the supreme young master of the northern wasteland and win Miss Linger's favor. Only he, Lu Qingyang, was worthy of her. With anticipation brimming in his eyes, Lu Qingyang gazed at Chen Linger, drawing envious looks from those around him. The pairing of a hero and a beauty was indeed a match made in heaven, an enviable sight. Yi Jun, filled with jealousy, looked at Lu Qingyang with a begrudging heart. The more he felt dissatisfaction, the deeper his hatred for Lin Chuan grew. But soon, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Chen Linger merely cast a detached glance at Lu Qingyang before gliding past him, making her way directly toward Lin Chuan. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Linger, like a child rewarded, smiled radiantly at Lin Chuan and said, "I apologize, young Master Lin. I was delayed by some matters." Lin Chuan nodded slightly in response, "No harm done." Chen Linger then cast a scrutinizing glance at the guards, reprimanding, "Young Master Lin is my esteemed guest, do not be disrespectful." The guards, utterly bewildered, could hardly comprehend this unassuming, poorly dressed wanderer was indeed Miss Linger's honored guest. They quickly offered their apologies to Lin Chuan. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, their expressions a mixture of shock and dismay as they regarded Lin Chuan with bizarre looks. Lu Qingyang's countenance turned an ashen shade, his eyes fixed on Lin Chuan with palpable animosity. "It's him again," he thought, recalling how Lin Chuan had stolen his spotlight earlier at the Wild Tower. How could he swallow this indignity? Lu Qingyang spoke up, "Miss Linger, do not be deceived by him. You may not be aware of his circumstances. This man is Lin Chuan, once the holy son of the Lingshu sect. However, his character is vile, and he is morally corrupt. 3 years ago, he murdered an elder of the sect, desecrated the ancestral graves, and stole sacred relics, resulting in the loss of his title. Yet, unrepentant, he colluded with the demonic clan 3 months ago, betraying the sect and harming his fellow disciples. A true paragon of depravity. He is but a stray dog expelled from the sect, a scoundrel." Before Lu Qingyang could finish his tirade, Chen Linger shot him a displeased glare. "You, the holy son of the Qingjian sect, relish in gossip and slandering others?" Seeing that Chen Linger was unconvinced, Lu Qingyang grew anxious and reiterated, "Miss Linger, every word I speak is the truth. I have not wronged him in the slightest." Chen Linger replied, "Were you an eyewitness to these events? Hearing is but an illusion, seeing is believing, a truth even a 3-year-old would understand. You, the holy son of the Qingjin sect, do not grasp this? I am already aware of what you speak. These are merely one-sided claims released by the Lingshu sect. Do you actually believe them? Is it customary for the holy son of the Qingjian sect to act so arbitrarily?" Lu Qingyang's face stiffened, momentarily rendered speechless. Imoko could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Miss Linger, I am from the Lingshu sect. I can attest that what Holy Son Lu says is entirely accurate. If Lin Chuan had not committed such heinous acts, how could the Lingshu sect have stripped him of his title and expelled him?" Chen Linger turned her cold gaze toward Imoko, her disdain barely concealed. "Miss Imoko, you were once engaged to young Master Lin, who treated you with utmost sincerity. Yet your heart is only for your disciple Yi Jun. Engaging in an affair is already disloyal. Bearing his child is utterly shameless. As a woman who betrays her love, how dare you accuse young Master Lin? You may choose not to love, but please do not inflict harm. You lack even the most basic conscience of a human being. It seems your morals have been devoured by dogs. Do you not realize how despicable you are?" The sharp, resounding slap of her words struck Imoko like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned. Her face turned a deep shade of humiliation, and she could not utter a single word. The scornful gazes directed at her from all around further intensified her sense of disgrace. After a moment, Imoko, still indignant, retorted, "Miss Linger, do not advise others without experiencing their suffering. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's repeated disappointments and his atrocious deeds, would I behave in this manner?" Chen Linger, uninterested in further discourse with such a woman, replied curtly, "Justice resides in the hearts of the people. You know the truth of these matters, do not feign innocence before me. I am not foolish." With that, Chen Linger dismissed the others, gesturing to Lin Chuan, "Young Master Lin, shall we proceed inside?" Lin Chuan, disinclined to spare another glance at the crowd, nodded slightly and followed Chen Linger toward the Zuexian Tower. Imoko clenched her fists, her fingers digging into her flesh. Anger coursed through her, her teeth gritted in fury. "Lin Chuan, what sweet words have you used to deceive Miss Linger so thoroughly? This must be your scheme, your underhanded machinations to retaliate against us. You truly make one feel nauseous." Yi Jun feigned comfort, saying to Imoko, "Sister Mo, do not be upset, this is all my fault. Lin Chuan must resent me for taking you away, which is why he would act thus." Imoko immediately shook her head, "Yi Jun, this is not your fault, it is all Lin Chuan's doing. Why should his mistakes fall upon you? He is the one at fault. Today's events are far from over, I shall ensure he pays the price." Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying nodded in agreement, equally indignant and filled with hatred for Lin Chuan. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyang's expression darkened, his fury reaching a boiling point. "Lin Chuan, a stray dog, a despicable wretch, dares to challenge me. You are truly seeking your own demise." Lu Qingyang's hatred for Lin Chuan festered and burned within him. "Young Master Lu, was today's banquet not organized in your honor?" a holy son suddenly interjected. This remark deepened Lu Qingyang's already stormy expression. He believed he should be the center of attention, yet the recent events suggested otherwise. Had they all been mistaken? Was today's banquet not meant for young Master Lu but rather for that Lin Chuan? As the word sank in, all eyes turned toward Lin Chuan, including Yi Jun and his companions who exchanged glances of disbelief. Was today's banquet truly in honor of Lin Chuan? Did it not proclaim to be for the supreme young master of the northern wasteland? Could it be that Lin Xuan was indeed the supreme young master? No, this could not be possible. It was utterly inconceivable. Lu Qingyang's face twisted in rage. Fortunately, at that moment, another holy son stepped forward, declaring, "Everyone, do not jump to conclusions. It is well known that young Master Lu has traversed the 9th level of the Wild Tower, triggering the 9 chimes, and is soon to become the supreme young master of the northern wasteland. Thus, today's banquet is undoubtedly prepared for young Master Lu. However, I suspect that Miss Linger may wish to test young Master Lu, to observe his character. Perhaps she intentionally invited Lin Xuan as a foil to highlight young Master Lu's brilliance. Only through comparison can young Master Lu's excellence truly shine, no?" Chapter 41. My enmity with them runs deep as the sea, and we are destined to never coexist. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd immediately nodded in agreement. Lu Qingyang, too, experienced a sudden enlightenment, his face brightening with a renewed smile. Indeed, it must be so. He found himself convinced by this impeccable rationale. So, this was the situation. However, upon reflection, it all made sense. After all, a year prior, Miss Linger had publicly declared that whoever could become the supreme youth of the northern wilderness would be her future husband. Yet, Miss Linger was the sole beloved daughter of the Lord of the Wild City, a princess of the northern wilderness, and an extraordinary genius, akin to the exalted celestial maiden from the 9th heaven. Naturally, her standards for a future husband were exceedingly high. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for Miss Linger to employ this method to assess Lu Qingyang, allowing her to better understand him. Comparative analysis is always the most effective approach. It was precisely for this reason that Miss Linger intentionally sought out a scoundrel, stained with numerous blemishes and cast out from his sect, to serve as a point of comparison. Upon further contemplation, Lu Qingyang recognized that this individual named Lin Xuan was indeed an excellent candidate. The former holy son of the Lingshu sect, he could certainly be considered a talent, albeit burdened with a multitude of infamy. With this in mind, Lu Qingyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The others echoed his sentiments, firmly believing that this was indeed the case. Moku also felt a sense of liberation. So this was the truth. I almost thought Lin Xuan truly was the supreme youth of the northern wilderness. I was overthinking. How could that possibly be? We are well aware of Lin Xuan's true capabilities, are we not? Yi Jun felt quite satisfied. He was eager to witness Lu Qingyang's impending triumph over Lin Xuan. "Let us enter first," Moku declared. Her spirits lifted, all previous discontent had vanished. She was impatient to see how Lin Xuan would be toyed with by Miss Linger. However, as Moku and her companions approached the entrance of the Zue Xian building with their invitation letters in hand, they were halted by the guards. "I am sorry, but today's banquet only invites the holy sons of the top 100 sections. He is the holy son of the Lingshu sect, and you three are not, therefore you cannot enter." "What?" Moku erupted in fury upon hearing this. Raising the invitation letter in her hand, she exclaimed, "Miss Linger invited us here. We all possess invitations bearing our names. By what right do you deny us entry?" The guard, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, "I apologize, miss, but your names do not appear on our roster. We have been instructed that this banquet is exclusively for the holy sons of the top 100 sects, and no one else may enter." This revelation left Moku and her companions exchanging bewildered glances. What is this situation? Only the holy sons of the top 100 sects can enter. Yi Jun furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. What on earth is happening? Moku, unwilling to accept this, pressed further. "Although we are not holy sons, we possess an invitation. By what right do you deny us entry? Why not summon Miss Linger?" At that moment, Lu Qingyang approached, disdainfully casting a glance at Moku and her companions, saying, "In this day and age, there truly are all sorts of oddities. Do you think that by forging an invitation, you can deceive your way into the Zue Xian building to partake in the banquet, not being a holy son? What audacity do you have to attend? You Lingshu sect truly is a den of vipers." This was yet another invisible slap to Moku and her companions. Only after Lu Qingyang and his entourage entered the Zue Xian building did Moku hastily defend herself. This invitation was genuinely sent by Miss Linger. "We did not forge it." Yet, the guards gave her no opportunity for further argument, their expressions grave as they coldly stated, "Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. Forging invitations is a serious crime. If you three do not depart immediately, we will not hesitate to act." Moku felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Being accused of forging an invitation was an affront to her honor. She had come to the banquet with high spirits, yet found herself mired in disgrace. How could she possibly endure this? Enraged, Moku attempted to confront the guards, only to be restrained by Yi Jun at the last moment. "Mo Shiji, do not act impulsively. This is their territory, and we must not act recklessly. Such behavior could lead to dire consequences," Yi Jun advised. Hearing his words, Moku finally calmed down. Indeed, these were the guards of the lord of the city. If a conflict were to erupt, they would undoubtedly be the ones to suffer. "Mo Shimi, you should return for now. I will seek retribution for you," Yi Jun urged once more. Although Moku still felt a surge of indignation, she had no choice but to relent. What else could she do? After parting ways with Yi Jun, Moku and her companions could only leave, filled with resentment. Once they were a distance away, Moku, unable to contain her anger, tore the invitation into shreds. In a fit of rage, Moku began to curse, "Lin Xuan, this is all you're doing. How dare you scheme against us and bring us such humiliation? I will remember this grudge. I shall repay you tenfold." Jin Hanyue, filled with cold fury, added, "Lin Xuan is no longer the senior brother we once knew. He has completely succumbed to darkness, capable of anything. His purpose for coming to the Wild City is undoubtedly to seek revenge against us. He knows we dare not act against him here, which is why he feels so emboldened and despicable." Ling Ying, gnashing her teeth in anger, remarked, "Just wait, he cannot thrive for long. Previously, we were too lenient, we must not show him any mercy in the future. Compared to Yi Jun, he is utterly lacking. Imo Shimi, it is fortunate that you discerned Lin Chuan's true nature early on. Otherwise, your life would have been ruined by him." Imoka nodded emphatically. "Indeed, it is a blessing that Yi Jun appeared, otherwise, we would have been deceived by Lin Chuan's hypocritical facade for who knows how long. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick." Meanwhile, in the Supreme Chamber on the top floor of the Zue Xian building, Chen Linger was enjoying tea and delicacies with Lin Chuan. They sat by the window, affording them a splendid view of the bustling first-floor hall, where the holy sons of various sects were gradually arriving for the banquet, mingling and laughing. Lu Qingyang was undoubtedly the center of attention, basking in the adulation of many, as the holy sons vied for his favor, some even resorting to flattery. Everyone believed Lu Qingyang was the true star of the evening, poised to be crowned the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, destined to become the future ruler of the Northern Wilderness, and soon to claim the beautiful Miss Linger as his bride. It was truly a cause for envy and jealousy, yet, they could only watch in admiration, as Lu Qingyang was a paragon of excellence, a peerless prodigy. Lin Chuan casually glanced at the lively hall, spotting Yi Jun but failing to see Imoku and her companions, which left him somewhat puzzled. However, Lin Chuan was not naive. He quickly deduced the situation upon casting a glance at Chen Linger. A perceptive individual needs only a glance to grasp everything, requiring no further elaboration. "Lin Gongzi, you do not harbor any resentment towards me for deliberately toying with Miss Imoku and her companions, do you?" "I merely wished for them to experience the taste of public humiliation and the feeling of being wronged," Chen Linger remarked. This was indeed Chen Linger's scheme. She had previously arranged for invitations to be sent to Imoku and her companions, intending to set them up for a fall. Lin Chuan understood her intentions perfectly. He smiled faintly and replied, "The former Lin Chuan is no more. I will not show any weakness from here on out. My enmity with them runs as deep as the sea. We are destined to never coexist. I thank you, Miss Linger, for avenging me. I could not be more grateful. How could I blame you?" Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Chen Linger felt reassured. In that case, let the next act unfold according to her original plan. She would seek justice for Lin Chuan. Rising, Chen Linger said, "Lin Gongzi, the banquet is about to commence. I must prepare. You may head down first." Lin Chuan nodded slightly and then departed. After seeing Lin Chuan off, Chen Linger's gaze was calm yet resolute. "Lin Chuan, tonight let me help you realize your lofty aspirations and assist you in soaring to the heavens." Chapter 42. The mind is a treasured asset. I hope you possess one. Lin Chuan arrived at the grand banquet hall on the first floor, casually standing in a corner. His gaze swept over the group of holy sons from the top 100 sects, pondering how many among them might be covert agents of the Ghost Palace. The extent of the Ghost Palace's infiltration remains unclear. However, the situation observed from the three sects in the extreme north is indeed alarming. Given time, these agents could very well seize control of the sections. It must be said that the Ghost Palace's clandestine schemes are exceedingly terrifying. Should their plans succeed, the entire northern wilderness would fall entirely under their dominion, placing all of humanity in grave peril. Nonetheless, such matters hold no interest for Lin Chuan. His primary concern lies in saving himself. "Brother Lin Chuan, you're here as well." A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chuan looked up to see Louis striding towards him. As the invited guests comprised solely of the holy sons from the top 100 sects, Louis' surprise at encountering Lin Chuan here was quite natural. "What, am I not allowed to be here?" Lin Chuan quipped playfully. Louis was the only friend Lin Chuan trusted in this world, allowing him to be more at ease in his presence. Suddenly, a thought struck Louis, and he gazed at Lin Chuan with astonishment. "Brother Lin Chuan, you aren't the one who triggered the 9 echoes of the ruins tower, are you?" "Shoo." Lin Chuan gestured for silence, stating, "Let us keep a low profile. For now, I prefer not to reveal my identity and will wait for the right opportunity." Louis quickly grasped Lin Chuan's intent. The entire ruined city is abuzz with the rumor that Lu Qingyang has conquered the 9th level of the ruins tower and is about to become the supreme youth of the northern wilderness. It is all the talk of the town. Lu Qingyang had already positioned himself as the supreme youth of the northern wilderness, exuding arrogance and confidence, yet, little did they know that the true supreme youth was not him. How could he shamelessly claim such a title? Lin Chuan merely smiled faintly, showing no concern. "Indeed, the false cannot endure forever, and the false will never become true. Pray tell, how should I address you? Which sect's holy son do you hail from?" A rather unremarkable-looking young man approached Lin Chuan, seemingly amiable but harboring malicious intentions. Lin Chuan discerned his true purpose immediately. This individual was merely there to humiliate and mock him. It was evident that he was a lackey acting on someone else's orders. Lin Chuan found such individuals utterly distasteful and couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him, choosing instead to ignore him entirely. The young man, taken aback by Lin Chuan's blatant disregard, felt his expression darken, anger rising within him as he coldly remarked, "What, are you too ashamed to even state your name? It appears you are not a holy son of the top 100 sects but rather someone who has snuck in. I thought I had met all the holy sons, and yet here you are, an interloper masquerading among us. How dare you intrude on this banquet reserved solely for the holy sons of the top 100 sects? Do you even have the audacity to show your face here?" Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at him. "What a fine dog you are." Louis, filled with indignation, stepped up to defend Lin Chuan. "Qing Xingzi, I implore you to temper your words. Lin Chuan is my brother. Who are you to accuse him of sneaking in? Your accusations are nothing but the barking of a wild dog. We are all here to celebrate Miss Linger's banquet. Why must you be so acerbic and insulting?" Qing Xingzi shot Louis a furious glare, retorting, "Mind your own business. Who do you think you are to interfere? Are you suggesting you aided him in sneaking in? Everyone knows this banquet is hosted by Miss Linger specifically for the supreme youth of the northern wilderness, and only the holy sons of the top 100 sects are qualified to attend in honor of Lu Qingyang. What right do you have to mix in with us? You may choose to lower your status and associate with the likes of him, but we certainly cannot afford to lose face. Many holy sons echoed his sentiments, joining in the ridicule of Lu Yi's defense, while more aimed their scorn at Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyang, the orchestrator behind the scenes, watched the unfolding drama with delight. Seeing Lin Xuan left to fend for himself only solidified his belief that Miss Ling Er was deliberately using Lin Xuan to highlight his own superiority, thus he was determined to trample Lin Xuan underfoot to impress her and win her favor. The mere thought thrilled Lu Qingyang beyond measure. Ye Jun similarly lurked among the crowd, relishing the spectacle. Lu Qingyang, adopting a regal demeanor, turned to Lin Xuan and declared, "One may lack talent, strength, or status, but one must never lack dignity, character, or principles. Engaging in underhanded schemes and opportunism is utterly reprehensible. One must always possess self-awareness. If you cannot fit in, do not force your way in, for that will only lead to your own humiliation." All present are the holy sons of great sects, formidable contenders on the Northern Wilderness talent list. Do you truly believe you belong here? On this joyous occasion, I have no desire to spoil the mood. Regardless of how you manage to sneak in, leave now, and I shall ensure your safety. Lu Qingyang's words rang with righteousness and grandeur, showcasing his significance. The assembly of holy sons concurred, urging Lin Xuan to leave at once, or face the consequences of his insolence. Lu Yi attempted to speak on Lin Xuan's behalf once more, but Lin Xuan halted him, unwilling to see his friend embroiled in such conflict. Ye Jun sneered, eager to observe how Lin Xuan would extricate himself from this predicament. Lin Xuan maintained an icy composure, gazing indifferently at Lu Qingyang as he retorted, "Are you not aware of how I came in? Would you like me to refresh your memory?" Lu Qingyang scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Xuan with amusement. "You snuck in, so how would I know? Perhaps you could enlighten us on how you managed such a feat." "To infiltrate the heavily guarded Zuixian Tower is indeed an impressive accomplishment," Lin Xuan coldly replied. "Should I say you are either blind or lacking in intellect? Did you not personally witness Miss Ling Er inviting me in? Have you forgotten so quickly? The mind is a precious asset. I hope you possess one." Lin Xuan showed no inclination to coddle Lu Qingyang, retorting with sharp words. Lu Qingyang's expression darkened ominously. In the Northern Wilderness, no one had dared to insult him so brazenly. After all, he was the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness. Who would dare show him disrespect? The holy sons of the top 100 sects treated him with utmost reverence, seeking to curry favor with him. A mere stray dog dared to brazenly taunt him publicly. Truly, he was courting death. As Lin Xuan's words hung in the air, those who had been fawning over Lu Qingyang erupted in fury, their enraged voices ringing out in condemnation. Audacious, insufferable, arrogant, Qing Xingzi, taking the lead, stormed forward, ready to confront Lin Xuan. "You, what do you think you are? How dare you speak to Lu Xingzi in such a manner? Lu Xingzi is the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, wielding unparalleled authority. Do you not fear incurring his wrath? Kneel down now and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps you may be granted mercy, otherwise, you shall meet a most dreadful fate." Chapter 43, Are you certain you wish for me to kill you? Lin Xuan abruptly cast a frigid gaze upon Qing Xingzi, resembling a god of death. The chilling sharpness of his eyes sent an involuntary shiver down Qing Xingzi's spine, a mysterious chill creeping up his back. This, however, ignited a furious indignation within Qing Xingzi. He glared fiercely at Lin Xuan and retorted, "What? Are you defiant? Do you dare to confront me? Do you really believe you can kill me?" Lin Xuan coldly replied, "Kill you?" Upon hearing this, Qing Xingzi remained utterly unfazed. Instead, he erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. While laughing, he turned to the other saints and exclaimed, "Ha ha, this kid actually dares to say he wants to kill me? Do you believe it?" The assembly of saints erupted in raucous laughter, relishing the spectacle of Lin Xuan's folly. It was indeed a rather comical jest. With a disdainful smirk, Qing Xingzi addressed Lin Xuan, "Kill me? Setting aside whether you possess the capability, are you unaware that fighting is strictly prohibited in the wild city? Even we, the saints of our respective sects, are no exceptions. What are you, to think you are above the law?" Lin Xuan, maintaining his icy demeanor, lightly chuckled and replied, "Perhaps I am the exception?" "Humph." Qing Xingzi scoffed derisively, replying, "If we are to speak of exceptions, there are only 3 individuals within the entire wild city who may be deemed as such. The Lord of the Wild City, Miss Ling Er, and lastly, the young Supreme of Northern Wilderness." He then cast a glance at Lu Qingyang and continued, "Saint Lu Qingyang is the true young Supreme of Northern Wilderness. If anyone is to speak of killing, it is only Saint Lu Qingyang who possesses that qualification. What do you have to warrant an exception, your shameless visage?" Lin Xuan regarded Qing Xingzi with an expression of indifference and stated, "Saint Lei Peng of the Sword Control sect was equally arrogant, yet I dispatched him with a single sword strike. Do you wish to accompany him in death?" "What?" This statement startled Qing Xingzi, causing him to instinctively take a step back. His expression shifted to one of fear as he gazed at Lin Xuan. The news of the Sword Control sect's saint being slain by a single stroke had long circulated within the wild city. However, it was subsequently overshadowed by the emergence of the young Supreme of Northern Wilderness after the 9 resounds of the Wild Tower. Although Qing Xingzi had heard of this, his focus had been solely on Lu Qingyang, rendering the matter insignificant. Now, upon Lin Xuan's mention of it, the shock was palpable. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared fixedly at Lin Xuan. The one who had slain the Sword Control sect's saint with a single strike was him. Impossible. Could his strength truly be so formidable? It was said that the saint of the Sword Control sect was at the 6th level of Blood Soul Realm. While not exceptionally strong, he was certainly not weak. Asa sect's saint, his prowess could not be lacking. To kill someone at the 6th level of Blood Soul Realm with a single strike, what kind of might would that require? At the very least, one would need to be at the 9th level of Blood Soul Realm, wouldn't one? Normally, it would be impossible for someone at the 9th level to slay someone at the 6th level in a single blow unless it were a surprise attack. Generally, such an act would require one to be at the dragon transformation realm. Impossible. Lin Xuan was merely a discarded waste expelled from the Lingshu sect. How could he possibly possess such strength? If he truly did, the Lingshu sect would certainly not have cast aside such a formidable figure. Therefore, it was utterly inconceivable. With this realization, Qing Xingzi quickly regained his composure. He gazed at Lin Xuan with a chilling smile, declaring, "Do not attempt to bluff here, trying to frighten whom? With such meager tricks, you dare to intimidate, truly overestimating yourself. Did you not claim you could kill me? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. I stand here, allowing you to take your shot. Let us see if you possess the courage to slay me." Qing Xingzi, with a reckless demeanor, provocatively stared at Lin Xuan, confident that he would not dare to act unless he was unafraid of death. In this world, who truly fears death? Thus, Qing Xingzi brimmed with confidence. The other saints echoed their support, joining in the taunts and humiliations directed at Lin Xuan. Ye Jun, relishing the unfolding drama, continuously stirred the pot, urging the saints to incite Lin Xuan further. He longed to witness Lin Xuan in action. He was well aware that Lin Xuan had killed the saint of the sword control sect, Lei Peng, with a single strike. He also comprehended Lin Xuan's strength. However, should Lin Xuan dare to kill here, especially a saint of the Qingyang sect, even if the city lord's residents did not take action, the Qingyang sect would certainly not let him off. Thus, Yi Jun was relentless in his attempts to provoke confrontation, hoping to incite Lin Xuan into committing murder. In doing so, Lin Xuan would be doomed, and Lin Xuan's demise would bear no consequence for him. Even if the shadow envoy were to lay blame at his feet, he would have grounds to deflect responsibility. Lu Qingyang observed Lin Xuan with a bemused expression, eager to witness whether Lin Xuan would dare take action. If he did, it would be splendid. To act here would only lead to his demise. If he refrained, then being driven away by Qing Xingzi would be sufficient to tarnish Lin Xuan's reputation. "Are you certain you wish for me to kill you?" Lin Xuan intoned coldly to Qing Xingzi. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Xingzi replied, "Of course I am certain, 100% certain. As long as you possess the capability, feel free to act. I fear you do not have the guts." "Boy, anyone can spout grandiose words, but it takes courage to act upon them. I grant you this opportunity, but do you dare to strike? If you lack the courage, then kneel and apologize to Saint Lu Qingyang at once." With that, he smirked, "Very well, I shall grant you your wish." Before his words had fully departed, a cold, ethereal sword aura erupted from Lin Xuan's hand, surging forth with astonishing speed, so swift that none could react in time. Qing Xingzi had no opportunity to respond as the domineering sword aura severed through his throat, the blade gliding effortlessly across his neck. The onlookers only perceived a fleeting shadow before it vanished from sight. In the next moment, the once boastful Qing Xingzi found himself frozen in place, unable to move, his expression rigid, eyes devoid of life, now hollow and vacant. The crowd stood in stunned silence, casting bewildered glances at the lifeless Qing Xingzi, their faces morphing into expressions of terror. They regarded Lin Xuan as if he were the harbinger of death himself. Chapter 44. Heaven will first drive you mad before your downfall. How dare he? How could he truly take the life of another? Not only is the victim the holy son of the Qingyang sect, but the city of the wild also forbids any form of combat, and murder is deemed a capital offense. Furthermore, this act of killing occurred publicly during the banquet hosted for the young supreme of the northern wild by Miss Linger. What kind of reckless individual would dare to act so brazenly? He is truly a lunatic, devoid of sanity. The venue was enveloped in a suffocating silence, with everyone's hearts churning in tumult. After a considerable pause, someone finally shattered the oppressive quiet. "You, how dare you murder the holy son of the Qingyang sect in public? You are utterly lawless, showing complete disregard for Miss Linger and holy son Lu Qingyang. You possess an audacity that is beyond comprehension." The speaker, who had been closely following Lu Qingyang, appeared to be his loyal sycophant. Almost immediately, another holy son admonished Lin Xuan with indignation, with the young supreme of the northern wild present. "How dare a stray dog like you act so arrogantly? To repeatedly provoke and offend holy son Lu Qingyang is a crime deserving of death." After speaking, this holy son turned respectfully to Lu Qingyang, saying, "I implore the young supreme of the northern wild to take action and eliminate this fool. Only you possess the right to execute him." The other holy sons echoed this sentiment, urging Lu Qingyang to slay Lin Xuan. The young supreme of the northern wild holds the privilege to enact justice in the wild city. Moreover, the banquet was indeed held in honor of the young supreme, making him the focal point of the evening. As the protagonist, it is only natural that he wields the power of life and death, a fact universally acknowledged by all. Thus, the holy sons beseeched Lu Qingyang to Ye Jun, with a chilling smile, observed Lin Xuan, eager to see how the latter would conclude this day. "Heaven will first drive you mad before your downfall." Lin Xuan's reckless bravado had reached an unprecedented level today, indicating that heaven had indeed marked him for demise. Ye Jun firmly believed that once Lu Qingyang intervened, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly meet his end. Among the holy sons, only Louis remained unperturbed, even sneering inwardly. While others believed Lu Qingyang to be the young supreme of the northern wild, Louis knew the truth. The genuine young supreme was Lin Xuan. Tonight's banquet was not for Lu Qingyang, but rather for Lin Xuan. Lu Qingyang was merely a usurper of the title. Thus, Louis felt no concern whatsoever. Lin Xuan, possessing the authority over life and death tonight, was merely causing trouble for himself by provoking the holy son of the Qingyang sect. Lu Qingyang gazed at Lin Xuan like a deity of death, his innate arrogance and overwhelming presence pressing down upon Lin Xuan like a tempest. Lu Qingyang's strength was indeed formidable. He had reached the 9th level of the Blood Soul realm, merely half a step away from the Dragon Transformation realm. To say he was infinitely close to the Dragon Transformation realm would not be an exaggeration. In terms of realm, martial arts, and speed, Lu Qingyang was immensely powerful. He had long been displeased with Lin Xuan's repeated provocations. Now that the holy sons had called upon him to eliminate Lin Xuan, it aligned perfectly with his desires. Therefore, without any hesitation, Lu Qingyang regarded Lin Xuan with a scornful gaze akin to that of a dragon overlooking an insignificant ant. He drew a sword emanating a fierce sword aura and advanced step by step toward Lin Xuan. The Holy Suns parted to clear a path for Lu Qingyang, each regarding Lin Xuan with eyes that foretold his demise. Yet, as Lu Qingyang approached with murderous intent, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, his expression serene and unhurried, seemingly dismissing Lu Qingyang entirely. This demeanor only served to further provoke Lu Qingyang. Lin Xuan's indifference was nothing short of a challenge. Arrogant and ignorant, he dared to provoke a true dragon, courting his own demise. As Lu Qingyang prepared to strike, he uttered a cold remark before launching his attack. However, at that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the hall, "Miss Linger has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyang immediately halted his advance, retracting his sword. The gaze of all Holy Sons swiftly turned toward the source of the voice. Chen Linger, accompanied by her maid Xiaoya, gracefully approached, her ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being, captivating the hearts of the Holy Sons. "We have seen Miss Linger." They hastily bowed in reverence, their emotions stirred. Many among them had only heard of her name and had never laid eyes upon her until now. Finally witnessing her beauty, they understood why she was lauded as the most stunning maiden of the Northern Wild. In comparison, other women seemed like mere commoners, utterly insignificant. This realization elevated their admiration for Miss Linger to unprecedented heights. With a smile, Lu Qingyang stepped forward to greet her, apologizing, "I beg your pardon, Miss Linger. There were some unfortunate events that transpired here earlier, including a murder. It is my responsibility for not intervening in time. I kindly ask for your patience as I resolve this matter, lest it tarnish your enjoyment of the evening." However, Chen Linger did not spare him a glance, instead walking directly toward Lin Xuan. Her blatant disregard for Lu Qingyang left everyone momentarily stunned. What was happening? Wasn't Lu Qingyang the young supreme of the Northern Wild? Wasn't he supposed to be Miss Linger's esteemed guest, her beloved, and her future husband? Why was she so cold toward him? Lu Qingyang's expression froze, feeling as if he had been publicly humiliated. Why was Miss Linger treating him with such indifference? What could be the reason? Could it be that she was angry and intended to personally deal with Lin Xuan? Yes, that must be it. With this thought, Lu Qingyang hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Miss Linger, this arrogant fool named Lin Xuan dares to act so brazenly at the banquet, completely disregarding you and defying the authority of the city lord's manner. His transgressions are unforgivable, and he deserves to be punished. Please, allow me to handle this matter, so your hands remain unsoiled." The other Holy Sons quickly echoed his sentiments, rallying behind Lu Qingyang. Yet, Chen Linger continued to ignore them, walking straight up to Lin Xuan. Standing before him, her demeanor transformed from that of an aloof goddess to that of a neighborly girl. With a look of sincere apology, Chen Linger addressed Lin Xuan, "Young Master Lin, I apologize for the affront you have suffered." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, replying, "No worries, it was merely a minor incident." Chen Linger then cast a cold glance at the lifeless body of the Qingyang sect's Holy Son before issuing a chilling command. "Someone, take the body of the Holy Son back to the Qingyang sect's residence and announce the disqualification of the Qingyang sect from this Northern Wild talent contest." As soon as she finished speaking, several experts swiftly emerged, efficiently lifting the body away. This scene left the Holy Sons in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. What was happening? The Holy Son had been murdered. He was the greatest victim here, yet, Miss Linger ordered the removal of the body and announced the disqualification of the Qingyang sect from the contest? Such a punishment was immensely severe for the Qingyang sect, leading to a loss of face and turning them into the laughingstock of the Northern Wild. Why would Miss Linger take such action? It seemed utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, none of the Holy Sons dared to speak out in defense of the Holy Son of the Qingyang sect. They were completely baffled by Miss Linger's motives. Why was her attitude toward Lin Xuan so extraordinarily different? Yi Jun fixed a penetrating gaze on Lin Xuan, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The Holy Sons turned their eyes toward Lu Qingyang. As the young supreme of the Northern Wild, he was the only one who could engage with Miss Linger at this juncture. Chapter 45. Are you not aware in your heart that it concerns the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness? Lu Qingyang once again addressed Chen Linger, saying, "Miss Linger, it appears there may be a misunderstanding regarding this matter." Misunderstanding? Chen Linger regarded Lu Qingyang, her demeanor cool as she inquired, "Then please enlighten me about the situation." Without hesitation, Lu Qingyang pointed an accusing finger at Lin Xuan, proclaiming to Chen Linger, "Miss Linger, he, Lin Xuan, has grown arrogant, believing himself untouchable because he was invited by you to the banquet. He shows utter disregard for all of us, exhibiting an outrageous level of arrogance. Just moments ago, he brazenly invoked your name, Miss Linger, to act recklessly, his hubris reaching intolerable heights. Even young Master Qing could no longer bear it and admonished him, yet he responded with open hostility, drawing his sword in public to commit murder, an act of sheer audacity, an unforgivable crime." The other young masters echoed his sentiments, affirming that Lu Qingyang spoke the truth. However, Chen Linger remained aloof as she queried Lu Qingyang, "And so?" With a face full of righteous indignation, Lu Qingyang declared thus, "I believe, Miss Linger, that rather than punishing the Qingyang sect, you ought to provide them with an explanation to appease the hearts of the top 100 sects of the Northern Wilderness. The true culprit is Lin Xuan. He has committed murder in public, disrupting your soiree, and his crimes warrant the utmost severity. Therefore, I propose we publicly execute Lin Xuan as a warning to others. This action would uphold the laws of Huang City, establish your authority, and provide the Qingyang sect with the accountability they deserve. Only then can this matter be resolved perfectly, avoiding any further speculation." The other young masters again chimed in, urging Chen Linger to heed Lu Qingyang's advice, lest her own reputation be tarnished. After all, the young Master Qing had perished during her banquet, and it was only just that an explanation be given to the Qingyang sect. Chen Linger cast a glance at the gathered young masters, a faint, icy smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "So, you all believe I should provide an explanation to the Qingyang sect, do you?" Lu Qingyang nodded earnestly, "Of course. Although the Qingyang sect may not be among the most powerful in the northern wilderness, it is still one of the top 100 sects deserving of respect. With the young Master Qing's tragic demise at the Zhuai Xianlu, if you fail to provide an explanation, it would be unfathomable should the Qingyang sect lose its qualification to participate in the northern wilderness talent ranking. Such an event might draw public scrutiny, which would certainly be disadvantageous for you, Miss Linger." Before Lu Qingyang could continue, Chen Linger interjected, her voice elevated. "Whether the Qingyang sect agrees or not is their concern. You need not trouble yourself, young Master Lu Qingyang." Her words left Lu Qingyang momentarily speechless, his expression a mix of confusion and complexity as he gazed at Chen Linger. He had intended to act in her best interest, yet she seemed utterly ungrateful. The other young masters shared his bewilderment, questioning why Miss Linger would be so indifferent to Lu Qingyang. Had she not publicly declared a year prior that whoever became the supreme youth of the northern wilderness would be her future husband? Could it be that Lu Qingyang was not the supreme youth? Was Lin Xuan truly the one? No, that was impossible. After a lengthy pause, Lu Qingyang clenched his jaw, his demeanor defiant as he spoke again. "Miss Linger, even if you wish to favor Lin Xuan, even if you care for the Qingyang sect and fear their opinions, the law of the land must be upheld. Murder in Huang City is punishable by death. Moreover, Lin Xuan has slain the young master of the Qingyang sect. Such a crime is utterly unforgivable. Therefore, I, in the name of the Qingjian sect's young master, request that you enact the law against Lin Xuan." Upon Lu Qingyang's declaration, his loyal followers quickly echoed his plea. "Miss Linger, I, as the young master of the Liehua sect, request the execution of Lin Xuan." "Miss Linger, I, as the young master of the Sword Pavilion, request the execution of Lin Xuan." "Miss Linger, I, as the young master of the Taishan Palace, request the execution of Lin Xuan." Faced with the collective pleas of the young masters, Chen Linger remained unperturbed, her resolve unwavering as she responded, "Gentlemen, rest assured that I will provide an explanation to the Qingyang sect. You need not concern yourselves on my behalf. Since young Master Qing met his end at tonight's banquet, I shall take responsibility. Lin Gongzi is my esteemed guest. Why do you insist on condemning him? Is it your intention to oppose me?" Her words rendered the young masters momentarily speechless, each exchanging glances, at a loss for a response. Yi Jun ground his teeth in furious frustration, nearly shattering his molars. Anger, hatred, and jealousy coursed through him. Why did Lin Xuan receive such favor from Miss Linger? Even after committing the heinous act of killing the young master of the Qingyang sect, she chose to defend him, disregarding the potential fallout with the Qingyang sect and the public's opinion. What sort of spell had Lin Xuan cast on her to elicit such protection? Yi Jun seethed inwardly how he longed for Miss Linger's favor, yet he found himself utterly incapable of achieving it. Lu Qingyang, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed to Miss Linger, "I am the supreme youth of the northern wilderness. I am your future husband, as you publicly declared. I understand you wish to test me, to observe me more closely, which is why you brought Lin Xuan to contrast my brilliance. I comprehend your intentions, Miss Linger, but surely it is unnecessary. Let us speak plainly and clarify matters." Upon hearing this, Chen Linger erupted into laughter. The supreme youth of the northern wilderness? She regarded the self-assured Lu Qingyang and queried, "Are you certain you are the supreme youth? What do you mean?" Upon her words, the young masters were taken aback, each casting strange glances at Chen Linger. What was she implying? Could it be that Lu Qingyang was not the supreme youth? Lu Qingyang, feeling a hint of unease, quickly regained his composure and asserted, "It was I who resonated the 9 tones of the Huang Tower. If I am not the supreme youth, then who is? I am the universally acknowledged strongest genius of the northern wilderness. Who else would claim the title of supreme youth if not I?" "Miss Linger, what do you mean by this? And tonight's banquet, was it not arranged for me? For you?" Chen Linger shook her head, denying his assertion. "That is not the case. Young Master Lu Qingyang, you seem to be mistaken. Tonight's banquet was held in honor of Lin Gongzi, with the young masters of the top 100 sects as a mere courtesy. Lin Gongzi is the true guest of honor this evening." "What?" Her words struck like thunder, leaving the assembly in shock, each person feeling as though they had been struck by lightning. They struggled to process the revelation. The guest of honor was not Lu Qingyang but Lin Xuan. Miss Linger had organized such a grand feast for him. How could this be? Lin Xuan was merely a pariah expelled from his sect, a wretched being of lowly status and dubious character, a pariah. What merit did he possess to earn such favor from Miss Linger? Lu Qingyang, clearly unwilling to accept this truth, shook his head fervently, his emotions rising as he exclaimed, "No, this is impossible. I refuse to believe it. I am the supreme youth of the northern wilderness. I am the one Miss Linger desires. The guest of honor at this banquet must be me, Lu Qingyang, and cannot possibly be him, Lin Xuan." "Miss Linger, you must be jesting." Chen Linger shook her head, casting a cold glance at Lu Qingyang as she replied, "Lu Qingyang, you are indeed quite talented, your cultivation aptitude commendable. However, have you truly ventured to the 9th level of the Huang Tower? Have you summoned the 9 tones? Are you truly the supreme youth of the northern wilderness? You must know in your heart. Since tonight's banquet has turned so unpleasant, let us conclude it here. Gentlemen, please take your leave." With that, Chen Linger paid Lu Qingyang no further heed and turned to Lin Xuan, softly saying, "Lin Gongzi, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality this evening. Let us return to the city lord's residence." Lin Xuan nodded slightly. He had no desire to linger in such a toxic environment. After exchanging a few words with Louis, he departed with Chen Linger. Following their exit, the banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 46 Lin Xuan is nothing but a fraud. I am the true youth of the Northern Wilderness. Could it be that Lu Qingyang is genuinely not the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness? Is that title truly held by someone named Lin Xuan? After an indeterminate passage of time, a voice of skepticism shattered the silence. Many present could not help but gasp, for at that moment, such doubts lingered in the hearts of numerous onlookers. Judging by Miss Linger's demeanor, it was evident that Lu Qingyang was not the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness. The gazes of the various saints converged sharply upon Lu Qingyang. Yi Jun furrowed his brows, unable to suppress his thoughts. Could it be that the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness is indeed Lin Xuan? No, that cannot be the case. Yi Jun was clearly unwilling to accept such a conclusion. Confronted with the crowd's doubts, Lu Qingyang's complexion turned ashen, his mood darkening to an extreme. Saint Lu Qingyang, can you confirm that you truly traversed the 9th level of the ruins tower? One bolder saint directly inquired of Lu Qingyang. All the saints were eager to verify this matter, for it appeared that Lu Qingyang had never publicly acknowledged his passage through the 9th level of the ruins tower. Upon hearing this question, Lu Qingyang felt a surge of panic within. However, he quickly shot a cold, furious glance at the saint and retorted, "Are you questioning me? Do you truly believe that the one who traversed the 9th level and invoked the 9 echoes of the ruins tower is that waste expelled from Lingshu sect?" The saint hurriedly clarified, "Saint Lu Qingyang, please do not misunderstand. I naturally believe you are the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, but right now," before he could finish, another saint behind Lu Qingyang interjected, "I see how it is. It must be that Lin Xuan pretended to have traversed the 9th level before Miss Linger, leading her to mistakenly believe he is the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness." "Indeed, that must be the case," echoed several saints who had previously allied themselves with Lu Qingyang. The other saints, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the truth. "So that is how it is. We almost misjudged Saint Lu Qingyang." The saint who had first raised the question quickly apologized to Lu Qingyang. At this juncture, Yi Jun stepped forward to fan the flames. Yi Jun is cunning and eloquent, skilled at manipulating hearts, and will stop at nothing. He must have used flowery words to deceive Miss Linger, making her think he is the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness. However, the truth will ultimately prevail when the Lord of Ruin City publicly announces who the supreme youth truly is. Lu Qingyang cast an approving glance at Yi Jun, for as a member of Lingshu sect, his words carried considerable weight. Yi Jun's remarks at critical moments provided considerable assistance to Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, esteemed saints, Lin Xuan is nothing but a counterfeit. I am the true supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness. He may deceive for a moment, but he cannot deceive forever. As far as I know, the Lord of Ruin City intends to formally announce the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness at the conclusion of the competition for the Northern Wilderness's young talents, holding a grand ceremony to proclaim it to the world. It is quite fortuitous that the supreme youth is to appear during this competition. I surmise the Lord of Ruin City's intention is for me to seize the top position on the list of the Northern Wilderness's young talents, thereby celebrating 2 joyous occasions at once." The various saints nodded in agreement. "Yes, that must be it." Meanwhile, as Lin Xuan exited the drunken immortal pavilion, a sharp voice rang out. "Oh, you were kicked out so quickly," scoffed Imoku. "You should know better than to push your way into circles that don't welcome you. Do you really think that just because you won Miss Linger's fleeting favor with your sweet words, you can claim to be the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness? Now that your identity has been exposed, you've been cast out by Miss Linger, haven't you? Do you believe that relying on underhanded tactics will turn your fortunes around? Stop dreaming. For scoundrels like you, hell is your only refuge." Lin Xuan coldly regarded the speaker, none other than Imoku. Once a close confidant, she now spoke with sharpness and vitriol, harboring deep resentment. Lin Xuan, however, paid her no heed. After being denied entry, Imoku and her companions did not leave but instead awaited Yi Jun's emergence. Lin Xuan remarked coolly, "Is it not possible that I was not expelled, but rather that the banquet concluded early?" To such a statement, Imoku naturally scoffed. The banquet likely hasn't even officially begun. How could it possibly have ended early? Who doesn't know that today's feast is hosted by Miss Linger for the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness? Such a grand occasion would not conclude before it even starts. "Lin Xuan, do you not require a brain to lie?" Lin Xuan chuckled lightly and replied, "Because I no longer wish to participate, the banquet must naturally come to an end." Upon hearing this, Imoku laughed derisively. "Lin Xuan, how disgusting you are. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that if you don't attend the banquet, it must end? You wouldn't dare suggest that you are the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, would you?" "What if I said I am?" Lin Xuan calmly replied. Imoku and her companions were instantly left speechless with indignation. How could there exist such shamelessness in the world? Lin Xuan, disinterested in their reactions, attempted to leave but was obstructed by Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying. The two glared at Lin Xuan with palpable fury. Qin Hanyue coldly demanded, "Lin Xuan, hand over second senior sister immediately, or we shall not let you go. You are truly heartless. Second senior sister treated you with such kindness, always regarding you as a brother and protecting you at every turn, yet you repay her in this manner. Are you even human? If you possess a shred of conscience, release second senior sister, otherwise, I swear to ensure you have no place to die." Among the 3 junior sisters, Qin Hanyue was the most ruthless. In a previous life, Lin Xuan had suffered greatly at her hands. In this life, he would not yield an inch. Lin Xuan stared coldly at Qin Hanyue and barked, "Get lost." At his icy reprimand, Qin Hanyue instinctively took 2 steps back, her expression darkening, her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at Lin Xuan. Until now, the senior brother had never been so fierce with her. The sudden change left her momentarily disoriented, yet Jin Hanyu quickly regained her composure, her anger flaring as she charged forward, defiantly confronting Lin Xuan. If you do not release second senior sister, we will not back down today. If you have the ability, make your move. Slap. Before Jin Hanyu could finish her threat, Lin Xuan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. To hesitate for even a moment would be to admit defeat. Faced with such an enticing opportunity, how could Lin Xuan not oblige? The loud slap left Jin Hanyu dazed, momentarily stunned in place. Was this truly the gentle senior brother who had always cared for her, even taking the blame for her mistakes? Emoku and Lingying were equally astonished, staring in disbelief at Lin Xuan. This was not the senior brother they knew. It felt entirely foreign. Lin Xuan coldly regarded the still reeling Jin Hanyu and asked, "Are you satisfied now? If so, then get lost. We are not acquainted." Only then did Jin Hanyu abruptly snap back to reality, her face contorting with rage as she roared at Lin Xuan, "Lin Xuan, how dare you hit me? You seek death, you are courting death, fourth junior sister, Mo sister, let us attack together and kill him." The three women, having steeled themselves, were truly prepared to strike at Lin Xuan. Just then, Chen Linger emerged from the drunken immortal pavilion. Having concluded her affairs, she barked coldly, "Someone, seize these three." At her command, a group of guards swiftly surged forward, apprehending Emoku and her companions. Faced with the guards of the Lord's residence, Emoku's trio turned pale with fear, their hearts racing, and dared not resist even slightly. They exchanged frantic glances, bewildered as to what crime they had committed to incite Miss Linger's ire. Chapter 47 Is the young supreme of the northern wilderness truly Lin Xuan? Emoku hastily explained, "Miss Linger, please do not be enraged. It was Lin Xuan who first struck at us, leaving us no choice but to defend ourselves. His audacity knows no bounds, engaging in reckless behavior. First, he deceived you with sweet words, and after you expelled him from the drunken immortal pavilion, he shamelessly claimed to be the young supreme of the northern wilderness, asserting that he was the reason today's banquet could not proceed. We could no longer tolerate his insolence, which led to our confrontation. To our shock, he unleashed his fury upon us three women. Such scum is indeed lower than beasts. Miss Linger, you must stand up for us." Having spent considerable time with Yi Jun, Emoku had adopted a similar tone, twisting the truth and casting Lin Xuan in a negative light to portray herself as a victim. This tactic might have worked on others, but it was evidently ineffective with Chen Linger, who could see through the charade at a glance. With a cold gaze, Chen Linger regarded the white lotus like Moku and inquired, "You claim that Lin Xuan used sweet words to deceive me?" Upon sensing that Linger seemed to believe her words, Emoku's heart swelled with joy, and she eagerly continued, "Yes, Miss Linger, you may not yet know Lin Xuan's true nature, but we have known him intimately for over a decade and are well aware of his character. He is a master of flattery, a deceiver who preys upon young women. Do not be misled by his outward appearance. He is, in truth, a cunning and sinister individual, capable of the most. If that is the case, why not ask him to charm me with his flattery? To be honest, I would genuinely welcome his sweet words." Emoku, Jin Hanyu and Lingying exchanged bewildered glances. Had they misheard? Was this truly the lofty Miss Linger speaking? How could she utter such words? "Miss Linger, were you jesting or speaking in reverse?" Emoku finally managed to inquire after a prolonged silence. Chen Linger scoffed coldly, "Do you think I have the leisure to jest with you? What are you to me that I would bother to joke with you? You dare to presume such a right?" With a metaphorical slap that echoed, despite Emoku being the daughter of the Lingshu sect's leader, her sect was merely a bottom-tier force among the top 100 sects of the northern wilderness. In comparison to Chen Linger, she was but a wild chicken beside a phoenix. Thus, she could only endure the humiliation without daring to retort. Chen Linger cast a cold glance at Emoku and her companions, stating, "Who told you that Master Lin was expelled by me? He is my esteemed guest, and today's banquet was specifically organized for him. The event concluded early because he found it unsatisfactory. One could say it was cancelled on short notice." What? Lin Xuan was not expelled by Miss Linger? The banquet truly ended early? He was not lying? The three women were struck dumb, utterly astonished. It was indeed hard to believe, yet, Emoku, still reluctant to accept the reality, questioned, "Miss Linger, was it not said that today's banquet was specifically held for the young supreme of the northern wilderness?" Chen Linger shot Emoku a look of disdain and replied, "Summer insects cannot discuss ice. You should understand this for yourselves." With that, she departed with Lin Xuan, and the guards swiftly released Emoku and her companions, who remained in stunned silence, exchanging glances, their expressions darkened to the utmost degree. What could Miss Linger's final remark possibly mean? Emoku could not help but ask. Jin Hanyu, her face cold, replied, "Who knows what she means? What madness has taken hold of her, to be so easily deceived by Lin Xuan?" However, Lingying seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. Third senior sister, Mo junior sister, could it be that Miss Linger meant to imply that the young supreme of the northern wilderness is Lin Xuan? What? Emoku and Jin Hanyu froze in disbelief, staring at each other in shock. Could Miss Linger truly mean that? Upon further reflection, it did seem to hint at such a possibility, yet, Emoku quickly shook her head, resolutely denying, "Impossible, I grew up alongside Lin Xuan. What secrets could he possibly have kept from me? I know exactly how capable he is. Merely 3 months ago, he was expelled from his sect, and we are well aware of his strength. 3 months prior, he was only at the 5th level of Blood Soul Realm. Even if he has improved since then, how far could he have advanced? At most, he might have reached the 6th level of Blood Soul Realm. His talent for cultivation is indeed commendable, but compared to junior brother Yi Jun, he falls far short. Thus, he cannot possibly be the young supreme of the northern wilderness. The likelihood is non-existent." After hearing Emoku's analysis, Jin Hanyu and Lingying nodded in agreement, realizing it was indeed implausible. They had simply overthought the matter. At that moment, a group of distinguished individuals emerged from the drunken immortal pavilion. Seeing them all exit, Moku and her companions were once more taken aback. The banquet had truly been cancelled. Miss Linger had indeed called off the event for Lin Xuan. Had she offended the young supreme of the northern wilderness for him? What could she possibly be thinking? It seemed that Miss Linger had been completely enchanted by Lin Xuan, losing all sense of reason. If this continued, the city lord's mansion would surely face ruin at her hands. Moku gritted her teeth in frustration. She remained convinced that Chen Linger had been duped by Lin Xuan's sweet words. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion and escorting Lin Xuan to his quarters, Chen Linger immediately instructed Xiaoya to prepare food and wine. With a look of genuine remorse, she addressed Lin Xuan. My apologies, Master Lin, for the unpleasantness of today's banquet and for making you return with an empty stomach. I shall drink 3 cups as penance. Lin Xuan smiled lightly, saying, Miss Linger, you are being too courteous. The evening unfolded rather well, and I am not at all hungry. I have yet to express my gratitude for the splendid performance you arranged for me. Lin Xuan's words carried a double meaning, and Chen Linger, being astute, recognized this. She did not conceal anything and smiled slightly. I merely set the stage. The performances were entirely their own doing, and indeed quite captivating. Master Lin, are you upset? Lin Xuan was not naive. He understood that today's banquet had been deliberately orchestrated by Chen Linger. Of course, the performances did not originate from her hand, but she had likely anticipated this. Lin Xuan also acknowledged her intention to aid him in seeking retribution. It was a well-meaning effort, and thus, how could he possibly be angry? He had even reaped some benefits from the evening, leaving him in a good mood. With a serene smile, Lin Xuan earnestly expressed to Chen Linger, Thank you, Miss Linger. Chen Linger gazed at him, akin to a blooming peach blossom. I wonder, Master Lin, how do you intend to express your gratitude to me? She asked, her eyes sparkling like stars, brimming with anticipation. Under her gaze, Lin Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his awkwardness, Chen Linger teased, What, Master Lin, were your words merely casual banter? As the saying goes, are you merely painting grand visions? Or is it true, as they said earlier, that you are indeed a master of sweet talk? Lin Xuan let out a wry laugh, feeling increasingly embarrassed. He could only reply, Then, might I ask how you would like me to express my gratitude, Miss Linger? Chen Linger responded, What girl would shamelessly seek gratitude? Shouldn't it be something you take the initiative on, Master Lin? I desire many forms of gratitude. I simply fear you might not be able to handle them. Unable to handle them? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan inquired, Perhaps Miss Linger could share her thoughts first. Maybe I will be able to accommodate them. With that, Chen Linger smiled at Lin Xuan, her gaze as gentle as flowing water. Chapter 48 Young Master Lin is a good man. Choosing one sip from the vast waters under the unwavering gaze of Chen Linger, her starry eyes shimmering with a gentle light, an indescribable charm emanated from her, captivating and enchanting, stirring ripples within one's heart. I wish for young Master Lin to pledge himself to me, Chen Linger suddenly declared, leaving one to wonder whether she spoke in jest or earnest. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xuan nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he never anticipated that Miss Linger would utter such bold and forthright sentiments, catching him utterly off guard, unsure of how to respond. Observing Lin Xuan's flustered demeanor, Chen Linger felt a slight pang of disappointment, yet she quickly smiled and said, Young Master Lin, I was merely teasing you, we are friends, after all. Isn't it only natural for us to assist one another? It's but a trivial matter. To express gratitude seems excessive, as I might also have needs in the future that require your assistance. Lin Xuan promptly nodded, then consider it a favor owed to Miss Linger. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Linger beamed, not hesitating to reply, In that case, I shall graciously accept this favor from you, young Master Lin. After all, it is not unreasonable for a girl to take advantage of such opportunities, is it? Lin Xuan chuckled softly. In truth, Miss Linger's character was rather pleasant, making interactions with her quite effortless. Compared to her, Moku was indeed a stark contrast point. One could only wonder how he, Lin Xuan, had been so blind in his past life as to be utterly devoted to Moku. His genuine affections had ultimately been squandered. The most absurd part was that Moku was willing to sacrifice herself for that white lotus. Yi Jun Lu Yunqi was the first fool, and Moku undoubtedly ranked second. However, in this life, such matters were of no concern to Lin Xuan. At the residence of the Qingyang sect, when the sect master learned of the public assassination of his holy son at the drunken immortal pavilion, he erupted in a furious rage, storming to the city lord's manor to demand an explanation. The rules of the wild city strictly prohibited any form of violence. Murder was a capital offense. Historically, only 3 individuals were exempt from these city regulations: of the lord of the wild city, the next heir to the lordship, and the young supreme of the northern wilderness. Beyond these, even the leaders of the top 100 sects had no privilege to commit murder in the wild city. Thus, the Qingyang sect was rightfully indignant, vowing to seek justice. Ultimately, after Chen Linger promised to provide a satisfactory explanation to the Qingyang sect following the conclusion of the Northern Wilderness Young Heroes ranking competition, the sect master relented and departed with his entourage. Back at the residence, the Qingyang sect master remained unable to swallow his indignation, promptly dispatching individuals back to the sect to summon powerful allies, preparing for the worst. Should the city lord's manor fail to offer a satisfactory resolution, the Qingyang sect would take matters into their own hands. After issuing these orders, the sect master also requested the presence of the Sword Sovereign and the Spirit Ruins sect master to discuss the situation. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With the Northern Wilderness Young Heroes ranking competition approaching, the Wild City was rife with undercurrents. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan enjoyed unparalleled tranquility, focusing on his cultivation. The training resources at the City Lord's Manor were exceedingly abundant, and Miss Linger generously provided them to him as if they were mere sweets. If he were to remain in the City Lord's Manor for his training, Lin Chuan felt he could easily reach the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation realm within less than a year, and perhaps even break into the ruins-breaking realm within that time frame was not out of the question. However, it should be noted that the entire Northern Wilderness boasted only a handful of individuals at the ruins-breaking realm, certainly not exceeding TEN.to step into the ruins-breaking realm would place Lin Chuan at the pinnacle of the Northern Wilderness. Yet, he did not harbor an intense desire for the ruins-breaking realm. His immediate aim was to possess the strength to vanquish Mo Jiuxiao and obliterate the Ghost Palace. Yi Jun was a pawn of the Ghost Palace, and all actions were dictated by them. Thus, Lin Chuan's tragic existence in his past life was inextricably linked to the Ghost Palace, a debt he was determined to settle. With the Emperor's and Immortals techniques at his disposal, he estimated that reaching the 7th level of the Dragon Transformation realm would suffice to easily slay Mo Jiuxiao and eradicate the Ghost Palace. Currently, Lin Chuan was merely at the 1st level of the Dragon Transformation realm, and advancing to the 9th level would require some time. However, there was no urgency, it would not be long. Once the Northern Wilderness Young Heroes ranking competition concluded, he would collect his dues and then venture into the places where the Northern Wilderness Emperor required his opportunities. Within the Northern Wilderness, there were 2 such locations, both included in Lin Chuan's plans. 3 days swiftly passed, and today marked the commencement of the Northern Wilderness Young Heroes ranking competition. With the aid of the abundant training resources from the City Lord's Manor, Lin Chuan had made significant progress during these 3 days of cultivation. Given another 10 days to half a month, he would undoubtedly break through to the 2nd level of the Dragon Transformation realm. Early in the morning, Chen Linger came to find Lin Chuan. "Young Master Lin, do try on the attire I prepared for you," she urged. For the past few days, Chen Linger had been occupied with custom tailoring a set of clothing for him. Today, the Lord of the Wild City would confer the title of Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness upon him after the competition's conclusion. As the main character of the day, it was only fitting for him to make a grand entrance, deserving of his noble status. Lin Chuan had initially been indifferent to this, but out of respect for Miss Linger's thoughtful gesture, he could not refuse. Thus, he accepted the garments and changed into them. After adorning himself, Lin Chuan glanced at his reflection in the mirror and was taken aback. The saying that one is judged by their attire and beauty is indeed true. Clad in splendid garments, Lin Chuan's demeanor had markedly elevated. Previously, he was but a commoner, the kind that could be found in abundance on the streets, inconspicuous amidst the crowd. Yet now, he exuded the aura of a youthful sovereign, a figure of unparalleled grace. His entire presence, spirit, and vitality had transformed, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Chen Linger looked upon Lin Chuan with satisfaction, appraising him from head to toe before nodding. "Quite impressive. It appears my judgment is indeed sound. This attire suits you perfectly, embodying the essence of the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness. At a glance, you are a dragon among men, a youthful sovereign poised to reign over all." With an elegant demeanor, handsome visage, and an air of distinction, she continued, "Young Master Lin, I shall arrange for 100 or so sets of clothing for you, so you may change daily, each time presenting a different charm." "Wouldn't that captivate countless young maidens?" Lin Chuan coughed lightly and replied, "Miss Linger, please refrain from teasing me. I have no interest in such matters, nor do I seek the admiration of countless maidens." Chen Linger nodded, understood. "Young Master Lin is indeed a good man, only seeking one sip from the vast waters. In truth, I am the same. I too shall only ever be devoted to one person." With that, she gazed at Lin Chuan with a tender expression, her eyes seemingly conversing with him. This woman appeared to be hinting at something profound. Lin Chuan quickly shifted the topic. "Shall we be on our way?" Chen Linger nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the City Lord's Manor, a luxurious carriage awaited, already prepared. The Lord of the Wild City had also arrived. Upon seeing the Lord waiting for him, Lin Chuan hurriedly approached. "I apologize, City Lord, for keeping you waiting." The Lord dismissed the apology with a wave of his hand, his face adorned with a friendly smile as he regarded Lin Chuan. "No matter. I arrived only a short while ago. Your attire today is commendable, quite fitting for your noble stature. As one destined to reign, one must naturally possess a regal bearing. Please, step into the carriage, young Master Lin." Lin Chuan nodded slightly, gesturing for the Lord to enter first. Once everyone had boarded the luxurious carriage, the grand procession made its way towards the central plaza of the Wild City, where the Northern Wilderness Young Heroes ranking competition was to be held. Inside the carriage, Lin Chuan maintained a serene demeanor, his expression devoid of any turbulence. This calmness and poise only served to deepen the Lord's admiration, further solidifying his belief in Lin Chuan's imperial potential. Should Linger and Lin Chuan forge a bond, he would have no regrets in this life. The Lord cast a meaningful glance at Chen Linger, causing her to feel a slight blush. Her gentle, affectionate gaze drifted back to Lin Chuan. Chapter 49. The great clans of the North Wild confront Lin Chuan in the desolate city. At the central square, early in the morning, the representatives of the 100 great clans of the North Wild gathered here. The talented youths from these clans were eagerly preparing, each one secretly vying for supremacy. The glint in their eyes was filled with an insatiable yearning for a place on the North Wild talents ranking. For these young prodigies, this might be their singular opportunity to seize the limelight, to establish their names, and to validate their worth. Should they manage to ascend to the esteemed heights of the North Wild talents ranking, they would be hailed as unparalleled geniuses, their names echoing throughout the North Wild. Even if they were merely able to secure a position on the secondary list, they would still be recognized as talents of the North Wild, receiving an official acknowledgement of their exceptional cultivation aptitude, a tremendous honor. Especially for the 100 Holy Sons from the 100 Great Clans, the secondary list of the Northwild Talents ranking was a fiercely contested prize. The primary ranking, after all, belonged solely to a select few geniuses, but the secondary list offered 100 spots, essentially corresponding to the 100 Holy Sons of the clans. Should any Holy Son fail to make it onto this list, it would be a tremendous disgrace for their sect. For a sect, having a disciple rank on the primary list would grant them the qualification to vie for a position among the top 10 clans of the Northwild. Conversely, having a disciple on the secondary list would allow them to maintain a semblance of dignity. However, if no disciples made it onto the secondary list, it would be an unparalleled humiliation for the sect, significantly deducting points in the centennial evaluation of the Northwild's great clans. This year's contest for the Northwild Talents ranking was exceptionally unique. Firstly, it coincided with the emergence of the Northwild's youthful supreme. Secondly, it aligned perfectly with the centennial evaluation of the top 10 clans. Three significant events converged at once, naturally intensifying the competition for the Northwild Talents ranking. Each clan had issued stern orders to their holy sons, or those capable of contending for the primary list must strive for it, while those lacking such strength must ensure their position on the secondary list without fail. Thus, even before the contest had commenced, an undercurrent of rivalry was already brewing among the 100 great clans, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere among these clans. The one displaying the greatest ease, pride, and visibility was undoubtedly the Qingjian sect. They had even boldly proclaimed early on that they would achieve a triple triumph today, shining through the ages and shaking the heavens. Who would dare challenge the Qingjian sect? It was no wonder they felt so confident. The news of Lu Qingyang's impending title as the Northwild's youthful supreme had already spread throughout the desolate city, and all the great clans were convinced of its veracity. Therefore, Lu Qingyang's recognition as the Northwild's youthful supreme was the first triumph. It was certain that Lu Qingyang would effortlessly secure the top position in the contest for the Northwild Talents ranking, marking it as the second triumph. Should the Qingjian sect secure both the title of the Northwild's youthful supreme and the top rank in the contest, it would undoubtedly claim the first position in the evaluation of the top 10 clans of the Northwild, thus achieving the third triumph. With 3 victories at hand, the members of the Qingjian sect brimmed with pride, exuding an air of arrogance. In stark contrast to the Qingjian sect's situation were the Qingyang sect and the Yujian sect, both of whom faced similar fates. Their holy sons had been slain by Lin Xuan. The difference lay in the fact that the holy son of the Yujian sect was killed on the arena by Lin Xuan, leaving the Yujian sect with no choice but to accept their loss and hastily appoint Chu Xian as their new holy son in place of Lei Pang. Meanwhile, the Qingyang sect's plight was even worse. Not only had their sect's heir been killed in public, but they had also been stripped of their qualification to participate in the contest by Miss Ling heir. This rendered the Qingyang sect the focus of gossip among the people of the desolate city. At this moment, the leaders of the 100 great clans were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the situation. The leaders of the Qingyang sect and the Yujian sect huddled together for warmth, their expressions darkening to the extreme. All of this was the doing of one individual. Lin Xuan, the pariah expelled from the Lingshu sect, had become a rabid dog, biting indiscriminately. They cursed Lin Xuan, wishing him 1,000 deaths, wanting to see him torn to shreds. The hatred for Lin Xuan ran deep within both the Qingyang sect and the Lingshu sect. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed across the entire central square: "The Lord of the desolate city has arrived." The crowd of the 100 great clans fell silent, their gazes turning in unison towards the podium as they respectfully shouted, "We greet the Lord of the desolate city." However, many were taken aback to find that, alongside the Lord of the desolate city and Princess Ling heir, there stood a third figure, none other than Lin Xuan himself. This unexpected presence drew peculiar glances from the members of the 100 great clans. What was he doing there? What merit or capability did he possess to stand alongside the Lord of the desolate city and Princess Ling heir on the podium? Such a scenario naturally provoked a wave of dissatisfaction. Mo Ko, Qin Hanyue, and Zi Lingying, upon seeing Lin Xuan dressed regally and standing proudly next to Miss Ling heir, were momentarily stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. Is this really Lin Xuan? Their second thought was astonishment at Lin Xuan's unexpected handsomeness. Their third realization struck them with clarity. Lin Xuan and Miss Ling heir appeared so well matched together, a truly fitting couple, a pair seemingly crafted by heaven itself. However, it did not take long for the 3 women to regain their composure. Lin Xuan, I wonder how long you can continue to bask in this glory. Once the Lord of the desolate city officially announces the Northwild's youthful supreme, your demise shall be imminent. Imoko scoffed, a note of scorn in her voice. No matter how you dress yourself up, it cannot change the fact that you are but refuse. A snake born in the earth shall never transform into a true dragon. How dare you dream of impersonating the Northwild's youthful supreme? Such delusions. Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying echoed her sentiments, their indignation directed towards Lin Xuan. Yi Jun was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why could the one favored by Miss Ling heir not be him? Why did all good fortune seem to gravitate towards Lin Xuan? For 5 years, he had taken everything from Lin Xuan, yet he had not anticipated that Lin Xuan would emerge even stronger. Now the indomitable would ultimately grow more powerful. Yi Jun's heart burned with resentment and unwillingness. He wished for Lin Xuan's demise. Regret washed over him for not having devised a way to eliminate Lin Xuan earlier, yet it was evident that it was too late for regrets now. Today, without a doubt, would mark Lin Xuan's end. Even if the Qingyang sect refrained from killing him, Lu Qingyang would surely not let him escape. The moment Lu Qingyang was crowned the Northwild's youthful supreme would be the moment Lin Xuan met his end. At that moment, a loud and furious voice suddenly rang out. Lord of the desolate city. The leader of the Qingyang sect strode forward in a fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xuan as he addressed the Lord of the desolate city. This boy brazenly murdered our holy son at the drunken immortal pavilion, tarnishing the dignity of the Qingyang sect and openly defying the laws of the desolate city. His crimes are unforgivable. Miss Ling Er has repeatedly sheltered this boy, and today she even brought him to the contest for the North Wild Talents ranking, allowing him to ascend to the main position. Is this not a blatant slap in the face to our Qingyang sect? Such actions are utterly intolerable. While I can understand that Miss Ling Er is young and easily deceived by those with ulterior motives, the Lord of the Desolate City, as the Master of the Desolate City and the ruler of the North Wild, I trust you would not let personal biases cloud your judgment? At this moment, I implore the Lord of the Desolate City to uphold justice for our Qingyang sect, to restore clarity to the North Wild, to rectify the laws of the Desolate City, and to calm the hearts of the people of the North Wild. With the fervent and impassioned words of the Qingyang sect leader, other clan leaders quickly echoed their support. The Yujian sect was the first to step forward, followed closely by the Lingshu sect. The Qingjian sect had also made prior arrangements, sending some of their allied clans to stand in solidarity with the Qingyang sect leader. Ultimately, even the Qingjian sect itself entered the fray, demanding that the Lord of the Desolate City provide a clear response, urging against the neglect of the laws of the Desolate City, and assuring the hearts of the 100 great clans. Such matters were bound to incite the wrath of both gods and men, and could not be tolerated, seeing that the various great clans were uniting in their condemnation of Lin Xuan. The smiles on Yi Jun and his companions' faces grew even more pronounced. This was precisely the scenario they had hoped for. Moka sneered derisively. Lin Xuan, do you think that by charming Miss Ling Er with your sweet words and enchanting her, you can act with impunity, disregarding the law and behaving recklessly? This time, I shall see if Miss Ling Er can continue to protect you. Just as Miss Ling Er was about to speak, she was interrupted by the Lord of the Desolate City. In the face of the collective outrage from the various clans, Lin Xuan remained calm and composed, as if utterly unconcerned. This demeanor only served to infuriate many further. The young talents of the various clans shouted for Lin Xuan's execution. Amidst the clamor for his condemnation, the Lord of the Desolate City finally spoke up. Chapter 50 The contest for the Northern Wilderness Talented Heroes commences. Esteemed sect leaders, I implore you to remain patient. I shall provide a reasonable explanation once the contest concludes. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Northern Wilderness Talented Heroes. Let us set aside other matters for now. The words of the Lord of the Wild City evidently failed to quell the rising tide of anger. There was an unmistakable bias in his remarks favoring Lin Xuan. The sect leader of Qingyang spoke again. Lord of the Wild City, while I can defer addressing the matter of your disciple's slaying of our sacred son until after the contest, you must offer us an explanation regarding Qingyang sect's disqualification from participating in this event. It is our sect that has suffered, yet we are stripped of our chance to compete. What reasoning can possibly justify this? Faced with the ire and palpable resentment of the Qingyang sect leader, the Lord of the Wild City opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Chen Linger interjected. Sect leader of Qingyang, I acknowledge my previous words may have been hasty, and I apologize for my disrespect. Qingyang sect is indeed permitted to participate in the contest, and I assure you that I will provide a satisfactory explanation regarding your sacred son's death after this event. The Qingyang sect leader fixed a chilling gaze upon Chen Linger, and after a moment of silence, he replied coldly, since Miss Linger has spoken thus, I shall refrain for now. I await your satisfactory account. With the anger of the Qingyang sect leader quelled, the other sects had little to add. The situation was thus diffused, and the decade-long contest for the Northern Wilderness Talented Heroes officially commenced. Nearly 500 youthful prodigies entered the fray, competing through 4 rounds in a point elimination format. The first round would see 200 advance, followed by 100 in the second round, leading to the unveiling of the Earth rankings. The third round would allow 10 to progress, culminating in the final round to determine the top position on the heavenly rankings. Due to the limited number of platforms, participants drew lots to compete. The battles erupted with fervor. Suddenly, Zi Lingying furrowed her brow and remarked, it is one thing for Miss Linger to be deceived by Lin Xuan's flattery, but how is it that even the Lord of the Wild City protects him? Could there truly be some hidden secret here? Imoka scoffed. What secret could there be? Miss Linger is the sole offspring of the Lord of the Wild City, cherished like a precious gem. It is merely a father's indulgence towards his daughter. Let Lin Xuan revel in his arrogance for now. Once the contest concludes and the Lord of the Wild City announces the Northern Wilderness Supreme Youth, it will be Lin Xuan's end. To commit murder publicly in the Wild City, especially the slaying of a sacred son from Qingyang sect, the Lord of the Wild City cannot possibly shield him before the eyes of the 100 great sections. Moreover, sacred son Lu Qingyang harbors a deep-seated hatred for Lin Xuan and will undoubtedly take his vengeance once he is proclaimed the Supreme Youth. Thus, it seems certain that Lin Xuan's demise was inevitable. Zi Lingying nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed there was no cause for concern. Even if Miss Linger wished to protect Lin Xuan, it would be a futile endeavor unless he were to attain the title of Supreme Youth, which was utterly improbable. Seated on the dais, Lin Xuan exhibited little interest in the fierce and riveting contest for the Northern Wilderness Talented Heroes. This was a stage he had long yearned for, even the fulfillment of dreams from his previous life. Yet in this life, he needed not ascend this platform. It felt too constricting for him, having been reborn. Everything had transformed dramatically. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over the figures from Lingshu sect below, locking eyes momentarily with Imoku and her companions, whose cold and hostile glares brimmed with animosity. They appeared utterly consumed by hatred for him. Lin Xuan chuckled silently to himself. Lu Yunqi, that foolish woman, had already faced her retribution, and now it was Imoku's turn. Chen Linger also sensed the shift in Lin Xuan's demeanor and turned to observe the Lingshu sect members. Intelligent individuals differ greatly, while the ignorant are often of a single ilk. Soon, they would witness whether regret would plague them for their actions. Of the contest for the Northern Wilderness Talented Heroes progressed with unyielding intensity, as the 3 contestants from Lingshu sect, Yi Jun, Qin Hanyue, and Zi Lingying took to the stage. Emoko had initially intended to challenge the Wild Tower for a chance to compete, but due to Lin Xuan's affairs, she lost interest in that pursuit. Yi Jun and his companions ascended the platform and engaged in battle. Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying did not fare well and were swiftly eliminated. However, Yi Jun managed to advance smoothly through the first round and successfully qualified for the second round, thereby securing a place on the Earth rankings for Lingshu sect. This achievement brought great joy and praise from Mo Jiuxiao and the others. Mo, with admiration evident in her demeanor, entwined her arm with Yi Jun's and exclaimed, "Yi Jun, you are remarkable. I knew you could effortlessly ascend to the Earth rankings, bringing glory to our Lingshu sect." Mo Jiuxiao added, "Yi Jun, you have worked hard during this period. If not for the brevity of your training, the heavenly rankings would not pose a challenge for you. This contest is truly your time to shine, but fret not, gold will surely shine in due time, and one day you shall soar above the heavens." Yi Jun humbly replied, "Esteemed master and senior sisters, your praises are unwarranted. This success is solely due to your meticulous guidance and nurturing. However, the Earth rankings have never been my ambition. My minimum goal is the heavenly ladder, yet, I concede that due to the limited time, I may not perform to my utmost potential." Emoko, with a look of concern, said, "Yi Jun, you have already done exceptionally well. What is your age? To achieve such success is truly prodigious. Securing a place in the Earth rankings is no small feat, so do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. We all believe in you. Given a little more time to grow, you will surely not lag behind anyone." Yi Jun nodded earnestly, "I will strive to meet your expectations, senior sister Mo." In the Lingshu sect, a wave of joy and admiration. Chen Linger scoffed lightly, "As jubilant as you are now, I suspect you shall soon find yourselves weeping in regret." "Regret?" Lin Chuan glanced at Chen Linger and shook his head slightly. "Some individuals will never know remorse, even in death. They will never perceive their faults, believing that only others are to blame. They will steadfastly hold on to their beliefs, disregarding the truth of matters, because they cannot bear to lose, they refuse to acknowledge their defeat. Thus, even in death, they will not repent." Chen Linger regarded Lin Chuan with surprise, then nodded slowly, sighing, "Indeed, such individuals are beyond redemption, their demise is of little consequence." "It is true. They are beyond salvation, and their deaths are inconsequential. Therefore, Lin Chuan would show no mercy and would not forgive them in the slightest. In this life, he must ensure their demise, making them repay the suffering they inflicted upon him in his previous life 100-fold. Chen Linger suddenly gazed deeply at Lin Chuan, her lively eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through him. As she continued to look at him, Lin Chuan touched his face and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" "Indeed," Chen Linger replied earnestly. Lin Chuan touched his face but found nothing amiss. His demeanor elicited a smile from Chen Linger. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "There is a glow upon your face." Lin Chuan could only manage a wry smile. Chen Linger then adopted a serious expression and said, "Young Master Lin, why do I sense an inexplicable air of hardship about you? It feels as though you have experienced far more than one of your age should." "The weight of time?" Having died once, he had naturally undergone experiences that others could not fathom. Lin Chuan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Chen Linger was astute. She understood that Lin Chuan held secrets within. Everyone possesses secrets they wish to keep from others, and she had no intention of prying further. The contest for the Northern Wilderness Talented Heroes reached its third round, finally drawing to a close. Chapter 51. So, who do you suppose is the true young supreme of the Northern Wasteland? This time, the competition for the Northern Wasteland's talents ranking did not yield many surprises. Once again, it was the 10 Holy Sons from the top 10 sects of the Northern Wasteland who claimed the positions on the heavenly list, while the Holy Sons from other sects faced defeat in their challenges, unable to shake the status of the top 10 sections. It seems that this time, the hierarchy of the top 10 sects in the Northern Wasteland will remain unchanged. Lu Qingyang shone the brightest, truly invincible. All the talents before him appeared dim and lackluster. The two sects suffering the most humiliation were the Sword Control sect and the Qingyang sect, as both of their holy sons perished beneath Lin Chuan's blade, rendering them the only two sects that failed to secure a spot on the Earth list. With 10 places on the heavenly list and 100 on the Earth list, the Northern Wasteland comprises merely 100 sects. To be unable to claim even one spot on the Earth list is indeed a profound disgrace, one that would invite ridicule from the other sections. Both the Sword Control sect and the Qingyang sect were left with their faces in utter disarray, thoroughly humiliated. Naturally, in light of such disgraceful results, both sects attributed all their enmity towards Lin Chuan. It was all his fault, everything stemmed from him, otherwise, how could they, the Sword Control sect and the Qingyang sect, find themselves in such a woeful state? The animosity towards Lin Chuan reached an unprecedented level, a hatred that was palpable. Each of them glared at Lin Chuan with eyes that seemed to thirst for vengeance. However, Lin Chuan paid them no mind. The competition for the Northern Wasteland's talents ranking had now entered its fourth and final round. This round primarily focused on the contest for first place on the heavenly list. The rankings from 2nd to 10th elicited little attention, yet, the contest for the top spot on the heavenly list was devoid of suspense. Everyone had already established that Lu Qingyang would undoubtedly be the first, and none could hope to challenge his position. No one possessed the qualifications to contend with Lu Qingyang. Thus, before the match even began, the outcome was already foreseen. As expected, Lu Qingyang effortlessly claimed the title of the number one on the heavenly list. No one felt even the slightest hint of surprise at this predetermined result. Lu Qingyang stood as the first on the heavenly list. After securing this title, he lingered on the stage, not descending but instead casting a radiant gaze towards the Lord of the City and Chen Linger. The members of the Azure Sword sect wore expressions that radiated pride and satisfaction. Today was destined to be a glorious day for the Azure Sword sect, echoing through time as a moment of triumph. Even in the vast expanse of the Northern Wasteland's millennia-long history, such a magnificent spectacle had likely occurred only a few times. Observing the dazzling Lu Qingyang on the stage, the holy sons from various sects could only silently envy him. Ye Jun, ambitious and with lofty aspirations, mused that had his path to greatness not been thwarted by the shadowy figure, he too might have claimed a spot on the heavenly list. Not necessarily securing first place, but certainly possessing the strength to challenge Lu Qingyang. And now, however, he felt unworthy even to carry Lu Qingyang's shoes. As he gazed at the flourishing Lu Qingyang, envy and resentment surged within him. Yi Jun's gaze turned dark and ominous as he looked at Lin Xuan, who sat leisurely beside Chen Linger, his hatred erupting like a volcano. All of this was Lin Xuan's doing. It was his fault, but soon enough, the competition for the Northern Wasteland's talents ranking would conclude, and the Lord of the City would soon announce the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland. Lin Xuan's demise was imminent, and Yi Jun eagerly awaited this moment. At that moment, the Lord of the City's resonant voice rang out of the competition for the Northern Wasteland's talents ranking has concluded satisfactorily, and the names for the heavenly and earth lists have been revealed. Congratulations to Lu Qingyang of the Azure Sword sect for claiming the top spot on the Northern Wasteland talents ranking. Alright, Lu Qingyang, you may step down now. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Was he to simply leave after such a trivial remark? What did this mean? The Lord of the City's actions bewildered the representatives of the 100 sects as well. Shouldn't the next step be a grand announcement of the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland? Why dismiss Lu Qingyang? Lu Qingyang could not help but voice his concerns. Lord of the City, did you not say that after the competition, you would announce the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland? The Lord of the City nodded slightly. Indeed, I shall formally announce who the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland is and seal the decree in public. Lu Qingyang's face brightened. Then I need not descend, lest I have to return to the stage later. That would be quite the hassle. The Lord of the City regarded Lu Qingyang for a moment before responding. You should step down for now. Though Lu Qingyang felt some reluctance, he complied, reasoning that the Lord of the City must have his own plans. If the next step involved sealing the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland, then there was no issue. With that thought, Lu Qingyang respectfully bowed to the Lord of the City and descended from the stage, returning to the ranks of the Azure Sword sect. Once the Lord of the City signaled for silence, he cleared his throat and proclaimed this competition for the Northern Wasteland's talents ranking is quite special, having coincided with the century's selection of the top 10 sects, as well as the emergence of a young supreme of the Northern Wasteland. The competition has concluded, and congratulations to Lu Qingyang of the Azure Sword sect for securing first place. Now, I shall announce the latest top 10 sects of the Northern Wasteland. They are Qingyang sect, Liwa sect, Sword Pavilion, Zhouyuan Hall, Taishan Palace, Juling sect, Yulong sect, Zhenkuan sect, Tianxian sect, and Yanyu Tower. This outcome was evidently anticipated by all. As the names on the heavenly list were unveiled, it was clear that the rankings of the top 10 sects in the Northern Wasteland had not shifted. The most significant change was the formidable rise of the Azure Sword sect, which had now ascended to the pinnacle of the 100 sects in the Northern Wasteland, with the emergence of a young supreme, who would dare to challenge them. At this moment, the attention of everyone was focused on the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland, for this was the most significant matter at hand. Observing the eager expressions on the faces of the crowd, the Lord of the City did not hesitate and continued, Now, I invite our young supreme of the Northern Wasteland to come to the stage. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyang immediately strode confidently toward the platform. The representatives of the 100 sects watched Lu Qingyang with envious eyes, and many young women revealed their admiration for him. Yet, before Lu Qingyang could reach the stage, the Lord of the City's voice resounded once more, Lin Xuan, please step onto the stage. This proclamation struck the crowd like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Time and space seemed to freeze at that moment, as all gazes turned to the Lord of the City in disbelief. Had they misheard? What was happening? The Lord of the City was calling Lin Xuan to the stage? Shouldn't it have been Lu Qingyang? Yi Jun and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What was going on? Lin Xuan was to ascend the platform. Could it be that Lin Xuan was the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland? Chen Linger gestured for Lin Xuan to take the stage, indicating that it was his moment to shine. After enduring for so long, today was the day for his grand emergence. Lin Xuan was already prepared. After nodding slightly to Chen Linger and the Lord of the City, he stepped boldly onto the stage. At that moment, Lu Qingyang, who had raised his foot to ascend the platform, was frozen in his tracks. His mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. Lu Qingyang's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xuan, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The master of the Azure Sword sect was the first to jump forward, furiously pointing at Lin Xuan and berating him. You, boy, who do you think you are? How dare you step onto the stage? Are you not aware that the announcement being made is for the young supreme of the Northern Wasteland? My holy son Lu Qingyang is the true young supreme. That position belongs to him. Get off the stage at once. In the face of the Azure Sword sect master's fury, Lin Xuan remained calm and composed, looking back with a cool demeanor. With a light chuckle, he replied, Azure Sword sect master, why don't you take a wild guess at who the true young supreme of the Northern Wasteland really is? Are you perhaps becoming hard of hearing in your old age? Did you not hear the Lord of the City declare that the name announced was Lin Xuan, not your holy son Lu Qingyang? So, do you truly believe I lack the qualifications to stand here? Chapter 52. You have never breached the 9th level of the Wild Tower. How can you claim to have triggered the 9 resonances of the Wild Tower? Lin Xuan's words struck the heart of the Qinjian sect master like a sharp sword, rendering him momentarily speechless. His countenance turned icy as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon Lin Xuan. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of discussion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Just moments ago, the Lord of Wild City had indeed announced Lin Xuan's name, not that of Lu Qingyang. Could it be that Lin Xuan was the true young sovereign of Beihuang, but was not Lu Qingyang supposed to hold that title? This had been the prevailing belief for days, with no one daring to question it. How could such a situation suddenly change? And to make matters even more perplexing, an obscure individual had emerged from nowhere. He was neither a holy son of the top 100 sects of Beihuang, nor even a disciple of any significant sect. A mere rogue cultivator, what merit could he possibly possess to be deemed the young sovereign of Beihuang? In the annals of Beihuang's millennia-long history, such an occurrence had never been recorded. Are you suggesting that you are the young sovereign of Beihuang? Lu Qingyang suddenly scoffed, his derision palpable as he regarded Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan met his gaze and replied, if not, then who? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyang's laughter grew even more mocking. Have you told so many lies that you've begun to believe your own fabrications? Do you think your flowery words can deceive Miss Linger, allowing you to pull the wool over everyone's eyes? I am the one who triggered the 9 resonances of the Wild Tower, and I am the young sovereign of Beihuang. What concern is it of yours? As soon as Lu Qingyang's words fell, many voices in the crowd echoed their support, asserting that they had witnessed Lu Qingyang breach the 9th level of the Wild Tower that day and trigger the 9 resonances. Many were steadfast in their belief that Lin Xuan was merely an impostor, relying on deceit to mislead Miss Linger. Faced with the chorus of skepticism, Lin Xuan fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Qingyang and posed a soul-searching question. Lu Qingyang, do you not know how many levels of the Wild Tower you have breached? Why don't you tell everyone here whether you have indeed conquered the 9th level? Do you truly believe that the one who triggered the 9 resonances of the Wild Tower is you? At this pointed inquiry, Lu Qingyang's heart sank. He had only breached the 8th level. Could it be that Lin Xuan had actually conquered the 9th? Was the one who triggered the 9 resonances truly Lin Xuan and not himself? The very thought sent a shockwave through Lu Qingyang's mind, yet he was unwilling to accept it. How could this be? No, it must not be so. He refused to believe it. Though he had not conquered the 9th level, he was certain that he, Lu Qingyang, was the one who triggered the 9 resonances. Who else in all of Beihuang possessed such strength and qualification? The entire assembly recognized him as the young sovereign of Beihuang. How could he not be? These thoughts flashed through Lu Qingyang's mind in an instant. His expression remained unyielding as he haughtily declared, of course I have breached the 9th level of the Wild Tower. The 9 resonances stand as the best proof, and many present can vouch for me. There is not a shred of falsehood in my claim. Lin Xuan chuckled softly and replied, at that moment, you and I exited the Wild Tower in close succession. Why must the one who triggered the 9 resonances be you, Lu Qingyang? In response, Lu Qingyang, rather than growing angry, erupted into laughter. He spread his hands in a display of arrogance and stated, you wish to know why? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. You might as well ask everyone present who they believe triggered the 9 resonances. Was it you or me? I, Lu Qingyang, am an unparalleled genius, possessing extraordinary talent recognized throughout Beihuang. My effortless ascent to the top of the Beihuang Young Talents list serves as irrefutable evidence. And you, Lin Xuan, what are you? Merely a stray dog expelled from the Lingshu sect, a worthless scoundrel, a mere piece of garbage. Do you even comprehend your own insignificance? You claim to have breached the 9th level, triggered the 9 resonances. I doubt you could even conquer the 4th level. You lack the strength to compete for a spot on the Beihuang Young Talents list, yet you dare to boast so recklessly, utterly nonsensical. The young prodigies from the various sects chimed in, mocking Lin Xuan and rallying around Lu Qingyang. No one had faith in Lin Xuan, who would believe he was the young sovereign of Beihuang. Facing this obstinate crowd, Lin Xuan felt no need to waste further breath. The truth spoke for itself, and there was no room for doubt. Chen Linger and the Lord of Wild City remained composed, waiting for the opportune moment to speak, knowing that timing was crucial for the most effective outcome. With Lin Xuan seemingly unwilling to continue the exchange, the Lord of Wild City recognized that it was time for him to make a decisive statement on Lin Xuan's behalf. However, just as he was about to speak, Lu Qingyang's voice boomed, Miss Linger, you are still young and kind-hearted, naive to the ways of the world, making you susceptible to the flattery of others and leading you to mistakenly trust a rogue. Lin Xuan has been stripped of his status as the holy son by the Lingshu sect, severing all ties with his master and being expelled from the sect, which speaks volumes about his vile character. Master City Lord, you may have taken Miss Linger's words to heart, but I urge you to see through this charade. Lin Xuan cannot possibly be the young sovereign of Beihuang. That title belongs to me. Chen Linger cast a cold glance at Lu Qingyang, uninterested in further words. Engaging with such a person was a waste of breath. The Lord of Wild City, with an imposing demeanor and cold, piercing eyes, directed an overwhelming gaze at Lu Qingyang. In that instant, Lu Qingyang felt an unprecedented sense of pressure, causing his heart to tremble and his breath to catch. Lu Qingyang, unable to suppress his rising anxiety, looked at the Lord of Wild City. After a prolonged silence, a booming and authoritative voice erupted from the Lord of Wild City, Lu Qingyang. The sheer force of the call jolted Lu Qingyang. I ask you once more, in front of everyone, did you truly breach the 9th level of the Wild Tower? Confronted by the Lord of Wild City's demand, Lu Qingyang felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him, his confidence wavering. He stammered, yet, steeling himself, he forced out, I indeed breached the 9th level, but no sooner had Lu Qingyang spoken than a furious rebuke erupted from the Lord of Wild City. Lu Qingyang, how dare you lie before me? As the guardian of the Wild Tower, do you think I am unaware of your progress? You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. I shall give you one final opportunity. How many levels did you truly breach? What? The Lord's proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd, drawing curious gazes toward Lu Qingyang. Doubt began to creep into their minds. Had Lu Qingyang truly not breached the 9th level? If that were the case, how could the Lord of Wild City make such a statement? Could it be that the one who had triggered the 9 resonances was not Lu Qingyang, but rather Lin Xuan? Such a scenario was hard for the crowd to fathom. Faced with the skeptical eyes of the assembly, Lu Qingyang felt an overwhelming sense of panic and conflict. What should he do now? Could he continue to feign confidence, but in the face of the Lord of Wild City's authoritative inquiry, did he dare to lie again? The members of the Qingjian sect regarded Lu Qingyang with cold disdain, especially the sect master, whose brow was furrowed deeply, his eyes glinting with a chilling sharpness. In that moment, Lu Qingyang experienced an unparalleled pressure that bore down upon him, causing him to feel utterly overwhelmed. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as the eyes of the entire assembly focused on him, waiting for his response. Lu Qingyang, are you not going to confess the truth? Just as Lu Qingyang hesitated, another thunderous command erupted from the Lord of Wild City. Chapter 53. The most effective way to make others submit is to defeat them. Struck by this sudden blow to his soul, Lu Qingyang hastily exclaimed, I may not have conquered the 9th level of the ruined tower, but I have indeed traversed the 8th level. Though I have not reached the 9th level, does that imply that the 9 resonances of the ruined tower were not triggered by me? What? Upon hearing Lu Qingyang's words, the entire assembly erupted in a flurry of astonishment. It turned out that Lu Qingyang had truly not conquered the 9th level of the ruined tower. If that were the case, could it be that the young supreme of the North Ruins was indeed not Lu Qingyang? If the young supreme of the North Ruins was not Lu Qingyang, then could it mean that he was Lin Xuan? At that moment, numerous gazes shifted towards Lin Xuan. Yi Jun and his companions wore expressions that were rigid and grim, as if struck by lightning, leaving them utterly speechless. This was evidently a monumental blow to them. Deep down, they could not bring themselves to believe that Lin Xuan was the young supreme of the North Ruins. Mo clenched her teeth, resolutely stating, that is impossible. Even if Lu Qingyang is not the young supreme of the North Ruins, he cannot possibly be Lin Xuan. We have known Lin Xuan for many years. Do we not know his capabilities inside out? He possesses some talent for cultivation, but he is leagues away from becoming the young supreme of the North Ruins. He simply lacks the aptitude and strength for it. Mo's disbelief was echoed by Qin Hanyue and Mo Jiuxiu furrowed his brow deeply, coldly asserting, Lin Xuan cannot be the young supreme. Yi Jun remained silent, his expression more dismal than if he had lost both parents. Although he did not wish to admit it, Yi Jun was aware of certain circumstances. From the current perspective, it was highly probable that Lin Xuan was indeed the young supreme of the North Ruins, a fact he was unwilling to accept. How could this be? The voice of the Lord of Ruin City rang out once more. Absurd. The ruined tower is a trial left behind by the Emperor of the North Ruins. Only those who conquer the 9th level can trigger the 9 resonances of the ruined tower. It is utterly impossible for someone who has only passed the 8th level to trigger the 9 resonances. In the history of 10,000 years, this has never occurred. The Lord's words rendered Lu Qingyang speechless, his face turning a shade of deep gray. In truth, Lu Qingyang was well aware of this fact. He understood that passing the 8th level could not possibly trigger the 9 resonances, yet, he was unwilling to admit that he was not the young supreme of the North Ruins. He did not want to lose, especially not to Lin Xuan. Chen Linger interjected, Lu Qingyang, I conquered the 8th level of the ruined tower a year ago. If passing the 8th level could trigger the 9 resonances, then I would have done so long ago. Why would it fall to you? Everyone believed that the one who triggered the 9 resonances was you, and you truly consider yourself the young supreme of the North Ruins. Wake up, and stop living in a dream. Lies are ultimately lies, and there will come a day when they are exposed. If one tells a lie long enough, they might even start to believe it themselves. Chen Linger's words struck Lu Qingyang like a blow. At this moment, the crowd fell silent. The members of the Qingjian sect wore expressions of utter despondency. The fall from grace was swift, and such a tremendous disparity was difficult for anyone to accept. The Lord of Ruin City continued to solemnly announce, Ladies and gentlemen, I, in the name of the Guardian of the Ruined Tower and as the Lord of Ruin City, officially declare Lin Xuan to be the young supreme of the North Ruins, proclaiming it to the world. We shall now commence the ceremony to enshrine Lin Xuan as the young supreme of the North Ruins. Please follow me to the statue of the Emperor of the North Ruins to pay homage. With the Lord's proclamation, it was confirmed that Lin Xuan was indeed the young supreme of the North Ruins. Yet, the crowd remained in a state of confusion, many still unable to believe it. In the long history of the North Ruins, there had never been a precedent of someone outside the top 100 sects becoming the young supreme. How could a mere rogue cultivator like Lin Xuan ascend to such heights? Was this not a slap in the face to the top sects of the North Ruins? How could the sons of the 100 major sects endure such an affront? The atmosphere remained peculiar and oppressive. Everyone seemed caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, struggling to regain their composure. After all, for days now, it had been widely believed that the young supreme of the North Ruins was Lu Qingyang, and everyone had accepted this notion wholeheartedly. Now, the Lord of Ruin City was declaring that the young supreme was not Lu Qingyang, but rather a nameless rogue cultivator. If the young supreme were not Lu Qingyang but rather a son from one of the 10 major sects, it might have been easier for them to accept. But suddenly, a name unknown to all emerged, making it exceedingly difficult for the crowd to reconcile. Some even clung to disbelief. Thus, when the Lord announced the ceremony to enshrine Lin Xuan as the young supreme, the crowd remained motionless, exchanging glances of incredulity. Unyielding, Lu Qingyang spoke again, My lord, it is not that I, Lu Qingyang, doubt your words, but the 100 major sects and all present find this hard to believe. Who is Lin Xuan? I am sure you have investigated. There are many here who do not know his origins, so let me enlighten you. Lin Xuan was once the son of the Lingshu sect, but due to committing heinous crimes, he was stripped of his title 3 years ago and expelled from the sect 3 months prior. How can one of such vile character, a person expelled from the Lingshu sect, claim to have conquered the 9th level of the ruined tower and be the young supreme of the North Ruins? Who would dare believe it? The members of the Lingshu sect can attest to this. As Lu Qingyang's words fell, Moku immediately leaped forward to corroborate his testimony. The Lingshu sect can indeed verify Lu Qingyang's assertions. Lin Xuan possesses some talent, but it is hardly sufficient. He could never become the young supreme of the North Ruins. With the Lingshu sect's endorsement, members from various sects began to express their skepticism, rallying behind Lu Qingyang. Even though the Lord of Ruin City had officially declared Lin Xuan the young supreme, many still wished to believe that Lu Qingyang was the true young supreme. Faced with such a scenario, the Lord of Ruin City seemed to have anticipated it. He looked at Lu Qingyang with an air of authority and declared, "I have always sought to persuade with virtue. Since you have raised doubts about my words, it would not be amiss for us to resolve these uncertainties together. The young supreme of the North Ruins is a matter of utmost importance. If everyone doubts, let us have Lin Xuan attempt the Ruin Tower once more, and we shall witness firsthand whether he can conquer the 9th level and trigger the 9 resonances. This way, there should be no further doubts or objections. True gold fears no fire," he concluded. "Lin Xuan, what do you say?" Lin Xuan nodded slightly, saying, "Since everyone refuses to believe I am the young supreme of the North Ruins, I shall prove myself through strength. I am willing to attempt the Ruin Tower again." But before Lin Xuan could finish, Lu Qingyang interjected, "I believe there is no need for such trouble. I propose a more straightforward and direct method. Lin Xuan, do you dare to engage me in a duel, to determine our fates? I, Lu Qingyang, hold the first position on the North Ruins Young Talents ranking. If you can defeat me, then you shall be recognized as the young supreme of the North Ruins. However, if you cannot even overcome me, then even if you somehow manage to conquer the 9th level of the Ruin Tower, you will not be worthy of the title." As Lu Qingyang's words echoed, the crowd nodded in agreement. To venture into the Ruin Tower again seemed somewhat cumbersome. Since there was a better solution at hand, why seek a distant path? Lu Qingyang had effortlessly secured the top position on the Young Talents ranking, his talent and strength beyond question, recognized as the foremost in the North Ruins. If Lin Xuan could defeat Lu Qingyang, acknowledgement would naturally follow, but if he could not even surpass Lu Qingyang, how could he dare to claim the title of Young Supreme? A faint, cool smile crossed Lin Xuan's lips as he recognized Lu Qingyang's ulterior motives. Lu Qingyang's proposal served two purposes. At first, to prevent the possibility that Lin Xuan truly conquered the 9th level, for Lu Qingyang secretly acknowledged that Lin Xuan might indeed have triggered the 9 resonances. Second, Lu Qingyang possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, firmly believing that even if Lin Xuan had the ability to conquer the 9th level, he would undoubtedly fall short in terms of power. Thus, it mattered little whether Lin Xuan could indeed conquer the 9th level. As long as Lu Qingyang publicly defeated him, the Lord of Ruin City would have no choice but to enshrine Lu Qingyang as the young supreme of the North Ruins. It was a clever maneuver. The Lord of Ruin City, being a man of great intelligence, immediately discerned Lu Qingyang's intentions. Without allowing the matter to linger, Lin Xuan readily accepted, stating, "Very well, Lu Qingyang, I accept your challenge to a duel. The most effective way to make others submit is indeed to defeat them. Since the crowd refuses to believe I, Lin Xuan, am the young supreme of the North Ruins, I shall demonstrate my prowess to prove them otherwise." With that, Lin Xuan gestured toward Lu Qingyang, inviting him to begin. Chapter 54. A sword defeats Lu Qingyang. Without uttering a word, Lu Qingyang leapt onto the stage. His face remained a mask of arrogance and confidence, for he possessed an unwavering belief in his own strength. His effortless triumph in securing the top position on the Northern Wilderness Talents ranking served as the finest testament to his prowess. The holy sons of the 10 major sects, when confronted by him, were not merely weak. They were hardly a match for him. In terms of power, Lu Qingyang held an undeniable advantage. With a disdainful sneer, Lu Qingyang regarded Lin Xuan and declared, "A lie is ultimately a lie. There will always come a day when it is exposed. Today, I shall publicly unveil your deception. Do you truly believe you can masquerade as the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness and ascend to the heavens in one leap? Such delusions are the fantasies of a fool." Lin Xuan, however, found little inclination to engage in a war of words with Lu Qingyang. Ultimately, actions would speak louder than words. It was strength that mattered, not mere rhetoric. Villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity. Today, I shall make you aware that I, Lu Qingyang, am indeed the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant blaze erupted from Lu Qingyang's being. His blood essence surged and ignited, emanating an overwhelming power akin to molten lava, boiling and churning. It was as though Lu Qingyang were enveloped in a conflagration. A fiery deity descended upon the world, making all present acutely aware of his might. Lu Qingyang's strength was, without question, formidable. His realm had reached the zenith of the blood essence realm, the 9th level. At this moment, he sensed within him a latent power akin to that of a celestial dragon, as though his blood essence was on the verge of transformation. This spectacle left many spectators wide-eyed, astonished by Lu Qingyang's display. A broad smile suddenly graced Lu Qingyang's face as he laughed heartily. "It seems even the heavens cannot bear to watch. They wish to assist me, Lu Qingyang, in ascending to the heavens, and now, I shall transform with a mere thought." As his words fell, a powerful dragon aura burst forth from Lu Qingyang, soaring into the skies. The air resounded with the roar of dragons, reverberating through the heavens. A dragon-like energy coiled around Lu Qingyang, enhancing his aura even further. This marked a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. The scene incited a wave of exclamations from the audience, who began to extol Lu Qingyang's virtues. This is indeed the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness, unparalleled in strength, a prodigy of ancient times. To achieve the dragon transformation realm at such a tender age, who else but the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness could accomplish this? This revelation only bolstered the crowd's confidence in Lu Qingyang. The members of the Qingjian sect, previously marked by somber expressions, began to display glimmers of hope. Chen Linger cast a worried glance at Lin Xuan, recognizing that Lu Qingyang's sudden breakthrough was truly unexpected and beyond her anticipation. Faced with the might of Lu Qingyang in the dragon transformation realm, what could Lin Xuan possibly do? Yet Lin Xuan remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the chaos. The breakthrough of Lu Qingyang into the dragon transformation realm seemed to hold no weight in Lin Xuan's eyes. He exuded an innate confidence that radiated from within. Observing this unwavering self-assurance, Chen Linger felt her own anxiety dissipate. She believed in Lin Xuan. He was the young supreme of the northern wilderness, and he could not possibly be vanquished by Lu Qingyang. Before long, Lu Qingyang completed his breakthrough, stepping into the dragon transformation realm. His strength had evidently escalated significantly. The previous Lu Qingyang had already been formidable, able to look down upon his peers with ease, and now, he soared above them, a dragon ascending the skies. With a casual flick of his wrist, the heavenly sword in Lu Qingyang's grasp erupted with a vibrant resonance, unleashing a powerful sword aura. Pointing his sword at Lin Xuan, he sneered derisively, "Do you see, impostor? Even the heavens cannot tolerate your presence. Today, I shall enact divine retribution, for the young supreme of the northern wilderness is a chosen child of destiny, unfit for the likes of you, a wretched scoundrel, to impersonate. Prepare to meet your end." With that final exclamation, Lu Qingyang wasted no time, unleashing a full-force strike toward Lin Xuan. The sword struck like a dragon, the sound of its clash echoing through the skies, as if the wrath of the celestial beings had descended upon the earth. Lu Qingyang wielded the strongest sword technique of the Qingyang sect, the 9 swords of Qingyang, which he had mastered to a profound degree. With his recent breakthrough and aided by the heavenly sword, his execution of the technique reached an unparalleled level. The 9 swords of Qingyang were capable of slaying dragons. As one of the most potent sword techniques in the northern wilderness, its might was unquestionable. Lu Qingyang's intent to claim Lin Xuan's life was evident in his ruthless approach. Many spectators marveled at Lu Qingyang's strength. Though he had just entered the first level of the dragon transformation realm, it was clear that few could stand against him, even those at the second level of the same realm. With such power, it was evident that Lu Qingyang would easily triumph and slay Lin Xuan. How could one who dared to impersonate the young supreme of the northern wilderness escape the punishment of death? Their demise would be of little consequence. The expressions of Yi Jun and his companions were tinged with delight. They believed Lin Xuan's end was nigh. With Lin Xuan's death, they could finally breathe easy, especially Yi Jun, who yearned for nothing more than to see Lin Xuan perish. Atop the stage, Yi Jun, now faced with Lu Qingyang's full-force strike, finally took the situation seriously. Lin Xuan, entering a state of battle, bore a cold, steely gaze. Yet even with Lu Qingyang's advancement to the dragon transformation realm, even with their realms now aligned, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. The realm was not absolute, it was the technique that dictated strength. As Lu Qingyang launched his ferocious assault, Lin Xuan stood his ground, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Many onlookers scoffed at Lin Xuan's demeanor, believing him to be gripped by terror. However, just as Lu Qingyang closed in within 3 meters of Lin Xuan, he suddenly sprang into action. Like a tranquil maiden, he transformed into a tempest. Lin Xuan remained still until he struck with the force of a thunderbolt. His sword, imbued with the momentum of a bamboo grove being cleaved, surged toward Lu Qingyang. Lin Xuan executed the 3 styles of the wild sword, having only trained in it for a mere half-day, yet he had already mastered its essence. Now unleashed in full force, it was far from rudimentary, it bore a semblance of mastery. The 3 styles of the wild sword, a legacy left by the emperor of the northern wilderness, represented the sole sacred technique of the region. It surpassed the 9 swords of Qingyang in sheer might. This was a matter of hierarchical dominance, beyond the superiority of technique. Lin Xuan outclassed Lu Qingyang in every conceivable aspect. In physique, strength, agility, and speed, he was an indomitable force. Thus, the clash between the two held no suspense. Their swords collided in the air like 2 ferocious tigers, intensity palpable. The outcome was immediately evident. Lin Xuan's 3 styles of the wild sword, with its unyielding ferocity, obliterated Lu Qingyang's sword momentum. Before Lu Qingyang could react, Lin Xuan, like a specter, swiftly passed in front of him. The overwhelming sword force, akin to the death blow of the Grim Reaper, struck Lu Qingyang with tremendous impact, sending him hurtling from the stage. After flying several meters, Lu Qingyang crashed to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth as though it were a fountain. His body bore countless sword marks, rendering him a gruesome sight, a figure drenched in blood. At this moment, Lu Qingyang's face was ashen, filled with anguish. He struggled to rise but found himself utterly powerless. This spectacle left the crowd in stunned silence, a palpable stillness enveloping the arena as all eyes were fixed on the fallen and defeated Lu Qingyang. Chapter 55 of the Supreme Youth of the Northern Wilderness. Lin Xuan. The sky has fallen. Such an outcome was evidently beyond the expectations of all present. The crowd stood as if struck by lightning, their faces frozen in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. They stared fixedly at Lu Qingyang, their expressions filled with incredulity. How could this happen? Lu Qingyang, gravely injured by a single sword strike from Lin Xuan. This was Lu Qingyang, who had just broken through to the dragon transformation realm. This was the invincible youth of the northern wilderness, a figure so formidable, reduced to such a pitiful state before Lin Xuan. The masterful Qingyang 9 swords could not withstand even one strike from Lin Xuan? This was simply unfathomable. The members of the Qingjian sect, who had been elated just moments ago, now wore expressions darker than those of bereaved mourners. Clearly, this outcome was the hardest for them to accept. The situation was no better for the Lingshu sect members. Yi Jun and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned, their hearts turbulent with a mix of emotions, feeling quite ill at ease. Yi Jun was so enraged that he felt he might grind his teeth to dust. He could never have anticipated such an outcome. Moko, emotionally agitated to the point of near madness, exclaimed, "I cannot believe it. No way, how could Lin Xuan become so powerful? He has had no cultivation resources for the past 5 years, was imprisoned in the dark for 3 years, and was expelled from the sect. What could he have relied upon for his training? How could his cultivation speed be so astonishing? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be some mistake. Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying also struggled to accept the reality before them. They were not unfamiliar with Lin Xuan, they had grown up alongside him, training together from a young age, fully aware of his cultivation talents and limitations. Mo Zhou's complexion turned ashen, his eyes darkening with confusion. Did he regret his choices? Had he truly miscalculated? No, what plagued him more was a profound sense of bewilderment. He was utterly certain that merely 3 months prior, Lin Xuan had only been at the 5th level of the Blood-Soul realm. In just 3 short months, Lin Xuan had undergone a transformation so profound that his power had escalated to this terrifying level. How had he achieved this? Did he possess some extraordinary fortune? Yet, contemplating this at such a moment seemed utterly pointless. The ironclad truth lay before him, a devastating blow to Emojio Xiao that left him questioning everything, his mindset fracturing. His fists nearly crushed from the intensity of his frustration. Ye Jun, too, found it hard to believe, after 5 years of scheming against Lin Xuan, trampling upon him, only to be met with this outcome? For Yi Jun, it was the height of irony. It felt as though Lin Xuan's current achievements were merely a result of his own machinations. Such a result was utterly unacceptable to Yi Jun. A deathly silence enveloped the arena, the crowd rendered mute. The Lord of the Ruined City regarded Lin Xuan with newfound admiration. Not only was Lin Xuan the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, but he might also be the most powerful and talented supreme youth in the history of the Northern Wilderness. In Lin Xuan, the Lord of the Ruined City saw the makings of a great emperor. This conviction only strengthened his resolve to nurture Lin Xuan at any cost. Chen Linger gazed adoringly at Lin Xuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The man who met her standards had finally appeared, yet she was left in disbelief. I actually lost. I couldn't even withstand one of Lin Xuan's moves. How could this be? I have just broken through to the dragon transformation realm, my strength has multiplied several times, and I possess the Qingyang sword, the treasured sword of the Qingjian sect. Why did I still suffer such a devastating defeat? What could possibly explain this? Naturally, the one who found this outcome most unbearable was Lu Qingyang. The higher one's expectations, the greater the disappointment, the harder the fall. The highest form of deception is to deceive oneself. Lu Qingyang firmly believed he was the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, only to find himself utterly defeated by Lin Xuan. Despite this, Lu Qingyang refused to acknowledge his defeat, his pride preventing him from accepting reality. Summoning all his strength, he rose to his feet and furiously shouted at Lin Xuan, "What trick did you use? You must have relied on external power, otherwise, how could you possibly defeat me? I am the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, you are merely an impostor, you cannot possibly best me." With a glance at the deranged Lu Qingyang, Lin Xuan shook his head. Is it not apparent? I used the 3 forms of the ruined sword. Defeating your Qingyang 9 swords is merely a matter of course. What's this? You still refuse to accept your loss? Lu Qingyang, on the brink of emotional collapse, roared in fury. Accept? Why should I accept? No, I am not yet defeated. You must have cheated. I demand another match. With that, Lu Qingyang charged recklessly toward the arena, only to be seized and restrained by the Qingjian sect leader just in time. Though the leader felt a deep sense of reluctance and suffering, he nonetheless admonished Lu Qingyang with authority. Enough, Qingyang, you have lost. We admit defeat. Struck by this authoritative declaration, Lu Qingyang stood frozen, as if thunderstruck, his eyes vacant, mumbling incoherently. The Qingjian sect leader commanded the other disciples, "Take Qingyang away." With that, the members of the Qingjian sect swiftly departed. After such a humiliating defeat, how could they possibly remain? With the Qingjian sect's exit, this farce finally drew to a close. The result was clear, with no room for dispute. Even those who found it hard to believe had no choice but to accept this undeniable truth. Lin Xuan was indeed the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness. Many gazes turned toward Emojio Xiao and his companions, some filled with amusement, others with mockery, some with sympathy, and others finding the Lingxiu sect's plight laughable, all of which rendered Emojio Xiao's group utterly ashamed, wishing they could simply vanish. Dear friends, what just transpired was merely a farce. I hereby solemnly declare that our supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness is Lin Xuan, the genuine article, proclaimed the Lord of the Ruined City. Now, let us proceed to hold the official ceremony to confer the title of Supreme Youth of the Northern Wilderness upon Lin Xuan. Under the Lord of the Ruined City's guidance, the crowd soon gathered before the statue of the Northern Wilderness Emperor. The Lord conducted the ceremony for Lin Xuan, which was straightforward and uncomplicated, and it was completed swiftly. After the ceremony, the Lord of the Northern Wilderness smiled at Lin Xuan and said, "From this moment forth, you are the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, second only to none. As our supreme youth, you shall bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the Northern Wilderness. The fate of our realm will rest in your hands." Lin Xuan nodded slightly and replied to the Lord of the Ruined City, "I shall do my utmost to protect the Northern Wilderness." The Lord of the Ruined City turned Lin Xuan to face the crowd. Without hesitation, they collectively bowed respectfully and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness." The expressions of Emojio Xiao and his companions turned rigid and grotesque, more painful than death itself. They now found themselves forced to honor Lin Xuan, acknowledging him as the supreme youth of the Northern Wilderness, a humiliation that struck them deeply. Yet, the greater humiliation awaited them. After the ceremony, Lin Xuan departed with the Lord of the Ruined City and Chen Linger to the city lord's mansion. Once the 3 of them left, the arena erupted in a cacophony of whispers. Many approached Emojio Xiao, eager to inquire, "Master Mo, was Lin Xuan truly your disciple? Were you not the holy son of the Lingxiu sect? Then you stripped him of his title and severed your master-disciple bond, expelling him from the sect?" One sect master asked with a curious expression. Yet, each word cut deeply, like a knife, striking Mo with devastating force, nearly causing him to spit blood, his expression contorted, his lips twitching. Mo remained silent, evidently tacitly acknowledging the truth. Soon, another sect master chimed in with a derisive laugh. Ha, Master Mo, your methods are indeed remarkable. You managed to expel even the supreme youth of the northern wilderness from the sect and sever your ties. You truly show no mercy, not even for the supreme youth. I am in awe. Another sect master, reveling in the chaos, quipped, Master Mo is setting an example for us all, using a bloody lesson to teach a profound truth. Never lightly discard a sect's holy son. Ha ha. Laughter erupted, each guffaw a sharp blade piercing Mo Zhao's heart, leaving him wishing for death. Chapter 56, The Generous Rewards of the Lord of the Ruined City. As the crowd dispersed, the vast central plaza was left with only the 5 individuals of Mo Zhao. The mental toll had aged Mo Zhao significantly, his visage devoid of color. He had single-handedly condemned the Lingshu sect's unparalleled glory and buried its infinite future. He, Mo Zhao, was the sinner of the Lingshu sect. Did he feel regret? Yet, what use was regret now? There was no turning back. Mo Zhao's gaze fell upon Yi Jun, contemplating the path he had taken for the sake of this Taoist saint body. In his pursuit of a brighter future for the Lingshu sect, he had, step by step, pushed Lin Xuan towards an abyss of despair. But what had been the outcome? Though Yi Jun had performed adequately, it was merely a matter of maintaining the status quo, devoid of any surprises, and it had certainly not brought any glory to the Lingshu sect. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, whom he had severed ties with, expelled from the sect, and neglected for 5 years, had risen to become the supreme youth of the North Wasteland. How ironic. How laughable and tragic, but who could he blame? This was all the doing of Mo Zhao. Yi Jun sensed the unusual glimmer in his junior's eyes and hastily remarked, Master, Lin Xuan merely stumbled upon good fortune, aided by a benefactor. Relying on fleeting luck to elevate one's strength cannot sustain one for long. I, as the Taoist saint body, only require a little time and sufficient cultivation resources to surpass Lin Xuan. Emoka quickly supported Yi Jun's claim, saying, Indeed, father, this was merely a stroke of luck for Lin Xuan. It signifies little. Yi Jun's only shortcoming is time. This defeat can only be attributed to our Lingshu sect's misfortune. I believe that given a few more years, Yi Jun will surely surpass Lin Xuan. Mo Zhao cast a cold glance at Yi Jun and Mo Ko, his heart a tumult of emotions as he turned away in silence. The decade-long competition for the North Wasteland's young talents had officially come to a close. This particular contest was notably extraordinary, as 3 significant events coincided fortuitously. The entire ruined city was abuzz, with all discussing the matter. Lin Xuan, the unexpected dark horse, had taken everyone by surprise. Neither the North Wasteland Young Talents list nor the rankings of the top 10 sects could overshadow Lin Xuan, the supreme youth of the North Wasteland. In contrast, the once prominent Lu Qingyang had become the greatest joke of the North Wasteland. Everyone had believed that he would be the supreme youth, yet the final outcome had been a slap to the face. Lu Qingyang, the green leaf, had only served to accentuate the brilliance of Lin Xuan. The red flower Lu Qingyang had become a laughingstock, and so too had the Lingshu sect. What should have been the greatest victory for the Lingshu sect among the top 100 sects had instead turned into a farce, leading to their own disgrace. They had expelled the supreme youth of the North Wasteland from their ranks. Such absurdity had never before occurred in the millennia of North Wasteland's history. This monumental shame would become an indelible blemish and a source of ridicule for the Lingshu sect for countless generations. Unable to bear the humiliation of remaining in the ruined city, Mo Zhao and his companions left in haste. The Qingyang sect also withdrew early. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, the Lord of the ruined city presented Lin Xuan with several items. Lin Xuan, this is the Supreme Youth Order of the North Wasteland, signifying your status as the Supreme Youth. All sects of the North Wasteland must comply. Lin Xuan accepted the Supreme Youth Order. This is the reward for your status as the Supreme Youth of the North Wasteland, spiritual stones and elixirs to aid in your cultivation. Furthermore, each year, our Lord's mansion will provide you with 10 million spiritual stones and 100 elixirs. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Xuan was taken aback. 10 million spiritual stones and 100 elixirs annually? Just the 10 million spiritual stones was an astronomical figure. Previously, Lin Xuan had extorted several million spiritual stones from Yi Jun, which had taken considerable effort to gather. The Lingshu sect's annual income was likely no more than 10 million spiritual stones. However, with so many people in the Lingshu sect, that income could not be solely dedicated to the cultivation of one individual. Yet now, Lin Xuan would receive 10 million spiritual stones and 100 elixirs each year from the Lord's mansion. This treatment was akin to gathering the entire sect's resources for his cultivation. The Lord's mansion was indeed generous. Lin Xuan examined the Lord of the ruined city's rewards in astonishment. The total value of this reward reached 100 million spiritual stones and 1,000 elixirs, all of the highest quality. The worth of these elixirs exceeded 100 million, amounting to over 200 million spiritual stones in total. This was equivalent to the Lingshu sect's income over 2 decades. The Lord of the ruined city was indeed quite extravagant. Lin Xuan could not help but marvel at this generosity. Since this was a reward meant for him, Lin Xuan naturally felt no need for modesty. He promptly accepted this exceedingly generous reward without hesitation. With this reward in hand, Lin Xuan found himself immensely wealthy, which would undoubtedly aid him greatly in his future cultivation. Resources are crucial for cultivation. This was a lesson Lin Xuan had learned through personal experience and hardship. Now, he could finally stop worrying about cultivation resources. As for the third reward, you may not find it particularly enticing. It is the opportunity to cultivate any technique available in our Lord's mansion. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Indeed, he had no interest in this. Miss Ling Er had previously taken him through the techniques available, none of which piqued his interest. Even the 3 styles of the ruined sword were merely mediocre. Lin Chuan expressed his gratitude to the Lord of the Ruined City. "Thank you, my lord." The Lord of the Ruined City waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Why thank me, this is what you deserve." Regardless of who becomes the supreme youth of the North Wasteland, such treatment is customary. Having birth to supreme youth of the North Wasteland, I feel I have fulfilled my duty as the Lord of the city. If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be I thanking you. Lin Chuan smiled faintly. The Lord of the Ruined City suddenly turned serious and asked Lin Chuan, "By the way, Lin Chuan, what are your plans moving forward?" "Plans? First, I intend to exact my revenge," Lin Chuan replied coldly. "Some matters need to be resolved." The Lord of the Ruined City nodded slightly, understanding well what Lin Chuan meant. He inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" Lin Chuan shook his head, saying, "I appreciate your good intentions, my lord, but I can handle this matter myself, so there is no need to trouble you." Since Lin Chuan had expressed this, the Lord of the Ruined City refrained from further inquiry, confident in Lin Chuan's ability to resolve the situation. "Lin Chuan, if you do not mind, you may reside in the Lord's mansion permanently and consider it your home," the Lord said with a hint of a smile. Residing in the Lord's mansion permanently, that was evidently not an option. Lin Chuan shook his head, stating directly, "After resolving this matter, I will likely leave the North Wasteland. The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. It is said that beyond the North Wasteland lies the dreamland of countless strong individuals, and I too wish to see it." Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Chen Linger's sparkling eyes lit up with excitement. Wasn't this also her dream? She was filled with curiosity and longing for the world beyond the North Wasteland. She too wanted to explore and witness the vast expanse of the world. The Lord of the Ruined City glanced at Lin Chuan and then at Chen Linger before nodding slightly. Young people should indeed venture out more, experience the world. A golden-scaled fish cannot remain in shallow waters. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering wind and rain, but let us discuss that later. We should focus on the matter at hand. As per tradition, a grand banquet is to be held to celebrate the supreme youth of the North Wasteland, inviting the top 100 sects to join in the festivities. What do you think, Lin Chuan? Lin Chuan shook his head, saying, "Let's skip the banquet. I have no interest in such matters and do not wish to engage excessively with the top 100 sections. Please cancel it." Cancel it? The Lord of the Ruined City looked at Lin Chuan with mild surprise. Most would be eager for such an opportunity, seeking to make it as grand as possible. Yet, Lin Chuan wished to cancel it. Chapter 57. Father, do you believe in the words of young Master Lin? The Lord of the Desolate City let out a wry smile and nodded slightly. "Very well, Lin Chuan. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press you further. We can cancel it. After all, the representatives of the 100 major sects have already met you. How about I host a modest family banquet in your honor?" Reluctant to refuse again, Lin Chuan nodded. "I will leave it to your arrangement, City Lord." A smile finally graced the face of the Lord of the Desolate City, who had already begun to arrange a sumptuous feast. "Qinger, please take Lin Chuan to rest for a while," the Lord instructed Chen Qinger. She promptly stood up, but Lin Chuan, with a serious demeanor, addressed the Lord, "City Lord, there is something of great importance that I need to discuss with you." "Oh, something of great importance?" Noticing Lin Chuan's grave expression, the Lord of the Desolate City grew serious as well, gesturing for him to continue. Lin Chuan then recounted the details of the Ghost Palace and the Dark Child plan to the Lord. Upon hearing this, the Lord's brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning somber. Chen Qinger, astonished, remarked, "I recall that a century ago, my great-grandfather commanded the 100 major sects of the Northern Desolation to jointly destroy the Ghost Palace. How could it still exist?" The Lord of the Desolate City shared her surprise. He was aware of the Ghost Palace's destruction, yet he had not anticipated its revival. Lin Chuan spoke in a low voice, "A centipede, though severed, does not die easily. The Ghost Palace now lurks in the shadows, engaging in sinister deeds and executing devious schemes. The Dark Child plan is insidious and malevolent. If it succeeds, the consequences would be unimaginable." The Lord of the Desolate City nodded gravely. "Indeed, the Dark Child plan is exceedingly sinister and terrifying. The fact that the Ghost Palace could conceive such a strategy demonstrates their remarkable cunning, a top-tier scheme. If it succeeds, Northern Desolation may truly face a dire crisis of survival. We must prevent this from happening." Suddenly, the Lord looked earnestly at Lin Chuan and asked, "Lin Chuan, how did you come to know of these matters?" Lin Chuan had already prepared his response. He explained how Yi Jun had previously used the Ghost Palace's demonic faction to frame him, leading to his expulsion from the Lingshu sect, and how he had subsequently encountered the Shadow Envoy in the Beast Forest, from whom he learned of these circumstances. Although his explanation had some flaws, the Lord did not express any suspicion. Of course, Lin Chuan claimed to possess the ability to extract memories from souls, which he used to glean information from the Shadow Envoy. While this seems somewhat implausible, given that Lin Chuan was the young supreme of Northern Desolation, the Lord was aware that he must harbor significant secrets, for it was impossible to possess such extraordinary talents without them. Thus, the Lord did not question Lin Chuan's statements in the slightest. After a moment of silence, the Lord inquired, "What is the current strength and personnel situation of the Ghost Palace?" Lin Chuan shook his head. "At present, I am not entirely certain. The Shadow Envoy is not a core figure within the Ghost Palace, merely a minor player. He has limited access to the inner workings of the Ghost Palace, which is exceedingly secretive, and its official members never reveal their true identities." Lin Chuan was indeed unclear about many specifics, only aware of the Dark Child plan, which comprised just over 100 individuals. The Dark Children could be considered mere pawns of the Ghost Palace, perhaps not even qualifying as official members. He had no knowledge of how many formal members the Ghost Palace had. The Lord nodded slightly. The Ghost Palace must be deeply hidden, otherwise, I would not be unaware of any developments having been dormant for a century. It is likely that they have been quietly recuperating and strengthening their power, preparing to initiate the Dark Child plan and gradually launch a counterattack against Northern Desolation. The ultimate aim of the Ghost Palace must be to dominate our entire region and become its absolute ruler. However, since the Ghost Palace has remained concealed and has not made any overt moves, it indicates that their strength is not yet sufficient to challenge all of Northern Desolation. Thus, they are cautiously employing the Dark Child plan, gradually attempting to consume the 100 major sects of Northern Desolation, trading time for space to ultimately achieve their objectives. If this is the case, then we need only ascertain the location of the Ghost Palace's stronghold and the hiding places of its key figures to eliminate them. Even if we cannot completely eradicate them, we can at least inflict severe damage. Lin Xuan asserted, I believe it is best to eradicate the Ghost Palace entirely, uprooting them without leaving a single trace, so that we may eliminate future threats. Otherwise, they will remain a persistent problem, potentially causing harm to future generations. It is far better to resolve this matter thoroughly while it is still in our hands. The Lord of the Desolate City regarded Lin Xuan with approval, nodding gravely. What you say is indeed true, Lin Xuan. Such dark and malevolent forces must be eradicated completely. However, this may prove exceedingly difficult, as the members of the Ghost Palace are deeply entrenched, making it challenging to locate them. To root out every last one of them would be an arduous task. A single misstep could alert them, and we might lose our chance. Indeed, Lin Xuan acknowledged, sharing the concern. He, too, found himself at a loss for a viable solution. Discovering the hiding places of the Ghost Palace's core figures should be feasible for him, likely achievable through the use of the Heavenly Dao Steel. However, eliminating the Ghost Palace in one fell swoop would be a tall order. Without a flawless plan, success would be improbable. The Lord of the Desolate City wore a solemn expression, lost in thought, yet he realized that there was no need for urgency, time was on their side, and they could afford to contemplate their options. After a long silence, the Lord finally suggested, let us deliberate this matter further. We shall surely devise a good plan. If all else fails, we may have to resort to a less favorable option. I will begin my own investigation. Lin Xuan quickly urged the Lord to reconsider. City Lord, it would be wise for you to feign ignorance and refrain from probing into this matter. If you take action to investigate, given the Ghost Palace's extensive network of spies throughout Northern Desolation, they would likely learn of your inquiry immediately. Should the Ghost Palace become aware that you are investigating them, they will undoubtedly become more cautious and implement a series of countermeasures. To apprehend the Ghost Palace in one fell swoop, we must ensure they remain oblivious to our intentions and keep them off guard. The Lord nodded repeatedly. Indeed, you are right. However, if we do not investigate, how shall we learn more about the Ghost Palace? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xuan replied earnestly, if you trust me, City Lord, allow me to take on this investigation. I have ways to uncover more information. The Lord of the Desolate City gazed at Lin Xuan with deep scrutiny, pondering whether he truly had a method. It was indeed remarkable that Lin Xuan could devise a way to investigate the Ghost Palace without raising any suspicion, a feat even the Lord found difficult to conceive. Yet, given Lin Xuan's unwavering confidence, the Lord chose to believe him. Very well, then, this matter shall be entrusted to you, Lin Xuan, the Lord affirmed, giving Lin Xuan a firm pat on the shoulder, signifying the weight of the responsibility bestowed upon him. Lin Xuan said nothing further. After bidding farewell to the Lord, Chen Qinger escorted Lin Xuan to his quarters. Once Lin Xuan was settled, Chen Qinger returned to the Lord, who was still preoccupied with the situation. The resurgence of the Ghost Palace posed a critical threat to Northern Desolation. As the Lord of the Desolate City, he bore the greatest responsibility. Upon seeing Chen Qinger, the Lord withdrew from his thoughts, smiling at her. Father, do you believe in young Master Lin's words? She asked. The Lord nodded without hesitation. Of course I believe. Hearing this, Chen Qinger let out a quiet sigh of relief. Although young Master Lin's claims sound incredible and contain some inconsistencies, I believe what he says to be true. He simply possesses certain secrets he cannot share with us. The Lord nodded slightly. Lin Xuan may well be the chosen one sent by heaven to protect Northern Desolation. Qinger, a good marriage also requires one's own efforts to strive for. Upon hearing these words, a shy blush spread across Chen Qinger's face. Chapter 58. The young sovereign of the Northern Wilderness must die. In a secluded area on the border of the Northern Wilderness, three figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. Their dark robes obscured their heads, and their white masks bore an unsettlingly sinister appearance, reminiscent of demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. If Lin Xuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as members of the Phantom Hall. After a chilling exchange of glances, one of the black-clad figures spoke in a voice steeped in foreboding. A young sovereign has arisen in the Northern Wilderness, and he may very well be the most formidable and extraordinary young sovereign in history. This is not auspicious news for our Phantom Hall. The other two figures nodded in grim agreement. This was precisely the reason for their urgent meeting among the three great specters. Soon, another figure whispered, this boy is the former holy son of the Lingshu sect, within the jurisdiction of the Shadow Envoy. Our agent, Yi Jun, successfully schemed to expel him from the Lingshu sect, yet we never anticipated that he would ascend to the status of the Northern Wilderness young sovereign. This is a grave oversight on Yi Jun's part. He should have eliminated this boy sooner. The third figure spoke with a heavy tone. Now is not the time for blame. No one could have foreseen that such a weak sect as the Lingshu sect would produce a young sovereign of the Northern Wilderness, potentially the strongest in history, thereby disrupting our plans. This boy possesses terrifying talent and frightening potential. He must be eradicated swiftly, lest we allow him the time to mature and threaten our schemes. The young sovereign of the Northern Wilderness must die. The other two figures nodded solemnly in agreement, indicating their shared resolve. Their meeting was convened to discuss the formulation of a plan to eliminate Lin Xuan. The celebratory ceremony for the young sovereign of the northern wilderness was cancelled, and representatives from the top 100 sects hastily departed from the desolate city. The absence of this celebration was a significant boon for both the Qingjian sect and the Lingshu sect, otherwise, they would have been subjected to ridicule from other sections. Particularly for the Lingshu sect, they had already resolved to refuse participation in the ceremony. As the representatives from the 100 sects gradually left the desolate city, tranquility returned to the area. Lin Xuan remained deeply engrossed in his cultivation. With ample resources at his disposal, his progress was astonishing. In a mere 10 days, he had successfully advanced to the second level of the transforming dragon realm. At this rate, he would undoubtedly reach the 9th level within a year. However, Lin Xuan chose to pause his cultivation, for there were other matters that required his attention. Upon ceasing his training, Lin Xuan entered the void space. Upon arrival, he discovered a pleasant surprise. The red ink of the heavenly Dao pen was full. Remarkably, less than a month had passed since the last refill, yet the ink had replenished completely. This indicated that a hidden condition had likely been triggered, prompting the rapid increase of the red ink. But what could this hidden condition be? Had he become the young sovereign of the northern wilderness? Previously, upon slaying the shadow envoy, a hidden condition was activated, and a reward was granted. Now, upon attaining the title of young sovereign, had another hidden condition been triggered, yielding further rewards? Lin Xuan pondered this, but could think of no other explanation. He glanced once more at the coffin of the dead, which showed no signs of change in color. Despite the passage of time, there remained no hint of alteration. It seemed that the heavenly Dao coffin could not restore its energy, or perhaps he had yet to discover the method. It likely had nothing to do with time. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. For Lin Xuan, the most valuable resources at present were the heavenly Dao tablet and the heavenly Dao pen. With 3 opportunities for writing at his disposal, he needed to utilize them judiciously, otherwise, it would be a waste. Once the red ink of the heavenly Dao pen reached its limit, it would not increase further. Any excess would simply drip away. Thus, it was best to use the ink promptly once it was full. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan approached, took the heavenly Dao pen, and wrote 3 characters upon the heavenly Dao tablet. Phantom Hall. Instantaneously, detailed information about the Phantom Hall appeared on the tablet, imprinting itself in Lin Xuan's mind and granting him comprehensive knowledge of the organization. The Phantom Hall was currently led by 3 specters, beneath whom were 18 Yama kings, followed by 36 envoys and a ghostly army comprised of 3,000 soldiers. Additionally, there were 187 agents involved in the Dark Agent plan, with another 81 still in training. The Phantom Hall possessed over 100 hidden bases in the northern wilderness, each a deeply concealed stronghold. Its true nest did not lie within the northern wilderness but rather in the ethereal wasteland beyond. The 3 specters of the Phantom Hall were all formidable figures at the Shattering Ruin realm, and the 18 Yama kings were all at the 9th level of the Transforming Dragon realm. In terms of sheer numbers, they possessed considerable strength, capable of effortlessly sweeping through any sect in the northern wilderness. Even the currently dominant Qingjian sect was far from their match. After meticulously summarizing the information about the Phantom Hall, Lin Xuan realized that the red ink of the heavenly Dao pen had diminished to 1/3 of its original amount. In other words, the act of writing about the Phantom Hall had consumed 2/3 of the ink? This revelation made Lin Xuan's brow furrow slightly. It seemed that the ink consumption was not uniform. The Phantom Hall likely required a greater amount due to its higher rank. If the level were even greater, it might necessitate all of the ink or become impossible to write about at all. Typically, one writing session would consume 1/3 of the ink. Now, with only 1/3 remaining, Lin Xuan had one opportunity left to write. However, he found himself without a pressing need to inscribe anything at the moment, so he decided to hold off. There was no rush. The time would come when it would be necessary. One must spend wisely and not settle for less. Just as Lin Xuan exited the void space, Chen Linger approached him. "Miss Linger, I have matters to discuss with the city lord," Lin Xuan said to Chen Linger. She promptly led him to the city lord. Upon meeting the lord of the desolate city, Lin Xuan wasted no time presenting the compiled information. The city lord examined it with utmost seriousness. After reviewing the documents, the city lord was visibly taken aback. His expression turned grave as he remarked, "I never imagined that the Phantom Hall, which was nearly obliterated a century ago, could rise from the ashes and develop in the shadows to such an extent within 100 years. The Dark Agent plan has infiltrated our top 100 sects in the northern wilderness. If we were to grant the Phantom Hall another 10 years, the consequences would be unthinkable. They are indeed playing a masterful game." Lin Xuan responded, "City lord, I have come to bid you farewell. The matter of the Phantom Hall will be in your capable hands." "Farewell?" Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the city lord looked at him in astonishment. Chen Linger, too, stared at Lin Xuan, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. "Are you preparing to leave the northern wilderness?" the city lord inquired urgently. Lin Xuan contemplated briefly before replying, "I intend to return home first to resolve some matters, and then I may leave the northern wilderness." The city lord fell silent. He understood that Lin Xuan, a true dragon, could not be confined within the small pond of the northern wilderness. It was too constricted a stage for someone of Lin Xuan's ambitions. While this ambition was commendable, Lin Xuan had only just been named the young sovereign of the northern wilderness, and his swift departure would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the region. The city lord felt a sense of reluctance. He wished to keep Lin Xuan in the northern wilderness, and if Lin Xuan were willing, he could nurture him to become the future lord of the desolate city, even arranging a marriage with his daughter to ensure Lin Xuan's position as the future ruler of the northern wilderness. However, all of this depended on Lin Xuan's willingness. After a moment of silence, the city lord looked at Lin Xuan earnestly and asked, "Will you return?" Chen Linger gazed at Lin Xuan with a look of tension, eager to know his answer. Chapter 59 Chen Linger's resoluteness. Upon hearing the Lord of the Wasteland City's inquiry, Lin Chuan fell into a contemplative silence. This was indeed a matter that required reflection on his part. After some deliberation, he shook his head and replied, "My lord, although I am a child of the North Wasteland, there is truly nothing here that I hold dear. I am now devoid of kin and home. Remaining in the North Wasteland holds no significance for me, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. I do not foresee a return to the North Wasteland in the future. The title of the young supreme of the North Wasteland is, in fact, a source of shame for me." Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, a deep sense of disappointment surged within Chen Linger, accompanied by an indescribable pang of sorrow. If Lin Chuan were to leave and never return, would that mean she would never see him again? Did it signify that their fates were forever severed? After all, she had finally found someone to admire, only to see it all come to an abrupt end before it even began. The Lord of the Wasteland City, with a grave and earnest demeanor, addressed Lin Chuan, "As a native of the North Wasteland, this land is your home. Although you may lack a family, you can forge your own. The world outside may be magnificent, but home remains the ultimate sanctuary. You are free to venture forth and broaden your horizons. Experiencing life is indeed a valuable pursuit. However, you are the young supreme of the North Wasteland, the hope for its future. If you so desire, I could offer you my position as the Lord of the Wasteland City, allowing you to govern the North Wasteland." Before the Lord could finish his sentence, Lin Chuan shook his head and replied, "I apologize, my lord, but I harbor no interest in power, nor do I wish to become the ruler of the North Wasteland. Power and responsibility are eternally intertwined. At present, I seek a life of freedom, to pursue my desires and explore the world beyond. The North Wasteland feels rather confining to me." The Lord of the Wasteland City fell silent once more, fully aware that the vast potential of Lin Chuan could not be contained within the confines of the North Wasteland. It was clear that he should not impede Lin Chuan's aspirations. However, the Lord had his own motives, for he had but one daughter and limited options regarding the future leadership of the Wasteland City. He could either have her succeed him or find a suitable son-in-law to take on the mantle. Undoubtedly, Lin Chuan was the finest candidate, yet, certain matters cannot be forced. Thus, the Lord of the Wasteland City chose to refrain from further discourse, nodding sullenly to Lin Chuan, "Since your ambitions lie beyond, then go forth. I have faith that you shall shine brilliantly upon the grand stage of the primordial world. You possess the makings of an emperor, and it is indeed unwise to be confined to the diminutive North Wasteland. However, should you find the opportunity, do return to visit. Regardless of circumstances, the North Wasteland will always be your home. I also hope that you may become the second emperor of the North Wasteland." Lin Chuan nodded slightly. "Rest assured, my lord. I, Lin Chuan, am not one to forget my roots. You are a respected elder, and Miss Linger is my friend. The North Wasteland will forever remain my homeland. No matter where my journey leads me, this truth shall remain etched in my heart." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Wasteland City was visibly filled with joy. He nodded repeatedly. "That is reassuring. Go now, and may fortune favor you, my young supreme of the North Wasteland." Lin Chuan acknowledged with a nod and cast a glance at Chen Linger, wanting to say something, yet ultimately refrained, simply nodding before taking his leave. After Lin Chuan departed, Chen Linger was enveloped in sorrow and disappointment. The Lord of the Wasteland City gazed at her with heartfelt concern, letting out a resigned sigh. "Some matters cannot be forced, after all. Linger, perhaps you and Lin Chuan are fated to be apart. Sometimes, destiny plays its own hand," he consoled her. Yet, Chen Linger's expressive eyes suddenly ignited with determination. She looked earnestly at her father and said, "Father, you once told me that happiness is something one must strive for. I have waited over 2 decades to find a man worthy of admiration. I believe such an encounter may only happen once in a lifetime. Therefore, I refuse to concede or relinquish this opportunity. I must pursue it with all my might. If I give up now, I will surely regret it for the rest of my life. I do not wish to leave such a significant void in my life, even if I ultimately fail. At least I would have tried, and that would suffice." Thus, Chen Linger sought her father's support, expressing her desire to accompany Lin Chuan on his adventures. The Lord of the Wasteland City furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he regarded her. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "It is said that a daughter must not be held back. It seems this adage holds true. Linger, you have grown, and you have your own aspirations. You must pursue your own happiness, and I shall not interfere. However, you must consider this matter thoroughly and not make a hasty decision, as it pertains to the happiness of your future. Linger, you have never left the Wasteland City, having lived in a sheltered environment, shielded from the harshness of the world. Should you leave the Wasteland City in the North Wasteland, you will undoubtedly face myriad dangers. No one can guarantee your survival. Are you truly unafraid of what lies ahead?" Chen Linger replied resolutely, "I am the daughter of the Lord of the Wasteland City. My father is a heroic figure. As the daughter of the Lord, how could I be so timid and feeble? A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never flourish. Without experiencing storms and trials, how can one witness a rainbow? To truly grow, one must confront darkness and peril. It is precisely because I have never faced such challenges that I must now embrace them. To refine myself, only through this can I truly mature. Should I lack a better candidate, I will one day succeed you as the Lord of the Wasteland City, to safeguard the entirety of the North Wasteland. In the face of such a monumental responsibility, I must possess the strength to bear it. Thus, even if I do not succeed, I will have nonetheless undergone personal growth." Chen Linger's words left the Lord of the Wasteland City speechless, gazing at her with a mixture of admiration and concern. She had matured and become more discerning, which was commendable. However, no parent wishes to see their child face countless dangers. Yet, the Lord understood her tenacity. Once she had made up her mind, it would be unchangeable. As a father, he could not dissuade her. After much contemplation, the Lord of the Wasteland City finally nodded. "Linger, since you have made your decision, I shall not stand in your way. Just exercise caution. Safety must come first. My only wish is for your safe return. Upon hearing her father's consent, Chen Linger beamed with joy. She leapt into his embrace, like a child, and exclaimed, "Father, rest assured, I will take good care of myself and will certainly return alive. I am your only beloved daughter, I would never want to cause you distress and now, I shall go prepare." The lord of the wasteland city nodded. As he watched Chen Linger depart, his heart ached with an indescribable sorrow. Countless feelings of reluctance and worry swirled within him, yet he had no better choice. Now, he could only pray in his heart for her safe return, and whether fortune or calamity awaited her, it would ultimately depend on her own destiny. However, as the lord of the wasteland city glanced at the detailed information regarding the ghost palace in his hands, his expression darkened, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce, cold intensity. Without Linger by his side, I will find it much easier to act without hesitation or concern. Ghost Palace, your sinister ambitions to dominate the entire North Wasteland shall not come to fruition under my watch. I must devise a thorough plan to eradicate you and uproot your existence entirely. Chapter 60 of The Temptation of the Messenger of Machi. Lin Xuan stealthily returned to the beastly beast forest. No sooner had he set foot in the forest than an assailant struck from behind, a cold shadow approaching with lethal intent. It was the Dark Shadow Demon Art, a forbidden secret technique of the Ghost Palace, accessible only to its formal members, rendering individuals like Yi Jun and others ineligible to practice it. Lin Xuan had long sensed the presence of someone lurking nearby and had surmised that it was a member of the Ghost Palace. He had acquired knowledge of the Dark Shadow Demon Art from the memories of the Shadow Messenger. However, Lin Xuan was not particularly inclined to cultivate such a dark art, yet, to avoid arousing suspicion, he had practiced a modicum of the technique. Thus, when faced with the ambush of the Ghost Palace member, he hesitated not for a moment, employing the Dark Shadow Demon Art while swiftly retreating to evade the attack. He prioritized evasion to mask his inadequacies in mastering the technique. Furthermore, the opponent's strikes were measured, merely a test rather than a genuine attempt to cause harm. Consequently, the two swiftly concluded a brief skirmish. After deftly dodging to the side, Lin Xuan called out, "Messenger Machi, it has been less than a month since we last met, and your prowess has certainly advanced considerably. I am no match for you, so please refrain from using me as a practice target. If you seek someone to spar with, the battle-crazed Messenger Doin would be a more suitable choice." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Messenger Machi ceased his assault. However, his cold, penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Lin Xuan, as if he sensed something amiss. There was an inexplicable feeling that the Shadow Messenger before him was not entirely right, though he could not articulate why. From the Shadow Messenger's actions and demeanor, there appeared to be no overt discrepancies. Was he merely overthinking? After a brief silence, Messenger Machi coldly inquired, "Shadow Messenger, where have you been these past few days?" "I have waited here for you for a full 10 days. Lin Xuan was inwardly startled. Messenger Machi had waited for him for 10 days. This indicated that the Ghost Palace must have an urgent mission for him, otherwise, Messenger Machi would not have remained in this location. It was no wonder he had launched a surprise attack. Clearly, he harbored suspicions and sought to validate his conjectures through such means. Fortunately, Lin Xuan's quick wit allowed him to utilize the Dark Shadow Demon Art and engage in conversation to dissipate Messenger Machi's concerns. In response to Messenger Machi's inquiry, Lin Xuan, being no fool, promptly deduced that the Ghost Palace had dispatched Messenger Machi at this juncture for a specific purpose, likely concerning the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme. Thus, he swiftly devised a plausible explanation and relayed to Messenger Machi, "Upon learning of the emergence of the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme, I hastened to the desolate city to gather information from the Dark Operative Yi Jun regarding the Young Supreme's circumstances. I remained in the desolate city for several days, intending to seek an opportunity to eliminate the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme. However, that young man was excessively cautious, remaining within the city lord's mansion without venturing out. Seeing no opportunity to act, I had no choice but to return." After hearing Lin Xuan's explanation, Messenger Machi found no fault in his account. It was indeed reasonable. After all, the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme was the former holy son of the Lingshu sect and fell under the jurisdiction of the Shadow Messenger. Therefore, it was only natural for the Shadow Messenger to investigate such matters. Although Messenger Machi had internally accepted Lin Xuan's words, he maintained a cold demeanor, stating, "I shall report this situation to the higher-ups. As for whether they will punish you, that remains uncertain. Although your actions were motivated, you failed to report and acted independently, abandoning your post for such an extended period. This constitutes a severe dereliction of duty." Lin Xuan nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement of his faults, asserting, Indeed, Messenger Machi speaks the truth. I admit my negligence. I acted impulsively in a moment of desperation, and I accept the consequences." Seeing Lin Xuan's earnest attitude towards his shortcomings, Messenger Machi opted not to dwell further on the matter. He then shifted to the main topic. "I am here to convey an order from above. The Northern Wilderness Young Supreme Lin Xuan, having emerged from the Lingshu sect, has been deemed a serious oversight by both you, the Shadow Messenger, and the Dark Operative Yi Jun, warranting execution. However, the higher-ups have granted you a chance for redemption. You have 10 days to devise a means to eliminate the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme Lin Xuan, and you must spare no effort in completing this task. Should you fail to accomplish it within 10 days, the palace regulations will dictate severe consequences, which you should be well aware of. That is all I have to convey. The remainder is up to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan accepted the order. Messenger Machi turned to depart but suddenly pivoted, asking Lin Xuan, "By the way, do you recall the perilous location we visited together 3 years ago for a mission? What was it called again?" Anticipating Messenger Machi's sudden test, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed, contemplating briefly before responding. "The Dragon Demon Cave." Messenger Machi smacked his forehead, exclaiming, yes, indeed. "The Dragon Demon Cave, I momentarily forgot. That was a time of life and death for us, one I shall remember for a lifetime." With that, Messenger Machi waved his hand and swiftly departed. After bidding farewell to Messenger Machi, a sly smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips. How amusing, attempting to play tricks on him, yet, Messenger Machi proved to be a cautious and astute individual. Little did he realize that Lin Xuan had not only slain the Shadow Messenger but had also acquired all of his memories, enabling him to impersonate the Shadow Messenger flawlessly. As long as he did not remove the mask, no one would discern the truth. Once he confirmed that Messenger Machi had retreated, Lin Xuan promptly made his way toward the Blood Moon sect. There, he sought out Louis, who greeted him with respect upon their encounter. After meeting the young Supreme, Louis smiled broadly, saying, "Let us dispense with the formalities between us. We may as well address one another as brothers." Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, there is no need for such pleasantries. Let us simply consider ourselves brothers." Louis beamed. "Ha, does that mean I'm getting a great deal from you, the Northern Wilderness young Supreme? Normally, even I, the sect leader of the Blood Moon sect, would have to show you respect. Just a few trivial formalities, no need to be overly concerned," Lin Xuan replied, shaking his head. If Lin Xuan could count any friends in this world, Louis and Chen Linger would be among them. Lin Xuan regarded Louis as a worthy companion. Louis, being forthright, nodded in agreement. "Very well, henceforth we shall treat each other as brothers. In front of outsiders, I will be mindful of such courtesies. To have you as a brother is a fortune in my life." Lin Xuan's willingness to regard him as a brother, despite his status as the Northern Wilderness young Supreme, filled Louis with surprise and gratitude. After all, Lin Xuan was now a figure of immense power, while Louis was merely an ordinary sect son. The disparity in their statuses was glaring. With a serious expression, Lin Xuan stated, "I have returned to seek vengeance. Certain matters must come to a resolution. I have devised a plan and require your assistance." Louis waved his hand. "Between brothers, what need is there for assistance? Your affairs are my own. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I shall fully cooperate." Without hesitation, Lin Xuan detailed his plan to Louis. After listening intently, Louis nodded emphatically. "Very well, I shall take charge of this matter." Lin Xuan nodded slightly, not lingering any longer, and swiftly took his leave. He held complete trust in Louis's ability to execute the task. As Lin Xuan departed from the Blood Moon sect, he also sent a notification signal to the dark operative Li Nanjia. After completing these tasks, Lin Xuan proceeded to the Sword Control sect and Lingshu sect, sending similar notification signals to Chu Xian and Yi Jun. Subsequently, he returned to the secret stronghold in the Beastly Beast Forest. Within half a day, Yi Jun, Li Nanjiao, and Chu Xian arrived one after another. Upon seeing one another, they were all taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Chapter 61 The initiation of Lin Xuan's scheme. The three individuals were previously unaware of each other's existence. They were only cognizant of the fact that both the Blood Moon sect and the Sword Sovereign sect had infiltrators within the Ghost Palace, with their own people embedded in the organization. However, they had operated separately until now, with each summons from the Shadow Envoy being conducted in isolation. Moreover, they had been strictly forbidden from inquiring about one another's affairs. The confidentiality measures had been so meticulously maintained that Yi Jun and his companions had remained oblivious to any information regarding each other. Now that the three had fortuitously converged, they were momentarily taken aback, each harboring the suspicion that perhaps they had miscalculated the timing of their summons. What could have led to their simultaneous call by the Shadow Envoy? Was there some underlying issue at play? Before they could dwell further on these thoughts, the Shadow Envoy emerged. Upon his arrival, Yi Jun and his companions dared not hesitate and promptly bowed in respect, greeting him with, "We pay our respects to the esteemed Shadow Envoy." Lin Xuan regarded them with a cold and enigmatic demeanor, his voice resonating with gravity as he inquired, "Are you not curious as to why I have summoned you three together?" After exchanging glances, Yi Jun and his companions nodded earnestly. This was an unprecedented occurrence. The Shadow Envoy's words indicated that he had deliberately orchestrated this assembly. Such an action contravened the regulations of the Ghost Palace, suggesting that it had been mandated from higher authority, hinting at some significant event on the horizon. Otherwise, this would not have transpired. At that moment, curiosity swelled within Yi Jun and his companions regarding the nature of this impending crisis. Lin Xuan continued, "The emergence of the North Wilderness Young Supreme has incited fury from above, who have laid blame upon us and commanded that we eliminate the North Wilderness Young Supreme within 10 days. If we fail, death shall be our inevitable fate." What? Eliminate the North Wilderness Young Supreme within 10 days? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's proclamation, Yi Jun and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with the impossibility of such a task, which plunged them into a harrowing despair, as if death loomed before them. Lin Xuan's tone grew somber as he elaborated, "The North Wilderness Young Supreme, Lin Xuan, hails from the Lingshu sect, and the incident falls within my jurisdiction. Thus, the repercussions will inevitably be borne by us. Regardless of our sentiments, the responsibility rests squarely upon our shoulders. Let us not dwell on past grievances. Our immediate objective is to devise a means to slay the North Wilderness Young Supreme within these 10 days. If he lives, we shall perish." With that, Lin Xuan had summoned them at great risk to collectively strategize and seek a path to survival. Yi Jun interjected, "Esteemed Shadow Envoy, the fault lies with me. I have been too lenient, lacking the decisiveness required to eliminate Lin Xuan in a timely manner, resulting in this dire predicament. I bear full responsibility and shall heed your commands without reservation, even if it means sacrificing everything to eliminate him." Though Li Nanjiao and Chu Xian felt a sense of injustice, they understood that voicing such sentiments would yield no benefit. Thus, they too expressed their unwavering resolve to eradicate Lin Xuan. Each of them conveyed their determination fervently. Lin Xuan, however, could not help but smirk inwardly. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. Everything unfolded according to his expectations, yet, Li Nanjiao couldn't suppress her concern, stating, "Esteemed Shadow Envoy, it seems Lin Xuan has been sheltered within the Lord of the Wasteland's residence. Under such circumstances, how can we possibly eliminate him?" Yi Jun quickly responded, "That is simple enough. We must draw him out. If he remains within the Lord's residence, we will have no opportunity to act. Therefore, we must lure Lin Xuan out, preferably to our extreme northern territory, where we may find a favorable chance to strike. After articulating this, Yi Jun turned to Lin Xuan, esteemed Shadow Envoy. Lin Xuan was once one of us in the Lingshu sect, and he was my senior brother. I understand him well. I have a plan to entice him here. I beseech you to grant me the opportunity to atone for my previous missteps. However, Lin Xuan did not acquiesce, stating, I have already devised a method. This task shall be entrusted to Li Nanjiao. Me? Li Nanjiao stared at Lin Xuan in bewilderment, her expression one of despair. She felt utterly incapable of luring Lin Xuan, viewing it as an impossibility. She believed Yi Jun would surely have a better solution, considering Lin Xuan's previous ties to the Lingshu sect. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, Lin Xuan continued, Isn't Lin Xuan rather close to your Blood Moon sect's holy son, Louis? If he were to intervene and draw Lin Xuan out, I believe the chances of success would be significantly higher. Lin Xuan would likely be less guarded around a friend. As for the Lingshu sect, given Lin Xuan's intense animosity towards them, the outcome may not be favorable and could even backfire. With only 10 days remaining, we may have but a single opportunity to act. Therefore, we cannot afford any missteps. We must ensure that our plans are foolproof and executed with the utmost precision. Listening to Lin Xuan's reasoning, Li Nanjiao swallowed her retort. Previously, in the Wasteland City, it was only Louis who had stood by Lin Xuan, fiercely protecting him against the onslaught of the 100 Holy Sons from various sections. The camaraderie between Lin Xuan and Louis was no secret, and Li Nanjiao had previously confirmed this with Louis. Luring Lin Xuan through Louis was indeed a commendable strategy. Yi Jun begrudgingly nodded in agreement, recognizing that Lin Xuan's feelings towards the Lingshu sect were steeped in resentment, making it improbable for him to be deceived again. While Yi Jun's earlier enthusiasm had merely been an attempt to redeem himself, but with a more viable plan at hand, he saw no reason to object. The plan was swiftly established, and Yi Jun and his companions prepared to take their leave. However, Lin Xuan retained Yi Jun behind. After Li Nanjiao and Xu Xian departed, Yi Jun apprehensively regarded Lin Xuan, his heart racing with trepidation. After all, Lin Xuan's rise to prominence had largely been at his expense, and the Shadow Envoy could easily hold him accountable. Lin Xuan feigned an icy demeanor as he scrutinized Yi Jun, deliberately delaying his response to instill a sense of fear in him, allowing Yi Jun to truly experience the taste of dread. The more Lin Xuan maintained this facade, the more anxious and fearful Yi Jun became, convinced that the Shadow Envoy was indeed poised to deliver retribution, incited by genuine anger from above. In a moment of panic, Yi Jun suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Esteemed Shadow Envoy, I acknowledge my errors. This is all my fault. I fully recognize my culpability in this grievous mistake. Yet, Lin Xuan swiftly assisted Yi Jun to his feet. Confusion clouded Yi Jun's face as he looked at Lin Xuan, the dread still lingering within him. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, I have not yet placed blame upon you, so why the fear? Calm yourself, for the time being, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. However, Lin Xuan paused deliberately, and Yi Jun, ever perceptive, quickly interjected, Esteemed Shadow Envoy, please do not hesitate to command me. I would face any peril, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, without flinching. Lin Xuan, maintaining an air of mystery, queried, Do you know why I have chosen to keep you behind? Yi Jun, perplexed, shook his head, clearly unable to fathom the reason. Lin Xuan continued, There are matters that only you are privy to. I have confided in you alone, which is why I have retained you here. Yi Jun furrowed his brow, still enveloped in confusion. What is this matter that only I know? Struggling to comprehend, Yi Jun could only respond, Forgive my ignorance, but I implore you, esteemed Shadow Envoy, to elucidate. Lin Xuan remarked, Have you forgotten whose side Lin Xuan is on? Does this not strike you as peculiar? Have you not pondered this at all? At this, Yi Jun's heart raced, and he regarded Lin Xuan with an odd expression. Esteemed Shadow Envoy, last time you mentioned that Lin Xuan is one of us, having pledged his allegiance to the Ghost Palace. However, upon witnessing your wrath just now, I dared not speculate further. I find myself perplexed. Could there be some hidden intricacies to this situation? Is it possible that the events are not as you have described? Or has Lin Xuan, upon becoming the North Wilderness Young Supreme, turned his back on us and severed ties with the Ghost Palace? Chapter 62 Lin Xuan's revenge plan begins. Lin Xuan shook his head and replied, Not quite. For now, I have not expressed a complete break with the Phantom Palace. However, human sentiments are ever-changing. After all, Lin Xuan has now ascended to the status of the Young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness, enjoying the favor and protection of the Lord of Wild City. Therefore, whether he might sever ties with us at this moment remains uncertain, causing those above to feel quite uneasy. Yi Jun immediately nodded and said, Lord Shadow, I understand the intent from above is for us to test Lin Xuan, is it not? If he indeed seeks to break away from the Phantom Palace, then we must eliminate him. A Young Supreme who cannot be utilized by our Phantom Palace must be dealt with decisively. We could even force Lin Xuan to pledge allegiance to our Phantom Palace. As long as we compel him to betray the Northern Wilderness and the Lord of Wild City, driving him to a point of no return, he will have no choice but to submit to us. This Yi Jun certainly grasped the essence. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, affirming, Precisely. If we can secure him, that would be ideal, as he would then become our greatest asset in the Northern Wilderness. If not, we must destroy him swiftly. We cannot afford to grant him any opportunity for growth. If he cannot serve our interests, he must not be allowed to serve the Northern Wilderness either. The young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness must be nipped in the bud so that our Phantom Palace can rest easy. Yi Jun nodded solemnly and inquired, Lord Shadow, how shall we proceed with this plan? Lin Xuan confided in Yi Jun his strategy, and upon hearing it, Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lin Xuan in stunned silence. After a while, he finally spoke, Lord Shadow, our plan is still far from completion. Are we truly to expose ourselves and directly sever ties with the sect now? Wouldn't that be? Are you questioning my plan? Lin Xuan's voice turned cold and authoritative. Yi Jun quickly replied, I would not dare, naturally, I would not question Lord Shadow's strategy. I merely worry that with just the few of us, our chances of success are slim. Lin Xuan retorted, do you think such a grand scheme is merely a personal whim of mine? I have reported it to those above and received their approval. They will dispatch powerful allies to support us. The purpose of this operation is to compel Lin Xuan to make a choice by threatening him with the annihilation of the three major sections. Should he choose our Phantom Palace, the blame for the destruction of the three sects will fall upon him, ensuring his eternal estrangement from the Northern Wilderness and the Lord of Wild City. If he refuses to pledge allegiance to our Phantom Palace, then he shall face death. For the sake of the young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness, we have no choice but to take such measures. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun nodded repeatedly, I understand, it was my overthinking. Please forgive me, Lord Shadow. Lin Xuan said no more and waved his hand dismissively. Yi Jun quickly took his leave to prepare for the upcoming grand plan. After bidding farewell to Yi Jun, a cold smile crept across Lin Xuan's lips. His revenge plan had finally commenced. A sensational piece of news soon spread across the three sects of the extreme north. The young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness was returning, and Blood Moon Sect was hosting a grand welcoming banquet to honor his return to his homeland. Blood Moon Sect eagerly organized the event, extending invitations to Ling Su Sect and Yujian Sect. This was indeed a momentous occasion for the three sects of the extreme north, an unprecedented honor. However, the three major sects experienced a mix of joy and sorrow. A Blood Moon Sect undoubtedly emerged as the biggest victor, as the camaraderie between Lu Yi and Lin Xuan was well known throughout the Northern Wilderness. Thus, it was Blood Moon Sect that hosted the welcoming banquet for Lin Xuan's return. This honor rightfully belonged to Ling Su Sect, yet they had willingly relinquished it. This was a heavy blow to Ling Su Sect, leaving its members engulfed in despair and regret. The young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness rightfully belonged to them. Upon receiving the invitation, Mo Zhao's face darkened, nearly tearing the invitation to shreds in anger. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in extreme rage. He was furious, he was filled with hatred, and of course, he felt profound regret, yet, nothing could alter the situation now. He had no choice but to tread a path of darkness. Emoku exclaimed indignantly, Father, this is clearly Lin Xuan's scheme. He seeks to publicly humiliate us, to trample our dignity before the people of the three sects, turning us into a laughingstock. We shall not attend this ridiculous welcoming banquet. Lin Xuan is merely a disgrace expelled from our Ling Su Sect. What does his banquet have to do with us? If we ignore it and refrain from participating, all his plots against our Ling Su Sect will come to naught. Qin Hanyu and Zi Lingying both voiced their agreement, supporting Emoku's proposal. This was evidently a banquet intended to humiliate Ling Su Sect. Why should they participate? As long as they abstained, they could remain aloof from the situation. Mo Zhao's expression grew somber, deep in thought. Had he not considered this angle, however, he was still unable to reach a definitive conclusion at this moment. He cast a glance at Yi Jun, clearly seeking his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jun addressed Mo Zhao, Master, I believe that not participating is not a viable solution either. It too would invite ridicule and scorn. This is, after all, a significant event for the three sects of the extreme north. The Blood Moon Sect is making a grand display of this occasion, inviting us to join. It is undoubtedly Lin Xuan's cunning scheme at play. However, can we truly afford to lose face? If we do not attend, it will be tantamount to admitting defeat, to retreating in fear of Lin Xuan, leaving us too intimidated to even speak. The outside world will surely have much to say about Ling Su Sect. Both options carry their own risks. We must choose the lesser evil. Mo Zhao regarded Yi Jun and nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his argument. It was not in his nature to cower like a turtle. He would not allow himself to be intimidated. In the end, Mo Zhao made a decision. What is meant to come will come. Since Lin Xuan intends to target our Ling Su Sect, even if he does not succeed this time, he will certainly make further attempts in the future. What is a blessing may not always be so, and what is a misfortune cannot be avoided. Since we cannot evade it, we must confront it head-on. There is nothing to fear. Lin Xuan is merely a young Supreme of the Northern Wilderness who is yet to fully mature. Our Ling Su Sect need not fear him. Whatever tricks he wishes to play, we shall indulge him and see what he can conjure. 3 days later, the welcoming banquet commenced grandly at Blood Moon Sect as scheduled. Lin Xuan had already arrived ahead of time, personally received by Lu Yi, Ling Su Sect and Yujian Sect. Each dispatched 100 members to attend the banquet. The vast banquet hall was lavishly decorated, with vigilant guards stationed at the entrance. Within the hall, over 300 individuals had gathered, divided into 3 distinct factions. Despite the crowd, the atmosphere felt rather oppressive and stifling. With little conversation or merriment, the 3 major sects maintained their separate camps, each harboring a degree of suspicion towards one another, resulting in an absence of communication. Additionally, the members of Ling Su Sect and Yujian Sect were particularly tense, while those from Blood Moon Sect appeared more relaxed, engaging in lighthearted banter and frequently glancing toward Ling Su Sect, further exacerbating their discomfort and sense of being a spectacle. Mo Zhao and the Lord of Yujian Sect, Lei Zhongzhu, stood together, their expressions dark and brooding. Both felt a tumult of emotions within, a mixture of bitterness and resentment. The young master of Yujin sect, the son of Lei Zhongzhu, had perished at Lin Xuan's hands, igniting a deep-seated animosity within Lei Zhongzhu. The vendetta of a slain son was a grudge that could not be overlooked. Yet, what could Lei Zhongzhu do now? He could only endure in silence. Now that Lin Xuan was the young supreme of the northern wilderness, did Yujin sect dare to seek revenge? Clearly, that was out of the question. Even if his son Lei Peng had been slain in the arena by Lin Xuan, what could Yujin sect do? The example of Qingyang sect stood as a stark reminder. Their young master was publicly executed by Lin Xuan, and they had no choice but to accept their fate. Lei Zhongzhu glanced at Mo Jiushao, whose expression was even more grim, finding some solace in the comparison. Mo Zhongzhu, do you harbor any regrets? Lei Zhongzhu suddenly inquired. Chapter 63 The Banquet of Respect. Regret. This phrase struck Mo Jiushao's heart like a sharp dagger. Does he regret it? To claim that he feels no regret would be a blatant lie. Who would not harbor regrets under such circumstances? Yet, Mo Jiushao's stubborn nature and prideful disposition forbade him from expressing it outwardly. Mo Jiushao scoffed disdainfully and declared, the one thing I regret most now is that I was too soft-hearted in the past, sparing Lin Xuan and granting him a chance at life. By letting the tiger return to the mountain, I have inadvertently created the predicament we face today. Lord Lei gazed at Mo Jiushao with mild astonishment, surprised that his regret took such a form. Truly, he is a ruthless individual. He had anticipated that Mo Jiushao would lament severing ties with Lin Xuan or expelling him from Lingshu sect. Otherwise, all the glory would now belong to Lingshu sect, which would bask in unprecedented splendor, illuminating the entirety of the northern wilderness. Even the mere title of the northern wilderness young supreme would have propelled Lingshu sect into the ranks of the top 10 sects in the region, bringing them unparalleled honor. Such a prospect would be an irresistible allure for any sect leader, an aspiration fervently desired. Who would not wish for their disciple to become the northern wilderness young supreme? This dream, once thought unattainable, could have been realized by Mo Jiushao, yet he chose to forfeit it himself. No regret, clearly a falsehood. However, Lord Lei did not expose the truth. Instead, he gritted his teeth in silent fury and muttered, Lin Xuan has slain my son. I share an irreconcilable enmity with him, a blood feud of profound depths. Your hatred for Lin Xuan mirrors my own. We are indeed kindred spirits in suffering. If it were possible, I would relish the thought of tearing Lin Xuan limb from limb. Mo Jiushao glanced at Lord Lei and chuckled lightly. Lord Lei, you truly possess remarkable restraint. Even after the murder of your son, you can suppress your fury to attend Lin Xuan's welcoming banquet. Were I in your position, I would have stopped at nothing to avenge such a grievous blood feud. Lord Lei shot Mo Jiushao an exasperated glare, retorting, Mo Jiushao, it is easy for you to speak from a place of comfort, calculating your moves with ease. You suggest I kill Lin Xuan. Why don't you do it yourself? Did you not just declare your intense hatred for him? Mo Jiushao replied defiantly, Lin Xuan did not slay my daughter. I have no need to engage in a life and death struggle with him. Lord Lei shot Mo Jiushao a withering look, too weary to continue the conversation. At that moment, Lin Xuan emerged, accompanied by Lord Lu of Blood Moon Sect and Louis. Lin Xuan was resplendent, radiating an aura of grandeur. With the title of the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme, he exuded an air akin to that of a youthful monarch reigning supreme. His presence was awe-inspiring, rendering all the men present overshadowed, while many women gazed at him with glimmering eyes, filled with admiration. At this moment, Lin Xuan was undeniably captivating, handsome and distinguished. With a majestic aura surrounding him, he stood as the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme, a true dragon among men. Who among women does not adore a hero, especially one as striking as he? As Lin Xuan made his entrance, he commanded the attention of all present. Behold the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme. The members of Blood Moon Sect immediately bowed respectfully. The Lingshu Sect and Yujin Sect quickly followed suit, offering their own reverent salutations. We pay our respects to the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme. The feelings among the Lingshu Sect members were complex and unutterable. Lin Xuan had once been their esteemed senior brother, yet now, he stood miles apart from them, akin to an adversary. How they wished their senior brother had not been expelled from the sect. How glorious their Lingshu sect would be now. Their disciples would bask in pride, able to stride confidently across the northern wilderness. Alas, all that glory was now unattainable, forever out of their reach. Emoko, Qin Hanyue, and Zi Lingying felt a similar unease in their hearts. Memories of their past interactions with Lin Xuan flooded their minds. Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying began to harbor doubts. Had they truly erred? Was their senior brother truly so despicable? Did he really commit those acts attributed to him? In truth, they had harbored doubts before, but they had chosen to believe in junior brother Yi. Even when some things felt unjust, not quite fitting for their senior brother's character, they still chose to defend their junior brother. They had always thought that even if their senior brother faced some grievances, it was acceptable. After all, he was their senior brother. Should he not be more forgiving towards his junior siblings? Thus, they felt justified in their protection of him, believing there was no fault in their actions. And so, they continued down this path, growing ever more distant from the truth. Any fleeting doubts were swiftly overshadowed by their own pride. Were they wrong? No, they were not wrong. The fault lay with their senior brother's narrow-mindedness. As the host of the banquet, Lord Lu of Blood Moon Sect graciously stepped forward to deliver some polite remarks to warm the atmosphere. Afterward, he announced the official commencement of the banquet, inviting Lin Xuan to take the supreme seat, signaling the others to take their seats. Lin Xuan ascended to the supreme seat at the main table. Besides the supreme seat, there were 4 additional seats. Lord Lu invited Mo Jiushao and Lord Lei to join him at the main table, while Louis took a seat beside Lin Xuan. Among the 3 sects, only Louis had the privilege to sit at the same table as the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme. Thanks to his bond with Lin Xuan, Ye Jun and Chu Shen could only sit below. The table was lavishly adorned with an abundance of food and drink. Lord Lu gestured for everyone to indulge freely. Sitting upon the supreme seat, Lin Xuan undoubtedly radiated an aura of unparalleled grandeur, overshadowing all others, causing Emoji Xiao and Lord Lei to wear expressions of grim displeasure. Lin Xuan lifted his cup, looking towards Louis, who promptly raised his own cup in response. For this first toast, I wish to honor Louis, my only true brother in this world. A broad smile broke across Louis's face as he clinked glasses with Lin Xuan and downed the drink. Witnessing Lin Xuan's first toast directed at Louis, the members of Blood Moon sect were filled with excitement. It was no wonder this banquet was hosted by them. Lin Xuan raised his cup once more, addressing Lord Lu for the second toast. I wish to honor you, Lord Lu. You have been tirelessly working these past few days, and I appreciate your efforts. Lord Lu laughed heartily. It is no trouble at all. To host a banquet for the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme is a tremendous honor for Blood Moon sect. I, on behalf of Blood Moon sect, thank Lin Xiaozuan for your trust. For the third toast, Lin Xuan turned to Lord Lei. Lord Lei regarded Lin Xuan with a stoic expression. Lin Xuan spoke, Lord Lei, I am aware that we have had our differences in the past. I regret the incident in the arena at Huangchang where I ended your son's life. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. The circumstances were beyond my control, and I harbored no animosity towards Eugene sect today. I take this opportunity to express my regret. This gesture caught Lord Lei off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned as he stared at Lin Xuan. Clearly, he never expected Lin Xuan to publicly apologize and extend goodwill in such a setting. It was evident that Lin Xuan sought to mend the rift between them and Eugene sect, a move that took Lord Lei and his followers by surprise. Since the Northern Wilderness Young Supreme had taken the initiative to apologize, Lord Lei, recognizing the decorum, swiftly replied, Lin Xiaozuan is too kind indeed, my son provoked you first, the arena was a fair contest. Life and death are matters to be decided there, and no blame falls on anyone. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. For the fourth toast, Lin Xuan turned to Emoji Xiao. Chapter 64 What do you mean, junior brother Yi? At this moment, Emoji Xiao's emotions were evidently exceedingly complex. He harbored a profound disdain for the expression displayed by the Thunder Sect master moments earlier. Just moments ago, he had been seething with animosity towards Lin Xuan right in front of him, yet now he had transformed into this insipid visage, truly a spineless turncoat. Now, as Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon him, Emoji Xiao hesitated, contemplating whether he should lift the cup of wine from the table. If he did, it would clearly denote his own lack of resolve, a submission to Lin Xuan. If he refrained, it would be a blatant act of disrespect towards the supreme youth of Beihuang. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was the sect master of Lingshu sect, and this was not the wild city. Thus, after a brief internal struggle, Emoji Xiao resolved to disregard Lin Xuan's toast. He made no move to lift the wine cup, instead coldly fixing his gaze upon Lin Xuan. At this juncture, the eyes of the assembled crowd were all trained upon Emoji Xiao. Lin Xuan, however, felt no surprise at Emoji Xiao's actions. He had anticipated this outcome. A subtle, icy smile graced Lin Xuan's lips as he raised his cup, addressing Emoji Xiao. Sect Master Mo, this fourth cup is not a toast to you, but rather a tribute to the lost bond of master and disciple, the departed status of the Holy Son, and the severed ties of brotherhood. With that, Lin Xuan poured the wine onto the ground. Each word from Lin Xuan struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Emoji Xiao's heart, causing his lips to twitch violently and his countenance to darken ominously. The members of Lingshu sect looked on, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Lin Xuan, undeterred by Emoji Xiao's grim demeanor, rose from his seat and approached the table occupied by Yi Jun and the others. His gaze fell upon the familiar faces gathered there. Emoko, Qin Hanyue, Zi Lingying, Tang Cheng, each one an elite disciple of Lingshu sect and once Lin Xuan's dear fellow apprentices, yet these individuals had now become the vanguard aiding Yi Jun against him. Under the searing intensity of Lin Xuan's gaze, they could not help but feel a twinge of guilt and fear, akin to being scrutinized by the specter of death. Regret held no weight in the present moment, for it was far too late to express such sentiments. Unable to contain herself, Emoka spoke up. Lin Xuan, I recognize that you are currently basking in your triumph, elevated as a significant figure in Beihuang, someone we cannot afford to provoke. However, you need not flaunt your superiority before us. We have severed all ties and obligations with you. Our presence here at your welcoming banquet is merely a gesture of respect towards the supreme youth of Beihuang. The Lin Xuan we once knew is long dead. Lin Xuan's heart was filled with cold amusement. What a splendid declaration of not owing him anything. He had no desire to engage further with this woman who had betrayed him. He swiftly positioned himself behind Yi Jun, placing a hand on his shoulder. Before Lin Xuan could utter a word, Emoka sprang to her feet, her protective instincts flaring as she glared at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, what do you intend to do? If you have grievances, direct them at me. I admit I have wronged you in the past, but does that absolve you of your own faults? The previous matters have nothing to do with junior brother Yi Jun, and I will not permit you to harm a single hair on his head. Lin Xuan cast a cold glance at Emoku, then patted Yi Jun's shoulder, sneering as he remarked, what a devoted woman you are. Yi Jun, you are truly fortunate. You wouldn't hesitate to show mercy, would you? Yi Jun turned to Lin Xuan, smiling as he replied, why would I? She is merely a foolish woman. There is no reason to show her any leniency. What? Yi Jun's words instantly garnered astonishment from the crowd. Eyes turned toward him, particularly those of the Lingshu sect members, who regarded Lin Xuan with confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Yi Jun's statement. Emoku was equally bewildered, staring at Yi Jun in a daze, asking, Junior brother Yi, what did you mean by that? What do you think it means? Did you not hear it clearly? He called you a foolish woman, can you not comprehend? Before Yi Jun could respond, Lin Xuan interjected with a mocking laugh. Emoku, however, shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Junior brother, you would never say such a thing to me. That is utterly inconceivable. Lin Xuan, do not attempt to sow discord or twist the narrative. Just because you are now the supreme youth of Beihuang does not grant you the right to bully others at will. My bond with junior brother Yi is unbreakable, and you cannot instigate any division between us. Lin Xuan's derisive laughter echoed with scorn. A woman who betrays her fiancé dares to proclaim her unwavering loyalty in public? It seems you possess no shame whatsoever, believing your passionate love to be honorable, regardless of how eloquently you phrase it. You are merely a harlot, do you understand? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Whispers of disbelief and mockery filled the air. Who among the people from the three sects of the extreme north was unaware of the renowned couple, Lin Xuan and Mo? 5 years prior, when Lin Xuan ascended to the position of holy son of Lingshu sect, Mo Joshio had publicly pledged their union, a tale that had become a celebrated narrative. However, it was now shocking to witness Mo entwined with Yi Jun. Many were oblivious to the recent developments, and thus, they began to point fingers and scoff at Mo, incredulous that a woman who had betrayed love could speak so passionately. As the scornful remarks and accusations rang out, Mo's expression darkened to an extreme. Her gaze towards Lin Xuan was laden with resentment, yet what could she do? Lin Xuan now stood as the exalted supreme youth of Beihuang, and she was powerless against him. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she declared, Lin Xuan, I understand that this situation has left you with lingering bitterness, but this is a private matter between us. There is no need for you to humiliate me in such a public setting. What benefit do you gain from this? Do you truly find honor in being betrayed, a tale worthy of sharing with all? Lin Xuan, bemused by her strange reasoning, retorted, if you do not feel shame, why should I? I shall simply assume I was blind before. What of it? Who has not erred in their lifetime, blinded by love, only to find their true feelings cast aside? I have already annulled our engagement. What reason do you have to feel embarrassed? Mo's countenance morphed into an ashen pallor. Overwhelmed with shame, she yearned to vanish into the earth itself, for she had never experienced such humiliation. She knew all too well that Lin Xuan's actions were deliberate, aimed at inflicting severe humiliation upon her in front of everyone. Yet what could she do? She was utterly powerless against Lin Xuan. Mo Joshio's expression was equally grim, his fists balled tightly, a tempest of rage surging within him, yet he too found himself at a loss. Not only were Lin Xuan's words grounded in truth, but even if they weren't, he dared not confront Lin Xuan recklessly, for now, Mo Joshio could only endure, suppressing his fury. He had anticipated that today would be a day of disgrace and humiliation for them. This trial was inescapable. Mo, feeling wronged, reached for Yi Jun's hand, seeking solace, yet, to her utter shock, Yi Jun abruptly shook off her grasp. This callous gesture left Mo stunned, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Yi Jun. Qin Hanyue and the others mirrored her astonishment, bewildered by Yi Jun's sudden shift in demeanor. Junior brother Yi, you cannot truly believe Lin Xuan's words, can you? Have you genuinely fallen for his ploys? Mo questioned Yi Jun, but Yi Jun stood up, a playful cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Mo. Lin Xiaozuan speaks the truth. You are indeed a foolish woman, your level of foolishness only marginally less than that of second junior sister. Boom, the impact of this statement struck Mo like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through her psyche. Staring at Yi Jun with a frozen expression, she questioned, Junior brother Yi, what do you mean? Qin Hanyue and the others gazed at Yi Jun in utter shock, unable to fathom what had transpired. Mo Joshio's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed upon Yi Jun with an ominous intensity, as a sense of foreboding gripped him. The members of Blood Moon sect and Sword Control sect were equally perplexed, uncertain as to how the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically. What spectacle was about to unfold? Li Nanjiu and Chu Xian exchanged furtive glances, both equally bewildered by the turn of events. The mission they had been assigned did not seem to align with this scenario. Had circumstances changed unexpectedly, or was Yi Jun feigning closeness to Lin Xuan only to devise a scheme against him? For the time being, they could only observe the situation unfold. Yi Jun chuckled lightly, addressing Mo, senior sister Mo, I have made my point abundantly clear. Do you still fail to comprehend? What else could it mean but the literal interpretation? I deem you foolish, exceedingly foolish. Do you require me to reiterate? Upon hearing Yi Jun's unwavering declaration, Mo staggered backward, nearly losing her balance. Her expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions, her eyes flickering with myriad thoughts. What had transpired? Why did Yi Jun suddenly seem so alien, as if he had transformed entirely? This was incomprehensible. No, something was amiss. There had to be more to this. Mo's heart raced as a realization struck her. She quickly turned to Yi Jun, pleading, Junior brother Yi, has Lin Xuan coerced you into saying this? What has he said to you? You must not believe a single word he utters, none of it. You know he harbors resentment against us. His return is solely for revenge. Junior brother Yi, do not be so naive. Do not fall into his trap. With that, Mo turned her wrathful gaze upon Lin Xuan, exclaiming, what have you done to Junior brother Yi? Chapter 65. A sister Mo, do you genuinely believe that I harbor any affection for you? In front of Lin Xuan, Mo still maintained her haughty demeanor, her conviction unwavering. It was as if she assumed Lin Xuan would inevitably cater to her whims. In the previous life, this was indeed the case. Whenever Mo was incensed, Lin Xuan would acquiesce to her every demand. However, in this life, would Lin Xuan still deign to pay her any heed? Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying hastened to counsel Yi Jun, urging him not to fall for Lin Xuan's deceitful words. Deceitful words? Yi Jun let out a chilling laugh. You are truly oblivious, unable to grasp the reality of the situation even now. Mo and her companions exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a tapestry of confusion. Mo Joshio at the main table could no longer remain composed, his face darkening to an extreme, his gaze coldly fixed on Yi Jun, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Meanwhile, Lu Zongju and Lei Zongju shared a knowing smile. Adopting an air of spectatorship, the gathered guests were left in a state of utter perplexity, unaware of the unfolding drama. Imoku, feeling a surge of panic, rushed to Yi Jun, exclaiming, "Yi Jun, what do you mean by that? What on earth is wrong? I cannot comprehend your words." Yi Jun scoffed, shedding his usual facade, revealing his malevolent nature. He raised his hands in surrender and declared, "No more pretense. Today I shall lay everything bare, Sister Imo. Do you truly think I have feelings for you? Allow me to speak plainly, I have never harbored any affection for you. I have merely been exploiting you. It is your naivety that led you to believe in my supposed devotion." What? Imoku was struck as if by lightning, her expression frozen in shock. The weight of his words bore down heavily upon her, leaving her momentarily speechless, unable to accept the truth. Mo Joshiao's face darkened further, nearly rising in anger to confront Yi Jun. He could not fathom why Yi Jun would act in such a manner. After a prolonged moment of stunned silence, Imoku snapped back to reality. She fervently shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she pleaded with Yi Jun. "No, I refuse to believe it. Yi Jun, you are lying. You must be deceiving me. We were clearly in love. You promised to cherish me for a lifetime, to love only me in this life. Have you forgotten those vows, Yi Jun? Why would you say such things? Did Lin Chuan coerce you into this? Yes, that must be it." With that, Imoku turned her ire towards Lin Chuan, shouting, "Lin Chuan, how despicable can you be? Must you resort to such vile and shameless tactics to exact revenge upon us? I know you harbor resentment towards us, that you wish to retaliate. If you have grievances, direct them at me openly. Do not employ such sordid methods. You are, after all, the esteemed young sovereign of the North Wilderness. Do you not fear the scorn of others?" For a woman so hopelessly misguided, Lin Chuan had no desire to engage her in conversation. Even uttering a single word felt revolting to him. Without needing Lin Chuan to speak, Yi Jun continued. "Sister Mo, no one is forcing me to do anything. There are matters that must come to a conclusion today. I have endured humiliation and concealed myself within the Lingshu sect for 5 years, all for this moment. I have waited patiently, and now the time has come for everything to end." "What do you mean?" Yi Jun's words left the crowd increasingly baffled. Li Nanzhou and Chu Xin exchanged furtive glances once more, perplexed by the unfolding events. The mission given to them by the Shadow Master did not entail this. Had the plan changed? Yet, they received no notification of any alterations. Was Yi Jun about to reveal his true identity? Mo Joshiao's expression grew colder, a sharp glint of realization dawning upon him, further darkening his countenance. At that moment, Yi Jun's gaze shifted to Mo Joshiao. With a light chuckle, Yi Jun posed the question. "Master, do you truly believe that Lin Chuan was responsible for the murder of Elder Sholing 3 years ago, for digging up the ancestral grave and stealing the Lingshu sect's treasured artifact, the Dragon Blood Jade? In truth, Master, you should know that I framed Lin Chuan for this crime. Deep down, you must harbor some doubt, yet you still chose to believe in me, did you not?" Mo Joshiao's countenance shifted as he processed Yi Jun's public accusation. He felt a surge of anger and shame, yet could not voice a single word in response. Why? Yi Jun continued. "Master, you are undoubtedly aware that I have been scheming against Lin Chuan, yet you stood by my side, choosing to trust me. Time and again, you have punished Lin Chuan for my sake, even going so far as to sever your ties with him and expel him from the Lingshu sect." What? At this revelation, the hall erupted in uproar. Even the disciples of the Lingshu sect were left in shock, their expressions mirroring disbelief. How could this be? The senior brother had been wronged all along. He had been manipulated by Yi Jun. The sect leader had been aware yet still chose to favor Yi Jun, relentlessly targeting the senior brother, ultimately leading to his expulsion. Yet now, Lin Chuan had transformed into the esteemed young sovereign of the North Wilderness. This should have been the rightful position of the Lingshu sect, yet it had all been orchestrated by Yi Jun's machinations and the sect leader's bias. How could it have come to this? Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying were equally bewildered, glancing at each other in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality of the situation. If this were true, then had they been misunderstanding their senior brother all along? "Silence, you insolent disciple!" Mo Joshiao finally erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Jun. If not for the presence of so many witnesses, he might have physically silenced Yi Jun. He could not comprehend why Yi Jun had suddenly gone mad, why he would expose this matter before the assembled factions at the banquet. Facing Mo Joshiao's wrath, Yi Jun remained unfazed, completely unperturbed. Today, everything must come to a close, and he would fulfill his mission. Therefore, nothing else mattered. He felt no need to continue masquerading. Yi Jun chuckled softly and added, "Master, I do not hesitate to confess that not only was everything orchestrated by me, but I am also the one who conspired with the demonic forces. I am a member of the ghostly hall, yet you cannot blame me, for from the very beginning, you favored me, shielding me and sacrificing everything to suppress Lin Chuan, choosing to abandon him. This was solely your decision, and you cannot hold me accountable, can you? Had it not been for your favoritism, how could I have succeeded in outmaneuvering Lin Chuan time and again? How could I have ultimately led you to sever your ties with him and expel him from the Lingshu sect? Although I may be the mastermind behind the schemes, the true executor was none other than you, Master. So, if we are to name the true culprit, you would take the foremost position while I would be second. Mo Joshiao's lips twitched violently, his expression contorted with rage, his chest heaving with suppressed fury. The intensity of his anger reached an unbearable climax, his eyes blazing with wrath as he contemplated taking lethal action against Yi Jun. "Disloyal disciple, you ungrateful wretch, after all I have done for you, nurturing you, elevating you to prominence, you repay me with such treachery? I must be blind to have believed in such a treacherous wretch." Mo Joshiao felt as if he might spit blood in his rage. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice for having driven Lin Chuan from the Lingshu sect for the sake of a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, leading to the loss of a young sovereign of the North Wilderness. How utterly laughable, how tragic. Mo Joshio had become the greatest sinner of the Lingshu sect. At this moment, an overwhelming tide of resentment surged within him, clamoring for release. Ye Jun shook his head with a soft chuckle and remarked, Master, it is not that you are blind, but rather that you are too selfish and self-serving. You place too much importance on personal gain, which led you to invest everything in me. You believed I was the sacred body of the great path, possessing limitless potential, destined to surpass Lin Xuan, and thus I became the future of the Lingshu sect. So, for my sake, you were willing to overlook everything. Even knowing I was scheming against Lin Xuan, you feigned ignorance and repeatedly sided with me. Condoning my actions, you granted me power, allowing me to act with impunity. You, like Sister Mo and the others, were all rather foolish. Otherwise, how could I have so easily ensnared you all over these past 5 years? How could each of you have willingly revolved around me, eager to sacrifice for my benefit? Was this not all of your own making? Can you truly lay the blame at my feet? You. Mo Joshio's face darkened, his fury rendering him speechless, while Emoku appeared to have finally glimpsed a fragment of reality, her eyes reddening as she stared fixedly at Yi Jun. Chapter 66. You are nothing but a wretched beast, lower than a pig or dog. I loathe you, I despise you. The heavens have collapsed for Emoku, her faith and love is on the brink of shattering. Tears brim in her eyes, her heart laden with sorrow, yet she still clings to a flicker of disbelief as she confronts Yi Jun. Junior brother Yi, even if you have always used me, I refuse to believe that you are truly so heartless, devoid of any feelings for me. After all, I carry your child, how could you possibly be so insincere? At these words, Yi Jun chuckled with a playful expression. He gazed at Emoku and replied, Sister Mo, who do you think is responsible for the demise of the child in your womb? Boom. In that instant, Emoku's belief in love crumbled. Even in her naivety, she understood the implication of Yi Jun's words. Although she had harbored doubts before, her unwavering trust in Yi Jun had prevented her from suspecting him. Yet now, she was confronted with the horrifying truth that the true perpetrator was indeed Yi Jun. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Emoku broke down, weeping like a wilted flower, unleashing a frantic roar at Yi Jun. Why? Why is this happening, Yi Jun? The child is your flesh and blood. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. How could you bring harm to your own kin? You are truly a beast unworthy of life, and I detest you. I loathe you. The crowd was equally incensed, vehemently condemning Yi Jun as a creature beneath contempt. How could one be so depraved as to spare not even their own flesh and blood? The very thought was terrifying. It seemed only the demons of the Ghost Palace could descend to such depths of moral depravity. Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying were also left in utter dismay. They had believed in Yi Jun for 5 long years, repeatedly misjudging their senior brother, inflicting harm upon him, and ultimately harboring hatred towards him. Yet now they realized that all of this had been the machinations of their junior brother. They had merely been accomplices, pawns in Yi Jun's grand scheme. In the face of Emoku's anguished accusations, Yi Jun remained unfazed, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he replied, Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. If I lacked the heart to be ruthless, how could I manipulate and toy with you, Sister Mo? I have told you before, I have never held any affection for you. Therefore, what relation does the child in your womb have to me? Not only is he yet to be born, but even if he were, I would show no mercy. Beast! Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying could not help but cry out in unison, their voices filled with righteous indignation. The collapse of belief can occur in an instant. Even their unwavering love for Yi Jun shattered in that moment. They felt deeply deceived, realizing the extent of their folly, and acknowledging their grave mistakes. Only through profound heartache can one achieve clarity. Then it was you who killed my second sister, wasn't it? Emoku was not foolish, she immediately connected the dots. Mo Joshua glared at Yi Jun with seething rage, fully aware now that both Lu Yunqi and Elder Mo had fallen victim to Yi Jun's treachery, previously framed upon Lin Xuan. This beast, crack. Mo Joshua's fists were nearly crushed in anger. His hatred had reached an unfathomable peak. Were it not for the presence of the Blood Moon sect and the Sword Control sect, he would have already lashed out. For now, he could only endure. Indeed, if it was not I who committed the murders, do you truly believe it was Lin Xuan? Yi Jun nonchalantly confessed to his crimes, as if it were something to be proud of. Upon hearing Yi Jun's admission, Emoku could no longer restrain herself and swung a punch at him. However, her strength paled in comparison to Yi Jun's, rendering her attack utterly ineffective. He effortlessly evaded her strike, seizing her fist with ease. Confronted by Emoku's uncontrollable fury, Yi Jun chuckled in amusement. Sister Mo, you have never truly wished to strike me. What has changed today? Have you turned into a heartless woman? Emoku cried out in despair. Yi Jun, are you even human? Your second sister treated you with utmost kindness, willing to sacrifice everything for you, even her life. Yet you first framed her and then took her life. How could you be so cruel? How could you possess such a heart of stone? In response to her accusations, Yi Jun appeared utterly indifferent, retorting, and what of it? If your second sister was willing to die for me, then I have merely granted her wish, have I not? Did I not fulfill her desire? Emoku was left speechless, knowing there was little she could say. The truth was now undeniable. Yi Jun, no longer courteous, cast Emoku aside with a flick of his wrists. Had Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying not intervened in time, she would have surely fallen to the ground. Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying could no longer bear to witness the scene and began to scold Yi Jun vehemently, yet he responded with a cold laugh. What right do you have to criticize me? You are all accomplices, every last one of you, and none are innocent. Without your bias over these past 5 years, without your constant aid against Lin Xuan, how could I have achieved any of this? Now that the truth is revealed, do you all wish to absolve yourselves of responsibility? No snowflake in an avalanche is innocent. What grounds do you have to blame me? If you wish to cast blame, first turn it upon yourselves and reflect upon the heinous acts you have committed over these 5 years. Yi Jun's words struck Mo Jiaoxiao and the others like a thunderbolt, leaving them frozen in shock, their expressions contorted and speechless. Indeed, what right did they have to shift all blame onto Yi Jun? Were they without fault? Clearly, they had erred gravely, reflecting on their actions over the past 5 years. Had they not been complicit in Yi Jun's schemes? Had they not repeatedly chosen to believe in him, to protect him, and to disregard Lin Xuan's suffering, all in the name of their junior brother? Did they truly believe that all blame lay solely with Lin Xuan? Clearly not. They were not ignorant of the complexities of the situation. They had merely grown accustomed to trusting Yi Jun, habitually casting all blame upon Lin Xuan. They had assumed Lin Xuan would never hold a grudge against them, believing they could treat him however they wished without consequence. Now that the truth was laid bare, they still hesitated to acknowledge their mistakes. Yi Jun's words nearly shattered the defenses of Mo Jiaoxiao and the others. The disciples of Lingshu sect wore expressions of deep remorse, realizing the truth was far from what they had believed. Guilt washed over them as they recognized their grave misjudgment of their senior brother. And members of the Blood Moon sect and Sword Control sect pointed and laughed at Mo Jiaoxiao and the others, exclaiming, "What a peculiar group! How can such a sect exist?" The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Yi Jun had completed his task today, severing ties with the Lingshu sect and delivering a devastating blow. This would serve as a catalyst for Lin Xuan to annihilate the Lingshu sect. Once Lin Xuan took action, it would surely ignite a great conflict, drawing forth the Shadow Lord and the might of the Ghost Palace to obliterate the 3 major sections. Yet, the most crucial aspect of this plan was the test of Lin Xuan's resolve. They sought to discover whether he possessed the courage to eradicate the Lingshu sect. If he lacked the heart to strike down the Lingshu sect, it would indicate he was not truly committed to the Ghost Palace. Should it become apparent that Lin Xuan's loyalty was insincere, they would not hesitate to eliminate him, extinguishing any future threats. This was the Shadow Lord's grand design, and Yi Jun was merely executing it. However, unbeknownst to him, this entire scheme was not the Shadow Lord's, but Lin Xuan's. Yi Jun glanced at Lin Xuan, signaling that it was now his turn to act. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan addressed the visibly shaken Mo Jiaoxiao. "Mo Jiaoxiao, I once regarded you as a mentor and father. Even after your repeated misunderstandings, your favoritism towards Yi Jun, and your punishments against me, I bore no resentment, swallowing my bitterness and treating you as I always had. Yet you, knowing full well that I am not at fault and that all blame lies with Yi Jun, continue to err, culminating in your severance of our master-disciple bond and expulsion from the Lingshu sect. You are unworthy of the title of mentor, let alone that of a father. I wish to ask you, Master Mo, do you regret your choices now?" Mo Jiaoxiao stood there as if struck by lightning, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, gazing at Lin Xuan with an expression of profound complexity. Did he regret it? To claim he did not would be a lie. At this moment, Mo Jiaoxiao comprehended the full truth, his heart shattered and hope extinguished. How could he not regret? Yet the weight of the word regret felt insurmountable, rendering it difficult for him to voice. After staring at Lin Xuan for a prolonged moment, he finally managed to utter weakly, "I'm sorry, Lin Xuan. I realize my mistakes now. I have wronged you. I was blind and have unjustly accused you. I truly regret it. Can you forgive me?" Before Mo Jiaoxiao could finish, Lin Xuan interrupted him sharply. Do not feign sincerity here. You regret it? No, you simply lament your current state of having lost everything. If you truly felt remorse, it should be for placing your trust in Yi Jun, not for the way you treated me over these past 5 years. Given the chance to start anew, you would undoubtedly choose Yi Jun once more over me. Your love, so pitifully humble, is but a perfect illustration of the saying, a lowly affection is worth less than a dog. Chapter 67. Mo Jiaoxiao, overwhelmed with anger. Mo Jiaoxiao hurriedly shook his head in denial, exclaiming, No, Lin Xuan, I truly recognize my mistakes and sincerely regret treating you in such a manner. It was my blindness, momentarily clouded by foolishness, that led me to trust Yi Jun. I have wronged you, yet you are the one I raised as my own, the one I have always regarded as my son. I have even promised my daughter to you. How could I? Upon hearing such nauseating words, Lin Xuan refused to grant Mo Jiaoxiao the opportunity to finish, abruptly interrupting, such hypocritical sentiments are better left for others. Spare me any more of your insincere rhetoric, not a single punctuation mark of your words shall I believe. The bond between us has long since been severed, leaving only animosity and resentment. Lin Xuan, do you truly wish to be so heartless? Mo Jiaoxiao inquired, his tone laced with desperation. This question ignited the long-suppressed fury within Lin Xuan. Heartless, he thundered, his voice like rolling thunder, who are you to speak of heartlessness? If we speak of that, who surpasses you, Mo Jiaoxiao, the Grand Master? You claim to see me as a son, yet you are fully aware that I was not responsible for the incident 3 years ago, yet you stripped me of my position as the holy son of Lingshu sect and imprisoned me for 3 long years. You profess to see me as a son, yet you know I did not conspire with the demonic forces, yet you used that as an excuse to sever our master-disciple bond and cast me out of the sect? If we are to discuss heartlessness, then I have learned from the master himself. Mo Jiaoxiao, deeply shaken, stumbled back 2 steps, rendered speechless by the onslaught. How could he still have the audacity to say anything? All of this turmoil stemmed from him, it was his doing, and now he could hardly blame anyone but himself. Of course, some individuals never recognize their own faults, always attributing blame to others. In this moment, Mo Jiaoxiao instinctively placed all blame upon Yi Jun. His cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Yi Jun, he spat, Yi Jun, all of this is your fault, your scheming has led to the ruin of my Lingshu sect. You deserve 1,000 deaths, may you never know peace. As for you, traitor, I shall slay you now and cleanse my sect. Overwhelmed with fury, Mo Jiaoxiao's only desire was to eliminate Yi Jun to vent his rage. Someone had to bear the burden of this sin, and it could only fall upon Yi Jun. However, upon witnessing Mo Jiaoxiao's intent to strike, Yi Jun remained unfazed, promptly positioning himself behind Lin Xuan. Lin Chuan coldly regarded Mo Zhouxiao, stating, Grandmaster Mo, perhaps it would be wise to postpone your cleansing until after the banquet. The matters at hand are far from resolved. Do not ruin my event. With Lin Chuan's words, both Master Lu and Master Lei did not hesitate to step in front of Mo Zhouxiao, standing as a protective barrier. As the host, Master Lu was determined to uphold Lin Chuan's wishes. Today marked Lin Chuan's welcoming feast, and if he insisted that Mo Zhouxiao refrain from violence here, then unequivocally, Mo Zhouxiao must comply. Grandmaster Mo, please remain calm. This is not the appropriate venue for your cleansing. Matters pertaining to Lingshu sect should be addressed after the banquet, Master Lu urged. Though seething with rage, Mo Zhouxiao recognized that he was within the territory of Blood Moon sect and thus could only endure in silence. After casting a venomous glare at Yi Jun, he stormed back to his seat, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yi Jun, vowing to kill him. Lin Chuan's gaze shifted to Imoku, the woman who once cherished him dearly. Now, his expression bore only hatred and indifference. Before he could utter a word, Imoku burst into tears, lamenting, I am so sorry, senior brother, I realize my mistakes, I have wronged you. I have misunderstood you and believed Yi Jun's deceitful words, leading to my own downfall. Senior brother, I know you still love me, don't you? I am still your most beloved Imo Shimi, am I not? You once promised that no matter what mistakes I made in this life, you would forgive me, correct? I have come to my senses. I know that you are the one I love the most. Please do not be angry with me. Can we reconcile? From now on, I will unconditionally believe in you, I will heed your every word, love you alone for eternity, and bear many children for you. Can you forgive me this once, just this once? Emoko's attempts at seduction were far from subtle, yet the insipidness of her words repulsed Lin Chuan. He regarded her coldly. Did she truly recognize her faults? No, she was merely enamored with Lin Chuan's status as the North Wilderness Young Suprema now, seeking reconciliation. Where was her sincerity before? Lin Chuan retorted without mercy. The moment you betrayed our relationship, you should have known that there was no possibility left between us. The Imo Shimi I loved is gone, the senior brother you adored is dead. In my eyes, you were even less than a harlot, more contemptible than a mongrel. You still wish to reconcile with the North Wilderness Young Supreme? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Each of Lin Chuan's words pierced like daggers, inflicting deep wounds upon Emoko's heart. Delivering a resounding slap to her face, stunned and devastated, her tears flowed freely. Yet, all of this was the consequence of her own choices. Even if she were to regret it 1,000 times, it would be of no avail. A missed opportunity remains forever lost. Lin Chuan's gaze then fell upon Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying. Though they, too, felt profound remorse, they understood that lamenting would yield no benefits. The senior brother would never welcome them back. A wrong is a wrong, and words could not change that. Thus, they remained silent. Suddenly, a voice emerged from a disciple of Lingshu sect. Senior brother, we have been misled by rumors and have wronged you, believing you to be unworthy, a disgrace. Now we see that all of this was orchestrated by the Grandmaster, the schemes of Yi Jun, and the indulgence of senior sister Lu and senior sister Qin. You have treated us with such kindness, and yet we have looked upon you with disdain. It fills me with shame. This perverse and treacherous sect, devoid of loyalty, is not worth our allegiance. I, Chen Yukai, hereby announce my withdrawal from Lingshu sect. This proclamation ignited a wave of outrage. One by one, disciples of Lingshu sect rose to declare their own withdrawals. I, Wu Meng, announce my withdrawal from Lingshu sect. I, Zhao Yingying, announce my withdrawal from Lingshu sect. I, Wan Jiahao, announce my withdrawal from Lingshu sect. Soon, nearly all of the core disciples of Lingshu sect followed suit, declaring their intention to leave. This exodus swept through the congregation. In the end, apart from Emoko, Qin Hanyue, Zi Lingying, and Yi Jun, nearly 100 core disciples of Lingshu sect announced their departure. This represented the very lifeblood of Lingshu sect, and without them, the sect would face imminent decline. Such an abrupt upheaval sent Mo Zhouxiao into a state of utter panic. He sprang to his feet, furiously pointing at the core disciples who had declared their withdrawal, shouting, You are all rebelling? Are you all rising against me? A bold disciple, unyielding in demeanor, retorted without fear, Grandmaster, you still fail to recognize your errors, continuing to blame others. Senior brother is benevolent, treating all his juniors as brothers and sisters, genuinely caring for us and patiently guiding us. Yet he has long been the target of your schemes and oppression, ultimately leading to his expulsion. This has cost Lingshu sect the North Wilderness Young Supreme, robbing us of our honor and reducing us to a laughingstock. A sect that fails to cherish talent, one that suppresses and plots against it, shall find itself facing the same fate one day. Such a sect is unworthy of our loyalty. The other disciples echoed their agreement, unwilling to remain within Lingshu sect any longer. Unable to contain himself any longer, Mo Zhouxiao spat a mouthful of hot blood, his visage aged decades in an instant, the weight of this betrayal striking him like a fatal blow. He envisioned the downfall of Lingshu sect, realizing he was the sinner of Lingshu sect. How could he face the ancestors of Lingshu sect now? In this moment, Mo Zhouxiao truly felt regret. Yet, it was far too late. Mo Zhouxiao slumped helplessly into his chair, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, his heart tormented beyond measure, his emotions in tatters. At this juncture, Master Lu took the opportunity to add insult to injury. To those core disciples who wish to join Blood Moon sect, we welcome you with open arms, waiving entrance exams and promoting you directly to core disciples. Interested parties may remain. Upon hearing Master Lu's intention to poach these talents, Master Lei, unwilling to be outdone, immediately proclaimed, My Yujian sect has always valued talent, those interested may join us, and we offer even better treatment than Blood Moon sect. Master Lu shot an irritated glance at Master Lei, saying, Master Lei, is it not inappropriate for you to poach talent right before my eyes? This is the territory of Blood Moon sect, shouldn't priority be given to us? I would not oppose those wishing to join your Yujian sect, but to claim that your treatment is superior to ours is unacceptable. Master Lei countered, we are simply engaging in fair competition, are we not? The choice lies with them, but the sincerity of our offers is up to us to demonstrate. Witnessing these two openly vying for his Lingxiu sect's core disciples, Mo Jiaoxiao's anger erupted once more, causing him to spew blood yet again, his expression one of uncontainable fury as he glared at both Master Lu and Master Lei. You are simply intolerable, utterly intolerable. Chapter 68. The revelation of Yi Jun and his companions in the face of Mo Jiaoxiao's furious wrath, the leaders of the Blood Moon sect, Lu Zongzhu and Lei Zongzhu, remained unfazed. Lu Zongzhu remarked, Mo Zongzhu, since your Lingxiu sect is unable to retain its talents, leading them to voluntarily withdraw, what is the issue with our Blood Moon sect accepting them? We are not the ones who have intruded upon your Lingxiu sect, there is nothing improper about this, is there? Even if our Blood Moon sect does not actively recruit them, they would likely seek us out, so the outcome remains unchanged. Mo Zongzhu, one must learn to let go, that which does not belong to you will never be yours, no matter how forcefully you pursue it. Numerous core disciples of the Lingxiu sect echoed in agreement, expressing their willingness to join the Blood Moon sect, while others voiced their desire to align with the Yujian sect. Consequently, the Blood Moon sect and the Yujian sect effectively divided the 100 core prodigies of the Lingxiu sect among themselves. For Mo Jiaoxiao, this was undoubtedly a devastating blow, causing him to vomit blood incessantly, his countenance pale and twisted in the most sinister manner. Yet, no matter how much he loathed and raged, what could he possibly do? The current predicament of the Lingxiu sect was largely of his own making, was it not? Had he not single-handedly nurtured this situation, were it not for his unwavering favoritism towards Yi Jun over the past 5 years, even turning a blind eye to Yi Jun's machinations against Lin Xuan, leading Lin Xuan step by step into an abyss of despair, he would not now find himself so utterly forsaken. Who could he blame for his alienation from all? Yi Jun. Mo Jiaoxiao seethed, his teeth clenched, resembling a frenzied beast as he unleashed a roar filled with wrath directed at Yi Jun. At this moment, Mo Jiaoxiao attributed all blame to Yi Jun, channeling all his hatred toward him. It was Yi Jun who had brought about his downfall, who had led him astray at every turn, culminating in this dismal fate. Yi Jun's scheming from the outset had orchestrated this disastrous outcome for both himself and the Lingxiu sect. The architect of all his woes was none other than Yi Jun. Thus, Mo Jiaoxiao's hatred for Yi Jun ran so deep that he wished for nothing less than to devour him whole. He advanced toward Yi Jun, a tempest of rage. It is all your doing. You have reduced my Lingxiu sect to this state. You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Today, I shall cleanse our ranks and eradicate this evil. Yet, in the face of Mo Jiaoxiao's overwhelming fury, Yi Jun exhibited no sign of fear. After all, today marked the end of everything. He had no qualms about becoming an enemy of Mo Jiaoxiao. The so-called master-disciple bond was merely a fade he had maintained over the years. Yi Jun retorted unapologetically, Mo Zongzhu, do not present yourself as so morally upright. You know well that you willingly engaged in these actions. That we are merely balancing the scales. Do you still wish to shift all the blame onto me alone? How shameless, hypocritical, and petty of you. Beast, silence yourself. Mo Jiaoxiao exploded in fury. With a fierce intent to kill, he lunged toward Yi Jun. Fortunately, Lu Zongzhu and Lei Zongzhu intervened to restrain him. Lu Zongzhu had previously warned Mo Jiaoxiao against acting out in this moment. Any cleansing of their ranks could only occur after the banquet concluded. Without Lin Xuan's consent, no one was permitted to act violently today. Though Mo Jiaoxiao seethed with wrath and loathing, he recognized that this was the Blood Moon sect's territory. That he had to consider Lu Zongzhu's face, and with Lei Zongzhu standing beside him, any rash actions would yield no advantage for Mo Jiaoxiao. Even if he attempted to force a confrontation, it would be ill-advised. Thus, he could only swallow his anger for the time being. With eyes as cold and foreboding as the depths of night, he shot a menacing glare at Yi Jun, threatening him silently. The transition from viewing one as kin to becoming sworn enemies, culminating in deep-seated hatred, had occurred in mere moments. This was precisely what Lin Xuan desired. Observing the turmoil with a detached gaze, he aimed to make Mo Jiaoxiao experience the sting of betrayal firsthand. What was it like to be betrayed by those he held closest, those upon whom he had invested the most care? In his previous life, Lin Xuan had tasted this bitterness. In this life, he intended for Mo Jiaoxiao to savor it as well. The angrier Mo Jiaoxiao became, the more delighted Lin Xuan felt. Yet, this was not sufficient. His gaze turned coldly to Mo Ku and her companions, who were tear-streaked, their faces awash with regret. They recognized their mistakes and sought Lin Xuan's forgiveness. However, having endured the pain of betrayal once, how could Lin Xuan possibly grant them clemency this time? Did they truly comprehend their errors? Perhaps they only grasped the fact that they had been betrayed by Yi Jun. Lin Xuan felt no sympathy for such women. Suddenly, Yi Jun addressed Lin Xuan, shall we initiate our actions now? Lin Xuan nodded in affirmation, let us begin. It is time for everything to come to a close. A smirk graced Yi Jun's lips as he turned to Li Nanjiao and Chu Xian. You may reveal yourselves now, there is no need for further concealment. By the command of Lord Heiying, today we shall obliterate the 3 sections. Li Nanjiao and Chu Xian were taken aback by Yi Jun's sudden declaration, yet, they rose to their feet. Had Lord Heiying instructed Yi Jun regarding this plan during their last meeting? Since it was Lord Heiying's strategy, Li Nanjiao and Chu Xian had no choice but to comply, swiftly positioning themselves beside Yi Jun to carry out their orders. Their actions sparked confusion among the members of the Blood Moon sect and the Yujian sect, who were bewildered by why the two would heed Yi Jun's words. Who was this Lord Heiying they had mentioned? What was the nature of this plan? Although some were perplexed, it was clear to all that a significant event was unfolding. Lu Zongzhu and Lei Zongzhu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they regarded Li Nanjiao and Chu Xian. With a stern voice, Lei Zongzhu addressed Chu Xian, what are you doing, Chu Xian? Chu Xian chuckled lightly, a hint of mischief in his tone. You will soon find out, Lei Zhongzhu. The audacity of such words left Lei Zhongzhu's brow furrowed in anger. His disciple, who usually displayed utmost respect, was now acting in such a rebellious manner. Had he become akin to Yi Jun, the thought began to take root in Lei Zhongzhu's mind, and as it did, his expression grew increasingly grim. Lu Zhongzhu mirrored this sentiment, his face equally somber. The entire assembly was engulfed in confusion, murmuring amongst themselves, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Just what was transpiring? At that moment, Louis stepped forward, declaring loudly, "Do you all still fail to see the truth? Yi Jun, Li Nanjiao, and Chu Xian are agents of the Ghost Soul Hall, infiltrators sent to our three sects to undermine and dismantle us from within, paving the way for the Ghost Soul Hall to annihilate our sects." What? At this revelation, the crowd erupted in shock, disbelief etched on every face. Agents of the Ghost Soul Hall. Lu Zhongzhu stared incredulously at Louis, noting that his demeanor suggested prior knowledge of this conspiracy, yet he had failed to inform Lu Zhongzhu until now. Lu Zhongzhu felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the gravity of the situation only now that he fixed a piercing glare at Li Nanjiao, who he had once regarded with approval, having accepted her as a potential daughter-in-law. Yet, he now discovered that she was an infiltrator sent by the Ghost Soul Hall, with two of the three major sects compromised by their agents, and Li Nanjiao, though not a saint, being the betrothed of Louis, their roles were of critical importance. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. The infiltration tactics of the Ghost Soul Hall were astonishingly sophisticated, having remained undiscovered until this very moment. Li Nanjiao regarded Louis with a faint smile. "It seems you have long harbored suspicions about me, Lu Shixiang. I wondered why you had been maintaining a distance from me lately. Turns out it was due to this. However, it matters little now. Our infiltration plan reaches its conclusion today. It is time to cast our nets." Louis's expression turned cold as he stared at Li Nanjiao. Indeed, it is time to cast our nets, but determining who is the net and who is the fish remains to be seen. Chapter 69. Do you genuinely believe that today's situation was orchestrated solely by your ghost palace, Brother Lu? At this juncture, you ought to refrain from being obstinate. You have no inkling of the formidable strength possessed by our ghost palace. Li Nanjiao's expression was one of utter disdain towards Louis's remarks. Meanwhile, the Master Lei, seething with rage over Chu Xian's betrayal, unleashed a torrent of furious accusations at him. Yet, Chu Xian remained unfazed. With the mask of pretense completely torn away, he chose to shed all disguises. Observing the exasperated expressions of both Master Lu and Master Lei, Mo Xiao felt a modicum of solace. It appeared he was not alone in being deceived. Lu and Lei were equally ensnared in the machinations of the Ghost Palace. They had all fallen victim to the cunning stratagems of the Ghost Palace's infiltrators. Yi Jun turned to Lin Xuan once more, stating, "Lin Xuan, it is now your turn to express your stance as the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness. We have all revealed our identities, you should also speak before everyone." What? Yi Jun's words sent ripples of shock through the crowd, igniting a tempest of disbelief and confusion. Eyes widened in astonishment, they fixated on Lin Xuan, grappling with the implications of her statement. Did Yi Jun imply that Lin Xuan was also affiliated with the Ghost Palace? Surely not. The trio of Mo Xiao were equally taken aback, their gazes locked onto Lin Xuan, incredulous at the prospect of such a melodramatic twist of fate. If even the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness had defected to the Ghost Palace, it would indeed be a profound tragedy for the North. The young supreme of the North held an unparalleled status, a being second only to none. If such a figure were to be linked with the Ghost Palace, it would render the North a veritable laughingstock. All eyes were now riveted upon Lin Xuan, awaiting his definitive response. With a sardonic smile, he regarded Yi Jun with a playful glint in his eyes, retorting, "Yi Jun, do you truly believe I am akin to you? Do you genuinely think I have pledged my allegiance to your Ghost Palace? That I am one of you? What, then, do you desire me to declare in public? I, Lin Xuan, am a son of the Northern Wilderness in life and a spirit of the Northern Wilderness in death. I am the young supreme of the North, championing justice and the righteous path, safeguarding the light. How could I ever align myself with your malevolent and shadowy ilk lurking in the darkness?" Upon hearing Lin Xuan's resolute declaration, the assembly collectively exhaled in relief. It seemed that the situation was not as dire as Yi Jun had portrayed. Lin Xuan had not, in fact, allied himself with the Ghost Palace. Thank heavens, for the collapse of the North would have been catastrophic. Yi Jun's expression darkened immediately, his gaze icy as he confronted Lin Xuan, inquiring, "What do you mean by that? It appears you are indeed intent on reneging and betraying our Ghost Palace. Lin Xuan, you must contemplate the consequences carefully. Are you truly resolved to forsake us for the title of young supreme of the Northern Wilderness? Today's trap was specifically devised for you, and this is your final opportunity to respond. You must think long and hard before answering. There is but one chance, one life. Should you miss it, there shall be no second opportunity." Lin Xuan scoffed, "When have I ever joined your Ghost Palace? What connection do I have with you? To speak of betrayal without any prior association is absurd. I, Lin Xuan, have always been a forthright son of the Northern Wilderness. What business do I have with your Ghost Palace?" Yi Jun's brow furrowed deeply in confusion. The exchange between the two was evidently perplexing to the onlookers, who were left in a fog of bewilderment. Yi Jun insisted that Lin Xuan belonged to the Ghost Palace, yet Lin Xuan vehemently denied any affiliation. Both seemed sincere in their assertions, leaving the audience unsure of who was telling the truth. Li Nanjiao and Chu Xian were equally in the dark, unaware of the circumstances, including Yi Jun's earlier comments about a plan. After a moment of silence, Yi Jun let out a heavy scoff, declaring, "I see now, Lin Xuan. It appears that Lord Shadow's conjecture was accurate. Since becoming the young supreme of the Northern Wilderness, you have sought to distance yourself from our Ghost Palace to cleanse your reputation and continue your reign as the young supreme, correct?" But do you truly believe such a feat is achievable? Once a member of the Ghost Palace, you remain a member for life. Do you think you can simply escape and sever ties with your past? If you have joined us, there are but two paths: either continue serving the Ghost Palace or face death. It appears you wish to choose the latter. If so, today shall be your demise. Yi Jun's gaze, as fierce as a serpent, bore into Lin Xuan, brimming with murderous intent. In truth, Yi Jun had long desired Lin Xuan's death. He had previously plotted against him, but those attempts had failed, and now, knowing he lacked the strength to confront Lin Xuan on his own, he felt emboldened by the presence of the Ghost Palace's powerful allies. Even if Lin Xuan had truly allied with the Ghost Palace, Yi Jun still yearned for his demise, for the hatred he held for Lin Xuan was etched deep within him. Lin Xuan regarded Yi Jun coldly, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he retorted, "You wish to see me dead? I wonder how you plan to accomplish that, through your deceitful theatrics, your shameless facade, or perhaps your withered conscience? I am most intrigued to witness how you intend to bring about my end." Yi Jun, brimming with confidence, replied, "Lin Xuan, since you are so stubbornly obstinate and intent on betraying the Ghost Palace, your fate is sealed. I shall not shy away from the truth. Today's scheme was crafted with you in mind. If not for your presence, we would not have exposed ourselves so hastily. Our original plan was to infiltrate the three sects over a prolonged period, gradually undermining them from within until we could seize control for the benefit of the Ghost Palace. However, your emergence has disrupted our plans, necessitating an early reveal and an elaborate trap for you. Should you choose to continue your allegiance with the Ghost Palace, all will be well. Together we shall annihilate the three sects. Should you opt for betrayal, today will mark your end, but fret not, you shall not die alone. The members of the three sects will accompany you to the grave, making your demise worthwhile." At Yi Jun's words, the representatives of the three sects erupted in fury, their faces ablaze with indignation as they glared at him. The Ghost Palace, with its wolfish ambitions, had indeed laid a grand scheme to obliterate the three sects. Such audacity was commendable, yet appalling. Mo Jiao Shao and his companions exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave and cold, their hearts heavy with trepidation. If Yi Jun's claims held any truth, they would be facing a grave calamity that day. The sudden turn of events had taken them all by surprise. None had anticipated the lurking threat of the abyssal demon that was the Ghost Palace. The formidable capabilities of the Ghost Palace had instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of Mo Jiao Shao and his companions. They realized that the Ghost Palace was beyond their capacity to contend with. Should the Ghost Palace truly turn its wrath upon the three sects, the consequences would be unimaginable. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense and oppressive. Lin Xuan, with a mocking smile, regarded Yi Jun and remarked, "Yi Jun, have you ever pondered a particular question? It seems you are rather foolish, not much brighter than Moku and the others. Even now, you have failed to discern a single issue. Do you genuinely believe today's trap was exclusively devised by your Ghost Palace? Do you truly think you possess the capability to extinguish me? Lin Xuan, have you not realized that you have been dancing to my tune all along? Have you never contemplated why this is so? Why you have never questioned it?" Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yi Jun's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor growing eerie and foreboding as he fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Xuan. Chapter 70. Why has the Shadow Envoy changed since 3 months ago? In recent days, Yi Jun has indeed found himself questioning the Shadow Envoy more than once, sensing a subtle yet unmistakable shift in his demeanor compared to before. However, Yi Jun dismissed these thoughts as mere paranoia, believing that the Shadow Envoy was unlikely to harbor any issues. Yet, upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Yi Jun felt an unsettling realization creeping in. He could not fathom the implications and coldly inquired, "Lin Xuan, what exactly do you mean?" The others looked at Lin Xuan with puzzled expressions, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Lin Xuan, with a hint of amusement, continued to observe Yi Jun and said, "Don't you also find it peculiar that the Shadow Envoy has seemed rather strange since 3 months ago? He is not the same as he once was, is he? You must have harbored doubts, though I suspect they fleetingly crossed your mind, because for someone accustomed to being subservient, questioning one's master is simply not something one dares to consider. So, why do you think the Shadow Envoy has changed since 3 months ago?" Yi Jun's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a seething rage as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan. Even someone as naive as he could discern the implications of Lin Xuan's words, and a cold sweat broke out as he recalled past events. "So, the Shadow Envoy was you in disguise?" Yi Jun asked coldly. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. "At last, you've grasped the situation." Now, not only did Yi Jun's face transform, but Li Nanjiu and Xu Xian also wore expressions of shock, their faces stiffening in disbelief as they exchanged glances, their fury directed squarely at Lin Xuan. The Shadow Envoy had been impersonated by Lin Xuan. This meant that the orders they had received were false, they had been manipulated and played for fools, leading to their premature exposure and the disruption of the Ghost Hall's plans. They had always sensed something amiss but had not considered the possibility that the Shadow Envoy was an impostor. Moreover, Yi Jun had summoned them without giving them a chance to react, exposing their identities in an instant. Now, the die was cast, nothing could be undone, and words were futile. Li Nanjiu and Xu Xian could only unleash their pent-up wrath upon Lin Xuan, glaring at him with murderous intent. Yi Jun's emotions surged, and he shook his head vehemently, disbelief etched across his face. "Impossible, this cannot be. How could you possibly impersonate the Shadow Envoy? No, it cannot be like this. You are deceiving me, attempting to extort me." With a disdainful smirk, Lin Xuan retorted, "Deceive you? Extort you? If you refuse to believe, then go ahead and call out to see if anyone from the Ghost Hall emerges. See if your Shadow Envoy has brought any powerful allies to surround us and annihilate the three sects today." With that, Lin Xuan gestured invitingly to Yi Jun, suggesting he should shout for help. This left Yi Jun feeling a sense of trepidation. Deep down, he had begun to accept the validity of Lin Xuan's assertions. According to the plan, the Shadow Envoy should have made a grand entrance with the Ghost Hall's formidable warriors by now. Yet, the Shadow Envoy had yet to appear, not even a trace of him. This practically confirmed that no powerful figures from the Ghost Hall were present. The entire setup was a ruse, a scheme orchestrated by Lin Xuan, entirely separate from the Ghost Hall's intentions. Yi Jun was acutely aware that he had been deceived and had fallen into Lin Xuan's trap. However, his pride made it difficult for him to accept this reality. How could you possibly impersonate the Shadow Envoy? Where is he? Yi Jun pressed on, unwilling to relent. Lin Xuan coldly replied, if I were to impersonate him, I would naturally have to kill him. Would I allow him to live and risk exposure? What? Yi Jun gasped. You killed the Shadow Envoy? The revelation left Yi Jun and his companions momentarily stunned, their disbelief palpable. Yi Jun shook his head vehemently. That is impossible. I know the Shadow Envoy's strength. He is a formidable being at the Dragon Transformation Realm. Just 3 months ago, you were merely at the 5th level of the Blood Soul Realm. There was no conceivable way you could have killed the Shadow Envoy. You were lying. You must be lying. Indeed, 3 months ago, Lin Xuan had been incapable of defeating the Shadow Envoy. He had nearly met his demise at the hands of the Shadow Envoy. However, Lin Xuan possessed secret methods. It was through these hidden techniques that he had slain the Shadow Envoy. In this world, nothing is impossible. While it may sound implausible, I accomplished it.as for how I did it. That remains my secret, Lin Xuan replied with a cold chuckle. Yi Jun stood there, as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. Deep down, he understood that Lin Xuan's ability to impersonate the Shadow Envoy meant that his words held a kernel of truth. He had indeed killed the Shadow Envoy. Though he struggled to comprehend how Lin Xuan managed to achieve such a feat, a sudden recollection struck him. Wait. The last time the Shadow Envoy summoned me, you were present. If you had killed the Shadow Envoy, then who was the one I met? This time, it was not Lin Xuan who responded, but Louis, who stepped forward clad in the Shadow Envoy's garb. Is this how the Shadow Envoy appeared to you? Louis asked Yi Jun. Yi Jun's eyes widened in shock, his gaze fixed on Louis, his expression a mixture of astonishment and rage. In that moment, Yi Jun fully comprehended the truth and felt utterly defeated. No wonder Lin Xuan and Louis had grown so close. They had joined forces to scheme against him months ago. The Shadow Envoy he had revered for the past 3 months had been none other than Lin Xuan. Now, it dawned on Yi Jun that since 3 months ago, the Shadow Envoy he had encountered was merely Lin Xuan in disguise. He had even knelt before Lin Xuan, pleading for forgiveness and mercy, and the thought of it now filled him with regret. Consumed by rage, Yi Jun's expression twisted into one of fury as he bared his teeth, growling at Lin Xuan, you have calculated against me, toyed with me, and manipulated me at will. Lin Xuan let out a disdainful snort, regarding Yi Jun with a bemused expression. What's the matter? You plotted against me for 5 years, toyed with me for 5 years, and now that I have deceived you for 3 months, you can't bear it. I merely returned the favor in kind. When you schemed against me, did you ever consider my feelings? Until it falls upon you, you remain oblivious to the pain, don't you? So now, I wish for you to experience the sensation of being constantly manipulated and toyed with. How does it feel? Are you satisfied? Yi Jun stood frozen, struck dumb. Indeed, he had schemed against Lin Xuan for 5 long years and now, Lin Xuan had merely retaliated in kind. What could Yi Jun possibly say? An eye for an eye. People often fail to recognize their own pain until it befalls them. Now, he had no justification to be indignant. The consequences of Lin Xuan's manipulation were merely a reflection of his own actions, a retribution he had brought upon himself. Yi Jun was left speechless, his face drained of color, resembling that of a corpse. He had lost utterly. Not only had he been thoroughly duped by Lin Xuan, but he had also jeopardized the Ghost Hall's plans. Even if Lin Xuan chose not to kill him, the Ghost Hall would undoubtedly seek his demise. Therefore, the only fate awaiting Yi Jun was death. Chapter 71 Mo Joxiao's vengeance against Yi Jun. Yi Jun suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, throwing his head back to laugh maniacally at the heavens. Yet, this laughter was clearly laced with fury and resentment. In that moment, Yi Jun's mental state had fractured, plunging him into a frenzied emotional turmoil. His eyes, bloodshot and glaring, fixed upon Lin Xuan with a predatory intensity that was both terrifying and repulsive. Lin Xuan, so it was you who orchestrated my mission to steal the dragon blood jade from my master, only for him to return and catch me in the act? Was that your design? Indeed. And you also plotted for me to poison and frame Mo Shimi, implicating my own kin to second sister. Was that under your command as well? Yes. You sent me to the ghost prison to rescue second sister, only to have me murder her in the beast forest? That was your scheme too? Absolutely. And the last time you seized my path to enlightenment, that was also premeditated by you? Without a doubt. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's responses, Yi Jun threw his head back once more, laughter spilling forth, tinged with profound desolation. How foolish I have been. I, Yi Jun, truly underestimated the depths of my own ignorance. I thought others were simple-minded, that everyone could be easily deceived and manipulated by me, that I could toy with them at will. Yet, I never anticipated that I myself would fall prey to your cunning. Lin Xuan, the path of enlightenment belongs to me. Return it to me. The title of the young supreme of the northern wilderness should rightfully be mine. As he spoke, Yi Jun's emotions spiraled out of control, his agitation boiling over. Like a rabid dog, he lunged at Lin Xuan, seething with a desperate ferocity, intent on a deadly confrontation. Faced with the lunacy of Yi Jun, Lin Xuan showed no restraint. He stepped forward with agility, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Yi Jun's face. Slap. The sound echoed sharply, sending Yi Jun sprawling backward. Before he could regain his footing, Lin Xuan closed the distance, striking him again with brutal force. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Xuan unleashed a flurry of slaps, delivering over a dozen before finally relenting. With one last kick, he sent Yi Jun crashing into the corner, blood gushing from the latter's mouth, staining the ground crimson. Yi Jun, battered and bruised, lay in a pitiful state, his visage grotesquely swollen and unrecognizable even to his own kin that he could barely rise, his only expression of agony manifesting as low, mournful wails. Yet, no one would extend sympathy to him. He was a demon of the Phantom Hall, deserving of his fate. Traitor, beast, you have destroyed my Lingshu sect, severing its bright future. You deserve death, truly deserve it. I long to flay your skin and draw your tendons, to dismember you beyond recognition. You have murdered Elder Ling and Elder Mo, and slain your second sister, Lu Yunqi. For each of these blood debts, you shall pay with your own blood. It was my folly to trust you, Mo Jiaoxiao, to raise such a treacherous viper. Mo Jiaoxiao's rage reached a fever pitch, his hatred for Yi Jun cutting deeply into his very soul. Realizing that all his tribulations stemmed from Yi Jun's machinations, he seethed with a desire for retribution. If not for Yi Jun's schemes, the Lingshu sect would have basked in unparalleled glory, joining the ranks of the 10 great clans of the northern wilderness, bringing honor to their ancestors. Instead, all had been laid to waste by Yi Jun. Thus, how could Mo Jiaoxiao not despise him to the core? How could he not yearn for Yi Jun's painful demise? With a roar of fury, he charged at Yi Jun, his sword swinging wildly like a butcher's knife, devoid of any semblance of technique, akin to a madman unleashed. In that moment, Yi Jun possessed no capacity to resist, lying there as Mo Jiaoxiao vented his fury, mercilessly hacking away at him, blood splattered as if chopping vegetables. This gruesome scene was too horrific for the onlookers to bear. Yi Jun, aware of his imminent demise, coldly sneered at Mo Jiaoxiao. Mo Jiaoxiao, you hypocrite, do you not bear any responsibility for this situation? Have I been able to act as I have without your tacit support? Did you not lead us to this point? You too are culpable for today's calamity. As you unleash your rage upon me, have you considered your own failings? Yet, in his frenzied state, Mo Jiaoxiao would not entertain Yi Jun's words. His mind was consumed by wrath, refusing to acknowledge any share of blame. In his eyes, Yi Jun alone was the architect of their downfall, the one who had plunged the Lingshu sect into its current abyss. Under Mo Jiaoxiao's relentless assault, Yi Jun was indeed met with 1,000 cuts. Soon, the depths of his suffering culminated in his death. Even after Yi Jun had breathed his last, Mo Jiaoxiao continued to strike with unyielding ferocity. Lin Xuan observed Yi Jun's lifeless form with an expression devoid of emotion. Why Yi Jun deserved this fate? It was the reckoning he had earned. The only regret Lin Xuan harbored was that he had not delivered the final blow himself. Yet, perhaps it was better this way. To sully his hands with the blood of such a scoundrel was unnecessary. As long as Yi Jun was dead, that sufficed. With his demise, the debts of vengeance were settled, and he had not met a peaceful end. Suffering was his just due. With Yi Jun gone, Lin Xuan's gaze shifted to Mo Jiaoxiao. The bloodied Mo Jiaoxiao paused, turning to face Lin Xuan. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Xuan, his turbulent emotions swiftly subsided. With a countenance filled with profound regret, he implored, Lin Xuan, I acknowledge my errors. It has been my fault that you have suffered so much due to my favoritism. All of this is my doing. But it is Yi Jun who has deceived me at every turn, leading me to believe in his treachery. I was blind and foolish, ensnared in his web of lies. I have avenged you by slaying Yi Jun, ensuring he received the punishment he so richly deserved. I now see the truth. You are my true disciple, devoted to the Lingshu sect. Lin Xuan, in light of our years together, will you find it in your heart to forgive me just this once? I vow to devote all my resources to your cultivation, to host a grand ceremony to celebrate your return to the Lingshu sect as its holy son, the esteemed elder brother. From now on, all will heed your command, and I will follow your lead. Mo Jiaoxiao, humbled and desperate, pleaded with Lin Xuan, and meanwhile, the 100 elite disciples of Lingshu sect, who had announced their resignation earlier, now looked to Lin Xuan, awaiting his response. If the elder brother chose to return, they too would stay loyal to the sect. Mo Jiaoxiao's plea made it clear that, with Yi Jun's demise, there was hope for the Lingshu sect's future. Mo Ku and her companions anxiously anticipated Lin Xuan's decision, fully aware of their previous misjudgments and yearning for his return. In that moment, Mo Jiaoxiao appeared like a subservient figure, gazing at Lin Xuan with hopeful eyes. Yet, this display of humility only served to disgust Lin Xuan, stirring a sense of revulsion within him. Just as he was about to speak, another voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 72. Mo Ku's heartfelt plea. Mo Ku approached delicately, her demeanor one of earnest supplication as she gazed at Lin Xuan, adopting the same coy attitude she had previously employed with him. She implored, Senior brother, we fully acknowledge our mistakes. We were deceived and harmed by that treacherous Yi Jun, which is why we treated you as we did. Now, we have come to see the truth, recognizing Yi Jun's grotesque and malevolent nature, and we are utterly disillusioned with him. My father has exacted vengeance upon Yi Jun, ensuring he suffers for his misdeeds. Senior brother, I realize that I have been rather cold towards you over these past 5 years, and I regret betraying you in my foolishness. But surely, you can see I was misled. Now, I have seen the light and wish to return to your side. Please do not hold our past against us. Let us reconcile. From this moment forward, I will be wholly devoted to you, with eyes for no one but you, loving only you eternally, and I swear never to betray you again. I will make amends for the grievances I have caused you over these 5 years, and if you are willing, I can start making reparations today. Whatever you desire, I will fulfill. The implication in Mo Ku's words was glaringly evident. This was no mere suggestion, it was a blatant declaration. Upon hearing her, Lin Xuan felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, but he scoffed coldly, remarking, how shameless of you to utter such words so casually, without even the slightest hint of embarrassment. You speak as if it comes naturally, which suggests you have said such things repeatedly. Do you not feel any shame? Do you truly believe I, Lin Xuan, would still hold any regard for you? Do you think I need you now? You are but a worn-out shoe. What audacity do you possess to think that a mere gesture would bring me back to you? Betrayal exists in either 0 instances or countless ones. Do you genuinely believe that a few sweet words could erase the past and lead me to forgive you unconditionally? I was foolish to trust you repeatedly, to forgive you time and again, to allow myself to be deceived, manipulated, and used, only to be discarded in the end. But I shall not be so foolish again. A woman who has betrayed me deserves to be cast aside without hesitation. Do you comprehend how repugnant your words are to me now? I am the supreme youth of the northern wastes, while you, Mo, are merely a discarded piece of trash, sullied and unworthy, with a history that is nothing short of disgraceful. You should take a long, hard look at yourself. What virtue do you possess that qualifies you to stand before the supreme youth of the northern wastes? Lin Xuan's tirade was a merciless assault, each word piercing like a dagger, driving deep into Emoko's heart. She staggered back as if struck by lightning, her face pale, expression frozen, eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, ultimately crumbling under the weight of despair. The world she knew had collapsed. The one she had cherished most, her senior brother, now treated her with such cold indifference, trampling her dignity and casting her aside as if she meant nothing. How laughable and tragic it was. This was the greatest humiliation Emoko had ever endured, but who could she blame? Was it not the betrayal of Lin Xuan that had led to this moment? She was the architect of her own misfortune, and now she had no right to demand anything from him. What else could she do but plead desperately? With Yi Jun gone, Emoko found herself relying solely on Lin Xuan to reconsider her. She could not bear the thought of losing everything. No, she would not accept such defeat. As long as Lin Xuan might reconsider, there remained a glimmer of hope for her to reclaim her former glory and perhaps even thrive beyond her previous circumstances. With that thought in mind, Emoko boldly approached once more, this time kneeling before Lin Xuan, grasping his thigh with both hands, tears streaming down her cheeks like delicate blossoms. This charming display, coupled with her skilled performance, evoked a sense of pity. Who could resist such a heart-wrenching sight? Many men in attendance felt a surge of sympathy for Emoko, some even wishing for Lin Xuan to show leniency and forgive her. Surely, she must have realized her errors after all. Who among us is without fault? If she truly sought to amend her ways, that would indeed be a noble endeavor. Lin Xuan regarded Emoko with a cold, detached demeanor, making no effort to push her away or halt her performance. He was curious to see just how far she would go to plead her case. Watching her kneel before him, begging for forgiveness, was far more satisfying than simply ending her life. To kill her would be too merciful, an outcome he did not desire. Lin Xuan intended to repay the suffering and humiliation he had endured in his previous life manifold. Taking a life was the simplest form of vengeance. True retribution lay in ensuring one lived in perpetual regret, in agony, stripped of all they held dear, reduced to a pariah. Thus, Lin Xuan was in no rush to end Emoku and her ilk. To kill them would bring a swift conclusion, but the grievances he had accumulated over a lifetime could not be so easily resolved. While Lin Xuan would not spare Yi Jun's life, he was in no hurry to deal with Emoku and her companions. Emoko wept inconsolably, her small, pitiful form clinging to Lin Xuan's leg as she pleaded, "Senior brother, I truly understand my mistakes. Did you not once vow that no matter how grave my errors, no matter how much I displeased you, you would unconditionally forgive me? You promised to love me as before and protect me always. Have you forgotten those sacred oaths? I know you still love me. Do you not? You were simply too wounded, too angry to forgive me easily today, correct? But I have genuinely seen the error of my ways. Yi Jun is dead, and I have severed all ties with him. The past is behind us. Senior brother, let us forget our former grievances and start anew, shall we? I will obey you in all things. Whatever you command, I shall follow. You know I have always been compliant. Please, do not remain angry with me." In response to Emoko's desperate entreaties, Lin Xuan remained unmoved, his expression still cold and unyielding, silent as he observed her performance. Emoko's hopeful gaze gradually transformed into disappointment, ultimately giving way to a flicker of anger. It was evident she was not genuinely remorseful, a fact Lin Xuan recognized all too well. He chuckled derisively. "You claim to understand your mistakes. No, you only realize how close you are to losing everything. You merely wish to ascend the social ladder, to transform from a common fowl into a phoenix." Emoko shook her head vehemently, exclaiming, "That is not the case, senior brother. You misunderstand me completely. Do you truly see me as such a person? I genuinely love you, senior brother. I am truly remorseful and wish to reconcile. These past 5 years have been a misguided journey for me, a time when I lost my way and acted against your interests. But I am awake now, and I comprehend that you are my one true love." Emoko's insincere declarations repulsed many, her words ringing hollow. Who would believe such claims? Perhaps not even a dog would. Although some men felt sympathy for her, they still found her words to be excessively disingenuous, leaving an uncomfortable taste in their mouths. A woman who had betrayed love and bore another's child had no right to speak of love so freely. It was a ludicrous notion. Seeing Lin Xuan's continued indifference ignited a sense of urgency within Emoku. She was at a loss for what to do next. Suddenly, a steely resolve took hold of her heart, as if she had made a decisive choice. Chapter 73. Lin Xuan thrusts his sword towards Emoku. Suddenly, Emoku drew her sword and pressed it against her own neck, resolute as she addressed Lin Xuan. "A senior brother, I know you harbor hatred towards me and blame me for my actions. If you remain unwilling to forgive me, then I shall atone for my sins with my life. Surely, that would alleviate your anger, would it not? If it brings you peace, then I am willing to die." This display instantly terrified Emojo Shao, who hurriedly interjected, "Kor, put down the sword. Do not act foolishly." Yet Mocha seemed resolute this time, shaking her head firmly at her father. She declared, "Father, do not dissuade me. My sins are grave, and having committed such a monumental error, I can no longer face this world. If senior brother cannot forgive me, then I have no choice but to die, for that is the only way to find some semblance of peace within myself, otherwise, I shall live in perpetual regret and self-reproach, a fate worse than death. Better to die than to endure such torment. Cour. Emoji Shao attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Lin Xuan's voice. Observing Emoka's clumsy performance, Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh. Very well. Since you possess such awareness, then act. Death extinguishes debts. It would indeed resolve everything. Hearing Lin Xuan's callous words, Emoka stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Emoji Shao, in a fit of fury, confronted Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, could you truly be so heartless, so devoid of compassion? Do you truly wish to watch Cour perish before your very eyes? Despite her numerous faults, she has recognized her mistakes, she has expressed her remorse and apologized. She is merely young and inexperienced. Who among the young has not erred? Must she pay for her mistakes with her life? If someone must die for your satisfaction today, then let it be me. I am the one who caused all this. Go ahead and kill me. Humph. Lin Xuan scoffed heavily, responding, do not paint Mo-ku as an innocent. If acknowledging one's wrongs sufficed, then anyone could act with impunity, merely to recant their mistakes later. In this world, there is no such leniency. Does she truly understand her errors? No, she does not genuinely grasp her faults. She simply finds herself with no better options. Do you truly think you can threaten me with death? Do you dare to act? He gestured for Mo-ku to proceed, his expression unyielding. Mo-ku gazed at Lin Xuan in disbelief, clearly unprepared for the realization that her ultimate gambit had failed to sway him. She had thought he would surely relent, having always been able to manipulate him before. This time, however, she had exhausted her final move, and yet it had no effect. The outcome left her utterly astonished, leading her to question her very existence. In the past, her senior brother had never allowed her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Whenever she feigned distress, he would immediately rush to appease her, but now, everything had changed. Her senior brother had become so cold-hearted, so unfamiliar. Senior brother, do you truly wish for my death? Mo-ku asked, her face a mask of sorrow and tears streaming down her cheeks. Crocodile tears are the most duplicitous. In his previous life, Lin Xuan had been deceived by Mo-ku's false sincerity, forgiving her time and again, only to be pierced through the heart by her treachery. In this life, would he show even an ounce of mercy? Yes, I desire your demise. You wish to take your own life, do you not? Then do it, Lin Xuan replied coldly. As Lin Xuan's words fell, Emoji Shao erupted in a furious roar. If you wish to kill, then kill me. I will not fight back. Take your vengeance upon me. Cour is innocent. She too is a victim of Yi Jun's deceit. She is but a child. She has erred, but her sins do not warrant death. Humph. A splendid excuse for being deceived. Do you believe that such superficial words can absolve her of her transgressions? Such nonsense is not worth believing. Lin Xuan's disdain was palpable. You wish to vent your fury by taking a life, do you not? Then come, take mine. Emoji Shao continued to rage at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan regarded Emoji Shao with indifference, stating, Sect Master, although our bond as master and disciple has been severed, I am not devoid of humanity. You were once my mentor, raising me, thus, I owe you a life today. I return that life to you. I shall not take yours, but should you choose to end your own, it is of no concern to me. Lin Xuan's refusal to kill Emoji Shao stemmed from a desire to ensure that he lived a life more agonizing than death itself, akin to the last 3 years of his previous life. He wished for Emoji Shao to experience that same torment. Emoji Shao's face turned pale, his spirit crushed. Did he possess the courage to end his own life? He did not wish to die. Lin Xuan understood that Emoji Shao lacked the will to take his own life. Such a person would never consider death. Ignoring Emoji Shao further, Lin Xuan focused on the dazed Mo-ku. Reflecting on past events, Lin Xuan felt an intense desire for Mo-ku to perish. He sneered mockingly, what's the matter? Have you lost your nerve? Just a moment ago, you were so resolute, yet now you cower. You cannot even maintain your facade. Did you truly believe I would continue to indulge you as before? Betrayal is the ultimate boundary for a man. You have not only betrayed me but have done so repeatedly. A woman like you makes me feel revulsion at the mere sight of you. You still wish for my forgiveness, perhaps in another life, but not in this one. I, Lin Xuan, do not possess such a virtuous heart. Lin Xuan's words dealt a crushing blow to Mo-ku. Staring at him in disbelief, she finally comprehended that Lin Xuan had changed. He was no longer the senior brother she once knew. All of this was her fault. She had lost a mentor who had loved and cherished her unconditionally. Mo-ku finally recognized her own foolishness, having been ensnared by that scoundrel Yi Jun, repeatedly scheming against her senior brother and driving him to despair. She truly deserved to die. Suddenly, Lin Xuan stepped forward and seized the sword from Mo-ku's grasp. She looked at him, bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Could it be that her senior brother still harbored some compassion? Was he about to forgive her? But soon, she realized she had been mistaken. After taking the sword, Lin Xuan coldly declared, Mo-ku, since you cannot do it yourself, I shall assist you. You wish to die, so let me help you. With that, Lin Xuan plunged the sword into her body. The icy blade pierced through her, and an overwhelming pain engulfed her very soul. Mo-ku gazed at Lin Xuan in utter disbelief, her eyes filled with terror. She would never have anticipated that he would truly strike her, that he would wield his sword against her. This scene left Qin Hanyu and Zi Linging pale with fear and dread. Cour. Emoji Zhao's eyes reddened in an instant, and he cried out in anguish. A wave of despair surged within him, threatening to overwhelm him as he struggled to maintain his footing. All eyes in the vicinity turned, astonished and horrified at the unfolding tragedy. Chapter 74. All matters resolved. It is time to depart. Little did anyone anticipate that Lin Xuan would turn against Mo-ku. The members of Lingsu sect were particularly taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. Moko gazed at Lin Xuan with a countenance of agony and despair. However, Lin Xuan's sword did not strike at Moko's vital points. It did not claim her life. This thrust was merely an act of retribution for a past grievance. In a previous life, Lin Xuan had endured the piercing pain inflicted by Moko's sword, a memory that still gnawed at him. This strike was his way of returning the favor. With an icy demeanor, Lin Xuan regarded the bloodied Moku and inquired, "How does it feel?" He continued, "Do you think this is the end?" "This is merely the beginning. I intend for you to spend your life engulfed in endless suffering and remorse." Upon hearing Lin Xuan's venomous words, Moko wept, "Senior brother, why do you harbor such hatred for me? I do not understand. I truly do not understand. Do not understand?" Lin Xuan scoffed internally. Of course, she did not understand. After all, the events of the past life had not recurred in this one. Yet, this animosity was indelibly etched into Lin Xuan's soul. "You need not comprehend," he replied, dismissing the need for further dialogue. His gaze shifted to Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying, both of whom were pale with fright, trembling, their spirits shaken. Under Lin Xuan's cold stare, they felt as if they were under the scrutiny of the King of Hell. Trembling uncontrollably, they looked at Lin Xuan in sheer terror, uncertain of his intentions toward them. Over the years, they had assisted Yi Jun in dealing with Lin Xuan, causing him considerable emotional distress. They understood that any apologies now would be utterly futile, leaving them to merely gaze at Lin Xuan in fear. Lin Xuan cast a few cold glances at Qin Hanyue and Zi Lingying, uttering not a word. There was nothing to say, even a single word seemed superfluous. Their punishment had only just begun. The debts owed would be accounted for today, the remainder would be left to time, slowly tormenting Emojio Xiao and his companions, ensuring they lived in misery. It would not be too late to end their lives after a few years of suffering. This vendetta was far from over for now. He would conclude this encounter. As Lin Xuan prepared to depart, a resounding voice suddenly echoed, "The esteemed Miss Ling Er, daughter of the Lord of the Desolate City, has arrived." With that proclamation, Chen Ling Er entered, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Her radiant figure captivated all present, drawing every gaze upon her arrival. She approached Lin Xuan directly, and with a charming smile, she said, "Young Master Lin, congratulations. I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence." Lin Xuan had indeed not invited anyone, and Chen Ling Er's unexpected appearance took him by surprise. Moreover, she had come alone, without even a maid in attendance, which struck Lin Xuan as peculiar. Nevertheless, he merely nodded and replied, "Miss Ling Er, you have arrived a tad late. The banquet has concluded, and I was about to take my leave." Chen Ling Er, however, smiled sweetly and said, "It is not too late. It is perfectly timed. I came specifically to escort young Master Lin. To escort me personally." Lin Xuan was taken aback, choosing not to elaborate further. Chen Ling Er's gaze fell upon Moku and her companions. In the realm of the three great northern sects, Moku and her friends were undoubtedly regarded as exceptional beauties, idolized by countless men. However, standing alongside Chen Ling Er, they appeared as mere wild chickens compared to a phoenix. There was no basis for comparison. Without comparison, there is no hurt, yet, in this case, the contrast was starkly painful. Before Chen Ling Er, Moku and her companions were rendered utterly insignificant, scarcely worthy of being considered even as green leaves, but rather as inconsequential weeds beneath the flowers. Especially when Chen Ling Er's gaze fell upon Moku, the latter felt an overwhelming sense of shame.